our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Jeremy Pena on deck. The 0-2 swinging a line drive, base hit into right field. Jankowski up with it. Rounding third is Tucker. Here comes the throw. Lowe's relay is not in time. Tucker scores, and the Astros walk off the Rangers tonight in the opening game of this series by the final score of 10-9.
Did they get the call right? Good morning, Metroplex. It's a Tolo Tuesday before we fly out to Oxnard, California for Cowboys training camp. Show 1 tomorrow morning on your home of America's team. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy. We got Peyton and Rai in the back. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Let us know if that wasn't something that could be overturned or he was definitely safer out. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053 in a game, RJ, that Dusty Baker appropriately called. That was the win of the year so far. That's what they're saying in the armpit about an epic game 1.
Yeah, that was a win of the year for sure for them, and that was a really good game 1 for them. This was a tough loss. There's no way to really look at it. I thought this was going to be after that first inning. Last 2 first innings have been really, really bad for the starting pitchers. Really bad. But to their credit, they settled down on both of them. And they really did settle down. John Gray could have gotten, his pitch count was up. He could have been sayonara after the end of 2. But that
Sayonara.
Sayonara, goodbye.
Oh.
Say sayonara.
Peyton, let me check with you. I'm sure
Yes.
Spittle could tell. Sayonara. Sayonara. Okay.
What language is that?
I wasn't sure.
I think it's
According to you, it's in Vancouver from our
could be
post-show
anything.
Canadian,
post-show
according to you.
meeting.
So look, it could have been, but credit to him, but not credit to the bullpen.
7 hits, 6 runs, 6 strikeouts in 5 innings for John Gray, remaining winless since June 2nd. It was a crazy, chaotic 7th inning. But let's talk about the call at the end. What was it? What was the right call?
Okay, so I saw this circulating. I didn't understand what anyone was talking about here. Are we talking about the play at the plate?
We are.
There was not even a question.
That he touched the plate and was safe.
Yeah. I turned the game off, immediately turned it off. Then I was like, and I saw a couple replays. It didn't even dawn on me. I was like, wait a second, why is everybody? And I get it. It's the end of the game. You want to make you have to. It's a must challenge situation. But it never even crossed my mind that he was out.
Really? So Dave Raymond would,
Well, Dave has shown that he can't be trusted. He has shown. What was it? Was it the Tampa series? Either Tampa or Cleveland, where he was complaining about the overturning of the calls. Like, all right, well, these aren't even close, man.
Yeah. So last night, I think it was a question about the heel versus the front of the foot. And when I was initially looking at it, I was like, okay, safe. He clearly had beaten the throw. None of that was a question. But did he touch home plate? And the more and more replays that I saw, I was like, I don't know if he touched it. I don't know if the front of the foot actually touched the plate. So the question became, did the heel? And then I kept watching and replaying. And I was like, I guess you have to assume that his heel touched the white because the front of his foot did not, I don't think.
See, here's the shot I'm looking at. That's the ball of his foot. That's his bunion. That's on the plate. You could, I think, to me, I could see it like,
yeah,
right there. That's on the plate.
That shot with a still shot looks like it's, you have to say it's definitely on there. When I saw the live video, I felt like maybe he had gone over it at first. Peyton, what did you see?
I didn't really see much from there. I didn't assume that it was going to be overturned or anything. It was closer with the replay, like you said, Sean. It looked a little closer, but no, I just assumed that he was safe and they touched the plate and that it was over.
All right, so we are not up in arms as a morning show that the Rangers got cheated.
Well, we're not, but Bobby will be. Just because.
The homer.
Just because. Yeah.
Bigger homer than Dave Raymond. Yeah, Raymond's like, now I am trying to remember the call in which.
So there was 2 plays at first base. One of them, it was they overturned it in favor of Cleveland.
Because I know what
It
you're
was
talking
Tampa.
about.
It was one of the two, and then the other one they did not overturn it.
But there was one at the end of a game.
It was at the end of the game, and it would have ended the game. And they said that.
Text line will let us know here in a second.
Yeah, and I think the issue was the call on the field was one. They called the field was safe. I thought he was out. The call on the field was safe, but you couldn't. And the top of his foot had not touched the bag, but you couldn't see the bottom of his foot because it was blocked by Lowe's foot, and maybe they were saying the back of his heel had already touched the bag. I don't know. You couldn't tell in that situation. That was a bad call, I thought. I don't think it was an outrage, but it was a bad call. This, I think if Dave's looking at this one and saying that this is a bad call, that he's just pandering.
Jimmy on Twitter, that foot was up. I saw it from the beginning. Blown call. Trent G. Safe. RJ. Jason S. Sure looked out, and the way the runner stomped his foot after the plate and leaned, he knew. Texas fan 05. If 9 runs is not enough to beat a team, then this team has real problems, period. End of story. Nathan Allen being a hater. Rangers are losers. That's the call. Cole, he was out. Foot jumped up on his slide. Astros always find a way to cheat. Terrible call. Okay. Ray, he was out. Why they review is beyond me. DBL, he was out. Astros and baseball putting the call in the rig against the Rangers per usual. Donald, he was out as his foot came up, never made contact with the plate. Blown replay call. Terrence Simelton, he was out. So a lot of the Tolos saying that he should have been called out. They went to the replay and they called him safe. And the Astros are now 2 games back.
Yeah, but looking at the replay, should Nathaniel Loaf cut that ball off? It looked like it had enough juice to get the home plate. I thought he cut it off like he should just let it go. That it would have been there in plenty of time.
Good question.
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, and he was very, very close. It's not like he was down, near the outfield cut. I mean, he was right there, which it's where he's supposed to be. But yeah, that was an odd cut. That's not something you let it go there in that situation. But look, I mean, maybe one of those things where if the ruling on the field was out, that they wouldn't have overturned. Yeah. I don't know. Because it was hard to tell.
Yeah.
But that's plays at the plate, man. I mean, you're gonna get the still shot. We said that I saw. I don't see any way you could say that he was out.
I'm not going to go crazy about it. I'm not going to say that they were cheated like one of the previous calls earlier in the year because we have other issues to worry about. Aroldis Chapman getting blown up in Houston again. They bring him in for the bottom of the 7th inning for 2-3-4, and the nightmare continues for Aroldis as a 9-6 lead turns into a 9-9 tie. Just like that.
No one's dying.
It's bad. His numbers at Minute Maid Park are just not good. Like if you go look, and he's got a little bit of bad luck. His batting average on balls in play in that park is 400. His OPS plus allowed in that park is well over 100. It's like 135, which is like 35% worse than the league average there. He gets blown up there. And I don't know what you do. I don't know if what you do is do absolutely nothing and you just keep rolling him out there. But, man, you want to put him in a playoff game in that park? I mean, I wouldn't. He has shown that he does not pitch well there.
You wouldn't put him in a playoff
game. You have to.
Yeah, you have to.
You have to, but I wouldn't.
And then Alex Spees in high leverage situations, man. He started off fantastic, just like the other whiz kid that was making his debut. Grant Anderson. And now the ERA for Alex Spees is a 13.50. He walked 2 in the inning before giving up the game winner.
Yeah, got to have an 8-0 lead to put him in the ball game. And Grant Anderson found himself back in the minor leagues a few weeks after his debut. Because with Aroldis, I thought that was a good decision. I wanted Bruce Bochy to put him in the game. But then, obviously it proved that he couldn't handle it, and now it's a nightmare again with the bullpen.
You're going to have to figure something out because going into yesterday, and I think these numbers are going into yesterday because Baseball Reference doesn't update as fast. In 12 innings, he's allowed 9 earned runs there.
Yeah,
so
not good.
At some point, you're going to make a decision. Like going back, even in his Yankee days, he was getting blowed up in Houston.
We may have to go back to Leclerc.
Let's just say, you know what, dude, you're you're taking a seat in these games.
Bobby,
you got to use it. You got to use them. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, Bobby, I'm awake. Asses, he was safe. LOL. So there's Roberto. Chaz McCormick, by the way, hit the bomb against Aroldis. He's hitting .412 with 5 homers and 14 runs batted in, and an OPS of over 1,400 since the All-Star break. So he's playing out of his mind. He got to Chapman last night. That felt like, though, a game between two Titans. That felt like game one of a playoff series. The back and forth. I was happy that thing went well over 3 hours, which is a change for me baseball-wise. If he gets a 3, I'm like, okay, let's go. Come on. But that was a back and forth game where you got your money's worth. Truckwreck.com text line is wide open, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. To the Tolo police officers listening, are you letting me off the hook? If I have a dog emergency, another sign that the Saudis could buy the National Football League if they wanted to. And Tom Brady is apparently officially dating. And Giselle and Bradley Cooper may not be too happy about it. It's a Tolo Tuesday with Post Malone tickets during the Expressway. We got the Voice of America's team, Brad Sham, live in Oxnard for a Cowboy preview. We're just getting started on Sean and RJ.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
Good morning, Metroplex. Sean and RJ coming at you live with the Tolo Tuesday edition as we get set to fly out to Oxnard, California after the show. Peyton, do you think you're going to have a little bit of a FOMO or keeping an eye on the clock? You're going to realize we're on out there at 3:30 local time, and you're like, okay, 5:30 feels better.
Well, when are y'all going to go to sleep? Because that's the big question. I'll feel FOMO for sure, just like the Super Bowl, but then I'll feel more worse with how less sleep y'all get, right?
I mean,
because there's no way y'all go to sleep at like 8 o'clock out there.
No.
No.
But we don't go to sleep at 11 either.
Right.
Maybe like 9:15.
Mm-hmm.
Try something like that because you can't have dinner. You're trying to have dinner with everyone except for Bassick, apparently. You can't have dinner at 5:30, so you try to wait for everyone, like maybe a 6:30 dinner. And then, you're going to be done at like 8. And then you have 6 hours, about 6.5 hours of sleep. And then bam.
Yeah. And like a lot of times, it'll just be like during the week, it'll just be Sean, myself, or, in the past, now Bobby, just going dinner, just the three of us. Like on the weekends, it'll be the other guys, but we just get done. The other shows get done too late. We get done too early. We have to get up too early. So sometimes we may just say, hey, look, we're the only ones who can decide what we want. And that's the other thing. Finding dinner, agreeing on a place to go eat with a dozen people is maddening.
Yeah.
It really is.
Yeah. Oh, we have a couple of places, you go to Sea Fresh, you go to Topper's Pizza. Yep. We have our lunch place that they don't have fast food wise out here.
Oh, The Habit.
The Habit.
Can't wait to open one of those up in DFW.
Big fan of that. I'm not a big fan of this weather forecast, though. A high of 82, a high of 81. I don't like that.
Oh, did that change? Because I saw it's like 75, 76.
Oh, this is not good. This is very alarming. It's 65 right now.
But at 2 in the morning or 2:30, I guess, or 3:30. Well, I mean, what is it?
But right now it's 65.
Yeah, right now it's 65.
Yeah, so it's gonna heat up.
Now 65 is going to be great. Sometimes it feels like it's much colder than that when we're outside. But high of 82. No, man. Get that out of here.
Yeah, that's too much. We don't want to see any of that. We really don't want to see any of that. I was packing yesterday, and I get all done. And I'm like, oh crap, I didn't pack any sweatshirts, any hoodies. I was like, I gotta go back in. I gotta go back into the vault.
Yeah,
The
weather's the one reason we cannot have a carry-on. Bobby was saying, hey, you guys gonna check a bag because you don't want to be the person that everyone's waiting at the baggage claim for. You're the only person because Chris Arnold years past, Tim Collins somehow they only pack a carry-on. Now, Tim, he comes out kind of at the end of our show sometimes, but you can get away with no hoodie, no sweatshirt before 11 a.m. out there. But when we go out to practice, you got to be wearing a short sleeve shirt. It can get hot.
Yeah,
the sun will be beating down on you.
It could get warm. There's no doubt about it.
But early on, man, if you just told me t-shirt and shorts at 4 a.m. out there, you're gonna be cold.
My first year out there, 2008, 2007, whatever it was, I did not pack. Oh wait, it was earlier than that. I did not pack a hoodie. I had to have it. I go buy one when I got there. In fact, I think I had my mom and my dad mail me one. I was like, I'm not buying that. It's probably like 04, I guess. I was like, I'm poor.
Probably,
I'm not gonna go buy one.
Yeah, it probably cost more to ship it.
It probably did, but it wasn't my money. It was theirs.
True.
So I was like, I need a hoodie, badly. Yeah, it could get chilly. There's no doubt about it, but we make the best of it.
I'm excited for all the videos, though. I'll be keeping the notifications on. All the Bobby videos of y'all, maybe drunk at whatever time at night. But
yeah, maybe we can all do our, a string in our mouth like Bobby's doing his new
he's like a high school kid.
I really want to have an intervention with his wife. The hood up and the string of zoom in on me, Ryan.
It's like he's like a preteen. My kid does that. I'm just so beaten down by life.
Oh, tongue out too.
How am I doing this, man? I don't know how. I just can't today. Bobby's line is going to be, I just can't today. I can't do today. I can't adult. I can't adult today.
I can't adult today. He's talking big. He's talking big. He's going to be coming here 100 miles an hour.
Yeah, he is.
Right now, walking down the hallway.
No doubt.
Tom Brady with some extra pep in his step as he, according to TMZ, is dating Irina Shayk. Is it Shayk? Former Bradley Cooper misses.
Yeah.
I also ran around with Kanye. And Tom apparently went and picked her up, Beverly Hills, had the overnight stay, was caressing her in the car. And Giselle is said she's not too pleased about this, according to reports.
No, not too pleased. And, Kanye was feeling the jealousy of Tom with Kim Kardashian at the white party. Whatever, I still don't know what that
you
really
dress
is.
white.
Yeah, I know.
Sounds about white.
Sounds about white. So Tom and Arena seem to be getting busy.
Yeah. Jordan Addison, the first-round pick wide receiver for the Minnesota Vikings, was cited for speeding. He was rolling in a 55-mile-per-hour zone. 140 and a 55. And the explanation is he had a dog emergency. This is a tough one. This is interesting.
This is tough. Dog emergency, family emergency, diarrhea. These are all some of the ones that I've thought of in the past as to why I may be speeding. And look, I mean, there is an excuse that will get you off. There is. I don't know what it is. Every cop may be different. But surely if I tell the officer, hey, literally my mom is dying, I'm running to the hospital to go say goodbye.
Yeah.
You got to, that's a must let off situation. But then the cop is like, well, prove it.
Right.
Okay, get in the car. Let's go. Let's go, officer.
You got to let us know, the Tolo officers listening, 877-881-1053. And then if that dog is really in a dire situation, I mean, I think it's a when you see it moment.
Yeah, you do.
The officer's looking there and the dog is either bleeding or curled up in the back seat, and you're like, oh my gosh, go.
Yeah, go.
Go.
Absolutely go.
I would think, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it doesn't justify 140 and a 50.
I would think so. I mean, but then again, have you ever what if you have to go to the bathroom really, really bad?
No, you gotta. I'm writing you up. No excuse.
What if you're walking up and I just let it out right there on the seat?
I'm giving you 2 tickets then.
Yeah.
Yeah, pick it up.
Yeah. All right, so let us know. Jordan Addison. I saw the internet yesterday. Be careful. This ML football, these aggregators who were copying everyone's injury stories. Be careful before you judge others. Make sure you pause and you hesitate before you go ahead and cast judgments upon Jordan Addison for his dog being hurt. I gotta see the dog.
You gotta see the dog.
I gotta look at the situation. If the dog is just sitting there kind of whimpering and not howling out in pain, I gotta write you up for 140.
Yeah, you got to. It's a must. If the dog is whimpering in pain, it's a must let go, I think.
All right, let us know. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. We're live on Twitch and live on YouTube.
All right, here we go. This is the officer. Anything that has to do with the welfare of kids will get you out of a ticket with me.
Okay.
Let's see. Did you just say do you have an excuse to get off? Yes, it did. You have an excuse to get off. So that's coming in. The children will have it. Anything to do if there's a dog in there, I'm going to let you off. No matter what, I'm not letting you off at 140.
No matter what.
No matter what.
Okay. I mean, that is dangerous to other people. Mbappe. Kylian.
Or as Bobby would say, Mbop.
Kylian Mbappe is being offered $776 million by the Saudis to play for 1 season.
Yeah.
And everyone was doing LeBron James comparison. LeBron tweeted, I'm running like Forrest Gump if Maverick Carter, my team, my agent, get the call. And I'm like, man, he's so unaware. That's all I did. I just said, you doing this after the whole China thing?
Yeah.
You're going to go ahead and say, and him, Draymond, his little friend sitting there saying, my ink isn't dried on my extension yet, but LeBron is going to catch heat for this.
Of course he is. But, look, when someone offers you $776 million, you'll listen to the end of the conversation.
For 1 year.
You're going to listen. You can deal with that. Gives you all kinds of money to be able to deal with the suffering of the pressure that you're going to get.
LeBron's all-time NBA earnings, $494. Mahomes' deal through 2031 is $450. The value of the Arizona Coyotes, $367. The Mets' entire payroll is $332. Brady's all-time NFL earnings is $225, and Mbappe is getting offered $776.
Yeah, and this is why the Saudis can't be competed with. If they decide they want to go down this road, they don't need return on investments. That's their issue. The difference is everyone else is looking for some kind of ROI. except the Saudis. They're just throwing money at you so they can watch. That's it.
Another player has been busted for gambling. He's gone for the year. Is Odell Beckham already causing some drama in his final season? And did Zach Martin get on that Cowboys plane to California? Our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt, joins us on Sean and RJ for the 6 a.m. Club after this.
Always a welcome. in studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Thanks for waking up with us. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt, our Cowboys insider, our secret weapon for this trip.
Yes, he is.
We've been just doing this, the two of us, for the past,
Yeah, basically.
how many years?
I mean, we had other people with us at times,
Yeah.
but just 3 years in a row.
But the two of us 3 years in a row?
Yeah, just 3 years in a row.
Okay, so now we got Roberto
Yes, sir.
for the early wake-up call, and everyone was looking to see if Zach Martin got on that airplane as the Cowboys arrived yesterday. Some were already there. Bobby, give us the attendance update.
So I don't even need to give you the attendance update. I think any of you could give his attendance update based on this question. Was there news yesterday that he had a new contract?
No.
Nope. So he was not going to be on that plane.
Okay.
And so, look, it is not unusual, like you said. There's always every year, and it was pointed out yesterday by a number of people.
But I think like Budda Baker is like showing up to Arizona. He's looking for something similar. Obviously, these running backs are going to hold out right now, but
Right. But Budda had not said he was going to hold out or put through the channels out there that I'll hold out if I don't get one. Zach Martin was absolutely serious about it, that he was going to hold out, and I think the Cowboys knew that. Here's the other thing. He's not considered a holdout yet. Today is the day where if he does not show up today, it's where he's holding out. He incurs a $50,000 a day fine for every day that he's not there, and that is league imposed, so that's not something the Cowboys can waive if they get this figured out. And so,
Man, they've screwed these players that they can't even. Now the teams can't even get rid of the fines.
yeah, because they waived all of Zeke's fines, I think, because that was before the last CBA.
yeah.
It's crap. It's like, the same thing. Now the running backs are going to be going through this.
Think about how dumb the running backs are, by the way, on this front. They waited 3 years too late to even argue for their positional value. And then in the process, it's like, also you're 3 years too late on getting your fines waived to hold out. Like your little bit of leverage you think you have is going to cost you, $1.5 million over the course of
And then they had the Zoom call a week after the deadline for franchise tag.
Yeah.
Well, announcers are no different. Like you're still not hearing a lot of NFL commentators on television acknowledge or talk about the running position being dead.
No.
And you're a little bit late to the party, and here you go. The owner's in front 2 steps ahead, and I can hear Bassick saying, this is why, and compare it to baseball. But Zach Martin.
Yeah, Zach Martin is not there. Now, there were a couple other guys who had gotten there early. There were a couple guys who were not there at all, and it's just that's not unusual. A lot of guys will get their travel on their own. Sean Lee always used to. One of the things I think people always thought was really admirable about Sean Lee was he lived out near the area. He would fly back to Dallas the day of the flight. He would fly back from California just to ride the team plane over with everybody because he thought the camaraderie was important and he thought the team building was important. And so a couple guys have that approach that they think they need to be on there. Others will show up separately. So Zach Martin could show up separately today. I don't think this was an instance of he just wanted to show up separately. It's clearly about his contract. And if they get it done today, he'll show up.
And the State of the Team press conference will be on this radio station, as always, with Jerry, Steven, and McCarthy talking about all the issues on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, I was thinking about that driving in this morning, like what is going to dominate it? Maybe they kind of want the Zach Martin thing to dominate it a little bit. Maybe they'd rather have Zach Martin questions than McCarthy job security questions, or hey, he's calling the plays. Is this kind of it for him? Maybe that's something that they want to avoid. I would imagine today is going to be a lot about addressing injury timelines for people like Terrence Steele, Zach Martin's contract extension, everybody else's that are out there on the table, CeeDee Lamb, Dak Prescott, Trayvon Diggs. I'm sure all of those are going to come up. And then what is this offense going to look like? Why'd you make why were the decisions made on the coaching staff that were made? And of course, take a shot every time somebody mentions Dak's interceptions in a question today, because you'll get a lot of those.
I was trying to think of some state of the league things that I wanted to hear Jerry address. Obviously, he should be asked about Dan Snyder. Ask them about the running backs as well. I'm trying to think what other scandals and what other controversies have taken place over the last month or two in order to go ahead and get Jerry Get a good quote from JJ.
I mean, he'll definitely get asked about Snyder. I don't know about the running back position.
Oh, yeah. No doubt they will.
I mean, he paid one, and his running back was on the Zoom call.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he might.
I just think,
he
would ask
coming
that.
back?
We would ask that with Jerry. A bunch of those bugle boys out there, they got their heads so far up. The Cowboys, they don't know what's going on with the rest of the world. I mean, for crying out loud. I mean, one of the guys we have on 13 watch the rest of the NFL.
Clarence will ask. Clarence will ask some tough ones.
Clarence will ask about the University of Texas. That's it.
Brad Sham at 9:20 live from Oxnard this morning on our show.
They will get asked about all the gambling suspensions. That's something that they will get hit with, I would imagine, because that's, again, Steven's position on the competition committee, Jerry's influence with the league. I think that's all going to be things about, and it may be asked through the frame of, hey, look, this is all happening around the league. You guys haven't run into this yet. How have you talked to your players about it? How have you guys kept your players educated? They'll get asked about it regardless.
I hope you're right. I hope I'm wrong. I don't hope I'm wrong very often.
John Machota with some of the early comments from Cowboys who were walking into the facility yesterday. Michael Gallup on overcoming his knee injury. Quote, mentally, it's up to 100%. Last year, obviously the mentals were not there. I knew my leg was good. I knew I was straight, but I still had to get over that little hump. I've already rebuilt the confidence. That's why we had OTAs and all that good stuff. I definitely rebuilt it. So hopefully that's true. Michael Gallup was saying a lot of the same things last year, that he was over it mentally when Bobby and others were telling us this is an issue.
Yeah, there's a difference between convincing yourself that you are and actually being over it. And he may have tried to convince himself. Now, you hope he's over it mentally now. We have reached what? It's almost going to be 2 years or a year and a half since the actual surgery.
Because it was December of 2021 when he hurt it. He didn't get surgery on it for a month, so he didn't get surgery on it till January.
It's 18 months. That should be plenty of time.
We do have some breaking NFL news.
Oh, hang on. Let's see. Guesses.
Injury related.
Somebody who was not showing up to another camp is showing up.
What division?
This one.
Saquon
Barkley and the Giants have agreed to a deal. So I'm assuming, so this is what's interesting. Ian Rappaport tweets this 7 minutes ago. The Giants and star running back Saquon
I'm looking
Barkley.
for Twitter on my computer, but all I see is this black X.
Yeah.
So I'm getting thrown off.
The Giants and star running back Saquon Barkley agreed to terms on a new one-year deal worth up to $11 million, sources say, as Barkley gives himself a chance to beat the franchise tag. He gets a $2 million signing bonus. So he got $1 million extra. But here's the thing. Does that mean that this deal was agreed upon a week ago, or what? Are they finding some technicality because of?
Right, because you can't negotiate.
You can't sign a new deal. I thought that was the whole point, but I don't know. Maybe since it's a 1 year deal, that makes me wonder. Is there some technicality where they can get him a little more money and it's not technically the franchise tag? But either way, he's showing up to camp.
So he's getting $2 million more than the tag.
Or I think it's even. I don't even think it's that much. I think it's like 900,000.
Yeah, it's like 10.17 or something like that.
Tag is 9.
It's like 10.1.
Okay. Yeah. So does this make Saquon a sellout if you're the other running backs, the Zoom backs? Like, hey, man.
The Zoom backs, yes.
What are you doing, man? You're holding out, making this big stance for $900,000 more dollars? What are you doing? You're supposed to be holding out. You're supposed to be making a statement with the rest of us. I'm just wondering.
Yeah, well, I mean, there are definitely some people that would probably feel that way in the running back group. He would probably argue, we can't negotiate a new deal anyway. So this is a year lost of service time, and I didn't sign an extension. I signed a 1 year contract. That's what, and so I'm guessing that's what he did. But I would guess if there's one thing the running backs would have wished he did, it would have been, okay, well, dude, hold out until the end of camp at least. Like, make them sweat through training camp.
So
I mean, to me, if I'm a position player, if I'm like a running back, let's just take one. I'll stay in shape my own. I don't need to go to camp. I'm a vet. I'll play it out.
Thanks to Tolo Andre for sending us that. Michael Gallup also told reporters that Dak took the crew to a little lake in Georgia, and they had some good bonding time. It was a recent vacation. They worked out, went fishing, took out some jet skis. Easy, Naheem Hines. Met with a group of Navy SEALs to discuss things like life goals. Every quarterback in the league should do that. Gallup said it's been a big plus for us, especially the rookies that go. They see how we operate. So, little Georgia vacation.
Which I will say, this is the stuff that when I think people hear it, they go, Well, yeah, that's standard. Who wouldn't do that? All people do these team bonding things. They don't. Not to throw anybody under the bus, but your previous franchise quarterback, it was a thing that people discuss where it's like, why is the quarterback and the tight end and the head coach running off to Duke basketball games? Why are we not included on some of these off-season retreats? And so the fact that Dak does these sort of team building things and he builds a yard in his, builds a field in his backyard and has the guys come over all year, that is the stuff that causes guys to really buy in and believe in him.
I do think it's much more standard now, right? Where every team is doing this, or just about every franchise quarterback is doing this.
No,
whereas because
I don't think so.
when Romo first got it, this was not like a thing around the league.
I think it is with certain personalities.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, some personalities are not that way. Brady was never let's all have a retreat at my place and I'll treat you guys for a week.
Meanwhile,
that's not it.
I have no idea how to say this Broncos defensive end's name.
Oh, yeah, I don't either. I just looked right
Bobby,
past
what is it? Ioma Uwazurike?
I'll be honest.
We'll call her Vita from now on.
I have no clue because I've never heard his name pronounced before. I studied him during the draft and I just never actually heard his name.
Well, this Broncos defensive end, he's the latest one suspended indefinitely for the gambling policy. Bet on NFL games during the 2022 season. So
I think you nailed the name.
I don't think so.
I think Ioma Uwazurike. I mean, it sounds right.
What if you bet? What if they found out that you bet in like 2018 or 2017? Can that get you rung up today? Or does it have to be after the gambling policy was instituted?
I assume, my guess is that the moment you got in the league, you were not allowed to bet. And that anything that you do there is subject to the current penalty.
Yeah.
I mean, technically, it doesn't even have to be in the league. They punished Zeke for something that was when he was not in the league. And so, yeah, they can go back and they can do that if they want. This is definitely something from last year, though. But here's the thing that I wonder is that, and I haven't seen a bunch of new details about this yet. I haven't seen anybody get a whole bunch. This was something that surprised everybody in terms of there was no reporter ahead of it. It came out with league announcements yesterday. So I don't know that anybody got a beat on it. But the fact that he's suspended for at least a year and it's indefinite, that's not one of these, I was gambling at the team facility on something different. Like, it's a serious infraction.
A 4th-round draft pick in 2022. He is the 10th player suspended by the league for gambling. So now the Broncos will be missing 2 defensive ends this year. 877-881.
I like that.
877-881.
Bring breakfast. I'm going to be on at 5:30 for the next 10 days, and this is how you treat me.
This is how you treat me. Yes, sorry, Bobby. I had to take my Randy shot right there. All right, we already got into one disagreement, and Bobby wasn't even here. It had to do with whether or not the Rangers got screwed last night. We also have a trade update, and Chris Young, the general manager. How do you evaluate trades for guys with control versus a rental? Why did you skip Nathan Eovaldi in the armpit? And an update on Corey Seager after the Rangers lose a tough one last night. That's next on Sean and RJ.
Hey, is it still called a smart speaker when RJ talks? Whatever the device, thanks for turning it on and
105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels today at 214-333-3333 or just go to truckwreck.com.
Tell you about it after this pitch. The first pitch here.
McCormick swings and drives one to left field. That ball's back. It is off the top of the wall. 1 run scores. Abreu racing to third. He's sent home. Smith throws to the plate, and they're calling it a home run.
And it was, as McCormick continues to hit over 400 out of the All-Star break, and Mr. Invincible, Aroldis Chapman, gets destroyed in the armpit yet again. They lose an epic Game 1 to the Astros, 10-9 last night on your home for Rangers baseball. Sean, RJ, and Bobby here on DFW Sports Station. This game had everything. This was exciting. Walks galore.
Yeah, oh yeah.
14 total walks, 7 on each side. And we chased their starter, who had 4 walks, and then get to their reliever with 2 walks, and then we followed up with Chapman and Spees, who have 4 total walks between the two of them. McCormick erases the Rangers top of the 7th, and they end up winning with a controversial play at the plate, which we'll get into in just a second.
Yeah, we talked when Aroldis got here, he did have some control problems, and that's always been, kind of his issue. When you throw that hard, and I'm not even sure he ever actually picks up the mitt. I'm not sure he ever actually picks up his target when he throws.
I don't know what it is, and I'd like to get fact-checked with the numbers. Every time I watch Chapman in an inning, it feels like a lot of work. I already talked about his sweating and all that, but I'm like, how many pitches does he throw on average per other relievers in that situation? It feels like every count's getting up to like 2-2, 3-2. It feels very dramatic. It just feels like, I'm like, there's no way he could go a second inning based upon this workload. I'd like to fact check that with other relievers, with how much work he puts into one inning.
Yeah, and I don't know what his...
Maybe it's his demeanor and everything feels
He's
very,
deliberate.
Deliberate.
He's very deliberate, and he puts like everything into every pitch.
Yeah.
And I don't know what his bullpen routine's like. Some guys can get ready and get hot in 6 pitches. He has a 6 throw. And maybe it's 25 for him. I have no idea. But he comes in gassed up, ready to go. He's a unit. He is. He is just a unit. But sometimes he'll lose control a little bit, and he did last night. And he has, not pitched great in this park. At Minute Maid, his ERA is over 7. It's really the one spot where he is human.
Josh Young hit a home run, and Josh Smith hit an absolute bomb into the upper deck. That was a shot. But McCormick had 6 runs batted in. Play at the plate, Bobby. What do you think in terms of whether the Rangers got screwed?
No, I mean, I think he was safe. And I mean, he clearly, like you were saying earlier, he clearly beat the throw. The only question was, okay, like a little technical, like was this the top of his foot, was this there? Did this hit the bag?
So you have no doubt?
No. No, and look,
are you going by like timing of it? Like, okay, even if like it's a little technicality, or you feel absolutely certain that his foot touched the plate?
I feel 95% certain that his foot touched the plate. And in real time, I don't think there's any reason for an umpire to question it. And so then when you look back at it on replay or anything else, you can't overturn it based off of the call that had already been made. So I don't see any argument that you could say that would get overturned.
Yeah, like if it was the call and the field was out, then I could see you sticking with it.
I'll say this. I think if they made the call on the field that he was out, even though I could see them not overturn it, I think it still gets overturned.
I agree.
And so I think that he was safe.
Plus, this is also one of the issues that at least I have, and I think you have it too. We've talked about this before. The technicality of replay. You know what? When there's a double play at second, I don't need to see the shortstop actually make contact with the bag. I'm comfortable with the in the vicinity play. Mm-hmm. I don't need that. As long as the throw is there. If the throw is offline and that would have pulled him off, that's a different story. If the throw's there, I don't care. For 150 years of baseball, that was an out. I don't need to change because we've got a technicality of replay. And the same thing with this. Like even let's just he was there. Like for 150 years, we were not going to argue this one because of the technicality. I just don't want to get in. I don't want to play that sport.
Okay.
I don't like the catch rule. I get it. Dez is technically, by the letter of the law, may have been not a catch. I don't need that replay to know Dez caught that ball.
Right.
Yeah.
I agree. I agree.
See, the only thing I will say there, though, is that with all of the rules that have been put in place to screw catchers and screw the defense in terms of blocking the plate and making sure they have a clear path, and the whole way Jonah Heim got screwed by that last month.
That was the call, Jonah Heim.
Yeah.
Then if that
was robbery.
Yeah, if that's the case, if those are going to be the types of rules in place, then vicinity's not enough. I want you to touch the bag. Like, if you're going to make that big of a deal of Jonah Heim's plate setup on the way he walked over it to make sure they have every chance to touch the bag, then they need to touch the bag. That needs to be the rule. But I think he did, so I don't think this one is one that's applicable. But I do think the vicinity thing has always driven me nuts. Now, if it's one of these, you're turning a double play and the second baseman is up on his toe, like reaching for something, and in the half second of him grabbing and coming off the bag, or the split second of that should be a double play. But I think just standing around the area or getting close to the area is not enough.
John Gray roughed up early, 5 innings, 7 hits, 6 earned, 3 walks. And Chris Young was asked about another starter yesterday right here on The Fan, because we were talking with Bassick in the Crosstalk commercial on whether we should be worried about Eovaldi. And it felt like Mike would have preferred for them to put Eovaldi out there, especially with the outing that he had in his previous game. So CY, what went into the decision to skip your current Rangers ace?
Well, they're all big. I mean, really, we want to beat Houston, but we want to win every night. And so I think just taking a big picture approach, and that's what my job is to look at the big picture. And we need Nate for the long haul here. He didn't get an all-star break. He threw in an all-star game. There are a lot of distractions, and you get pulled a lot of different directions at the all-star game. And so he really didn't have much of a break. He came back. We tried to put him at the back of the rotation, and he pitched great against Tampa his first outing. But just looking at the big picture, and whether we're playing Houston or anybody, I think first and foremost, we want Nate out there, but we also want Nate at his best and strong the rest of the season, and that's true of all of our starters. So this likely will not be the last time you see this season, whether it's John Gray, Andrew Heaney, Dunning, Perez. I think we're going to think of creative ways to try to protect these guys, to back off at times, and there's going to come a time where we need to push them as well. But at this point in the schedule, certainly we'd love to have Nate out there facing the Astros, but most importantly, we have Nate healthy for the remainder of the year, and I think by giving him a little bit of a blow here, we'll increase our chances of doing that.
If you were to just take every pitcher, all 5, and just pitch them every single time they're out, I mean, they're going to make about 33 starts. Very few guys are going to make 33 starts. They're going to get skipped. They're going to, it's okay. Now, is it okay if it doesn't get fixed? No, that's a different story. But why is his velocity, why did it drop? Mm-hmm. Did it drop? Does he have a dead arm? Are they saying that,
Also makes it very tough, and I know that Chris Young has to do this. Everyone does this in sports, so I'm not trying to take a personal shot and insult. It's also tough to trust Chris Young after the way they talked about DeGrom. Just like it's tough to listen to the Cowboys when they talk. Again, this goes for any team. I don't care what the Cowboys say for the most part about injury updates. They lie. They all do. And I get why they do, but it's kind of tough after the DeGrom stuff to be like, okay, it's just a natural progression with a skip here.
Could be anything. It could be he has an inflammation in his elbow. He could have a bad back. He could have a tight back that's not allowing him to clear his hips to throw, whatever. He could have any number of things could be wrong. He could just have a dead arm. Like he could have some muscle fatigue and he's just tired and he needs a break. There's a lot of things that we don't know today that they're probably going to let a week pass before they kind of make any other secondary decisions.
I usually get, at least I can kind of justify when Mike McCarthy wants to be cagey about injuries, even if I think it's a little ridiculous or whatever else. I get, okay, you've got this 1 week to game plan and you've got to have the team, preparing for every possibility and everything else. So you don't want them to expect this guy to play or that guy. I understand all that. I don't get it nearly as much with baseball about why are you not just going to tell us if Eovaldi's hurt? Like, why would you get
Maybe he's not hurt.
But I mean, that's the thing, though. If he's
now,
not,
you sniffed out, to your credit, you sniffed out the DeGrom thing. What feeling? Let's see if you can go 2 for 2. What feeling are you getting with this?
I think Evaldi's hurt. Like, I mean, because at first it was last month. He said he was dealing with something mechanical. Now, the only thing that'll give me some pause there is kind of what Chris Young referenced already, which is if he's hurt, it's wild that they would have let him go and pitch in the All-Star game for that. That's absolutely wild to me. But
that's why
I sense there's something not right with him. Evaldi kept trying to say it was mechanics, but something just seems completely off.
I agree. Like, I don't think he's hurt because they wouldn't have let him go in the All-Star game if he was. I don't imagine, unless he just kept it from him and he said he was fine. My thing is, you say, like, why wouldn't they tell us? Why would they? They don't owe it. Let's be sure, they don't owe us anything. They don't have to tell. It's his injury. Like, if this is something that they don't think is going to be a 1.5 year long thing, if this isn't a Tommy John and it's just a tweak, then they don't have to tell us.
Okay, sure, but what's the benefit? What is their benefit to not saying it?
My guess.
And by the way, the league would say they need to let us know if they're hurt. So there is that.
If they're not going to go on the IL, then they probably don't have to say anything. Now, I guess the benefit of not saying anything is that other teams, if they say, hey, look, you're trying to go after Marcus Stroman, and you want just Stroman just to add to what you have, that's one thing. If I'm another team and I know that Evaldi's got an elbow injury,
Price goes up. Yeah, that's fair. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. I don't like how much I'm agreeing with RJ already this morning.
I love it.
1 hour in. We've had a good week.
We have. We got the trip.
2 days.
It's fantastic.
Oh, no, we were on Friday. We were on Friday. We've had a good 3 days of just straight harmony. Let's get to some trade updates. As John Morosi says that the Orioles and the Diamondbacks are doing their Ohtani homework.
Yeah, so now what's going to happen with Ohtani is here's the thing. We still don't know anything about where they want to go. Do they want to trade him? Do they not want to trade him? My suspicion is that they are going to take this to as long as they possibly can.
I think this is here's what I think. Again, just guessing. Artie Moreno doesn't want to trade him. This is going to take someone at the last second talking him into it. There's going to have to be, we're going to get an Athletic article or a report from Ken Rosenthal or somebody else that someone got to Moreno at the very end. It may be a Jerry situation. Last person is the last opinion that matters and counts because it sounds like he's not interested. He is willing to go ahead and roll the dice, losing him for nothing. Roll the dice that Shohei just re-signs there, and it's going to have to take someone at the very end to make a last-second pitch or an offer that just blows them away and that they cannot refuse. But I think the odds are now, the odds would lean towards them not trading him if you listen to all the reports.
Look, their GM, Perry Manasian, who's from here, his dad was the clubhouse manager for the Rangers
that?
forever.
It's possible for someone named Manasian to be here, Peyton.
Yeah.
Is it? Well, I mean, in Texas or the U.S. or
stop. So, you don't even have to comment.
So like it's Perry probably wants to trade him.
Yes.
Perry probably looking at this like, all right, I'm a GM. This is one of my first. He took over in 2020. He's already made some moves, but like this is like a big one here, right? I want to make my mark. I either want to.
It's like Ernie Accorsi going back to Elway. He's like, I'm not going to be remembered as the guy who gave away John Elway.
Right. So, does he want to trade him? Does he think he needs to trade him? This is on Artie Moreno. If Artie Moreno says, okay, these are the parameters. You've got to get this, or this. Otherwise, you hang on to him.
So the Orioles and the Diamondbacks are being thrown into the mix. More on trade possibilities with Rangers GM Chris Young at 7 o'clock in headlines, a Post Malone ticket giveaway during the Expressway. But the players have voted on the top 100 best in the league. A Cowboy makes the first list, and is Bobby Belt a wuss for what happened with his snake and the police over the weekend? The Tolos have weighed in. We need your vote next on Sean and RJ. But let me go ahead and get you set.
Hey, and it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. When you value real independence, you own it at Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Shop new Silverados with once-a-year July 4th savings. See them at all ClassicChevrolet.com dealers. But hurry, the best models will sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
Headlines at 7 o'clock. RJ Choppy on percussion. We got Post Malone tickets during the Expressway starting at 7:20. I'm Sean Sharif alongside Ralph James and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. NFL has started to release their NFL Top 100 as voted on by the players. And
everyone does it. I can't even keep track of which one we've done at this point.
how many lists?
Yeah.
And KG Kevin Gray had the Cowboy profile. And let's just go from 100 to 91. 100, Devontae Smith, Eagles receiver. I was surprised by a couple of things in here. Are we surprised Devontae Smith is this low when we're having some CeeDee Lamb comparisons and conversations? Devontae coming in at number 100.
This low, I guess I would need to try to think where I think CD would wind up being.
Well,
I think Devontae, I think they're both, I would say both top 15 receivers.
Okay.
Now, Dan Orlovsky might not agree on that one with CeeDee Lamb. But, yeah, I think they're probably, I would say CD is 4 spots ahead of him on the wide receiver.
On the wide receiver list. Because McLaurin comes in here. Sounds like the players, Bobby. You're going to agree with the players list early on more than these other lists. Terry McLaurin coming in at 94. So we know that CeeDee Lamb is above Terry McLaurin.
Do we?
That's what I'm about to say. Or, I mean, well, he wasn't ahead of Terry McLaurin was ahead of him in the executive poll. So.
I promise you CeeDee Lamb's on this list.
So what number?
I promise you.
What number do we get to where we're like, oh, we're not going to see CD? Top 70? Top 50? Like, if we get through the top 50 and there's no CeeDee Lamb.
Oh, yeah. He won't be on that.
60? 70?
80, 70, 60 at the highest. That'll be my guess.
I think you're right. I think 70, 65.
See, now I'm starting to go, I'm thinking through my head here because this is typically done. They typically go in there with these sheets for the players to fill out. Like at the end of November, the beginning of December is when they come into the locker room. And so I'd have to see, I'm going to look real quick where Devontae Smith was compared to CD through the end of November. Because then that'll tell me he may have been playing at a certain level that people were like, no, Devontae's better. CD at the end of November had 64 catches, 857 yards, 5 touchdowns. Devontae Smith, 56 catches, 609 and 3. So he better be ahead of Devontae Smith.
He will. Devontae's 100. DeMarcus Tank Lawrence coming in at number 99. Here's some of the profile from the NFL Network.
Hey, I'm going to keep it real with you. Ain't nothing in this league given. Everybody know what the mission is. We inspired to be the best football team in the world. It's going to be a fabulous day, boys. What have we wanted more than this moment right here? Make sure they remember. Leave no doubt. 1, 2, 3, have on. Let's go get it.
The unquestioned leader of the Dallas Cowboys defense, DeMarcus Lawrence is not only respected by his teammates, but by fellow top 100 players like Deebo Samuel and the highest-ranked center on the list.
He's been one of the best ends in the league for a long time. He's got a good blend of power and speed. To be a really good defensive lineman in this league, you have to really be able to threaten an offensive lineman with both of those.
DeMarcus Lawrence with a great spin move in the middle gets the sack strip.
He's got some standard moves that really he's that good at.
Jason Kelsey.
Big boy pass on. I was your big boy pass on. Let's go to work now. Don't look at me like that. I'm being serious. Come on.
Bobby, we have a Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube, so we can see you make a face at the beginning of that clip.
Yeah, it's just and I get they have to write these
scripts.
Yeah, they got to write these scripts where it makes it sound like each player could have reasonably been voted number 1 in the entire NFL. And so I understand that. But the unquestioned leader of the Cowboys defense, I don't think of D-Law as the guy who's in charge of the defense. So
I mean, what are you trying to say? It's J-Ron Curse?
No, I'm trying to say if you want to talk about anybody, you're looking at Micah Diggs, Curse too. I mean, honestly,
no one thinks Trayvon Diggs is the leader of the defense. No one. So when obviously you're going to get more attention when you're vocal like Tank is. The vocal leader I don't know about behind the scenes. You can speak to that. It's J-Ron Kershaw, DeMarcus Lawrence. I mean,
Mike is pretty vocal.
Okay.
I mean, but I just in general,
I don't think it was worth an eye roll. That's
I
all
didn't
I'm
give an eye roll. I just made a face like, okay, that's odd. But the other thing here is just, it's a little funny. Well, the other thing that's funny here is,
God, was that an eye roll?
No, that was me stopping out, realizing I should just keep explaining instead of stop down and explain what my facial expressions were for the next one. It was not. Oh my gosh! All right, so DeMarcus Lawrence. Here's an eye roll for you, Chop. Okay, there. Anyway, so Jason Kelce. I think it's also. Was that a backhanded compliment from Jason Kelce? Where he says he's got a few, basically it sounded like he said he's good at he's really good at one or two things. Like he's found these one or two things that he's just going to hone in on and make his own.
Unbelievable.
What?
You are a wife before all of us go on this trip. You're looking. If it's a player wearing another team color, you are looking and searching for a reason to start a fight.
No, because to be honest, I would not have put DeMarcus Lawrence in the top 100. So I wouldn't have even thought he was going to make this list. And so it's not anything where it's like, man, he should be higher. They shouldn't be talking about him the other way. I was just curious that when he says, you guys talk about the leadership of got a great personality, that whole thing. It sounds like he's got one or two things that he does really well that he's kind of made his bread and butter. That just makes it sound like he's
pass rush win rate and run stop.
Well, he's talking about his cross chop. That's the move he's talking about that he's perfected.
Devontae Smith at 100, DeMarcus Lawrence at 99, Tristan Wirfs at 98, Harrison Smith, Vikings 97. I was pretty stunned that Trevor Lawrence came in at number 96. But again, and this is why I'm not buying all the Lawrence hype. This is done through November. Right? And Jacksonville had the little magical run, and I'm like, I'm not gonna forget the regular season and crown Trevor Lawrence like everyone else is.
I'm also surprised through November he made it. Right?
That he could have been left off.
That's true. I mean, December is when he really went on the end of the season is where he really went on his push.
Lawrence 96, Jamal Williams from the Saints 95, running back, Scary Terry 94, Eric Kendricks 93, Marlon Humphrey 92, Dalvin Cook 91, going through some legal issues. So that's where we stand with the top 100. Roberto, talk to us about your police interaction over the weekend.
Okay, so this was not anything that I was not seeking out the police. I think there was a little bit of confusion on Facebook and everywhere else where people were weighing in on it, at least for some people. So Jacob is outside walking our neighbor's dog.
Son.
Yes, he's out there walking the neighbor's dog. And he comes back inside and he says, there's a rattlesnake out there. I was like, where? And he said, it's in those bushes. It's over off to the side facing the street.
And this is Louisville.
Flower Mound.
Flower Mound.
And so I was like, are you sure? Because I was like, are you sure you just didn't see a snake and hear a locust at the same time? Like, that's honestly what I thought it was. And he was like,
FaceTime RJ, but you can't.
Yeah, I know.
You're not phone bros.
I know. Not any longer. He made that decision to walk away. So Jacob had said, no, like, I know for sure. I saw it. I knew what it was. And Jacob, has been out. Like, he knows how to spot snakes, and he watches all these, wildlife shows and stuff like that. So I trust that if he was certain he saw it, he saw it. So I was like, all right, well, I guess we'll call animal control because it is a rattlesnake. I can go out there, with a 357, put a hole in the ground, but I don't think they want that. And so for everybody who suggested that, I think the apartment would find me to be a liability if I did something like that. So didn't do that. I call animal control.
Get everybody out of their lease.
That's for sure.
Exactly. I call animal control, and it's Sunday at 4:40. And I guess they close at 4. I didn't know that. But I called, it rings through. During after hours, it just rings through to the non-emergency line at the police department. So they answer the call, and they go, Flower Mound Police. And I went, oh. It's like, okay, sorry, I was trying to reach animal control.
Yeah.
There was just...
I did this for my neighbors all the time. When you get transferred to the actual police, you're like, crap, this doesn't warrant this.
Yeah.
No, I need something lesser. It's not something this important.
Then there's a non-emergency number, but...
let me call the Grand Prairie Fire Department. I think apparently deal with everything else.
I think it forwards to, I think it was the non-emergency line at the police station is what it forwarded to. And so it forwards after hours. So I said, yeah, I was just calling. I was trying to reach animal control because there's a rattlesnake out here in front of our place. Kids running around, everything like that. And this lady on the phone goes, yeah, animal control leaves at 4. So they packed up a little while ago. And snakes live outside. That's where it's supposed to be.
Wow.
There's there's like there's people that will
jokes, fat girl.
There's people that will go and get snakes for you. Like they're relocation experts.
Right, but this is again, we live in an apartment. This is on apartment property. I don't know that I can call and say, come remove something from the property that probably needs to come from their management. And so I was like, okay, screw me, I guess. I don't know what I'm talking about. I guess you're not supposed to call them for that. But I have an update. Yesterday, Kristen called the office to just let them know, hey, you guys were closed yesterday, but this is what happened. They went, okay, all right, we'll handle it. Typically, we would just call animal control and have them remove it. Okay, all right, so they say this is what you're supposed to do. And so then Kristen also just followed up with, I'm just going to call animal control now that they're open and explain to them what happened and that this is there. So they called, and animal control said, oh, that's weird. Yeah, we would come get that. I don't know why they told you they live like that's not what they're supposed to do.
Animal control surely would get it.
So
the cops may not.
That's the thing. I think that, and I wasn't expecting them to come get it. I was trying to reach animal control, but I think basically what the cop was trying to tell me was, snakes live outside, and this is not our primary job, so I'm not coming to get that thing.
Right.
And it's like, it's fine. You can tell me that. But don't make it sound like I'm not supposed to call animal control for a snake that if it bites you, they're like, go to the ER within 30 minutes or else your organs fail.
So what did the Tolos say? What was the weekend debate?
So it was split. I was surprised. There was half of them that would say, no, you're not supposed to call animal control. That's something that they're out in the wild. You're supposed to do that. There's the other half that was like, go out there, quit being a wuss, go kill it with a shovel or blast it, you big coward.
Hell no.
As one person told me, they were like, you're an adult, time to put on the big boy pants, live in a house, not an apartment. Somebody said that on the Facebook. But then the other half was like, yeah, you're absolutely supposed to call them. It's a venomous snake that with children running around the apartment, they should.
I think you did the right thing.
Okay.
I would definitely call animal control for sure. Absolutely. Like at the house, I would try to take care of it. You know, squirt with a water hose. It'll go on its way.
Yeah, which they were going to spray, I guess, snake away or something around the complex.
That doesn't work.
I don't know.
Headlines and a Post Malone ticket giveaway. We have breaking news inside the NFC East that affects the Cowboys for Week 1, and we continue to get you ready for a Cowboys training camp, which we fly out for later on today. Headlines and a Post Malone giveaway next. But look, it doesn't matter what type of accident it is. Auto, commercial vehicle, distracted driving, motorcycle.
Our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Jeremy Pena on deck. The 0-2, swinging a line drive, base hit into right field. Jankowski up with it. Rounding third is Tucker. Here comes the throw. Lowe's relay is not in time. Tucker scores, and the Astros walk off the Rangers tonight in the opening game of this series by the final score of 10-9.
That is what a game between two contenders should feel like, should look like, except for the very end. Rangers lose the opener in the armpit here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, DFW. Sean Shreve, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt. If you're just moving around the airwaves, this is our radio sports page, our boss's favorite segment. Headlines to recap everything you need to know to get your Tolo Tuesday started, and Tolo stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. 10-9. Walks, comebacks, Aroldis Chapman getting blown up again, controversy at the plate late in this game. It had it all. Unfortunately, the Rangers lose, and the lead is now 2.
Yeah, the only thing it didn't have was pitching. Yeah. That's about it. 10-9. And you mentioned walks. I don't even know that. There was 14 walks in this game. This was... This first, the first 2 innings took about an hour. This is a 3 hour and 20 minute game, 3:17 to be exact. That is not very 2023 right there at all. But look, the story for me is, this is the first time we're seeing it. But if you followed him, like Aroldis Chapman gets a little spooked by this place, or by that place, I should say, and it is shown. His ERA is over 7 at Minute Maid. Coming in, it was in the 6s. I mean, he had allowed like 12 in 12 innings pitched there. He'd allowed 9 earned runs coming in. It's tough, man. That's a tough spot for him to play.
I'm just going to hope that was just, he was due a little bit. Because, I mean, he had gone something like 16 straight appearances without giving up a run. He hadn't given up a home run in a year. He hadn't walked anybody in 16 straight appearances. So I'm just hoping this was something that he was due for. Something that you expect a little bit, but he's been so good that I'm not going to hit the panic button there, and I can't think that, maybe this is something that's in his head, because there's a chance you may have to go play games there at some point in the fall.
First runs allowed by Chapman as a Ranger. Before this, he had only given up 3 hits since July 2nd. 3 hits. And, of course, all the strikeouts, all the highlights, all the stare downs. But he got by Chas McCormick yesterday. And what was the stat that you had on this game?
So if you take 4 players from the Astros, 5 from the Rangers, and combine them together, it's Kyle Tucker, Jose Abreu, Jeremy Pena, Yainer Diaz, and then for the Rangers, Brad Miller, Taveras, Lowe, Smith, Heim. Combined, they scored 12 runs and had 7 RBIs, and they did it while hitting 4 for 27. 12 runs and 7 RBIs going 4 for 27 because they were walking a bunch of guys and getting, sacrifice flies and stuff like that.
Chris Young, yesterday on this radio station, your home for Bruce Bochy and CY every single week. How do you evaluate trades for a guy with control, Pittsburgh, versus a possible rental, LA?
With every specific conversation, whether it's a free agent, a trade, or a player in our system, it's always about how they fit us right now and what it means for our future. And so we think through everything. We have a very good projection system that we rely on heavily, and we try to weigh and plan out strategically over the next 2 to 3 years what our team will look like, what are our financial commitments and obligations, where are the areas that we're going to be strong, where are the areas that we're going to need to spend, whether it's in trades or free agency. and how do we sustain this over the long period of time? So I think that you look at this in a number of ways, and it's really unique to each conversation, each player.
I think the Rangers are in a much different spot than a team like the Dodgers or whatever, Yankees, Red Sox even. They're still in the early stages of this. The overrun pressure to win today may not be there. They don't have to go for a rental. They could be more selective and be like, all right, you know what? We want to get better, but we value the team control aspect. We don't just throw money at problems the way the Mets might.
Yeah.
So we want to have the best possible team, but we also want to maintain some team control and financial flexibility.
But they have thrown money at problems the last 2 years.
Well,
Corey Seager, Marcus Semien. So and not to retort that, I'm just saying that in general, they've shown that their philosophy can be, if we need to spend money to fix this, let's spend the money to fix it. Like, let's not play around with this. And the team is good enough now that I think that you've got to be able to go make that play. Now, the question is becoming, I think, for them, as you watch them continue to progress throughout the season, injuries hit, you're watching guys regress to the mean in some instances. The question is there too much to fix to spend the capital on one or two players for a team that's probably not as good as we once thought? That's what I think they're grappling with now.
Game 2 tonight, right here on DFW Sports Station, 6:30, with the pregame first pitch at 7 o'clock on 105.3 The Fan. And it's going to be nice to be at training camp and have something else to talk about with this baseball team as you're sitting here in a division race. And we're undecided right now in terms of the starter. TBD. So we're thinking one of two guys going up against JP France.
TBD is one of the most popular starters in baseball history.
It is.
TBD.
We got breaking news out of the National Football League as Saquon Barkley has agreed to a one-year deal worth up to $11 million. I texted this to my Meatball Giants friends, and they texted back what I said an hour ago. Oh, bet all the rest of the running backs are happy with them. So Saquon is getting about $1 million more to go ahead and be ready for the Cowboys and the Giants Week 1 season opener. Yesterday, I heard a suggestion on the Lombardi podcast that the running backs just have 2-year deals that they get signed to when they come out of college.
That's one way we've talked about, maybe do a 2-year deal, maybe do.
So you're able to hit the market because after you have your 5 years, then you're beat up and you're thrown to the wolves.
Now, I do wonder, will this matter? Let's just say they do the 2-year deal. Will it truly matter, or will still teams take the same philosophy? Like, why would I pay this guy? I could just go find somebody else, and they'll still do 85% of the production at 15% of the cost.
I think it would work. I think it would help. Like, let's just say that, Barry Sanders in Atlanta has
Bijan.
1,300 yards in his first 2 seasons, and he's like electric and dynamic and does have some Barry Sanders-esque moves, and he's a human highlight reel. And then after 2 years, he's available to hit the market. I think more teams would be like, okay, let me go ahead and give him some bigger money for 3 years.
Yeah, some teams I think would.
Yeah.
And I also think there's some teams that would just never do it.
Yeah. Like Philly.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that gives me pause and makes me think it wouldn't work is just the fact that they're being devalued even in the draft. Like, when you get all this control and you don't have to pay them, people are still letting them slide out of the general area where they've been valued.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Bijan was different. Bijan went top 10, and he had been considered a top 10 talent. But, when Travis Etienne goes 25, and a lot of people are like, he was probably like 10 to 12 best players in the draft. That's the only thing that gives me pause, that teams are still passing on the position right now.
And look, they're asking a good question on TV. Did Saquon help or hurt the cause?
Well, he caved.
Because to me, this hurts the cause. It doesn't help it.
No, it doesn't help it. But this is par for the course for NFL players, man. NFL players, Basic's done with this. They don't dig in for the common good. At the end of the day, they're like, I got a couple years to get mine. I'm going to get mine. I'm going to go on, and what happens to the next generation, we don't care.
Our Cowboys training camp coverage that kicks off tomorrow morning from Oxnard, California is brought to you by Kissable Dental, on-time experts, air conditioning and plumbing, K-Post roofing and waterproofing, and AutoFlex leasing. Bobby's leader of the Cowboys defense, J-Ron Curse, on getting ready for camp.
You know, I'm ready to take that next step as an individual player, and then as a defense in total, and then as a team. So, you know, I'm just ready to get it going, man. I'm just ready to get out here and get to working with my guys and just get to grinding and compete. And, you know, just like I said, see where we are, you know, when things really kick off and, you know, we get to put the pedal to the metal.
Yeah, and he was like, I wish we could just start with the pads from day one. But you got to respect the process, got to go through it. And everyone was trying to figure out whether Zach Martin got on that airplane yesterday to Cali, Bobby.
Which he did not. He does not have a deal yet, so he's not going to show up until he gets one. At least, you know, I don't think you're going to get the Saquon Barkley, like, all right, I guess I'll show up and ultimately play for exactly what you had tagged me with. No, I think that they're going to come to some middle ground. Zach Martin is making $14 million annually. The top of the guard market is 21. I don't think he's going to get 22, but maybe they find some $5 million or something to kind of meet him in the middle. But ultimately, I think he'll report by the time we're leaving Oxnard. I think he'll be there. I could be wrong, but I think he'll be there.
Meanwhile, Odell Beckham is creating headlines. I wasn't even going to talk about this until Bobby's email last night because I wasn't going to take the bait. And I was like, okay, he's just got the mentality that this is his final season. But Odell made the headlines treating this like this is his last year from The Athletic. I'm thinking like this is my last season. I'm going to give it my all this year. And then if something happens after that, we can go from there.
Even now, even once everything's been settled, he got his payday that he wanted. He got paid more than probably anybody expected he would. He got wooed and all this attention, everything else like that. Even still, he can't help but go, look at me. Look at me. I'm still over here, guys. This is it. This may be the retirement tour. Pay attention to Odell Beckham Jr. over here. It's like the first day of camp, dude. Why are you talking like this? What are you doing?
Meanwhile, Choppy, we got some college football movement involving SMU, Pac-12 as well.
Maybe movement. The Pac-12, there's a report that they are no longer interested in expansion. So when USC and UCLA leave, you know, as of yesterday, the conference had not announced this new media deal. So speculation is swirling that it's close to being done, but they are likely to not add SMU and San Diego State. Now, San Diego State's kind of already gone crawling back to the Mountain West. So now the lean is that they're not going to add anybody else, no SMU, no San Diego State, no other teams, that they're content with going to have 10 for now, which we don't see that often. You know, the Big 12, they did become the 10-team league, but then they added 4 teams. Now they're going to lose 2, so they're going to go back to 12. You don't usually see teams subtract and just stay that way, but it appears the Pac-10 is going to wind up doing that. Pac-12 is going to wind up doing that, and now we wait to see what Stanford, Cal, Washington, Oregon, Colorado decide to do if they decide to stay or go.
And now I'm curious to see if these NBA players are going to be catching PGA-type criticism for this Mbappe deal. So Saudi Arabia is apparently trying to pay this soccer player, Kylian Mbappe, $776 million. You're seeing different numbers out there, but you know it blows away like the value of the Seattle Storm or Tiger Woods' career PGA earnings. And we know what happens when you align yourself sports-wise with that country. And I'm seeing LeBron, Draymond Green, and now Giannis all being like, hey, Saudi Arabia, don't forget about me. And I'm just sitting back going, when are they going to catch the heat and the criticism? When LeBron tweeted out the Forrest Gump GIF, whatever the hell you want to call it,
GIF,
running to Saudi Arabia, if they offered him something, I'm like, oh, you are going to get destroyed over that, just like China. And now Giannis is like, hey, I look like Mbappe. Hey, Saudi Arabia, I look like Mbappe. And I'm like, ooh, are they going to catch the PGA heat?
They shouldn't.
And the answer is yes.
They shouldn't, but they will. It's just, if somebody offers you $776 million, you go. You take the money. You take the money. You ask questions. Where it comes. My grandfather always said, when someone offers you money, take it and don't ask where it came from. Just take the money. That's how I live my life. That's how I approach things. They shouldn't catch heat. And honestly, I don't know that they will. They barely caught any heat from China.
Well, LeBron caught heat.
LeBron catches heat for everything he does.
LeBron caught heat.
But the NBA media loves to protect the NBA.
Daryl Morey caught it, too.
Yeah, Daryl Morey did.
Headlines on a Tolo Tuesday here on DFW Sports Station. Thank y'all for waking up with us being a Tolo. So here's the way it works if you're just skipping around the radio dial. In 5 minutes, we're going commercial free. 40 minutes uninterrupted, and we have a giveaway. We try to do this every single day, 720 Expressway, and this could be our best giveaway ever. Post Malone tickets. Plus, is Dak one of the most underrated quarterbacks in the league, according to the guys on Netflix? And we have a diet that'll make you happy. It'll give you hope as an athlete when you hear one of the most shredded guys in the NFL talk about what he eats. It's all coming up. Post Malone ticket giveaway and a loaded Ask Reddit next on Sean and RJ. But first, commercial free every single day for the next 40 minutes with an awesome giveaway for y'all investing your time wherever you may be listening. Thank you. You are appreciated. You're appreciated. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Rai in the back, and we are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Who is the most underrated quarterback in the National Football League? We have Ask Reddit after this as well. So I'm almost through watching all the quarterback episodes on Netflix. I think Kirk Cousins is the big winner. Marcus Mariota is as boring and not interesting as you would expect. Mahomes, showing his alpha maleness along with his wife. His wife is she's not growing on me, but she's not annoying me as much throughout the episode. Man, his house is sick that he's building. It's stupid. It's crazy. But you see that he is an ultimate competitor. All the things that Cousins does on to prep and get ready, he's fully invested. He seems like a really, really good dude. A lot more people are going to be rooting for Kirk Cousins, I think, this upcoming season as he's the big winner. I really like, as I said the other day, the way his head coach, Kevin O'Connell, deals with him. O'Connell sounds like he should be a 911 phone call crisis therapist.
Yeah.
Hostage negotiator. That's what he should be. That's how he is in tense situations.
Yeah, it's funny because
I just assume, you were in the vicinity of a Sean McVay fart, or so then you'll get hired. I always dismiss like these Rams coaches. Your Brandon Staley's of the world, your Kevin O'Connell. So it was nice for me to see what O'Connell actually did when he was mic'd up.
Which I know you said that he was. I heard you reference this. I think it was the end of last week where you said how he'll be like, hey, that's my fault, or man, I shouldn't have called that. That was my bad. And he quickly diffuses things when people get worked up. It sounded the way you described it. It sounded the way when we hear Mike McDaniel mic'd up. Like, how McDaniel just connects with guys and he's always like, man, that was my bad, bro. And he wasn't
taking as much. He wasn't taking blame like that. He was blaming Kirk, but in a great, nice way.
Yeah.
Cousins audibled on a quarterback sneak in the Buffalo game on his own, and O'Connell was clearly ticked about it and not happy, but he approached it in a great way. And when they're disagreeing over a call or something or a bad play from Cousins, O'Connell comes across in a way that is very innocent, but he's trying to get his message across as well. It's just a great way of communicating, I think. I'm not capable of doing it.
Does it click for you then when we look at all the advanced statistics and everything else that said Minnesota should not have been as good as they were or had the comebacks they were? Does it click for you a little bit and say, well, I guess maybe that makes some of the sense right there, is just the guy they have at the top and the guy that has the ability to do that?
No, I believe that it was all fluky, and it was proven to be.
It was fluky, but do they get the benefit of the fluke because of?
No.
Okay.
Doesn't change my mind whatsoever. I appreciate you trying to make a point, but no. Okay, all the guys were asked though during like a Netflix media event: Marcus Mariota, Kirk Cousins, and of course Pat Mahomes. Who do they think is the most underrated quarterback in the league?
I think this guy right here is.
Cousins.
If you look at Kirk over here, man, wins every year, puts up great stats, did it in Washington, does it in Minnesota. Talk to any other quarterbacks in the league, they're going to say the same thing.
I agree with that. I've been in a few systems and a few coaches, and a lot of the tape that we'd watch was of Kirk. A guy consistently, year in and year out, continues to prove why he is one of the top quarterbacks in the league.
I don't know how to follow that up. Anytime you can be complimented by your peers, it beats any compliment coming from anybody else in your life, so that means a lot. I kind of always scratch my head at the Jimmy Garoppolo situation in San Francisco, because I know how hard it is to win in this league, and it seems like every time he goes out there, they win, and then they're moving on from him or trying to draft somebody and trade up, and I'm thinking, it's pretty hard to win double-digit games in this league, and that's all they seem to do when he plays. So obviously, I don't know all that goes on there, but if he does it again with the Raiders, at some point, this guy's just a winner.
I hope he doesn't do it again with the Raiders.
Yeah, no offense. We got to play the two this year, so I hope the same thing.
So those are the guys saying Cousins and Garoppolo.
I'm surprised Kirk didn't say Dak, because he's the white Dak, as many would say.
As I say.
Yeah, and look. I'm a little surprised he didn't say Dak, but I can't argue with either one of those answers. I mean, those guys win quite a lot, quite a bit of games, and they've done it in. I guess Jimmy's only done it in one spot, but you could say he was on his way to winning in New England, but everybody won with that team anyway.
Who else would be a candidate on this list, or who else is at the top of this list? Is it? I know I'm serving up a softball to you.
It's not Dak, but
okay.
Dak is both the most underrated and most overrated quarterback in the league. You don't think? I think he's definitely underrated.
I think he stirs up polarizing response. I don't know that he's mass underrated. There are a lot of people who think he's really, really good. Kirk, I feel like Kirk is the name that came to mind when you were teeing this up. Is that Kirk has been destroyed by people for the last 5-6 years, and I've always thought he's right there borderline around 10 to 12. And to me, he gets talked about like he's bottom third in the league. So he was the name that came to mind. Once upon a time, not anymore. Once upon a time, it was Carr. Carr was a guy that I thought was really underrated for a number of years. And then from his time in Miami up through Tennessee, I thought Tannehill's been better than he got credit for a long time.
What about Jimmy?
I think Jimmy's underrated. I think that Jimmy and Goff, I think, were screwed by the coaching, that the coach got so much praise and they got nothing, when there really needed to be kind of a meet in the middle with both. Obviously their coaches are really, really good, but they were kind of too far down here for no reason. I think Jimmy's a fair one. I would put Kirk higher. I think Kirk's more underrated. I think Kirk's better than Jimmy, but I think Jimmy's a fair one.
Maybe I'm the one underrating him then, because my first inclination is I don't think I would have ever any year had Jimmy Garoppolo in the top 20 in the league. I think he's awful. And so
awful.
Yes. I think honestly he would have fallen out of the league after 2 years as a starter if Kyle Shanahan wasn't there.
Wow. Okay. Coming strong for Jimmy G. 877-881-1053. Truckwreck.com text line. Another quarterback went viral yesterday. This Cam Newton interaction.
Oh, man, Cam, why are you punching down? Now, when he punched down,
he's trying to take the A-Rod hitting tips.
It's like you're punching a little person.
Good get there, Peyton.
Good job, Pepe.
He punched down. He threw a haymaker at this kid. But this was at a camp. And
right next to your insult poor defenseless producer button over there.
Man, no kidding. No kidding.
I'm sorry,
There's
Jeff.
no coming back from that, Jeffrey. None at all. You got to move. But Cam.
Move to where? Where did he say he slept? Gorgala or something?
Oh, Hogwarts.
Yeah, Hogwarts.
Gorgala.
Underneath these stairs.
Does it sound like it would
Game
be?
of Thrones?
Does it sound out of touch for a Harry Potter reference or whatever it was?
So here's Cam Newton getting chirped out of the fan at a camp.
Yes. No, you let me. Yes. I'll make you. Where? Tell me about him. Show me a picture. Show me a picture. I got an autograph. How many rings you got? 9. I got a question. 9. Oh, shit. We got the same amounts. And no, but we don't got the same bank account. What else? Oh, you're too famous to be acting like that. No. Don't play the victim now.
Yeah, there you go. So you saw the kid going at Cam.
So he got ring shamed.
So the guy was like, we have the same amount of rings. And Cam was like, I have the same bank account. And now the kid tried to go you're too famous to be punching down at me. You can't do that. You can't chirp at an athlete, get chirped back, and then try to be a victim. It doesn't work like that. But Cam doesn't need to be. First of all, this teenager or whoever you are, this is an NFL MVP, a Heisman Trophy winner, a Maxwell Award winner, the SEC Player of the Year, and a collegiate national championship. You cannot compare rings with him. Okay? You can't say we have the same amount of rings, because you don't. Because you didn't win the NCAA championship in college football.
And that counts. Cam doing a very weird gesture there at the end.
Very self-gratifying gesture, if you know what I mean.
Yes.
Very end.
Very self-gratifying.
Right at that kid.
All right, we got a Tolo giveaway to hook you up with Post Malone tickets momentarily for turning it on, leaving it on. That is what Tolo stands for on your home of the Cowboys, Rangers, and every Tuesday, Ask Reddit.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number 1, how dare you?
877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. That is the truckwreck.com fan text. This is Ask Reddit. We do it every Tuesday during the Expressway. We just take some of the most viral questions from Ask Reddit over the previous week, and we answer them. We kick them around here on the show and kick them around with you guys. So send in your answers on the text line. Also, those of you in the Twitch and those of you in the YouTube, use that chat feature. Give us your answers here. All right, first question here. We're going to go with you, Sean Sharif. What's the worst thing, since you're the lord of urinal behavior, according to me, and how I'm not allowed to just go in there and have a conversation with you?
Standing back of me?
What's the worst thing to say to the person next to you at a urinal?
Nice.
Just leave it at that.
Any form of, wow.
Impressive.
Nice,
Yeah.
impressive. I think impressive actually is the worst one.
Even as a compliment? That's
Yeah.
nice. That's a nice compliment.
Yeah, even as a compliment, that's the worst thing to say. The word impressive.
What do you got, Chop?
I think something like you need to go get that looked at.
That's a good one. Yeah, because that would, especially me as a hypochondriac, that would work for me. So what
if you say like wrong bathroom?
Wow.
A current events joke?
Yeah.
A current events joke?
That's not bad.
You know what I mean?
That's not bad. Peyton?
Literally anything. You don't talk to someone when they're peeing right next to you. Shut your mouth. Do your business. You can talk to them when you're washing hands, if you wash hands. RJ, I don't know if you do.
Why are you pointing at me?
Well,
I probably do. I guarantee you, I do the most hand wash shit in this room.
You wash after peeing?
Huh?
You wash after peeing?
Not here.
Oh, okay.
But what's the first thing you do when I get home? When you get home,
Jump in the pool and count it as a shower?
I go to sleep.
That counts on a weekend. I'm not leaving the house.
All right. Some of the answers on the truckrack.com. Fantex 972, little chilly in here. 817, how's it hanging? 903, is your water as cold as mine?
Yeah.
Oh, that would be a bad one.
Peyton's right though. Like if I go up to someone, if someone's at this other urinal, it's a 2-person urinal here at the station. I don't say anything. I'll say something if we're by the sink. Sink, not the urinal. I don't go up. Maybe if it's one of you two.
Yeah, we'll talk.
We'll talk. But anyone else? No, not talking.
Jack Bull on the Twitch says, I hope you aren't wearing your expensive shoes. That would be a bad one to hear too.
Well, especially in this bathroom.
Oh gosh.
Makes you wonder though about every other bathroom. Makes you wonder about your home bathroom. If it actually looks the same as our bathroom with all the urine all over the floor.
RJ on the YouTube says, look over and just start laughing uncontrollably. That's another one. That's a little maniacal. All right, next one here, RJ.
Yep.
What is one thing or multiple things? I feel like you would be comfortable with multiple things, but what's one thing you're comfortable admitting that you're addicted to?
Oh! Addicted to. This is tough because there's a lot of things that I have a very addictive personality.
Mm-hmm.
It used to be smoking. That was the one thing that I wasn't really comfortable admitting to it.
Yeah.
I was ashamed, really ashamed that I would do. But I think I'm comfortable that I'm addicted to. I'm addicted to being lazy at home. I'm addicted to that.
I feel like you're the opposite of lazy. I feel like you're stir crazy.
I force myself to do things. I force myself. But I am
like if you were in this hotel room solo for this trip, you would not just be cool sitting and chilling in the room.
Oh no, because I'm not at home. I'm out. I feel like when I'm somewhere, I have to experience what's there.
Okay.
But when I'm at home on the weekend, I don't want to leave the house. I force myself to leave the house.
Really?
I force myself to do things.
Huh.
I don't want to. I force it.
That's interesting. Also, I'm curious, when you say that you weren't comfortable admitting, or at the time that you were addicted to smoking, how did you go the cold turkey method? Did you do the patches? What'd you do?
Just nothing. I just cold turkey.
And
I got COVID, and so I wasn't feeling well, so I had no appetite for one. And next thing I know, it was 6 days later, and I was already 6 days without nicotine. And I was like, all right, let's see how long I can keep this going. And the next thing you know, it was 2 weeks, and then it was a month. And then it was like, okay, I have no desire to anymore.
I am addicted to my phone. 100%.
Well, is that uncomfortable? That's not embarrassing.
No, but I'm saying, it says,
We
what are
all
you
are.
comfortable admitting? I'm comfortable admitting I'm addicted to my phone. I'm addicted to working. In general, I've got to stay busy with stuff. And so, I've always got to have something that's taking my attention. Remember, like I just mentioned, I'm a hypochondriac. And so if I'm not taken up thinking about work and I just have time to sit there with my own thoughts, I start thinking of all the diseases I probably have that have been undiagnosed. Sean, what do you got?
Reality television.
Oh.
Trash TV. Bravo stuff.
Love it.
Housewives match. Me and my wife, that's our thing. I consider doing everyone's doing their podcast now. And I'm like, what could be a different podcast? And I'm like, how about a straight guy talking about Bravo shows with my wife, and that was going to be my different podcast.
We call them cis, Sean.
Cysts?
Cis, not straight.
Cis? What's that stand
CIS.
for? CIS? What's that stand for?
Cis. Like,
it stands for anything. I think it's just.
Well, it has to stand for something. How do you get straight from cis? There has to be a correlation.
I don't know. I don't know the rules.
Okay.
I don't know the rules.
Yeah. So that would be mine. I was like, what would happen if I'm tweeting out podcast links to me and my wife talking about these shows? I would probably get fired from this job.
I can tell Amanda's definitely all in on it, because I remember when you had talked about Vanderpump Rules, it was the weekend of your barbecue, I think was the next day, and I just mentioned something about, oh yeah, they watch Vanderpump Rules, I don't even know what that's about. And she lit up.
Yeah.
She was like, oh my gosh, somebody who doesn't know it, I get to explain this to them.
She would have rather gone to this BravoCon, this gathering of all of their show people in Vegas, than the trip to Playa del Carmen. She would have rather preferred I take her to Vegas for that. And I was worrying to myself, what would happen if I go, what if I ever take her to this and like I'm talking about where I am? I'd get destroyed. I would get humiliated.
Bobby, I know what yours is. It's not your phone. You're addicted to spending money. You can't wait to spend money on things. I think that's my impression. You just can't wait to just give away money.
I don't know that I'm addicted to it. What I think it is as you know, like I grew up with 9 kids in my family.
Yeah.
So like we didn't really spend money. And so there wasn't a lot that was used on it. So once I had some, then I'll get a little antsy sometimes and be like, I want to take advantage of this because I never got to do it like when I was younger. It's just a newfound ability to do it, I guess. I don't think I'm addicted to like just spending money. I don't have like a ton of debt, so.
Pepe?
I mean, I would say gambling, but when you're winning, it's not really an addiction. but mine's corny. I mean, it's sports, and by that I mean like when I'm out with friends and there's a big game on, I'll check the ESPN app. I'll be checking the score, checking up with the latest game going on, and like they're like, dude, we're out, like we're having fun. Like, don't check your phone. He's like, I just gotta keep up with the score a little bit, but that's what I'm kind of addicted to, and they understand.
On the Twitch, making the isms is apparently Robert Palmer says they're addicted to love. We've got this is a good one here on the fan text. World War II history.
That was a good song reference, by the way.
Thank you. I'm about $10,000 deep in guns and ammo alone from World War II.
Whoa.
972 6-leg parlays. Home repair shows from the 682. Oh, I am getting addicted to like the cooking videos on YouTube. Even if I'm not going to do it myself, I do like watching them.
I'm addicted to those, no doubt about it. For me, I have an addiction with the stock market. It's definitely unhealthy. It costs me sleep when it's closed on a holiday. It gets me down. I miss it. Interrupts my naps, even after hours. I'm all over. I got to read what Twitter's saying about all of it. So that's another one. Ask Reddit, continuing here on 105.3 The Fan.
Peyton Russell.
Bobby Bell.
What screams, we are not going to last long for couples?
I guess not ordering queso or going to Olive Garden, calling an Italian restaurant, an elite restaurant.
24 hours ago, by the way, Peyton Russell dominating the morning show with the segment everybody was talking about, including the boss afterwards. And when you go home from this job and you bring up to your significant other a topic, you've hit on some gold. And I walked right in with Olive Garden. That's what I did.
Yeah.
I walked right in and showed Kristen his Jeffrey drop. And
Did she
so
laugh?
Peyton, she did. She laughed and she's like, Peyton always makes me laugh.
By the way, KG inviting me, if you and your wife ever want to do a reality show podcast with me and mine, Real Housewives of Atlanta, my guilty pleasure. So there it is. 4-person podcast on the Odyssey app. Go ahead, Peyton.
So it screams we are not going to last long in this relationship. It's like the mini breakups, like you don't see it, I don't think as often now, but like when you're older, but like in high school, it's like the we're done for 2 days, but then we're back together. We're done for a day here, but then we're back together. It's like the off and on here. You don't know if they're dating. You don't know if they're together or what. They just say, oh, we're broken up right now, but you're not really broken up. You'll get back together. But yeah, that just screams to me it's not going to go very far.
Sean?
Ignoring or avoiding the important conversation early on. Ignoring
the or one of, like, whatever they are. Like, is there one in particular you're thinking of?
One of, in my opinion. I'm not making this personal to you, Choppy. I have a another kind of family situation where they're just ignoring like the kids from a previous relationship. Again, not personal towards you. I think you'll know what I'm talking about. But it's like we're not having the conversation about whether you're really going to accept them, what's going to happen with the living situation. Like that to me, right? You gotta. Your wife was talking about this. This applies to you.
Yeah.
And she's like, I had to make sure that Bobby was all in. That's your first, second, third test. Is this girl or guy, are they going to accept my kids? Is this going to be an issue? Because if you put that off, man, it's going to be a painful experience at some point down the road. But Kristen had to do this with you.
Yeah, because with Jacob, she never was going to let anybody in. Like she was very closed off to being approached or anything else. And so it's because she had to be guard against that. And she had to make sure you've got to know that he's here and he's going to be here and we need to have this understanding.
And my previous relationship, I considered him my stepson. She had a son. I was like, fly him out of here for the summers. We were tight. I know I did everything I can for that relationship, but man, it's just certain discussions that are not addressed early on and just put off. I think it's eventually going to burn you. Let's get it. I'm an interview from the jump guy. Let's get these things. I got to be certain about it. I got to be sure about it. I got my own little test that you have to pass, check marks. I'm sure it's happening on the other side. That's what mine would be.
Yeah,
RJ Choppy.
We when Sarah was not like totally like in love with the idea of like dating someone with kids in the beginning.
I don't know how many people are.
I think
Peyton
most
certainly isn't.
I think most are not. But like now she's like, she's really close with them and does a great job with them. But I think in the beginning she was like, ooh, do I really want this? Do I really want to be with somebody who has kids? I honestly I think an easy one is just a trust thing. If one of you doesn't trust the other one, you will not make it. Like if I dated a girl that was, she was all up on where are you? What are you doing? Show me proof. It's like, you need to see proof. We're not going to make it. Like Sarah just like, yeah, whatever.
The tracker, the locator,
the location tracker, the GPS tracker.
Although I know a lot of guys, the relationship lasts. It's a miserable one, but they still have that tracker on. Like they got to know where they are and everything, and they're still in it. The amount of guys that I know in my life who have just thrown in the towel. It's sad. It's sad. My dad gave me one of the best compliments one time. He goes, "It's you and me, man." And I was like, "What's that? What's that? What do you mean?" He goes, "We're the only ones who have maintained control." He goes, "Everyone else we know, they just threw in the towel, and she's dominating. She owns them."
This is a great text, so I've just got to reference back to it since it's a discussion we just had a second ago where we're talking about cis. He goes, 412 says, "You idiots, LOL. Cis literally means you're comfortable with your gender from birth. I'm an alcoholic, by the way. That's what I'm addicted to." So he threw in his he threw in his addicted to alcohol too in there. My answer for this one is easy. I understand one time, but if you consistently, if I see 2 times we're out in a group, we're out somewhere, and that couple can't avoid fighting in front of everyone multiple times, that's where it's like, okay, if you guys are not good enough that you can't even just like, hey, let's just discuss this when we get home or else. I understand it happening once or twice, but man, when it happens multiple times, I'm like, this is not going to work out. Truckhawk.com fan text has several here. You've got when your mom doesn't like her from the 682.
Oh.
Sharing a social media page. We got that one a lot. 469 fighting in public.
I'm also amazed with the amount of again, I'm throwing all the guys under the bus who, like, if all my relationships, my parents have gotten along with that person and vice versa. And if that wasn't the case, I just had a hard and fast rule. Like, you have to get along with my parents. You just have to. And if you don't, if you take any shots or this, like, there was one girl that I dated after college. I'm like, you just like don't know how to act respectfully. Like, you're out. Like, this is done. See you later. But there's a lot of guys, once they get the intoxication of the relationship, they'll write off anyone in the family. See you later, mom. See you later, dad. They don't care who it is. They are going to make their bed with that other person. And I just judge you. If you're fine with separating like someone from their family, you should rot in hell. You really should. If you're fine with, causing division and arguments between like someone and their mom and their dad or their sibling, you're a piece of crap.
That was the best thing for me is I only had to have one parent like her. Because there was only one available, so I didn't have to run into this.
Absolutely.
All right, we're doing Ask Reddit here during the Expressway.
What if Krista was going around dating and she's like, "How many parents do you have?" That was on her Bumble profile. Only hit me up if you have one parent. It's easier to pass. One or zero.
It's easier.
0 or 1.
Yeah, I was praying for. I was praying on single moms. She was praying on the guys without mothers.
Jeez.
What, Sean? What's a dead giveaway that someone's an only child? Basically,
oh my God,
what did Troy do?
Selfish, spoiled brat. A selfish person. Me. You have tunnel vision. Nothing else matters. It's mine. Rude. No manners whatsoever. You're just a spoiled, entitled little brat. I don't want to have a second child because I enjoy fatherhood. I want to have a second child so my son isn't a spoiled little brat and thinks that the entire world belongs to them.
Which I don't believe so. None of us are only children, right? Like Peyton, you have siblings, right?
Yes, 3 brothers.
Yeah, so I mean, none of us said so. Where do you spot it?
3 brothers?
Chop?
Yes, 2 younger that are twins and 1 older that's married.
I feel like we haven't talked about that enough.
Yeah.
And I have a mom and dad.
You do.
Rub it in my face. Jeez. Go ahead, Chop.
Sean, put your hood up for me. All right, now chew on the on the thing. Okay, that.
I do this all the
Here
time.
we go, Ryan. Zoom in.
I know what Bobby does in the car with the hood up and everything. Unchecked social behavior that's weird, like that, is a dead giveaway that you're an only child.
Is that only child
But I
or
have 8
homeschool?
siblings.
Both homeschool and only child, I think, are the same thing.
He has 8 siblings.
Homeschool and only child is the same. They go the odd quirks are the same because you had no friends to mock you into submission. The number one greatest thing that a child has in upbringing is mocking peer pressure. It's
Agreed.
peer pressure. If you don't have peer pressure, you will do strange things or selfish things or only child things. I think it's one and the same. But yeah, Sean's right. The easy one is selfish, spoiled little brats.
There are some great answers on the truckwreck.com fan text. 214, only filling the coffee maker with enough water for their own cup of coffee. 903, they are the first person to reach for the last piece of pizza.
Yes.
214, they never shut up and they're narcissistic. 817, an only child won't announce where they're going when they leave a room.
Really?
Which makes some sense if you don't have anybody else. Whereas if you do have siblings, you're used to just, where are you going? I'm going here. And so it becomes probably muscle memory, whereas an only child's not ever going to get that question asked to him. Let's hear. Only child doesn't understand how someone can be mad at a sibling 1 minute and turn around and be best friends the next minute.
True.
That's another one. See, I don't know. I guess the biggest tell for me, and I don't think that there's one catch-all, but the biggest tell for me, or the most frequent one, is somebody who wants to stop down and discuss everything related to them. Like it's like they can't let anything go hey, you talk to me like this. Or I just want to know, they just got to discuss everything related to how they feel about it.
Well, also someone who never asks you a question.
Yeah.
Someone who's ever what do you think? What's your opinion? That is, a selfish person.
You're there to interview them. Is how I feel like.
Yeah.
Truckwreck.com text line. My wife's an only child. She's sheltered. She doesn't know how to argue. You need a sibling to learn how to do that. Let's see. Your partner's the only one in the world who has decided to make the entire life about you. So your kids, they grow up, they leave, all that stuff. Let's see.
I've changed my mind, by the way. I used to oh, God forbid, lonely. And now I'm the more I deal with my family on my whole circle, I'm this would have been better off solo. This would have been better off alone on both sides because my God, my goodness.
A perfect example. Someone saying they only fill the coffee maker with enough water for their own cup of coffee. I love that one, right? What?
That's a great one. Who was that from?
It's a text line here.
I love that
that's
one.
good.
That is a great one.
And also, if they only like ask questions, like they don't ask questions, they're like just waiting to be interviewed. Same thing. You know?
Like there's a lot that are coming in here. What?
Let's do one more.
We're joking. While you were reading the text, and this happens a lot when you're reading the text, right? Like during interviews, Bobby had just said the coffee one.
We just talked about that one about 2 minutes ago.
That was good. What else is on
Choppy,
there?
what was ruined for everyone by one single person? Either in your own life or ruined for society by one person or whatever else.
Oh man,
the bat.
I was about to say the bat.
I knew you were.
It wasn't a bat.
What
Was
was
it a lab?
ruined?
Was it a lab? Was it a bat?
What did one person screw up for everyone? Man, what a great question.
I know the most popular answer I saw on Reddit, and it's the one that'll come through. It is the taking your shoes off at the airport. That is one that.
But what do you mean? But taking them off only at
going
security?
through security, yeah. That where you have to take your shoes off security. That was one person.
The guy in the
Richard Reed, who had tried to go through security with the shoe bomber, and after that, everybody had to take their shoes off.
I mean, that's an easy one. Like, you know, I'm trying to think. Like, people ruin names for me. You know, like if I meet somebody and I can't stand them, that really ruins the name for me for the rest of my life. So like that would be it. The shoe bomber one. You can't. I think that's the top.
817 says Harambe ruined it for everybody. Sean, do you have any that stand out as something?
No.
Hey, 817, take it easy. Who says Nelson Cruz? Nelson Cruz ruined it for everybody.
Yeah, Peyton, do you have one?
Mine's a little different. It's the person, the idiot, the moron that said, "Oh, just if there's a wasp, just walk by it. It's not going to bother you." Yeah, I walked by it and then it stung me in the back because I wasn't looking at it. You freaking moron.
Yeah, don't you always have that battle? I always want to kill it. She's like, "No,
just leave it alone. It's not going to hurt you." It's like that thing has eyes; it can see me.
And I know if I miss on my swing and that thing stings one of us, I'll never hear the end of it for the rest of the time. Now, I don't miss. But yeah, I do miss all the time. That's why I got all the wasp spray. But yeah, that person who said, "No, just if you don't touch it, it won't touch you. It's just as afraid of you as you are them."
By the way, do y'all call are all wasps? Do you just call them bees?
No,
it's a bee sting.
No,
it's different.
You don't call them bees?
No.
I used to make that mistake with bugs and mosquitoes.
I just call them all. They're all mosquitoes.
And she's like, that's a mosquito or a fly.
Yeah, no,
I call them all like all flies or mosquitoes.
I call them all flies, all mosquitoes. I call them all the same thing. And I know it's not a bee,
right?
But it's a bee. I guess somebody a bee. What kind of bee? I don't know. It's a bee.
Is this Cowboys receiver finally
Y'all
making
wrong.
the change that we all need? And RJ Choppy with an NFL game of chances are. Let's all play. Brad Sham at 9:20 as we get set to kick off training camp right here on The Fan. First, let's hook you up.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Post Malone. The DFW rock star is performing on back-to-back nights at Dos Equis Pavilion, and we have your last chance to see him for night 2 on Sunday, August 6th. Get tickets and information now at livenation.com. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Well, let's get you over and get you some hair on top of your head. Let's go see.
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Cowboys training camp coverage is kicking off tomorrow morning here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Hopefully, you guys will join us for all the different adventures. It's brought to you by Kissable Dental, on-time experts, air conditioning and plumbing, K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing, and AutoFlex Leasing. And the entire squad is rolling out. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a Tolo. The Saints return it on, leave it on. The voice of America's team, Brad Sham, will be on at 9:20 this morning. We have Jerry Jones, of course, throughout the season, every Tuesday at 8:30. The KMC Masterpiece has Jerry every Friday. We have Mike McCarthy every Friday. And today's State of the Team presser, I believe Peyton told me it was at noon, will take place with Jerry, Steven, and McCarthy, addressing, of course, the team, probably the running back situation throughout the league. Dan Snyder leaving the NFC East, maybe some gambling issues with a Denver Bronco who has just been kicked out. But I forgot to play this during the Expressway. Congrats to the Tolo who won the Post Malone tickets. DK Metcalf, maybe the biggest physical specimen at wide receiver in the entire league. He was sitting down with Kevin Garnett, and KG asked him, man, how do you stay such a beast? How do you stay so shredded?
Talk about how important nutrition is. Nutrition's huge.
I'm probably the worst person to ask that.
Dog, are you eating Popeyes, Churches?
Nah, see,
you from the SIP too. I know you be eating coon soup. Yeah, that's some shit.
I'm a candy type person.
What?
I eat one meal a day, drink one coffee, and eat like 3-4 bags of candy.
Man, define bags of candy, man. Jelly beans?
Nah, see, I'm a gummy type of guy. So you get your lifesavers.
Come on, man. Stop, man. Come on, hold on, man. So you finna go through a structure, a bag of candy. You about to go through the whole. Okay, let's hear this.
All right, I'm just taking you through yesterday. So yesterday I woke up, worked out again, came home, showered. I'm hungry. Run to Starbucks, get a quick coffee. That's gonna hold me till like 4, 5 o'clock. This 12. Okay. So it's gonna hold me for like 4 hours.
Dang.
Around 4:30, I ordered some candy and a water. So I got, what did I get yesterday? I got the Skittles gummies. Then I got the Lifesaver Creations. They the same size bag, so I just mix them.
So it's safe to say we're going to see a DK gummy at some point, right?
Yeah,
okay,
for sure.
Okay, y'all heard it. Another certified
moment.
Hey.
Yeah. Get the gummy, get the candy, get the water, eat that. That's going to hold me to like 8 o'clock where I'm having dinner, 8, 9. And then I eat dinner, go to sleep.
First of all, I'm blown away. I think the most stunning thing here is
There's a lot of stunning things.
Who says a coffee holds them over for 4 or 5 hours? What the hell coffee are you getting?
I feel like there's a lot of people who try to do this with coffee.
It makes me hungry.
Treat it as a meal.
If I have coffee on an empty stomach,
really,
it makes me like want to throw up. It burns
there's a lot of people
stomach.
it burns people's stomach.
Yeah,
Like,
I can't have
people who
coffee,
have to drink decaf because stomach's getting burned up.
I am thrown. Secondly, they say that you want to have a gram of protein per pound to maintain your muscle. How is DK Metcalf that yoked, eating one meal a day? Is he having 230 grams of protein in a single meal? I'm shook. Like, I think a chicken breast is like 40 grams. Like, how is he? What is he doing? Is he eating like 6 steaks? What is he doing?
It's
10 pieces of fish?
It's 8 scoops of protein powder into that coffee. That's what holds him. You know, I think this
It has to be.
This is.
So people put protein powder in coffee?
Yeah, I mean, I have.
Some
It's
people
great.
do.
Yeah, it's good if you get the right stuff. It could be kind of gritty.
What this is he was born in 1997. He's still 25 years old, and he's a freak athlete, and he's able to just kind of not care at this moment. He's still at that not care stage. This will catch up to him. This will be the guy, DK Metcalf will be the guy that when he's 50 and he's retired, and we see an interview with him years later, it's like, holy cow, that's DK Metcalf. He blew up.
It hasn't caught up with Lamar. Now, I guess he did coke to weigh it out on the other side, or other drugs, but Lamar, remember, he had the candy obsession.
Lamar Odom, yeah.
So 3 bags, 1 meal, and 1 coffee. That's DK's That's his.
Marshawn Lynch was a big candy guy too. You remember he used to eat candy like on the sidelines.
Yeah.
And then
he's got a blender now.
You remember Carl Pickens? I think Carl Pickens is actually in jail now.
Go Vols.
But Carl Pickens he used to be known for, he would eat like 4 hot dogs like right before kickoff.
Really?
And then during the game, he'd have people bring him like 2, 3, 4 and he would just eat hot dogs. They said he would sometimes eat like a dozen hot dogs during a game.
God. Wow. All right, we're getting ready for training camp. Every other team seems to be in camp with players experiencing non-contact injuries. It sounds like Gardner Johnson may have dodged a bullet yesterday in Detroit after he was carted off. Nyheim Hines, jet ski accident that took place. What else am I missing in terms of an injury?
Hines and those were the 2 that stood out to me. I'm not remembering anybody else that was big.
I thought there was one more.
I know Chauncey Gardner-Johnson is one that they're really happy because yesterday when you heard people talking about it in the media availability of the players, they were all concerned.
So Choppy is going to take us around the league with a little NFL edition of Chances Are.
All right, Chances Are, good song.
Chances Are.
Yeah, there we go. Kind of an either or.
Who sings it? Should we be playing it right now?
No, I think it's like Johnny Mathis or something.
Okay.
Yep. I don't think it's anybody we need to hear from. Rank the QB bounce back chances this year. 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
Russell. Rodgers. Stafford.
Oh, good question.
Thank you.
Bobby, I'm going to let you sink yourself first.
Rodgers. Russell. Stafford. Stafford's arm is dead. There's nothing that can be done about that. And he wasn't very good to begin with. So there's that part of it. The second, I think Russ is done, but there is the chance of, okay, Sean Payton comes in here, figures out something, he mad scientists this thing, and they figure it out. And then the best bounce back candidate for it is Aaron. And I don't think that Aaron's got great chances. I still think he's done, but Aaron is the one who, you saw him against the Cowboys last year. He had a good performance. He's a year removed or just a season removed from another MVP year. So he has the best chance of it. I think all 3 of these guys are going to struggle, though.
I agree with your order. Rodgers, best chance. We're going to have something major on the line with the bet between the 2 of us. Then Russ, then Stafford, just because of health, even though I do not believe Russ is bouncing back either.
I would put the order the same. I think Russ does bounce back. Bounce back is relative. Like, I don't think he's going to go back to being like 2016 Russ or whatever.
If I told you the Broncos had 11 wins, would you be shocked? 10 or 11 wins.
10, I would not be shocked. 11, I'd be surprised by that. Oh, that's just one game. But yeah, I probably would be.
You would be shocked.
I think they're probably a 9 or 10 win team. So 11 would shock me.
Okay.
This former MVP candidate quarterback, or maybe MVP quarterback, is most likely to end the year as a top 10 player. Lamar, Kyler, Deshaun.
In order, Lamar, Deshaun, Kyler. Most likely for the bounce back. Kyler, not because I don't believe in his ability. I just feel like they're blowing it up there. Watson, this is a very important year for my Watson-Dak argument. I'm 0 for 1 with Dak comps with Carson Wentz. My worst loss maybe ever in the history of the show. Lamar and the Ravens are going to go out and they're going to win 10 to 12 games like they always do.
They always seem to.
So Lamar Jackson will be 1, Watson 2, Kyler 3.
In terms of actually playing like a top 10 quarterback, Deshaun Watson, he's got the best chance to do it because
there's a quarterback.
Well, I mean, there is that. No, I mean, Kyler has arm talent. Lamar's the non-quarterback.
Oh, yeah.
But no, the Deshaun has the best chance just because we've seen him play at that level. I don't have questions about that. The fact that he was away from the game as long as he was.
We've seen much more from Lamar Jackson and his resume than Deshaun Watson.
Not throwing the football, we have not. We've never seen anything close.
This isn't a throwing the football
question. It is because it's about who's a top 10
quarterback. What's your question? Read the question.
Most likely to end the year as a top 10 QB. So that's all encompassing.
Okay, you just want to eliminate that running can also make you a very good quarterback. You don't want to count running for any points.
Being a top 3 runner, I don't care how good you are. Being a top 3 runner does not cover over the fact that you're not a top 20 passer for me.
Okay.
And so that's where I come down with him on that. That's why Kyler's got better arm talent. The ranking to me is Deshaun, Kyler, Lamar in terms of best chance to finish top 10. But I don't think Lamar and Kyler do.
And let me ask you this as a counter. Name the teams in order who will win this year of those three. Put them in order. And let's see if you fall into the trap.
It's Baltimore, Cleveland, Arizona.
Okay, well then Lamar's going to get those props and that love with them winning the most. And you have him 3.
Lamar can't have a bad year and then be
exactly
11-12 win team.
Ball game.
They've got
dunked on.
No, it's not. It's not ball game at all. Baltimore and Cleveland are in the same division. It's just Baltimore's got a better team than Cleveland does. And that's fine. If we want to start talking about who wins the most and counting up these quarterback wins, then we'll start comparing Dak to all the people that people have above him. And we'll see that Dak over the last 5-6 years is like top 3 in wins.
Okay.
This one-syllable quarterback.
Stubborn ass you are.
It's one-syllable last-named quarterback.
One-syllable last name category?
Or first name, too.
Okay.
All right. Has the best chance to make the Super Bowl this year. Kirk. That's the first name. Goff, Carr.
Oh!
In order or just the best?
Just the best chance.
Carr.
He has the best chance to make the Super Bowl.
Yes. Because, you're talking about Kirk and Goff are in the same division.
Yeah,
that naturally
each other out.
gives challenges
That's
to each
fair.
other. And Minnesota and Detroit's defenses were awful last year.
That's
New Orleans
fair.
had a top 10 defense.
God, what a gross question.
It is a gross question.
By the way, Goff, I was going to nominate him for most underrated quarterback because I crap on him. And maybe, the Netflix QB discussion, they were talking about Garoppolo and Cousins. Best chance to make the Super Bowl. Oh, God, I hate Derek Carr so much.
You just hate how much he loves the game.
Falcons and his family and his friends and all his teammates and his organization. I'll play for free. Falcons, Panthers, Buccaneers, Saints. Can I make an argument here for Jared Goff? What's your answer to this? Let me buy time.
I was going to say the easy answer was going to be the Lions with Goff because I think they're the best team, but Bobby brings up a good point.
His point isn't really
Kirk and Goff, they
his
cancel
point's
each other
not
out.
really not that good.
It might be the best point that's been made all show.
Someone's going to win the division.
Someone's going to win the division.
But the defense, too. The defenses in Detroit, Minnesota were awful.
I think the defense is more of a good point.
I think the offense that the Lions have is good enough to where I think they may be the one that has the most likely chance. I don't know. It's
I'll
tough,
say
though.
the Lions. I can't say the Saints.
All right.
Who's got the easier, the Saints?
I think the Saints probably the easier division to win because there's no other.
How good is the Saints defense?
It was top 10 last year. And he's got Chris Olave he's throwing to.
I'll say the Saints.
That's right. Say it again, Sean.
Gosh.
Say it again.
Hideous.
Most likely to miss the playoffs.
Saints.
Chiefs, Bengals, or Bills?
Now we can talk divisions. Kansas City, Cincy, Buffalo, most likely to miss.
I mean, the answer is none, but
Right, none of them will, but who? Bills. It's the Bills. Because the Bills are in the best division of the 3, and the Bills, at least now, they may answer them, but the Bills right now have questions about toxicity of their chemistry right now.
Yes.
So I would say it's the Bills have the best chance. I think all 3 make it, but the Bills have the best chance at a surprise collapse.
I'll say Cincy.
Yeah, I was going to say
big bounce back year for Deshaun Watson and the Browns.
Yes.
I'm going to say.
I've been saying that.
Yeah.
Not Lamar in Baltimore.
I do think it is.
And I'm giving Pittsburgh 8 wins. So I'm trying to. That's the Tomlin stats. I'm trying to keep them in play to have a surprise. Most likely, if I had to pick one.
I can't envision any of them missing for the next several years. I guess I'll say Buffalo.
If Miami's dangerous, it's the Bills.
Yeah.
Well, but who knows? the AFC East is fascinating. It really is.
Oh,
what is Rodgers? What is Tua? Drama in Buffalo. Bill going to get run to come coach the Cowboys instead of Dan Quinn next year.
I'll say Buffalo.
All right, there it is. A little RJ Choppy version of NFL chances are what? Oh, we got some Jeff Passan. We got an article. We don't have news. We got a Texas Rangers trade update after the really, really tough loss where they cheated last night on the home of the Rangers. That's next on 105.3 The Fan.
Well, let's get your carpet clean.
For car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels today at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Rangers, when they were here back in mid-April, took 2 out of 3 as Young hits one high into the air. Deep left field, sailing toward the Crawford boxes, and it is gone. A good half dozen rows up into said boxes for Josh Young, his 20th home run of the year. He gives a little wave to the Rangers bullpen, I believe, out in left center as he has given Texas a 2-0 lead.
Not enough as Aroldis Chapman gets blown up. Chas McCormick hitting the 3-run shot, and a little controversy at home plate as the Rangers lose. That was a crazy game. I mean, that felt like game one of the playoffs with the quality of teams, with everything on the line. But the Rangers lose, and they are 2 games up. I got a very nasty message from Houston Mike. It's pathetic your take this morning was if King Tuck, I guess that's their name,
Kyle Tucker.
It's pathetic your take this morning was if King Tuck touched home. Your East Coast eyes must be hurting. The armpit still living rent-free from the East Coast guy living in Texas. Hashtag still a Tolo. So he ended it nicely. Listen, you dip-ass. I said I had no problem with the call. All 3 of us, you dumb idiot. You learn to listen and comprehend. We all said we don't think that the Rangers got cheated. I don't know what you're listening to. You won the game. Take the W, you dummy. None of us said that this got screwed over. Choppy went into the most detail and depth about it. Listen, moron.
Listen to me.
So there you go, Houston Mike. Thanks for listening, though.
Yeah, look, that's not a reason to be upset. The reason to be upset is undoubtedly the trash can or the buzzer they were using to hit the home run off of Chapman in the
What about the Whistler?
Okay, so
my wife had to leave the room. She's trying to spend the final night with me before I fly out for Oxnard. Some good quality time. She's in the living room. She never does that while I'm watching baseball. She's sitting there on the couch. I'm like, this is weird. She's trying to have a moment, and she has to leave because of that damn Whistler in the stands. Now, when I tweeted this, everyone knew what I was talking about. Mm-hmm. But some people tagged another account, and I was like, is this a known Whistler? Is this a bit? Is this somebody out there? Did you hear it? Because Tolo's heard it on the radio and television. The Whistler.
What, am I hard of hearing? Yeah. So I've always said that I have this very unique ability. Like, I tune things out, right? I don't hear babies crying on an airplane.
Well.
Ask Reddit, answers.
Right. So I heard it, but it didn't bother me. Like, somebody responded to one of my tweets about the Whistler, and I was like, oh, yeah, that guy has been whistling the entire game. And then I tuned it out. And then Sarah said, that guy, she's in the other room, getting ready. She's like, I cannot stand this guy whistling. She could hear it in the other room. And I'm like, oh, that's right. The guy is whistling. Again, he hasn't stopped. So, I was able to tune it out. But, of course, it was just nonstop. It's always, every stadium's got an idiot that just won't, that keep, the Rays have this guy that goes,
yeah.
It's annoying.
I could hear it, but it was not, so being in a house with 3 children and everything else.
And all women.
They're always running around. Wow, shots fired at Jacob. They're always running around.
Sorry, Jake. Wow. I thought it was outside with a rattlesnake.
No, they're always, they're in the house, they're talking to each other. Kristen's doing dishes, whatever. That typically, that there's like so much chaotic noise going on that I'll watch the game on mute because it's like I can't hear it enough to focus on it anyway. And when it's up, it just creates more chaos. So the only time I'm muted is if I see it play and I'm like, let me unmute it and understand, get their explanation of what's happening. But even still, just doing it, that little periodic unmuting, I was hearing it and it was irritating me. Yeah. And I didn't even have it unmuted most of the game.
I would the problem is it's the Astros, so the first thing you do is like, uh-oh, they're cheating again.
Yeah, they're whistling Morse code.
They're whistling Morse code out there.
All right, Jeff Passan just came out with this. At least a half dozen teams are still unsure of how aggressively they will approach their deal making over the next week. One GM lamented not just opacity. What does that mean?
Opacity?
Well, yeah, what is it?
Like the clarity.
Okay.
Jeff Passan wrote this?
Yeah.
What, you guys?
No wonder that tree broke his back.
Media members. Your job is to inform, not make us look like morons.
One GM lamented not just the clarity, you could have said the clarity of the market itself, but his team's muddled wait-and-see status. Listen to this quote from the GM. "This is the best seller's market of my lifetime. I almost wish I could commit to it and take advantage." Then he wrote the lack of clarity. Good job, Bobby. "The lack of clarity has led to a sense that even if there's a flurry of deals, and there always is, the quality of players expected to be moved is the lowest in recent memory. Good players will be traded, yes, but nobody around the sport expects a deal like Juan Soto, Trey Turner, and Scherzer, Trevor Bauer, Manny Machado, or Yu Darvish." And then, of course, he takes it to Ohtani, which you have a list for that just came out.
Yeah, so this is like the top 20 players who could move at the deadline, and obviously Ohtani leads the list. So what they're saying is, by the way, they don't know what's going to happen. The Angels are still on the unlikely list to reach the postseason. But they appear highly unlikely to actually retain him beyond this winter. If they decide to accept reality and move him, the Rangers top the list. Rangers, then Dodgers, then Giants are your top 3 contenders on this list in terms of the most likely to go get him. Now, that's great news. The bad news is the Rangers don't find themselves in the top 3 most likely suitor landing spots of any of the other players on the top 10. You have to go all the way down to Cody Bellinger at 11 for them to be in the likely landing spot, and they're 3rd for him. And then you got to continue going further down before you find somebody else that they find themselves on the list.
Which Jim Bowden, I know yesterday he was doing did a mailbag Q&A. I heard Cheech reference it on G-Bag yesterday, that Bowden had said that he had heard some chatter that the Rangers would potentially be interested in kicking the tires on Cody Bellinger. And, he's had a nice bounce back here with Chicago. It's just you wonder how sustainable it is because he was an MVP, a few years back and absolutely collapsed after that.
They're also real quick in on Scott Barlow later on down, the Royals reliever, which, you probably could have gotten a better deal if you did a 2-for-1 and you got him with Chapman, about a month ago. And they were early on the Chapman deal. But so that's just a couple of people that the Rangers are in on. The question is going to be, though, and this is a big issue. Look, how many teams are motivated to sell? In the American League, you've got 10 teams, basically. It's 8 teams within 11 games. Or beyond that, within about 5 games of the wild card. You got 5 or 6 teams within 5 games. And then in the National League, you got a ton.
Why are you guys talking? Why are you trying to give any insight or opinion or referencing Jim Bowden or Jeff Passan or anyone else when the great Colin Cowherd
that's right,
will inform us on the deal that should be made? Remember what we say. Baseball is not recognized on the national shows, on sports talk shows nationally, on First Fake. They don't know it. They can't talk it whatsoever. And here's a prime example yesterday of this guy.
Do you know how much you could get for Ohtani? I'm guessing. I'm a casual. 5 first-round picks, your best prospect, your 3rd best prospect, and 2 solid starters.
Well, given how poorly the Angels have done in the draft recently, I would rather just take best prospects. Like, give me your best 3 guys in the farm system, Yankees. Give them to me now. Ohtani's yours.
You're not going to take any draft picks?
I guess I would take a couple picks, but I want immediate prospects that are going to help me now.
All right, 3 best prospects, 3 number 1 picks. Would you move him?
I would certainly, yeah. I mean, but I'm like you. I want to win. It's in my.
Well, you can't trade. It says here you can't trade draft picks. I'm a baseball casual, so you can't trade draft picks. So you'd get the Yankees' 3 best prospects. I'm not doing it for that. I'm going to get 3 prospects, and you get the best player in baseball.
It's rude.
That's when you have the producer, one of his 19 he has, writing all his segments and ideas.
Oh gosh!
Someone type it. Peyton, type it on the computer. Hurry! You can't
trade draft.
You can't actually do it.
I'm surprised somebody in the production knew that.
Right.
Because that's a thing I think most people don't know.
Yes.
Is that in Major League Baseball's draft, you can't trade picks.
Like Passan writes this. If they hold on to Ohtani, then watch him leave in free agency. The Angels could end up with nothing to show for it but a pick
Yeah.
between the second and third rounds of the 2024 draft. That ranks somewhere between unconscionable and dreadful. So he's even referencing picks, but it'd be like Shohei leaving.
Yeah, so you get a comp pick. They call it, competitive balance round pick, a compensatory pick, whatever.
Yeah, like the NFL.
The baseball's got like weird, thresholds and such.
Any chance I can take to insult Colin Cowherd, I'll do it.
I mean, look, no sport exposes media members more than baseball. And I think that's a large reason why they don't talk it.
Man, he's got to know that, though. He's talking for 3 hours on a national talk show about the trade deadline. He should know if that's the way it works.
Baseball, hockey, golf. You can expose the
Especially you would have thought being in Los Angeles where they're based out of, there's been a lot of Ohtani talk. Like you think you would have consumed it. But look, you ever see it on First Take? No. Stephen A. might go on he'll go on a Yankees rant. But that's why they need Russo. That's why they need Russo there.
By the way, this from yesterday, this note from John Heyman, who has me blocked on Twitter. I had to find it in an article because I can't see it on Twitter. David Bednar, that all-star closer we've talked about from the Pirates, who's been really dominant this year. He said the Pirates are telling teams that they will listen on him. They will take trade offers for him, but it's going to be difficult to move him apparently because he isn't a free agent until 2027. So you're getting a young, elite relief pitcher who's under control for the next 4 years.
So Pittsburgh there's no reason for them to trade him. Like the guys you're going to get back, what are you going to do? You're going to, in a couple years, you're going to get an extra year and a half, 2 years of team control? That makes no sense.
Man, 1.15 ERA, 4 years of control for that guy. I'd love him.
Yes, I would absolutely love him. You'd be crazy. Pittsburgh should just fold the franchise if they do that.
Troy Aikman on his excitement about the Cowboys' new additions with training camp starting tomorrow, and the Cincinnati Bengals starting to feel some of that Cowboy pain. That's next in Below the Belt right here on The Fan.
Well, let's get you over to Platinum.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. Segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. When you value real independence, you own it at Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. Shop new Silverados with once-a-year 4th of July savings. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. But hurry, the best models will sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
The great Bobby Belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
take
off my belt.
We're not. Good news. Deshaun Watson has stopped victim blaming. Bad news. It's now our fault, guys.
Oh.
It's our fault. We did it.
Well,
More on that in just a
Isn't
second.
that victim blaming?
No. We're not the victims of Deshaun Watson. It's our fault.
Victim blaming. Okay.
Yeah, it's us. We did all that. Before we get into that, Troy Aikman was on the I Am Athlete podcast. Renamed the I Am Former Athlete podcast, I guess, for Aikman's appearance. But Troy Aikman was on with the podcast and was talking about the outlook for the Cowboys season and weighed in on Dallas's chances this year.
They've got another good team this year. I like what they did in the offseason. I love Brandon Cooks as a wide receiver. I've loved him since he came in the league. Stephon Gilmore on the defensive side of the ball.
Big pickup.
Yeah, another great pickup. So they're going to be able to compete with anybody in the league. And I think with that, high expectations come, of course. And Mike McCarthy this year taking over play calling is a big deal.
Okay, that's positive, but it's not homerish. It's not over the top. I will say one of the things that
he's never a homer.
He's not a homer. That's one of the
people get mad at him for that. Cowboy fans get mad at him for that.
See, that's the thing. I think people want him to be more of a homer than he is. I'll be honest. I think that has at times caused some strain or some headbutting for him and the organization at times. I'm sure some people in the organization will be like, bro, come on, cut us some slack a little bit here.
Yeah.
But he one thing he is very positive about is Dak Prescott. He said that, I mean, he gave an interview last month and he's mentioned before. He said, I think you can win with Dak. I'm a big believer in Dak. And he's been one of the guys to say he doesn't think the interceptions are going to be nearly the problem that they've been in recent history. The Cincinnati Bengals are already laying the groundwork. This is why the Bengals are just an awful organization. They are already laying the groundwork, it sounds like, for just blowing up and ruining their football team. Because, whenever you hear Steven or Jerry or anybody else step up there and go, lot of mouths to feed, only so much pie to go around, It's usually a leverage play, right? Like it's something where it's like, hey, you better hurry up and take our deal because we might run out of money. But in reality, they're always going to get their guys done. They always do. When you hear
Amari.
When you hear, that had less to do with money. Whenever you hear something like that come from the Bengals organization and Mike Brown, I think you should take it as, oh no, he literally means they might run out of money to pay people. So yesterday, Mike Brown was talking about contract negotiations. He was addressing the team's top players or was addressing the media at an annual luncheon on Monday and was talking about the challenge of paying all the top players for the Bengals given their salary cap constraints. They've got Joe Burrow coming up, T. Higgins, Logan Wilson. It's not far away. And, next year, Jamar Chase is up for one. He says, we have some good players that need to be fed. That's a challenge. It's mathematical. You get a bag of corn and you have 10 hogs. Well, you're going to put that out to them. The bag's going to be empty, and some of them aren't going to get it. He said, I have bound myself not to talk about Joe Burrow's contract. I don't think it's helpful for the negotiations. The other side has made the same commitment, and they have not broken it. But just in general, this to me sounds like he wants to pay Joe Burrow, I'm sure. That's the quarterback. That's the most important. But man, I don't know how long they're going to be able to keep this nucleus together, just given the way that the Bengals have historically approached things financially and the way that Mike Brown seems to already be greasing the wheels a little bit for the fan base to say, y'all get ready. You're gonna be saying goodbye to some of these guys that you love because I'm not paying everybody.
Now, wouldn't Broadus disagree with you via the Love the Star podcast on Bengals ownership? I've heard him kind of talk opposite of that.
Well, he loves how little they care about. They just are like, oh yeah, that guy was arrested for and
what are you
accused.
damn talking about?
Exactly. It's like, oh, that guy was accused for murder. Well, I mean, he's awesome. Let's pick him.
Okay.
Like that's what Broadus loves. Broadus loves the lack of conscience in the draft room. They're just like, take him, sure, he's great. And so that's the way that they approach things. But they've historically been cheap and been difficult.
Yeah, I want to see recent spending by teams over the past 5 years. Would you guess that Cincinnati is still at the very bottom? And probably with the Burrow contract, they could be.
They could be because their biggest expense has been on a rookie deal.
Help me look this up.
So they invested in offensive line a little bit last year. That was the first time they kind of spent on things.
Leo Collins.
But they still have not been over the top. I don't feel it.
Right now, it shows they have $19 million in effective cap space.
Ooh.
So their active cap spending is $205. They only have $500,000 of dead money. That's really good. Now look, Bears have got $32 million. Cards, Jets, Jags, all over 20. Cowboys have 20. Panthers have 20. Lions have 19.5. Colts have 19.
Yeah, everybody's generally operating this time of year around the same like $15 million worth of space because obviously you have the cap limits, what you can spend, what you need to do. But I mean, like you just look at heading into last year, some of the deals that they made. Okay, like you had Eli Apple, who was an unrestricted free agent. They re-signed him. They re-signed a lot of their own. They don't bring in a lot of people. Last year was when they spent on Alex Kappa, the guard. Yeah. They 4 years, $35 million. They signed Ted Karras, the center, but that was a $6 million a year player. They brought in Lyle Collins. But overall, they've not been a heavy spending team.
I mean, last year, I have them third behind Kansas City and the Chargers.
Right, because
$175 million.
Yeah, because they didn't have three. They were missing 3 linemen. They had no starting offense. They couldn't draft everybody. So they had to sign 3 starting offensive linemen. And even still, you look at that and you think they still went cheap. None of those guys they paid, the tackle, the guard, or the center, were $10 million a year players. They paid $7 to $9 million for all of them. And in general, you look at, the year before, okay, they bring in Trey Hendrickson. That's probably their biggest signing was Hendrickson, but typically they sign more like the Cheetos and guys like that. They get the value buys. But in general, I think they're trying to lay the foundation for we're going to have to break this thing up.
Right.
Ugh.
Now, maybe it doesn't matter if you break things up if you pay Joe Burrow. Maybe it doesn't matter because maybe it's just about quarterbacks or the dynasties.
Because I think Mixon had to take a pay cut to stay.
Yep, they had to get, and I mean that's also just speaks to the damage to the running back market. But the question of who's a dynasty, can you be a dynasty, yada yada yada. In the salary cap era, my argument has been that dynasties are just your quarterback.
Yeah.
Like your quarterback is the
that's your
dynasty.
argument? Where'd you come up with that?
I'm
so
just,
original.
Okay. All right. Thank you. My argument is that the
you think pitching's good in baseball too?
All right. So Patrick Mahomes yesterday was talking to James Jones.
My argument has been if you get the best players,
you
in the
score
NBA,
more points than the other team,
you'll win.
My point is the Patriots were not a dynasty. Tom Brady was a dynasty. That's my point. Anyway, Patrick Mahomes was talking yesterday to James Jones, and the question was asked, are you guys on the verge of becoming a dynasty?
Is this Chiefs team a dynasty?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're the beginning of one. I think in dynasties, I always say you got to win 3. And our job is to do whatever we can to win as many as we can and not have any regrets we step up the field. And I think if we keep the mentality that we have, then we can look back at the end of our career and then we can decide if we're a dynasty or not.
Here's the problem, though, about the dynasty talk is that when you discuss a dynasty, typically you have like 6 core great players that were there for all of it. Like when we look at past decades, or even more than that, the 70s, the Steel Curtain had everybody on that defense for almost the entire run. The 80s Niners had everybody together almost for the entire run. With the Chiefs, you're already talking about, well, Tyreek Hill hasn't been present for everything. Frank Clark is gone. Their starting corner has swapped out. They didn't have Mitchell Schwartz recently. Like all these key pieces that have been there for individual Super Bowls have not necessarily been there for both. The only consistents here really are Travis Kelce and Patrick Mahomes, and that's
Reed.
it. And
Andy Reid. That's it.
Yeah.
So it's been that way.
So you think the core group you think there has to be a core group of 6 winning how many to equal a dynasty? 3? You agree with me? You got to start with 3?
3, and it's got to be 3.
I mean, I would say 3 and 5 years.
Within
3 within, I'll say 6. If you just go,
so they've won 2 and 4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if they win another one, then that's it. Now, in this new era of how it may be the case that because of all the turnover, we may look at it and just change that to say, if it's 3 in the same decade, if you're within 10 years, we'll give it to you.
I don't really think about it. I don't care about, having a certain amount of core players. If the organization wins it, then they win it. If they win it this year, I'll start calling them a dynasty.
Yeah,
whether Tyreek Hill's there or not.
I agree. I don't care who's there as long as the quarterback is. And if the quarterback isn't, then I still don't care. Because that just shows that the organization is just operating on a different level. But yeah, I'm
who are your core 4 in San Francisco for Bochy's Giants? Off the top of your head, or 5.
Bumgarner, Posey.
Shut up, Peyton.
Sandoval. Sandoval was there for all of them, wasn't he?
I was not going to say him. I would have said like a Lincecum.
And then Matt Cain. But that was the beginning part of it, and then he trailed off at the end. But yeah, Matt Cain, Bumgarner. I mean, you can make an argument Bochy. But in general, I think when you just look at, that's why it's this tough definition of dynasty over the last several years where it's like you get these teams that we consider dynasties, I think, the Giants or the Spurs in basketball, where they're winning, but they're not necessarily winning 3 in a row or they're winning 3 and 4. Yeah. It's more, I mean, Spurs had a back-to-back, but they were winning more like 3 and 6 and stuff like that. And so I think it's just shifted because of just the salary cap and the free agency angle. Really quickly, Deshaun Watson, as we wrap things up here. This was from Awful announcing yesterday. The headline, Deshaun Watson shamelessly faults media for changing the narrative on his life story. Now, like, to me, the lack of awareness and optics that Deshaun Watson shows consistently is wild. He's consistently claimed his innocence. He's said that the entire time. So I'm not saying he should just admit to it simply because there were a number of accusations. I can feel like maybe something happened, but if he's dug in and said that, I don't want him to just give in if he genuinely is saying he's innocent just because people have called for it. That's not what I'm saying. But there is a way to talk about it, and the way to talk about it is not the way that he did yesterday when he was talking to media. He said, the whole situation changed me. In a situation where I just had to lock in on myself, channel and really know who I'm surrounding myself with, and just really who's going to be there and support me, even when I'm at my lowest point. And the last few years were definitely my lowest point in my life. But that's part of life. I just grow from it. I learn from it. I continue to move forward and push forward and continue to show my real character, my real personality, and who I am. And then he says that the media, basically, he blames them. He says things that people don't really get to hear about me, especially last year. It's been the media directing and changing the narrative to something else.
He's either innocent or he is a complete dumbass. Him or Ja's judgment. Oh, you have to pick between the two. Would you trust more or less?
Ja's is worse.
Ja's is worse. Yeah. Okay. Ja might be top 5 worst judgment person in that I can remember in our like last 20 years.
And that's given what we know. I mean, if we can know with certainty that Deshaun Watson's guilty of all that, then Deshaun Watson is much worse than what we know definitively about Ja.
Yeah, if he knows.
3 general managers said the same thing. They expect your Texas Rangers to be assertive and active. That kicks off the 9 o'clock hour. Then the voice of America's team, Brad Sham, on a Tolo Tuesday next.
Let's get you over to Q.
secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The first pitch here. McCormick swings and drives one to left field. That ball's back. It is off the top of the wall. 1 run scores. Abreu racing to third. He's sent home. Smith throws to the plate, and they're calling it a home run.
Final hour fist pump time on a Tolo Tuesday. Peyton Russell is getting it. Bobby Belt is creeping you out. And it's Sean and RJ here on a Tolo Tuesday final hour before we fly out to Oxnard, California for Cowboys training camp. You all packed?
Did most of it last night. Got to get some some last things together, some toiletries, and
we got plenty of time. We got 5 hours to the flight.
We got plenty of time, man.
Yeah.
Yep. It's gonna be a little GTL as soon as we get home, a little gym tan laundry, and then we'll be ready to go.
Yeah, I've been packed. I mean,
one of the packed last week.
One of the bags was packed Sunday, and so that was packed, and then I had most of it packed and like open just for the last minute things that I got to put in there, but. I know me, and I know if I didn't do it Sunday, it was not going to get done, and I'd have to rush home this morning and try and do all of it. So
you get a lot of Kristen assistance with it, or you are anal and you're like, I just want to go ahead and I want to do it myself.
I mean, it is her job, but I gave her a day off. Just the little smile she got when she realized she got a little treat. It made me feel
does
good.
work, and you just do housework.
That's right, sweetie. Now I will say it was very upsetting. I did get the Sunday night. I went to the back and the girls were watching a movie in our room, and the youngest, Laura, who you just hear there, she was like sobbing, and I was like, "What's wrong?" And she's like, "I don't want you to leave." And she's like, "I don't want you to go to California." And so she was upset. So that's gonna
Yeah, I
be
feel
tough.
like this is the first time I'm like legitimately gonna miss my son. Like yesterday, I was like, he had a sense. Something was going on. He can tell. Normally when we leave him for a Friday or Saturday, we come out of the room dressed. He like, okay, whatever. This last time he came and hugged and grabbed my shirt, didn't want me to go. And then last night he was very, very clingy. So he gets a sense, but this time I think I'm actually going to miss him. I should probably stay back a day or two and chill with him and join you guys later.
Go ahead.
Okay. Cool.
You should do that.
Me and you, Pay.
Let's do it.
Party it up here in the Metro.
We will sleep in.
Yes. You always cross the line.
You always cross the line.
Always cross the line.
Always crossing that line.
Yes,
that is. No, but it will be. Now, see, they're going to Houston, though, because Kristen's like, I got to distract them somehow because they will go nuts while you're gone. So they're just going down to Houston to see family.
Oh.
Yep.
So, like, you're such a void in the house that they have to go to another city in order to distract their minds so they don't have a breakdown over missing you.
I mean, y'all saw what those like 3 shows without me and May were like. It was really tough on y'all.
Yeah.
So like you should know. Like that's a difficult void.
I should go see what the ratings were when you were out.
Yeah,
compared to when I was out.
It was difficult.
Are you all packed? Are you all done?
Yeah. I lay out the clothes. She folds them up for me or iron a couple last second things. The efficiency is there. So, yeah, all done last night. I dread it, though.
How many bags?
1.
Just 1? That's it?
1 suitcase.
And 1 big suitcase.
It's a big suitcase, though.
Yeah.
1 suitcase and then backpack with all the work crap in it. And a lot of people end up doing laundry here in the hotel.
Yeah, I'll do laundry in the hotel.
I won't do it in the hotel because last year it was the I don't know, I can't remember which one it was. One of them had it was just mildewy, so I had to drive down to the little laundromat with Broadus. That was when I found out Broadus was crazy because he literally folds his dirty clothes, puts them in his suitcase to take them to the laundromat and then wash them. So he folds dirty clothes neatly to take them to the laundromat.
Never heard of that. Never heard of that. All right, so the entire squad is rolling out, and tomorrow morning at this time, we'll be in California with your training camp coverage. Rangers lose to the Astros. Controversy at the end. I didn't see a lot of post-game quotes in the recaps I read complaining about the call from the Rangers side, whether he missed home plate or not.
Yeah, it was a must challenge. You have nothing to lose, so you make the challenge. I don't think they really thought they were going to actually win the challenge. I'm not even sure.
Dave Raymond was convinced on TV this thing was getting overturned. Totally convinced.
I wonder. Dave is.
I guess that's not surprising for Dave to get it wrong.
He's got his goggles on.
Yeah.
So he is a bit of a homer, and I get that. It's fine. But yeah, I don't think the Rangers actually thought they were going to win the challenge. I don't even know. I have to go back and look. I don't even think they really asked for assistance in the back. They were going to challenge it anyway because it was a close play.
Yeah.
And you have nothing to lose there. You have to challenge that just on the chance that you get it right.
They're talking about the cutoff. MLB Network, our new buddy Bill Ripken with Mark DeRosa. Did Nate Lowe make a mistake cutting that ball off? They're talking about this play right now, Peyton?
Yeah, they're moving back and forth. I think they're talking about the out call now at the plate.
Okay, go.
I think these are teaching moments and there's conversation moments.
Exactly.
Especially on a couple of these instances that come up. And there's a lot to talk about on something like this up here, which is a lazy sack fly.
All right, no. They're taking it to another example, but let's talk about the play of the plate. At first, I was like, okay, maybe he missed it.
Yeah.
But then they kept showing it, and I started believing that the heel did touch home plate.
I saw the way I looked at it. It was the ball of his foot, like his bunion sort of thing.
Yeah.
That area.
Heel, ball, bunion.
I think the bunion is like on the
toe?
It's on the inside of the big toe. The heel is obviously the bottom.
Yeah.
Near your heel.
I thought that his heel / back part of the foot probably touched it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it touched it long before that. Like the inside of his toe did right away. Like it never even dawned on me that this was a play that they were going to overturn. It's to me, it's
even after watching the replays.
No, I mean, because we slowed it down. We saw the stop. It was to me, it was pretty clear.
Here's the way I look at it. If this is reversed, if it's the other side, the Rangers are the ones sliding in, and if like the umpiring crew reverses that call and says the Rangers are out, I think we're losing our minds this morning.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think they got it right. I think they got it right on the field. I think they got it right in review.
All right, let's move on then. 6:30 pregame tonight, 7 o'clock first pitch. The rest of Jeff Passan and his MLB trade deadline preview. We went through the beginning of it. He did say Artie Moreno, compare it to Juan Soto last year. The Nationals, RJ, were putting out feelers on Soto in late June. The Angels have not been nearly as proactive. Most teams are operating like he's staying put. This also kind of, does this trap you as a team? Let's just say the Rangers are interested in Ohtani. You delay and wait on something else and another move while seeing if Moreno changes his mind for the all-time big fish and you miss out on other things? Or do you act early and then Moreno changes his mind last second and you've lost your ammo?
Well, they did act early with Chapman, so they already did act early in the year. But yes, with this, absolutely. It could.
Yeah, that's a totally different price to pay.
Oh, for sure. But at least they got something already. Like they're already ahead of everybody else.
No, but I'm talking about moving on Ohtani.
Yeah, I know. It's going to be a difficult situation for them to deal with. They have to make a decision, and I think the organization is going to have a kind of a past this point of no return.
Teams we know will offload, according to Passan. Of all the players expected to move in the next week, the greatest concentration of talent comes from Chicago and St. Louis.
Yeah, so both Cubs and the White Sox. These are the White Sox players that are listed here. Giolito. These are actually Chicago players that are listed. How about there? Giolito, Stroman, Lopez, Middleton, Lynn, Kelly, Grandal, Elvis, Kendall Graveman. Those are all both Chicago, White Sox, and Cubs players.
Which missing from that list notably is Dylan Cease. And
correct,
so,
and Robert. And I don't think they're going to deal either one. They don't want to deal either one. They want, at least as of last week, they want their next core to be based around Cease and Robert.
But it's at least significant that Passan's saying that very directly Lucas Giolito's on his way out of town. And that they're going to trade Giolito. If that's the case, I'm in on Giolito.
Yeah.
That is somebody that I would want the Rangers to be in on and try and trade for.
He was a massive prospect. He's turned out to be a good pitcher. He's not elite by any stretch of the imagination, but he's started to be a pretty good pitcher. If you look at his last 5 seasons, 4 of them have had an ERA under 3.7. So, and then last year he was a 4.9. But he's been pretty darn good.
And then any of these Cardinals players interest you?
So they got Jordan Hicks would interest me. Jack Flaherty. I don't know. My issue with Flaherty is if I remember right, I was looking about a month ago. Man, I just don't know if I want a soft throwing guy anymore. And then Jordan Montgomery's not bad. Jordan Montgomery can eat innings. He throws a ton of innings. So he'd be one I would go with. But then again, like, is he's not a top of the rotation guy.
I mean, but that's a guy who's got a career ERA and a career FIP under 4. Like that is a strong, solid pitcher. I'd honestly rather gamble on Lynn in Chicago than gamble on Flaherty, though. Like Montgomery, Giolito, I'm interested in them actively. I'd be okay taking a flyer on Lynn. I have very little interest in Jack Flaherty.
Montgomery is the opposite of Jake DeGrom. He's basically always healthy. Like he throws just a ton of innings.
The teams we know will add from Jeff Passan. Raise your hand if you thought at the beginning of the season the Reds and Rangers would be patrolling the trade market as aggressively as any team. Peyton Manning, throw that hand in the air. He also says, if your hand is in the air, you are a liar.
Oh, well, I have proof.
3 general manager, Odyssey app, Jeff. 3 GMs said the same thing last week. They expect the Rangers to be among the most assertive teams at the deadline. It makes sense. The Astros on the hunt for a left-handed bat to balance their lineup are just 3 games back and expect to get Yordan Alvarez, Altuve, and another starter back from the injured list by early August.
Urquidy. So they're going to get Urquidy back. And, Yordan is their left-handed bat. So Houston's they're one of those teams that's like, they're sitting there and they can make a trade, but they also view Altuve, Yordan, and Urquidy as midseason trade acquisitions that they're going to be getting back. And they will get them back early August. I love a quote he had here in this article that right now teams are doing the filet prices for Chuck talent. And that's what they're asking for.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, they are. Now, that may change. If the Mets decide to unload, now you may have some filet talent. You're going to have your Scherzer. You're going to have your Verlander. They already think Robertson's going to be available. They already think they're going to do a Tommy Pham or a Mark Canha, but we don't know about Scherzer or Verlander.
He also said the Rangers have one of the deepest farm systems in baseball, and while Ohtani is their white whale, a top-end starter and a bullpen player or two would fit alongside the most prolific offense in baseball.
Okay, if that's the case, then and let's say it's limited to these teams that we know are selling and nobody else enters the market. If that's the case, to me, the target needs to be you need to go after Giolito and Joe Kelly in a package to Chicago.
Yeah, but the point Sean brings up, and it's a good one, and you got to. This is why you have to weigh it. When is the point of no return where we say, okay, we're not going to be sitting here, with just our what's in our hand come August 1st.
Yeah.
When, we find out that they're not going to trade Ohtani.
It's like if Peyton really likes
Olive Garden.
Olive Garden.
Yeah.
He really likes Olive Garden, but
Red Lobster comes around.
Red Lobster comes around. No, who's number 1? Did we name her Jane Doe?
Jane Doe?
Yeah. But he hears that Jane Doe may be available in a month. But you got a decent thing going with Olive Garden. Do you dump the breadsticks for dough?
Yes.
You know what I mean? Okay.
In a heartbeat.
Okay, so that means that in this scenario, the Rangers should wait, let the market start getting active, deals getting done, for the chance that Ohtani becomes available. That would be Peyton's answer.
It's a conundrum.
Yes.
It is quite the conundrum. I think you wait. I think in that case,
I think you move. I would make my deals. Are they going to deal him in division? How much extra tax is there going to be on me? Is he going to re-sign? Let me go ahead and make my other moves. And I'm going to assume Artie Moreno is not going to deal him.
Giolito and Kelly will cost you something. I don't think Giolito and Kelly are going to deplete your system to the point that if the Angels come calling and say, give us a package for Ohtani, I think the Rangers would say, we're in. Regardless of what we've already given up, we're in. We'll give you a strong package and we'll do this. And at that point, you're best of both worlds. You look at Giolito, Ohtani, and Kelly at that point.
And you've sold everything.
In the name of a team that's got a lot of high-priced veterans on it.
The voice of America's team is in Oxnard, California. Let's get the preview with Brad Sham on Sean and RJ next. But let me go ahead and preview.
Personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels today at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Joining us now from Oxnard, California, the site of Cowboys training camp, is the voice of America's team and commentator for some of the football lice that I was watching during some of the off time. And Brad Sham was spectacular during the Tom Landry one. Very, very good. As I was just binge watching some America's team football lives, and Brad is joining us now from Cali. Good morning. How are you?
I'm all right. How are you boys?
Why just all right?
We don't really want to get into it. I'm feeling I'm just battling some physical stuff, but I'm delighted to be out here in 64-degree Oxnard.
How worried should Cowboy fans be that Zach Martin is not there?
I think they should be worried about the health of their children. Knowing Zach, he is not going. He's not the type who is going to miss playing time. In my opinion, we can always be surprised. I believe that he wouldn't be not here if he didn't feel strongly about whatever his grievance is. If you talk about, like, Saquon Barkley's another example. I'm not going to play. Now, Zach hasn't said he's not going to play. I think he's trying to make a statement and get everybody's attention in the front office. But you at this stage of a career that is still incredibly productive, you just don't walk away from the kind of money he's already making. Now, that doesn't mean you're happy, and you would like him to be happy. But I wouldn't. I mean, he's not going to play any preseason games anyway. At least he wouldn't for me. So you'd like him to get some practice. If he gets 2 weeks of practice, I'm pretty sure he's healthy. And so if he gets a couple of weeks of practice, I'm fine. I'd love to see him. I love hanging around him. But it's a business, Sean. You know, it's professional football, and so they got to take care of the business part first, but I don't think that's the reason to lose sleep.
Before we watch any of the practices, what would be your best guess on the opening day starting offensive line?
Presuming everyone's presence and good health.
Yes.
My answer is somewhat colored by what I think ought to be the case. And whether they think the same thing or not, I don't know. I know Mike Solari, the new offensive line coach, he was actually here the first time under Landry for a while. But I haven't had a chance to talk to him about who he thinks are the best five. But if it's me, I'm putting down Tyron Smith at left tackle, Tyler Smith at left guard, Biadasz at center, Martin at right guard, and Terrence Steele at right tackle.
And your reason for the left side would be what?
Tyron's still a really good player when he's healthy. He didn't look great playing right tackle last year, certainly in the San Francisco game, but, I mean, they were desperate, and that just, to me, shows what kind of a team player he is. I'm not worried about Tyler Smith handling multiple positions. I think the one thing, well, we learned a lot about him last year, but I think one of the things we learned is that he's really bright. He's a very intelligent guy, and he's very adaptable. And so, to me, you can put him in at left guard. I would, frankly, if it was me, I'd probably play him at both positions during practices and preseason. And then if I feel that my best team is Tyron Smith at left tackle, I'm not afraid to put Tyler at left guard. And if I have to move him back to left tackle at some point, I don't think it slows him down one bit. I think he's just fine. I really think that's, to me, the best five on paper, given good health and everyone's presence. So the thing that really I am most interested to see when they put pads on, which I guess might not happen until next week, is the depth, the backup people, the guys like Farniak and Ball and Waletzko. I'm interested. I really liked what Waletzko was doing before he got hurt in training camp last year. These young guys, I want to see them play and see what kind of depth they can develop. But to start against the Giants, again, all those other factors being equal, I think those are the best five because Tyron Smith can still play.
Brad Sham, voice of the Cowboys, joins us here at 105 through the Fan. What was the offseason storyline that circulated that annoyed you the most?
The off-season storyline that circulated that annoyed me the most. I guess, RJ, I always try to answer the first thing that comes into my head. And so I guess that would be that Prescott just is an interception machine and can't play or can't win. That annoys me. I mean, to me, if you just look statistically at the year he had last year, it wasn't good, and it was an outlier. And also, he didn't have very much. And we saw it in capital letters with bright lights after Pollard got hurt in the playoff game. He had one guy to make plays. That's not enough. And if it was me, I'd have added even more wide receivers. But I do think I'm interested to see Gallup because all they had last year was a guy wearing number 13. They didn't have Michael Gallup. So if they do now and Cooks is as advertised, then then I think guys who were like Noah Brown, who's a really nice football player, and I think you can use guys like that to help you win, but he can't be your third or fourth receiver. And so now I think this is a guy like Semi Fehoko has a chance to make his career now, show he can be Noah Brown from special teams and a better receiver. There's some interesting guys like that. All of that factors very much for me into the evaluation of the quarterback, and I think the quarterback can win. So I guess that would be what annoyed me the most.
What changes do you think will be there with Mike McCarthy calling the plays?
Well, that's a great question, and I'm not going to pretend to be smart enough to answer it, but I think we could only answer that going on what he says, which includes things like wanting all the receivers to have more ownership over the entire route tree. Everybody know what everybody else is trying to do, which enhances what they're supposed to do. And I think that is a part that's pretty intriguing. He said when he announced that he was taking it back over, we want to run the ball and play defense. I think they did run the ball. And as much as I love running the ball, I still think you have to, and Babe Woffenberg says this all the time, you got to throw it to score in this league. And it's just not the same league that it was 20 years ago. So they obviously have to be more efficient. They've got to cut down on the interceptions. That, to me, is McCarthy's number one deal. And I think there were a lot of factors for Dak. The time he missed, now he comes back. I think he's maybe trying to hit a few 6-run homers. Certainly with what he had running around in front of him, you try to maybe do too much, and that's not a recipe for success. So I think there's all those intangible factors that have a chance to make them better. But Mike's put a lot of he's put a lot on the line. He's put a lot of his own prestige and I think future here, at least here, into saying I can fix this. And but as Sean, he'll tell everybody, if give me $1 this week, we have the big press conference to start here coming up at 10 o'clock Pacific time, and then he'll talk almost every day. So I'd just like to have $1 for every time he says the word install, because that's what they're going to be working on, putting things in. And so it'll be New York before we start to get a real glimmer of what it is that he's trying to do. But I mean, this is all on him now, as far as I think probably the ownership's concerned.
You mentioned there, Brad, the press conference today where they'll be all up there and taking questions for, goodness, they may be up there for an hour. What are you, outside of something urgent like, the question around Zach Martin, what are you most interested in hearing about from Jerry, Steven, and Mike today?
They'll be asked questions about Mike's future. They'll be asked questions about Dak. Bobby, as silly as it sounds, and I have not seen it yet because we were running around. It got dark, so I haven't seen it. But this all this fuss over this tent that they built in front of the wall, that's a lot of hubbub for a wall, for a tent. And so I don't know if it's just a tent or a structure, but there's been enough conversation about it that, knowing, Jerry, I think that I'm interested to see if that's really something or if it was just something that for people here to talk about. And, contracts always, how are you going to handle, and that's part of the Zach question, but how are you going to, get Diggs and Lamb taken care of so you have cap room to make sure you are good with Biotish and start on Parsons next, all of that stuff. That's all part of the Dak question and Zach Martin question. But I'm always interested to hear what they say about that.
What's your solution for the running back market problem?
That's just, I don't know. That's attitudinal and cyclical. And the way the game's gone, the way the rules have changed, it's pretty clear that if you keep signing running backs to the contracts that Zeke signed and Gurley, remember Gurley the year before him?
Yeah.
And anybody who was paying attention could see that was the forerunner. Gurley signed that deal with the Rams, and then you could say he will not live out that contract. And a lot of people said the same thing about Elliott. And so I think that's just the mindset of the owners right now. And the only thing that will change it is when the league begins to rely more on the running game as a staple, and you find the need to have a guy who can carry the ball 30 times a game. And I don't think the rules provide for that. I think the rules want you to have someone competent, and then you got to be able to pass the ball. So I think that's just bad news for running backs because people will play for the money that's available. Ultimately, I will never forget when Michael Irvin held out in the early 90s. Emmett's holdout was in 90 for 2 games, and it might have been 93 when Michael tried to hold out of camp. He wanted more money, and ultimately, Jerry said to him, Michael, this is what the job pays. You decide. And so, Nick Chubb and Jacobs and all the Saquon Barkley, certainly, they don't have to like that. And I think everybody listening can relate to if you work for somebody, if you don't work for yourself, and you use comparables of other people who have worked as long as you, or sales figure, whatever it is, and you think you should get more money, ultimately someone is going to say to you, this is what the job pays.
Yeah.
Take it or leave it. And that's where running backs are going to get to. And unless they change the rules back to make them less pass-centric, I don't know how that will ever swing back to the pendulum of, believe it or not, just like 7 or 8 years ago.
Thanks a ton, brother. We appreciate it, and we will see you tomorrow in person.
I'll be here. Look forward to seeing you guys.
The voice of America's team, Brad Sham. Man, we got a terrifying, scary situation with the Bronnie James family. That news is breaking. We'll talk about it with KMC next.
Let's get you over to the all-new Platinum.
deck. The 0-2, swinging a line drive, base hit into right field. Jankowski up with it. Rounding third is Tucker. Here comes the throw. Lowe's relay is not in time. Tucker scores, and the Astros walk off the Rangers tonight in the opening game of this series by the final score of 10-9.
Did they get cheated at home plate? We'll ask KMC in just a second. Here in Crosstalk on 105.3 The Fan. But first, this broke 15 minutes ago from Sham's. A USC All-American Bronnie James collapsed on the court Monday and had a cardiac arrest. He was taken to the hospital and is now in stable condition and no longer in the ICU. Wow.
Yeah, that is very scary. Tip-top shape athlete.
Yeah, so 18-year-old.
Yeah.
With that happening, that is very scary. I mean, it does remind me of Hank Gathers, who we saw die on a basketball court. That's most people don't remember that because they're not old enough to know who Hank Gathers is, but he was going to be a top 5 pick out of Loyola Marymount and just right on center court died right there. And so luckily for Bronnie, he's okay. Now they're going to have to go through a lot of testing to see why this happened, and could it happen again?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, that was the thing with Hank. Like, Hank Gathers they were aware. Like, everybody was well aware he had that condition. He was taking medication. So this just seems like something that out of nowhere.
And Reggie Lewis, if you guys remember him for the Boston Celtics, he died too of a heart condition, but it wasn't on the court in the middle of an NBA basketball game.
Yeah.
His heart gave out on him, I think at just a workout where his heart just gave out, and he was, in premium shape.
Yeah, Hank had it was a heart muscle
that
had a disorder to it, and it's scary.
It's just crazy how genes can come into play too. It really is. It's a gene lottery. And my dad will tell me this all the time, being a cardiologist. Like, who's going to get the bad genes? I'm not saying that's a case here, but you're thinking 18 years old, prime shape. That's what my mind first thought of is like, man, that he'd get the unfortunate genes in the family. When hypertension and all that stuff comes into play. Like my brother got it in our family, and he's got to be, a lot more careful and stuff. And it's a lottery sometimes.
During the break, I'm sure there's people that are, because they're not LeBron James fans, saying things. But I just like to say this. For Bronnie James, what he's doing is tremendous. Somebody asked me this the other day. What is it like when your father's a professional athlete and then you like that sport and maybe you're trying to do it? And I said, I think for somebody like me, that my father made it, but he didn't make it where you become big. I think when you're the son of a Ken Griffey Jr., of a Michael Jordan, of a LeBron James, and I know it's maybe a little bit different with Kobe and, unfortunately his daughter who really loved basketball. Maybe it's a little bit different because you're a girl going after a WNBA career versus an NBA career. But I do think the pressure is tremendous because there's no way, I don't know Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's life that well, but there's no way Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's son was ever going to be as good as him. There's no way that Michael Jordan's sons or Nolan Ryan's sons were ever going to be Nolan Ryan or Michael Jordan. They become arguably the greatest at what they do. And I think for Bronnie James, will he ever be LeBron James? No. But for a kid that has LeBron James as a dad, most of those kids don't really go after that sport because by 7th, 8th grade, they realize everybody thinks I suck at this because I'm not close to my dad's standards.
Yeah, they just go after the teammate's former wife. That's what
Marcus,
Marcus
Jordan joke. Yeah, I get that.
Corey, what's coming up?
Guys, we have a big show today. Sean Merriman joins us at 11 o'clock today. We'll talk with him, the former NFL All-Pro.
That's what I thought, too.
Merriman. We also have Bruce Bochy joining us at 11:20. We're moving him up a little bit today because the Jerry Jones State of the Cowboys address begins at noon o'clock today, which means KMC Masterpiece gets an hour off to chill on the couch.
You're supposed to listen.
And listen to stuff.
Home plate last night. Was it the right call, Kevin Hagelin?
I'm going to say no. Maybe that is bias.
Right, Dave Raymond.
Yeah, that might be bias worked in, but I'm going to say no.
I need to watch it again because I thought it was the right call.
Okay, that's how
That's how I was.
I think it was the right call. And
I walked in, I was like, "What?" Sean was like, "Was the call right?" I go, "Wait, you mean the one at the end?"
Yeah.
Of course it was.
Yeah.
You didn't watch any of the replays and second guess whether his foot actually touched.
You know, it's I was frustrated that they lost.
You didn't think it touched?
I kind of did the same thing that Mike did.
Oh yeah, it did. I'm sorry.
You thought you saw. You're like, it clearly touched.
Yeah.
Okay. You guys aren't feeling with what the rest of social media questioning it, or Dave Raymond or CJ?
I'm going to try to rewatch it right now because I was so frustrated that they lost that I was like, that was it.
You just turned the TV off. That's what I did. I turned the TV off, threw the remote down, and said I wasted time staying up and watching this.
Did you see replays?
No, I didn't watch a replay on it. But I just, like, from what I saw, I was like, all right, that looks like it is to me.
Live,
I kind of hate Kyle Tucker right now. Like, that dude's getting on my nerves.
If you watched it live without any replay, you wouldn't think at all that
there
was a question over it. But when they started replaying it.
Here's the throw. He's going to be safe by a mile.
Yes. Should that throw have been cut off, by the way?
The reason you cut it off is if it's so soft, you know it's not going to get to home plate. So that's a read by Nate Lowe. It might be online, but if it's at that point about 65 or 75 miles an hour, you have to cut it because it doesn't have enough momentum to just one hop skip to the catch.
If that's a Dulles in right field.
Oh, for sure. I don't even know if you send him.
All right.
If you're the third base coach, you might go because there's less than 2 outs. If there's 2 outs, you're sending them, even if it's a Mookie Betts, a Dulles Garcia, whoever. You have to send them with 2 outs. But with there being less than 2 outs, you can be conservative, but different situation, right? Because you know it's not a strong arm.
So are you seeing the replay?
No, they on YouTube they just show him slide. He's safe by a mile, and
social media on the Rangers side for the most part?
Of course.
Okay. But is that just because of the people like you interact with?
Probably.
Okay.
But I do feel like the more I was watching it.
I talked to Sandler. He didn't seem to bring this up at all. Like, can you believe that call? Like,
really?
I talked to him this morning, and he was just like, man, that just kind of stunk. Like, you know, you had a 9-6 lead. And
so it didn't look like the front of his foot touched.
Yeah.
It looked like it kind of hovered over it. And then if something did touch the plate, it was the heel area, like the ball of his foot. But Raymond and CJ last night, Dave Raymond was convinced it was absolutely getting overturned. He had a reaction kind of like not as strong as when they got screwed with the Jonah Heim play. It was a little bit less than that.
One
like
seems so obvious.
That's the ball of his foot, the inside ball. That to me is easily on.
Okay.
It's tough. I'm trying to watch it in real motion, but slow it down on YouTube. I mean, he's safe by a lot, but it's tough to see if that foot, obviously it touches down right after play, like home plate, it touches down hard, but that's probably going to be tough on a review. I didn't see all the reviews on. You're going to have a review where a camera is on the ground.
Doesn't matter if Geraldus if he does his job. If Chapman does his job in the 7th inning, they don't give up 3 runs.
This is why the Yankees, just so everybody understands, it's really weird. I was talking to my wife about this morning. It's amazing because when he throws on back-to-back days, he probably, it's like this fine-tuned, like, I don't know, NASCAR or something, where when you get that thing in total peak condition, it is impossible to hit. You get 1, 2, 3 dominant innings. He pitched back-to-back. So he pitched the last game against the Dodgers, and then he pitched yesterday. And the Royals were really protecting him. He never pitched back-to-back one day with the Kansas City Royals. And so they were really protecting because, first of all, they're never winning. But second of all, they were like, hey, let's protect this guy because he's a trade asset. He's not a piece that we're going to really use. So let's make sure we have him pitching at peak situations every time we give him the ball in Kansas City. Well, now he's back into a winning situation where you need him to pitch, before the off day. He pitched 3 out of 5 days, I believe, or 3 out of 4 days. And then they gave him the day off. Then they had a day off. Then they weren't winning. And then he pitched. And then he pitched again. And he's like one of these guys. I told my wife, 99 seems unbelievable for most guys. But when he goes back from pitching 101 to 103 the other day, back to 99, in some weird way, he seems very hittable, even though that doesn't seem like it would be very hittable. But his back-to-back days, you have to worry about him throwing those.
He seemed like he works an awful lot for the inning he throws.
That dude sweats like
crazy. I wanted to see the average number of pitches, though. It feels like maybe it's just an event because he's out there, and I do enjoy that, but it feels like every count is going to 2-2. Maybe 3-2. Like, he ends up overpowering a ton of people. But I'm just like, man, I don't think he could go out there for a second inning with the amount it looks like he's
And that's why they never send him out there. That's why you shouldn't send him out there for a second inning. Somebody was complaining to me on Twitter about Brock Burke not going out there for a second inning because he barely threw any pitches on Sunday, and then Sunday, and then he barely threw any pitches on Monday. I'm like, dude, he threw back-to-back days. People don't understand if you're not a pitcher, and I can't explain it to you, to go sit down in the dugout after warming up in the pen and then going into the game and getting your 3 outs and then sitting back down for 10 minutes when you are a reliever, that takes a lot out of you to then go back to the mound and pitch again. There's a reason they're a reliever, and if you're going to throw a guy back-to-back days, you damn sure better not throw him multiple innings unless it's a do-or-die situation, in the playoffs, or if we don't win this game, we're not making the playoffs. So screw it. I don't care if your arm falls off. I know this is too extreme. If your arm falls off, I don't care. You have 6 months to rehab it in the offseason. And I know they wouldn't do that to guys, but that was not a do-or-die situation where you could ruin Brock Burke's next 5 days.
Safe travels, fellas, and we'll see you tomorrow in California.
I'll see you in Oxnard, sir.
The KMC Masterpiece is next right here on 105.3 The Fan.
fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where, yes, Bobby Belt might be encouraging Mike Bassick to wear his Kansas City Chiefs hat to Dallas Cowboys training camp.
You know, last year, Kevin, during camp when you weren't there, Mike and I, we didn't have a vehicle, so Bobby drove us everywhere. Anywhere we wanted to go, Bobby was our ride. And on the drive to wherever we were going, Bobby would always encourage Mike to do things that would probably irritate you. And it was...
To get Mike in trouble or just because Bobby likes chaos?
Will it irritate you if I ask if we can go get hot dogs after we land?
Not at all.
Good. Will it... Who is going to... I was thinking about this. Since we're going to Oxnard tonight, who's driving Derek Holland back in Friday rush hour traffic?
Oh, man, he's going to have to take a limousine.
We think about that. Like, I thought about that last night. Like, as soon as practice is over, or as soon as our show is over on Friday, somebody has to drive Derek Holland back the hour and 15-minute drive there and possibly the 2-hour drive back to Oxnard.
I'm just wrapping up. I'm finishing here, fellas. I'm about to leave. But since I was here, I just heard your question. Derek's getting his own car.
Yes!
So he's renting his own car, so nobody's got to drop him off.
All
You're the
right.
best.
Yeah, so you're good.
I
All
was
right,
just
love y'all.
wondering,
Bye.
I was like, I'll be the guy who does it, but that is a 3.5 hour there and back type of situation.
What do you think Derek's renting? Because you know, like he has multiple cars, Maserati.
Hey,
Probably the 3-wheeler car where just one person fits in it.
I got one more quick question, and maybe Bobby can help out with this. Do you guys have a suggestion? Again, this is a hypothetical. Let's say that somebody from your family was coming to visit you that is not old enough to rent their own car, and they might try to fly in during your show. Do you think there's anybody at the station that would go pick him up at the airport?
I would tell him to wait till 1:30 and he'll be there.
Very tough one. Yeah.
Okay.
Just
feels like a job for
how
a
old do you have to be to rent a car?
25, I believe.
Actually, I've done a lot of research about this because of this. There are 2 states in which you could rent a car at the age of 18. Unfortunately, neither one of those are California. In many states, they will allow you to rent a car at the age of 21.
Oh,
so
okay.
they have changed some of those rules over the years, because that's the same thing I thought, is that used to be the thing. Oh, I turned 25. Oh, you can rent a car. But there are a lot of states now where you can rent a car if you're 21. But,
From the 469, I'll drive him. So there's somebody at the 469 that said they will drive him, Kevin. So
Okay.
I guess text back to them.
Yeah.
Let them know.
If you want to pick up Brandon from the airport, that'd be fantastic.
Do you see the bus schedule from LA to Oxnard?
Oh, man.
Is there a train? Do they have a train
No.
from LA to Oxnard? Is that
too many earthquakes?
Okay,
That's a great question.
Just get him aboard. He can surf up the coast. That'll be a good option.
No way my son knows how to surf. All right.
That was the part that you took issue with?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, look.
We're really trying to slow down the inevitable, and that is talking about the Ranger game last night.
Yeah,
Fair enough.
we really are. I guess let's go ahead and fire off cut number 2. Unfortunately, there are a variety of not great cuts to choose from. Let's go ahead and fire off cut number 2.
Tell you about it after this pitch, the first pitch here.
McCormick swings and drives one to left field. That ball's back. It is off the top of the wall. 1 run scores. Abreu racing to third. He's sent home. Smith throws to the plate, and they're calling it a home run.
Man, do you think Jared feels silly for getting that one wrong?
That was impossible off the
That was
live
tough.
action
That
to
was
tell
very
that
tough.
it was over the yellow line.
Yeah, and I do, like, when I saw that happen, it just everything fell slumped on
You
that.
just feel like Chapman, and look, that's probably a house of horrors for him. I mean, we can remember the Jose
Yes.
Altuve
All I keep
microphone
thinking.
one where the
Yeah.
buzzer or whatever that he didn't want to rip his jersey
he
off.
did it for his wife. Not to
But
take it.
I just wonder when he goes into that stadium, no matter how great you are, there's places that just seem to have your number. I don't know if the Astros in general have his number. I've never looked up his Astros numbers, at least since 2019, let's say, or something
I'll
like
be
that.
back.
Yeah.
But I just wonder when he goes to Minute Maid Park Field if he has like some sort of sense of, man, crap just always happens to me here. I don't know.
Yeah, it was really disappointing. And then
Hold on real quick,
Yeah,
Kevin.
yeah.
I was looking something up. while he was throwing, he had a look, and I know you just explained and laid out why back-to-back nights or 2 nights in a row for him is tough.
Yeah.
But he did have this look like he was on the first at bat, he looked good against Bregman. But after that, he looked uncomfortable. He just didn't look like he was in the zone or around the zone where he wanted to be at all. And I don't know if it is something of it started kind of rolling back in his mind of I can't get too close or these guys will hit it.
I just wonder, I mean, I'll go back to crosstalk. I just wonder for Chapman if he's such like a fine-tuned machine to throw the ball that hard and then somewhat that accurate, that throwing on back-to-back days that second game on throwing back-to-back, if there's no off day in between, that his perfectly designed body to throw 105 back in the day that can still reach 103. If for some reason 99 is still super hard in the major leagues, but it just seems like when he drops below 100 on that back-to-back day that it has to be kind of lack of movement. Obviously the speed is still well above average in the major leagues, but for some reason it's just not the same. The hitters don't they see him much better on that second day on the back-to-back.
And I want to read this text because it comes up a lot about Bochy as well, and we'll have him on at 11:20 today from the 469. So who is the Rangers bullpen coach? They clearly aren't getting these guys mentally prepared to compete. Is
he supposed to like give them a Rudy speech every time they leave the mound in the bullpen?
Yeah, and the issue with it is, okay, who are you putting out there? Because you got one remarkable first outing from Spees. The last couple have been clunkers. Chapman has been unstoppable with
Wasn't
this
those
team.
his first runs?
Yes, it was. But then you use him was it back-to-back?
Yeah, he pitched Sunday, and then he pitched yesterday.
And then he gave up a run. So even the one person or one of the people that you've been able to count on is he failed the Rangers yesterday. But this is like his, 10th appearance or something for the Rangers. He's been really, really good for them.
So I guess I'll give an education on this. Sometimes it's funny things that I guess, you think, but you don't know. So a bullpen coach is there to answer the phone. That's his major job. As crazy as that sounds, his biggest job is to answer the phone. That's pretty much his primary job. His second is to chart how many pitches a guy throws in their bullpen session. So as they're warming up, he has to mark down how many pitches they throw. So if a dude throws 27 pitches in the third inning and doesn't get into the game, and then you warm him up in the fourth inning and he throws 17 pitches, he's thrown somewhat 43 competitive pitches down there already. So he's actually just marking down how many pitches a guy throws before he actually goes into the game. So they have that marked down. How many times did he get up? How many times did he throw a pitch off of the mound? Not how many times he played catch, but how many times did he do that? He's also letting them know when he answers the phone, get ready, and hey, be prepared for Tucker. Let's just say you're a left-handed guy getting up. You see that, let's just say it's Altuve and Bregman. I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank on the dude who got their leadoff guy yesterday. But Dubon, thank you. It's like, hey, Dubon's up right now. You got Bregman next. You're probably up for Tucker. Like, you can't say you are up for Tucker, like you're 100% going in. But if you're a lefty warming up and there's two righties coming up and there's a righty on the mound and you're a lefty, he'll let you know you got Tucker. He might, as you're getting ready, tell you, hey, Tucker doesn't like the ball here, or this is the way, pitch him in this situation. But that's about what the bullpen coach does.
Yeah.
That guy is sprinting to get ready. If people don't understand, as much as it looks like calm down there, you're in a sprint mode to get ready as soon as possible so you can give your manager the opportunity to bring you in, maybe even a hitter early if you can get ready fast enough.
And I see multiple people bringing this up. I disagree. I fundamentally disagree with the idea about this in baseball. So there's multiple people who are getting after Bochy for putting him in the 7th. I think we underrate when a save really happens. I mean, you brought it up. It was Bregman was coming up. Tucker was coming up. Abreu, I know he's had a horrid year, but like that's
he put his best in against the best, like he did against. Did you guys get ticked off against the Dodgers? I just need to know, when you beat the Dodgers on Sunday, did you think Bruce Bochy was stupid? I mean, that's because I was a little bit surprised, just to be honest, being at the game. I was like, Chapman's warming up before the 9th inning.
Yeah.
That seemed to be a great decision because he's like, these are the guys I need out. This looks to be a bigger threat. This inning looks to be with the guys coming up to bat. looks to be a bigger threat right now than saving him for the 9th inning. I want this to be a 0. He tried to do it again the next game. It didn't work out.
Yeah, I don't have an issue with the 7th at all because of what you just brought up. But I do know there's that old mentality as you bring in your closer, your best reliever or whatever, only in the 9th. As we've talked plenty of times.
He didn't do it the night before. Where were all the bitching and moaning on the fan text then?
And go back to the World Series year. You had 2 closers. Alexi Ogando was your 6th inning guy. That was an important time for the Rangers, they felt, throughout the playoffs, is we hope our guys go about 5 innings. And if we get that 6th inning from Alexi Ogando, we should be fine. And then Feliz will take it over. Because usually it kind of match up, Mike, if it works right, that you're getting those certain guys.
Somewhat.
You're getting the best part of their lineup. And
You can look
at
You can look at yesterday, though, is if Chapman does what he's done the entirety of his Rangers stint, you're going to win that game. Or I feel like you're going to win that game.
You're now down to 6 outs left with Will Smith getting 3 of those outs. Maybe even having to get 4 of those outs if you feel like you get in a little bit of trouble and Smith needs to close out the 8th to get to the 9th. But Bochy is limited on his resources in the pen.
And that's the issue that I come back with. Don't get me wrong. I'm not defending the bullpen as a whole because our bullpen stinks. But I have no issue. I know it didn't work, but I have no issue with Chapman getting the spot in the 7th inning.
He didn't come through. It stinks because he is arguably your best bullpen piece right now. And Will Smith is right there with him.
Yep.
You have 2 bullpen pieces you can count on. One of them didn't do the job yesterday. I guarantee you, well, Chapman's not pitching today. Guess what? He doesn't even need to come to the park. He is going to be there and sit in the dugout and watch the game. Chapman's not pitching no matter what. So if you're listening right now and you get really upset because the Rangers are up 3-2 in the 7th, 8th, or 9th inning and Chapman doesn't pitch, he's not going to throw Chapman 3 days in a row. He ain't pitching today. That's the way baseball works. It's a different sport if you've never really followed it, but you can't really throw 3 days in a row unless you're 14 years old. And then dumbasses do that all the time to 14-year-olds.
Mike, and Kevin was there when it happened. Jared and I argued. For 15 minutes, it felt like, because Bannister threw Tollison 3 straight days. And I was like, he won't do it tomorrow. I guarantee it. He freaking threw Tollison the next day, and it didn't work out for him. And in the next year, Bannister did bring that up. He brought it up to me, specifically in the middle of an interview. He brought it up, and I was like, I disagree. But it bounced back. It got him.
Yeah.
It got him.
And maybe sometimes you do that. They're not going to do that to Chapman. Chapman's down today. But I will say with Spees, Derek Holland, I'll say it again, Derek Holland and I warned everybody that he was effectively wild and was not really commanding his pitches. It was great, his first outing. Celebrate that first outing. But now that we've seen him, if me and Derek Holland, former big league pitchers, immediately knew his chart, don't worry about a fastball. Don't care he throws 100. He rarely throws it, and when he throws it, it will be a ball. Just let it go. You see the ball spinning fast, you see backspin, let it go. You're going to get a free ball. Until he can command his fastball, it's going to be very tough to pitch at a major league level. Then he throws a big sweeping slider. It's usually a ball. It will usually be down and away to a righty or down and into a lefty. If you see more of a sweeping breaking ball, let it go. His pitch, his one pitch that he can command for a strike is going to be a 94-mile-an-hour cutter. If you see 5 pitches in an at-bat, 4 of them has to be able to command 99 to 100 and throw it for a strike 50% of the time, which is a low percentage. But if he can do that, if he can throw 100, 50% of the time for a strike, it will change the way the guys are seeing his other pitches.
And I realize I'm keying in on both of his last appearances. I get it. People are concerned that the Rangers have lost 3 of 4 against really good teams. You were winning in the 7th inning in 2 of those games, and Spees both times had issues. And then obviously last night, the bigger issue was Chapman, who's been phenomenal for you thus far.
And Gray was a big issue too.
Yeah, for sure. And so I get it, but you also won 6 in a row before that, so I'm not ready to be like, what a catastrophic turn. It sucks that you lost last night because you should have won that game.
To me, it shows this. If the Rangers, and we'll talk about it at 10:45 more, teasing, if the Rangers can get 2 premium right-handed relievers, they can go to the World Series. That'll be my tease for 10:45. I'll say it again after this next segment.
Do I need to go to the Corey news desk?
This one isn't news. It's just a callback from the beginning of the segment. Or did you want the news right now?
Yeah, give me the. He just did the do-do-do.
Okay, breaking news-ish. Jaylen Brown and the Boston Celtics have agreed to a 5-year Supermax extension worth up to $304 million, according to Mark J. Spears, the richest contract in NBA history. And then the other thing, Mike, I just found this in my emails. I knew I saved it for a reason. The best cities for hot dog lovers. Los Angeles, California is number 3. So when we get there, Pinks it is, baby. Pinks it is.
Okay. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we talked about the optimism, but what's the biggest reason for pessimism about the Cowboys' upcoming season? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Soda, and it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen, and Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If your loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
First down and goal at the 9. High snap to Howell. Play fake. He keeps it. Comes up the middle. Makes 2 men miss. Gets to the goal line. Breaks 3 tackles. Touchdown Howell. His first rushing touchdown.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the fan. We talked about the optimism yesterday, but what's the biggest reason for pessimism for the Cowboys' upcoming season? I did see someone text this in. I'm hoping it does not go that direction, but I hear what you're saying. But the 806, oh man, don't do Dak like this. You know where the text headed. I'm going in a completely different direction, all right? But I do realize the way sometimes the text goes. But we went through a whole bunch of reasons for optimism yesterday. But what are your biggest reasons for pessimism about the Cowboys' upcoming season? I'm gonna throw this out there, and I know he wasn't on the team playing yesterday and everybody freaked out, but stability on the offensive line. My biggest concern is stability on the offensive line. Even this morning, when Sean, RJ, and Bobby were talking with Brad Sham, they're like, hey, give us your predicted offensive line. And he even said, I'm mixing in a little bit of my own personal bias in this. And it does feel like I've done that as well. It feels like we, the fan base, perhaps have a different idealized offensive line than perhaps what the Cowboys are going to do. I am concerned about the stability of our offensive line.
Mike just broke down very well Spieth.
Yeah.
And this is what we need him to work on. Now, here's the deal. I send him back to the minor leagues. He works on it. He gets better. I can see that it's better, right? You'll be able to notice immediately. With this offensive line, that's kind of what you're expecting from the new offensive line coach is what did you ask them to do? Or even let's say Tyron. Tyron's my biggest concern, his health.
Okay.
Because that goes to exactly what you're saying. The overall of the offensive line. If I was going from last year to this year, I would go, all right, so this is, other than injury history, maybe he's a little step slow on this left foot here.
Yeah.
I need to see if that's still there, if he's even slower, or if he's faster. And then
great.
I need to ask him to be better at it. And if he can't do that by the end of camp, then I have some question marks. That's where I am with mostly just the health of Tyron. I don't know if you did see Duke Mayweather's post on Tyler Biotic. Evidently, Tyler Biotic this offseason has grown leaps and bounds. And that's from Duke. That's what he does. So he told us that Terrence Steele was going to be better last year, and Terrence Steele was better. These are just things and he said that Tyler Smith was going to be great his rookie year. Tyler Smith was great. So he was really good. He wasn't a Pro Bowler, but he was really good.
Really good.
I don't want people to take that and misconstrue it as I just thought he was the greatest thing, but Tyler Smith was better than I even expected last year.
Oh, I think most people, right?
Yeah, so whenever that's where I am is I think there's going to be some Zach Martin should come back and be consistent. Zach Martin pretty good. And if Tyler Biotic is better, If Tyler Smith is a little bit better this year, I'm feeling comfortable, but there are still question marks on the outside at the tackle positions for me.
Are you guys 100% sure Tony Pollard's coming back the same after breaking his leg?
I'm not.
Nope.
No, I can't be. That's just now. People tell me that you heal faster from a broken leg than you do from ligaments, so we discuss that all the time.
Yeah, I mean, it feels weird, but wouldn't you'd much rather your running back had a broken leg than a torn ACL, right?
Yes. But
which sounds crazy,
But to answer your question, Mike, no, I don't have a good feel for it yet, and I won't because I gotta. I mean, what are we gonna see from him in camp? What do they want to show us?
I think that our head coach now, offensive coordinator, McCarthy, wants to be not a 50-50 team, but closer to 50-50 because of Dak's. He's an accurate quarterback, but not super accurate quarterback. You always have to kind of put all these things on Dak because of all the varying things. Like, he's a good quarterback. The more you ask him to do, the more mistakes he will make. It won't get better. It will usually get worse. There's going to be a major mistake the more you put on Dak's plate.
Yeah.
And if Tony Pollard and if the offensive line, these go together on what Corey was saying, and now just bringing up Tony Pollard. I don't think you have good backup running backs at all, by the way. I think if Tony Pollard struggles, you're in deep poo-poo.
I think that is more concerning to me than Tony Pollard because of the possibility that you're going to need them. So I guess Tony Pollard is still the number one concern. I get that because he's like your prime running back. But I am concerned about, and I know people will say like, oh, Ronald Jones is the man. Like, I don't know, just look as of late, that hasn't really been the case. And, you hope that like one of your other backs is going to step up. Like Malik Davis is ready to step up in the world. I hope that's the case. I just don't think we have seen anything to say that's definitely going to happen.
Yeah, no. So that's your major concern, Mike?
I don't know if it's major. I just working off your offensive line. If this Cowboys team struggles a little bit to run the ball, they're going to turn over the ball.
Yeah.
Because then Dak's going to get back into an interception per game situation because you have to protect him.
Yeah. That's the third thing for me, Kevin. I kind of sent this over to you last night. My third thing that I'm most concerned about, or that gives me pessimism, which I'm not very good at pessimism. By the way, Cody Bradford's scheduled to be the starter tonight. You'll get more of that on Baseball Nuggets coming up next. It is Dak owning the offense. I'm not concerned so much about Dak's play because Dak's play is what Dak's play is. But here's my concern. Mike McCarthy wants to put it in his hands. The offense, that is.
Yeah.
He wants him to master it, be in control of it, understand everything he's supposed to do. And I know we're going to do another piece probably tomorrow on the running game. But what he wants is he does want Dak to be able to walk to the line and audible out and do a lot of different things that Aaron Rodgers was doing. Now, does Dak trust everything he sees and everything he throws? And then does that work in his favor? Dak has to be the master of this offense. I truly believe that, but I need to see that Dak can completely own this thing, and I'm a little concerned about that because it's a new thing that he's gonna have to commit to. I don't have any doubt that the dude will do all the work that it takes, but can he transcend it whenever it's time? Whenever he's like, you know what, this is a special play I'm about to make. Can he do that?
Now, a lot of people are keying in on the running back aspect. Is from the 972, your running back group has weak links. Don't disagree with that. This one is interesting, though. The 785, I have a feeling defenses will have Pollard figured out now. I don't think that's the case at all because my bigger question is 20 carries stacked on top of 20, stacked on top of 20. Like, if you need a game for him to carry, Tony Pollard to carry the ball 20 times, I have no doubt that he can do it. The bigger concern is doing it again the next week and the next week and the next week. I'm intrigued to see how that goes versus like 12 to 15 carries per week. But Tony Pollard was phenomenal yesterday as they pushed him closer to a starting role.
I would like to take this question to Reginald from the 817.
Is it about momentum?
No, it's not about momentum. I would lose Reggie this early in the show if I brought that up.
So you're saying we would lose momentum on the show?
Man. Yeah, we would. Reggie, somebody said you guys didn't see much of Deuce Vaughn's career at K-State. He's walking on him. He's the immediate impact. You watched K-State. You're a K-State alum.
Correct.
So if you can do you think he's walking in and he's immediately taking on whatever Tony Pollard can't?
I'm not certain.
Okay.
And I think that he's capable. He's capable of running between the tackles and all these things, right? All the things that we wouldn't consider typically of a small guy. And still and yet, I'm not certain, one, that the coaching staff will hand him that responsibility. And two, that he will fully live up to what people anticipate from a running back in the NFL. How many times do we see a dude who's great in college come into the NFL and dominate in the way that we anticipate? It's not always the way that goes. And then on top of that, again, I'm not certain that I trust this coaching staff to immediately go, we're going to give him that responsibility.
That right there is, again, Reggie, not to discount your other points, because they were very excellently made.
Thanks.
But that is what I'm keyed on, is I don't mean for this to sound like disrespect to Deuce Vaughn or anything like that. What in the universe has led you to believe that the Cowboys immediately pull the trigger on players like this? Even let's just look at the tight ends last year. Even the tight ends, when you had injury issues and you were kind of stoked about a couple of your tight ends, we slow played the hell out of moving those guys in. Deuce Vaughn was a 7th round pick, right? If he was a 2nd round pick, I would be like, hey, let's do this. The Cowboys coaching staff, I think, will be very hesitant to use him.
6th round pick, just to clear
6th round pick. Okay, thank you. You know what?
Does that change?
8% less likely to use him. 8% more likely to use him.
Okay.
8%. But I do wonder if they're like, hey, we got Ronald Jones for a reason outside of just being a camp body, which I know a lot of people think. Hey, Malik Davis deserves a shot because he understands and has already been in this offense, and on and on and on. This is not a shot at Deuce Vaughn's skill set. I just don't believe you've seen anything as of late from this Cowboys organization and this coaching staff to make you believe that Deuce Vaughn will be ready to pick up the bulk of the carries if Tony Pollard's resting or injured or whatever the case is.
Yeah, and that is I'm very interested to see how he responds to the camp just in general. I mean, getting through camp's important first. I know it's not as physical as it used to be back in the day. Mike will point that out while we're there the entire time. These guys are jogging around just a little bit. Kevin, I did want to ask your thoughts about this real quick before we head off, because it is Shout Out Tuesday. It's not? We can do shout out every day if we want. I guarantee people would text in on shout outs. Arch Manning, real quick.
Yes.
Has signed an NIL deal with Panini now, and he just got his first card autographed up. The current bid is at $1,500. Is that low?
Is it a 1-of-1 then?
It is a 1-of-1 signed card auction.
Look.
It's probably 6 days and 21 hours left.
It's him with a UT helmet on and a black jersey.
How much time is left?
I don't have. This is from Darren Rovell, so I don't have that.
It will probably go for $20,000.
$20,000.
It's not worth that, but that's what it
looks. By the way, the card looks awesome.
It is cool looking card.
It looks awesome. His signature is fantastic. I don't think it's going to be.
He's got a Rocket Mortgage logo in the background that I'm sure was an accident.
Sometimes you got to do what you got to do. I don't think it'll be worth that much, in actual card circles. But if Arch Manning becomes the guy,
that 1-of-1 is going to be,
whether in college or whether as a pro, and he turns out to be a phenom, and you have the 1-of-1 from his first NIL deal, even if he's just really good, you'd be like, oh yeah, have you ever seen this? How many diehard Texas friends do you think the person who buys that might have too?
Do you think it's a UT person that's going to get it?
I do.
What if a Sooner gets it?
To do what?
Maybe they're a diehard
Multiple
collector,
things.
but I feel they'd be like, "Nah, man, I got a whole bunch of Jason White cards."
Just to say I got your UT quarterback's 1-of-1 card.
If you have enough money, I have no idea what the cap is on spite. Right? I have no idea how much you will spend just to spite somebody else. I really don't. But that card does look super cool. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Basak.
I teased it yesterday, and it becomes more relevant. Relievers or starters next?
Coming up in the next...
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. When you value real independence, you own it. At Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, shop new Silverados with once-a-year July 4th savings. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. But hurry, the best models will sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. Don't forget, we got Bruce Bochy coming up at 11:20, and then the G-Bag Nation has got Brock Burke coming up at 3:20. And right now, we got Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
All right, well, let's start this off with obviously tough loss last night. Rangers had a chance to win. John Gray did not pitch well as a starting pitcher. Obviously, your bullpen was not able to hold a 9-6 lead. Your offense did enough to win the game.
Yeah.
If you're asking your offense to score 11 every game, you're probably asking for too much.
Right.
So yesterday I teased this on if you had to pick like two premium relievers, right-handed preferably, where you're at with your left-handed situation, because Brock Burke is honestly having a pretty good year. And then Will Smith and Chapman are great. You have left-hand situation really set up well for you. It's the right-hand situation that you need a lot of help with. And now that you see the starting pitching starting to falter, Evaldi's not making a start in this series. John Gray struggled. Dane Dunning had his worst start of the year last time. Martin Perez is kind of question mark on what you're going to get. And Heaney's way over amount of innings pitched that he threw last year. So you have to wonder about his fatigue level the last 2 months of the year. So I set this up with, before we go to Chris Young on G-Bag yesterday, I think the Rangers are going to make 2 to 5 trades. I'm being serious.
5?
I'm being serious about possibly 5 trades.
I mean, that means this year matters, and they believe it.
And I think that's too extreme. But I also think 2 trades is the minimum that they're going to make in the next 5 to 6 days.
I heard Bobby this morning, Mike, and I just wanted your quick take on this. Bobby was saying, I don't think, and I think we all agree here, that 1 or 2 trades is going to be enough to fix this thing. But this last line that he threw on was, and maybe they found out that this team isn't as good as we thought they were. And I was wondering, do you think this team is as good as we think they are?
I guess it matters what you think.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know. Each person's going to think differently about this team, and then some people are going to have similar thoughts about this team. I think this team can go to the World Series, but not as is.
Gotcha.
If you do not make a trade, I'm afraid. They got off to that 6-0 start. This is how much games can change you as a fan. If they don't make a trade, I was looking at the wild card standings yesterday, and if you look at Boston and New York, they're outside of the playoffs right now. They would not make the playoffs. But they're not so far outside of the playoffs that if the Rangers played, let's just say 5 games below 500 the rest of the way and ended up the season at, like, say, 86 wins, 86 and 76 for the Rangers. If they don't make a trade, I do think that's about what they will end up being. They might miss the playoffs completely. All of a sudden, Boston and New York might be on your heels. Toronto's right there as the last team making the playoffs. I was like, I think the Rangers are going to make the playoffs.
Yeah.
But if they make no moves and they say, this is our team, this is our bullpen, this is our starting rotation, we're going to have to deal with injuries within our minor league system helping us out, you could find yourself just barely missing the playoffs. And Chris Young understands that and knows that, and he is going to make deals. I can't imagine. I'd put it at a 1% possibility the Rangers make no more moves to help out this major league team. So if you had to choose first and foremost, would you rather add one good starter? I can't put premium. There's literally no premium starter out there to get. One good starter that can be considered right there with Evaldi and Gray to help you out, or 2 really good right-handed relievers that can pitch somewhere between your 6th and 9th innings.
I will take the 2 right-handed starters, particularly because I have, 2 right-hand relievers, particularly because I have somebody in mind that I'm hoping we can get.
Go ahead.
I'm with Kevin, and I had a better answer yesterday for this, but you shut me down, and I forgot it, Mike. I'm sorry.
Well, we were out of time, and I teased it till now. How about this? While you're trying to maybe remember your thought, let's go to Chris Young on G-Bag Nation yesterday, and the question was asked, control players that you can trade for that you'll have after 2023, or a guy that's going to be a free agent at the end of the year?
With every specific conversation, whether it's a free agent, a trade, or a player in our system, it's always about how they fit us right now and what it means for our future. And so we think through everything. We have a very good projection system that we rely on heavily, and we try to weigh and plan out strategically over the next 2 to 3 years what our team will look like, what are our financial commitments and obligations, where are the areas that we're going to be strong, where are the areas that we're going to need to spend, whether it's in trades or free agency. And how do we sustain this over the long period of time? So I think that you look at this in a number of ways, and it's really unique to each conversation, each player.
All right. So, I mean, there's not really much of an answer there. He does a very good job of GMing right there and not giving you an answer with giving you an answer. And I love Chris Young. I think that he is the right man for this job. And as long as he wants this job and continues this job, the Rangers are going to be very successful under the leadership of Chris Young. That being said, Kevin, I know you want to bring up a specific name right now.
Look, and it's David Bednar, because John Heyman was reporting yesterday that the Pirates have told teams they would listen to offers. Not to say that they're ready to trade, but this is a change because Bednar is somebody who is under contract for, is it 2 more years after this or 3 more years?
I think it's 3. It's pretty extensive.
Yeah.
They have a lot of control over it.
I have another guy in mind, but keep going.
And he's just getting into his arbitration year. So whatever it is, it's not going to be like, oh my God, we have to pay so much. He has been incredible this year. And so that's one of the things that we've run into, Mike, and this is why I like this player so much, is he's controllable, but also you don't have to project to what he did last year or what he did before that. He's incredible, and he's incredible right now, and he can be a part of your team. Like whether or not you think this year is going to flame out or whatever, he can be a part of your team for a long time. That's the guy that I'm keyed in on.
And it is 3 years of arbitration after this.
Okay.
He's pre-arbitration this year.
I have even a better guy for you. Now, here's the deal. Bednar, I don't know if is gettable, and my guy I think is probably even less gettable, but I already have him under contract for the next 4 seasons at well under $10 million per year, and that is Emmanuel Clase. The Guardians are playing horrible. You're going to have to.
Why is that name familiar to me?
He was on our team.
He's 25 years old. The last 2 years, he was unhittable. His last 2 years, I'm sure everybody knows he is an all-star. In 21, he had a 1.29 ERA in 71 games. And last year, he had a 1.36 ERA in 77 games. This year, he has a 3.15 ERA in 47 games. So his ERA has gone up.
And he has 7 blown saves. I don't know if that makes a difference for you.
He also has 27 saves this year, too, and 42 last year. And he's 25 years old. And he throws... We've seen it's unhittable. When he comes in, it seems to be unhittable. Next year, he makes next year he makes $2.9 million. The next year, $4.9 million. The next year, $6.4 million. The next year, $10 million. And then the next year, $10 million. You have him through the age of 30 over this season and the next 5 years at well under $10 million per year. You have now your lockdown closer. You don't have to worry about that situation for a while unless he gets hurt. Now, I'm not saying he's gettable. I don't know. But Cleveland is a team that always lacks funds, and I don't know what it would take to get him. Now, I will say this. At this point, I'm going to be honest as I can here. I would be suspect if I'm another team trading with the Rangers for pitching. I look at the Rangers, and I go, I like your farm system, but I want to get guys that you've either just drafted recently, like a Brock Porter, or I want to get a lot of position players. You guys over, and I know, look, there's people that are still there that are Rangers, people that have been fired over the last 3 years or so that have been Ranger people, that have been either coaches or scouts or whoever. But I would look at the Rangers and I would say, hey, whether it's Justin Foscue, Luis Angel Acuna, obviously Evan Carter, who's probably ungettable from the Rangers. But I'll tell you what, I would think about trading Evan Carter for Emmanuel Clase. Just to give you, because I have him under control for 5 years. I know what he does. I know he's a perennial all-star. I don't know what Evan Carter is going to be at the major league level.
I'm seriously asking this. Do you think there's any discussion in the room, in the organization, about like the PR hit or whatever they're going to take if they traded a really good prospect like that for somebody they already had?
How many people do you think know who Evan Carter is that's just a casual Ranger fan?
No, I mean for somebody they already had. In Emmanuel Clase. My question is, do you think that's even a discussion in their room?
No.
Okay.
Not at all. But I'm just saying right now, watching the Rangers, and I tweeted this out this morning just because that loss hurt me as a fan. I get it. It's 1 of 162. You still got to figure out a way how to get to 90-plus wins to make the playoffs. But I look at it and go, I wonder how impatient, and this is why Chris Young is probably a better general manager than me, after the Dodgers loss where they were up and they had to bring in Spees, and then they had to bring in another rookie, then they had to bring in another rookie, and the game got way out of hand. And then yesterday, Aroldis Chapman didn't do his job. It's going to happen every once in a while, just like Emmanuel Clase has 7 blown saves this year. Like, he's the best closer in all of baseball the last 3 years, and there's no question about it. Maybe Diaz comes into mind, but he blew out his knee in the World Baseball Classic, so he's out of the conversation. I just wonder how impatient Chris Young is watching this team lose games late recently, going, if I can just get I'll just give you this easy trade from the Washington Nationals. If I can just get Hunter Harvey off of their team and Kyle Finnegan, that's not going to cost me much. Those are 2 guys that are 28 to 31 years old, having good years, throw the ball in the upper 90s, and they're not rookies. They've been in the major leagues. They're going to be able to handle some of these situations better than Grant Anderson and Alex Spees and possibly like a Owen White or even possibly a Spores can handle when he comes back off the injured list. Like, I can make a pretty easy trade with the Washington Nationals. But can I do it today? I know can I get them to the Texas Rangers after this Houston Astros series is done? Can I have them on the team headed to San Diego, where now Bruce Bochy has Hunter Harvey and Kyle Finnegan to use in the 6th through the 8th inning and possibly even the 9th, because they have closed games this year for the Washington Nationals. I get 2 guys throwing 98 miles an hour that can throw a fastball for a strike, can throw a secondary pitch for a strike, and can help me win now.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, former NFL All-Pro turned MMA promoter. It's Sean Merriman right here on 105.3 The Fan.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, we're going to talk with former NFL All-Pro turned MMA promoter Shawn Merriman. But you know what? I said right now, I apologize. Real quick, we do want to give an update about the starting pitcher situation this evening for the Rangers.
So that was a premature tweet. The Rangers have not made it clear that Cody Bradford will start. We don't know who's going to start yet. So that was a tweet that the Rangers kind of let us know that is not official, that Bradford is starting tonight.
Okay, fascinating. Thank you for the update. Excellent update right there. Now we will talk with Shawn Merriman. Good morning, sir.
Morning. How's it going?
We're doing good. We're about to head out to training camp. I'm kind of curious. We've done this for several years, but do you have any do's and don'ts from a player perspective that will make you dislike media people more or less? Because we want to make sure that people like us out there.
Just let us get dressed before we leave the locker room. No, you know, at the end of the day, I think it's a learning experience, especially for the young guys, right? Who doesn't understand the media level, the eyeballs that you have when you're now, being in that stature of America's team. Like it's a lot, man. So I think that at the end of the day, it's going to be an eye opener for the younger guys to see that for the first time.
Shawn, if you can you thank Fubo for being one of the places where I can find my Texas Rangers here in the DFW area? They make that option available for us, and I know they're part of what you guys are doing at Lights Out.
Yeah, man, they've been great partners. We have a huge fight coming up August 26th. As you said, it'll be live on Fubo Sports, live on Fubo TV, Lights Out Extreme Fighting 10. And they got this new multi-view thing that I'm checking out now. I'm like, guys, listen, before you add new stuff, can you give me a heads up so I can figure things out? But they've been great, man, and we just moved in to the top 5 most watched on Fubo Sports, so it's been pretty cool.
The other thing I wanted to add to that, our Rangers are playing in San Diego on Sunday, and we're in Oxnard starting today. Do we want to make that drive to San Diego, or is that too far? Is that too long of a drive?
I will make that drive in a second.
Okay.
For one, you can't lose being in San Diego. That's one. Two, it's a quick 2-hour drive or somewhere around there. It's quicker, and I think it's going to be a good game, man. It's going to be cool, and playing my Padres out there. So,
yeah, I'm looking up the drive right now. My map app says it's a little bit longer than 2 hours.
Okay, all right, we'll figure it out.
I trust you
it's
as being
park.
from there. Now, we were just having this conversation off air. I know y'all's event, you got about a month to go till the event, but we were talking about there's a UFC pay-per-view this Saturday, but also the Errol Spence and Terrence Crawford fight, which Errol Spence is from the Metroplex, and we're all super excited about that. How much of a pain is scheduling, or how much do you have to be aware of other outside potentially combat sports events when y'all are setting up your schedule?
Oh, a lot. We look into it. I mean, obviously, we don't want to run up too much against something like the Errol Spence, who's one of my favorite fighters, a really good friend of mine as well. And UFC and any other big sporting events. But sometimes it's pretty cool to get in between that slot. Cinco de Mayo, we had the Canelo fight, the Lakers game. I think the Dodgers were playing, and we fit, and also the Kentucky Derby. So we fit right in the 3-hour time slot, and everything worked out great.
I'm kind of curious about that. Whenever there is like a big hype fight like the Errol Spence fight, is this one of those things where you're like, okay, this is good for us too because people get excited about fights? Do they kind of go hand in hand, or are they kind of enemies a little bit with each sport?
Well, you got the MMA fans, right? I mean, point blank, the MMA community is rabid, as you guys know. They're a different kind of fan base, and you got some boxing fans who just won't watch MMA. So you got a little bit of a crossover there, but you typically try to stay away from a fight like Errol Spence and Terrence Crawford, because we all know, including myself, by the way. And look, I've been at fights, and I've sat right there, and I've watched Dana White have Canelo fight in a little TV next to the cage. So that just shows you when the fight is big enough, they will watch.
Wow. I sometimes, man, because we've talked to Dana White a couple of times at pressers and stuff. Sometimes he makes it sound like he's like, oh yeah, no, I watched it. And other times he's like, I don't even care about that fight. We got our own stuff going on. Do you have a pick for Terrence Crawford, Errol Spence?
Yeah, I'm taking Errol Spence. I just, as great as Terrence Crawford is, I think it'll be a great fight. Errol Spence is just more equipped to go to distance. I just don't think that Terrence Crawford is going to get past that ninth round. I'm looking at it round 8, maybe 9 tops, but I'm taking Errol Spence.
What do you think about? Since we're talking about the boxing space, what do you think about these crossover MMA boxing fighting events that are, I don't know, kind of more spectacle at times than actual like high level boxing? Where do you fall on that? Because it does bring some new people into both sports.
I think you hit it right on the head. And a lot of people who don't understand, the kind of logistics of that, I look at it as, hey, will people watch a pay-per-view, right? Does it entertain the people? And less of, oh, this is not a real fight. People can say a lot of about Jake Paul's and all these crossover craziness stuff. Francis Ngannou fighting,
Tyson Fury.
The boxer Fury coming up. At the end of the day, like, do people want to see it? And if people want to see it, then you make it happen. And me being in a promoting standpoint, or me being in the fight business in general, I care about whether people want to watch the fight or not. That's what's most important.
Sean Merriman joining us here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. All right, so with training camp starting, as these guys are getting this ball rolling for them, what are they doing? What are they doing? Like, are they walking into it and they're like, all right, I start preparing now? What's the process like, and is it as grueling as everybody says it is?
These guys have been going at it all season. The times have changed definitely over the last decade or so, when the money's gotten so much greater that guys are taking care of their bodies year-round. They have nutritionists, chefs, personal trainers, massage therapists. These guys are just tuned in all year round. It's not like back in the day where guys used to show up at training camp with a 6-pack of beer and cigarettes, right, trying to get into shape.
Yeah.
It's now these guys are OTAs, and they got working with some of the best trainers in the world, pass rushing specialists, you name it. And so the guys walking in camp right away, ready to go. Now, one thing you can't do, you can't replicate the game of football, right? So I don't care how great your workouts are during the off season. You're not just going to be able to go in there first day of training camp and just feel great. Those groins are going to be tight. Those calves are going to be tight. The hips, the lower back, wrist. I mean, you name it. You're going to have some bumps and bruises getting back into football shape.
Do you kind of miss those days when somebody could just show up with their 6-pack and their cigar and work their way into shape at all?
Not really. Because when guys are doing that means you're not making any money. Right? You don't care as much. So when you show up with a 6-pack of beer and some cigarettes or a cigar to try to get in shape, that means you're not making any money. So I like the guys who show up ready to go because they are trying to go get that new contract.
We talked about this a lot in terms of OTAs and minicamp, mandatory minicamp. And I know training camp is a different deal, and it probably depends on where you're at in your career and how likely you are to make the roster. But how much do players discuss or think about just don't get hurt, just don't get hurt, just don't get hurt?
Well, it definitely goes through, especially in practice when you've seen some guys go down already, right?
Yeah.
With just non-contact things, no pads on and just kind of run around and things happen. So, you try to stay away from the piles, or you see a guy just going a little bit too hard. He rolls up on your ankles or your legs. And you get pretty heated at him. So those things go through your mind. But I think when you're out there playing football and you're thinking fast, you're playing fast, you don't really have time to be too cautious. But you do have what I used to call the practice all-stars, right? The guys are trying to, look great in practice and would just try to finish every single play and end up rolling on guys, up a guy's ankle or legs, and freakish things happen.
Now, I think a lot of times I'll talk about, Kevin, a pitcher that I missed most of his career. And like Scherzer, I'm like, I have to watch as much Scherzer as I can now, DeGrom and stuff like that. And I think they're athletes that are just exciting, that are must watches. And if you don't watch their career, you kind of missed out during that era. Do you think that Micah is that kind of dude that whenever he's on, you need to be watching Micah Parsons?
Yeah, because he's incredible, man. And I say this, every about 10 to 15 years, you have this new breed of athlete to come around. A guy like myself who was drafted, I was big and fast and explosive and things like that. And you got a guy like Micah Parsons who you can line up anywhere in the field and he is dangerous. And in fact, when you're watching film of him, and I've done it, where you just kind of glance off to the left or glance off to the right, and you just see him moving a lot faster than everybody else, right? And he's on the field with other pro athletes, other great players, but he is such a dynamic player and so explosive that we haven't seen anything like that. That he almost looks like everyone else is in slow motion. It's pretty impressive.
Now, the last thing I was really curious about is Lights Out 10. Saturday, August 26th on Fubo, which Corey loves because you can get your Rangers right on there. So when you go to Lights Out 9 compared to Lights Out 5, so the progression of your events up 57% in terms of viewership, and I know you guys are now in the top 10 of Fubo Sports, why do you think it's picked up so much? And for people that have never seen y'all's particular brand of MMA, why do you think people should check it out?
I think people are catching on. For one, I've always been big and listening to the fans, man. The fans will tell you if it's great. The fans will tell you if it's bad, right? Nobody will watch. But I think the fans are realizing that we have the next up-and-coming superstars in the sport. Some of these guys already signed, contracts with UFC contender. They're going to fight for Lights Out, 1 or 2 times, and they're going to take off. So, we love bridging that gap, man. We love being in that position to give these fighters an opportunity. And like you said, when you climb the rankings and you're up 57% on Fubo, you got a great TV partner with these guys that want to be seen, right? That's what I did when I went to the University of Maryland, man. I wanted to play in the NFL. I wanted to be seen on a big platform, and we provide a platform to these up-and-coming fighters to be seen on Fubo.
Man, we appreciate the time very much. Good, sir. Okay, Lights Out 10, Saturday, August 26th on Fubo TV. Thank you again for the time.
You got it. Thanks for having me.
See you around, Sean.
There you go. Sean Merriman right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, people have been asking, we talked about this in Crosstalk, just a very, very sad story that we're getting more and more information is. I saw TMZ Sports break it this morning, and then I know Sham's jumped on it and everything like that, is that Bronnie James, obviously one of the sons of LeBron James, suffered cardiac arrest during a workout at USC yesterday. He had to be taken to the ICU. He is now out of the ICU and in stable condition. But this is just a terrifying thing for somebody who is that young and in just such amazing condition to be able to play basketball at such a high level. And like I said, I go back to the age because that's the part that's really sad. I don't know what the future holds, but you have to be scared about, well, first of all, he could have died. And then what does his future of his life, if he's been hoping to be a pro basketball player his entire life, what does that do to that dream? And there's a lot to this, and it really is unfortunate.
I just think about it right now multiple ways, but first I think about it as a father. We both have kids that are the same age as this Bronnie James. So, can you imagine right now if our kids, whether it's Mary Grace or Brandon, get a call and they were just doing some exercise and they're like, hey, we're rushing them to the hospital. I think they had a heart attack. That is for LeBron James and his wife right now. They just want their son to be okay.
Yeah. Who cares about everything else?
But then I do remember being 18 years old and having the dream of playing Major League Baseball. And, if Bronny is in obviously stable condition, like you said, right now, he's starting to now he's all he can think about. My whole life was, I didn't care if my life ended after I played Major League Baseball. I just wanted to play Major League Baseball. And I'm sure Bronny is kind of like, I want to play for USC. I want to play Division I college basketball for a year. And then I want to go to the NBA and I want to show myself and my father and everybody else that I can play at this level too. And so all of those things right now are going through his head. Am I ever going to be able to play basketball again?
Yeah, Yeah, I can't even imagine. Like, as soon as you put that in perspective, I was thinking about, this is way lower level. I remember when we first had to get the physical filled out for Brandon to go play basketball, they were like, hey, we're gonna have him sent over to a specialist because Brandon had a heart murmur. But I just remember even hearing specialist, and I got super scared. I cannot even imagine, hey, while your son was away from you, he suffered cardiac arrest, and just what goes through your mind, what goes through your mind about making sure that he's okay, what goes through your mind eventually, not now, but eventually about his future, both from his perspective, from his parents' perspective. But the good news is, well, good news is relative. Obviously, you wish none of this would happen. But the good news is he is in stable condition, and they've been able to move Bronnie James out of the ICU. So that is a positive step.
When I know, well, we're running out of time. We got Bochy coming up, so we'll talk about it later.
All right, coming up next, we will, in fact, talk with Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy right here on 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of the K&C Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Window Nation, and it's brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable, accidents happen, and Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now brought to you by Louisiana Hot Sauce. It is time for our weekly chit chat with the Texas Rangers manager, Bruce Bochy. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning. How we doing?
Well, we're doing well. I'm hoping that you can help out, maybe myself, maybe the audience in general. Anytime a loss like last night happens, people have thoughts. They have lots of thoughts. But can you walk us through the process of, maybe using Chapman on back-to-back days or maybe going Spees in the ninth? Like, what all goes through your mind and goes into that thought process?
Well, before the game, you kind of do your game planning, talking about who's available, who's not, things like that. How long do you have them available for? With Araldis being available, he threw the night before, but he's gone back-to-back, so that wasn't an issue. But we knew we had him for one inning, and so you look at the lineup, where they're at. Well, they're in the meat of their order. So, fair to say, you look at one of the, best relievers that you can have. And so that's why he got that seventh inning, to get through the heart of their order. It didn't work out. The walks hurt them. So anyway, now the game's tied. We knew we had Burke for one inning. And we did check on him after the inning, but he was done. These guys aren't toys. You got to take care of them. So he was not available to go back out there in the ninth, and that question was asked. So now, we're a little thin down there, and Smitty, who's our closer. Now we're on the road, so we're not in a closing situation, and it's a tie ball game, which normally most teams, will use their closer once they get a lead on the road. But that's not always the case, to be honest. But, I'd looked at where they were, with the lineup and Speeds, with his electric stuff. Now, granted, he's got to get it over. I just said, if we can get through the ninth with him, now we get Smitty in extra innings because we didn't score in the top of the ninth. So it didn't work out. Now, we can look at Speeds. He gave up a run. Listen, we gave up 9 runs. Beside that, we had our guys out there. So, it's hard to point this at Speeds. Plus, I'll say this. He had Tucker struck out on that 3-2 pitch. He didn't get the call. That's part of the game, and that ended up killing us. He gets him, he ended up striking Abreu out. So anyway, and then the throw home. I thought we were going to get him at home plate. Didn't work out. But anyway, that's kind of what goes through your head. But you're not shooting from the hip. Again, we're looking at the areas where we want guys pitching, how long we have them, things like that.
Did you, by the way, that was an excellent answer. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much for that. Did you go back and get the opportunity to review the play? Did you think it looked like Tucker's foot did touch home plate? Because I guess I'm in the camp of I did not necessarily think his foot did touch home plate.
I didn't look at it. It's one of those games, it's frustrating. These guys, they played their tails off. Look, we were without Garcia, without Seager, and the way they came out and fought and put those runs up on the board, we have to win that game. Like I said, we had our guys out there, and it was an off night for John and Chappie. But, so I didn't go back and look at it. I probably will. I'll get Adam, our replay guy, just to show me it. But, I actually thought we might have been a little better on the the cutoff and relay deal. But, he can run. And when they sent him, though, I thought we had a shot. So that was disappointing, too. But I'm not taking away from how well these guys played, though. It was a heck of a ball game. This is the second time though they've come out on the good end of this type game.
Well, and that's interesting too, because that game starts, 2 runs from the Rangers, 4 runs from the Astros, 3 runs from the Rangers, and it's like, oh man, this is going to be this kind of battle. Whenever something like the game starts that quickly and has that many runs that fast, what's it like in the dugout while you're trying to keep everybody calm and say there's plenty of baseball left?
You know what? I can't say enough about how these guys, are just keeping their focus on something like what happened last night. Now, first inning, we got a home run from Josh Young. Now, we got a guy that has such great stuff, John Gray. I mean, power arm, he's throwing 97 and has that power slider. Now you're hoping he goes out there and puts up a 0. That's what you always say. Hey, throw 0 up. But anyway, it didn't happen. They scored 4, but these guys kept coming back, and I think they know that they're capable of coming back. They've done it so many times now when they've been down a lot. Now we haven't won some of them, but they have that ability, and they keep fighting. That's what you got to do, and that's why I felt terrible for them that we didn't come away with the win. Now we get a 3-run lead. We put Chappie out there. Now, when you're talking about when to use Chappie, well, I don't know a better situation when you get a 3-run lead in the 7th and they got their guys coming up. So that's what I felt bad about. Hey, the guy had walked a couple of guys and made one pitch, but that's what walks will do. And both sides, they were guilty of the walks and the errors. It wasn't the most clean game by either team. They just happened to come away with the win.
So, Boach, when I came up in 2001 with Cleveland, that was the time when Jacobs Field was selling out every game. And it was an environment where you could feel the extra energy. You could feel the extra adrenaline rush. And you guys here at home are getting great crowds, obviously sellouts every time against the Dodgers, even great crowds the other games. You're getting 38,000 last night on the road. How do you feel like your guys are handling maybe that little bit of extra adrenaline rush that these crowds are giving your team?
Yeah, first of all, it's a good point, and I think it's something that a lot of our guys are just drawing some invaluable experience from, because this is how we envision crowds being if we play the type of ball that we should be playing, and that's going on in the postseason hopefully, but just playing winning baseball, and part of this whole deal is learning how to perform under pressure, because there probably is some added pressure. But you should, as they said, embrace it. This is why you play the game, and I love the way our guys are handling it, particularly our position players. Now we have some young pitchers. I'll be honest. I think there's been times when, it's got to affect them a little bit. I'll use Spees. His first outing, I mean, that stuff was electric, what Jobby did against Tampa, but I don't know if it affected him. But, he's not a guy with great command anyway, but I'm sure, they're feeling it, the butterflies and everything, but that gets better with time. And now you're getting that adrenaline going. Well, it's a beautiful drug when you learn to control it. I mean, it's going to add velocity. It's going to add bat speed. The key is learning how to control that and reel it in to where it works very well for you, and that's what the great players do.
Talk with Bruce Bochy right here on 105.3 The Fan. Going back to Adolis, I'm curious how he's feeling after being off again yesterday. And when you see a player get hit by a pitch, do you immediately think, oh, crap, I hope they aren't hurt? Does it depend on where they get hit?
Oh, that's my initial reaction, especially when it's in the hand area. There's so many bones in that hand, and I've seen so many times, you think they're okay, and they get X-rayed, and there's a little fracture in there. So, no doubt, when a player gets hit in that area, that's my biggest fear, and I dread that walk checking up on them. I just hope they're okay. So I think he could be going today. That's our hope. But we'll see if he can grip the bat, take some BP. Now, he did try to take 3 swings yesterday, and he just couldn't do it.
Boach, Jankowski, I know there was some kind of questions on him coming into the season, and he's kind of gotten this spot where it's like he looks like he fits exactly what you want from the guy. Whenever he's called upon, he's ready to get off the bench and go after it. And I'm just kind of curious, how is your National League experience, is that helpful whenever you're looking for guys like Jankowski and you're like, no, I need that guy because you spent so much time with extra substitutions in the National League? Is that something that like you brought over here as you came back into baseball?
Yeah, you know what? I don't know if I brought that over here, but I love the guy. I saw him from the other side, back when he was with San Diego. You're talking about a perfect player, especially when when you manage in the National League, you have the pitcher hitting. I mean, double switch guy, bench run. With this DH, you don't quite do that as much, but still, to have a guy that can spot start, and then, of course, what's happened with him is he's having his best year ever, and now he's pretty much in the starting role. Now my biggest concern with him is don't overuse him, because we can't afford to lose this guy. Now he'll be in there tonight. He'll be off tomorrow with the left-hander going. That'll give him 2 days off. He's 32, but with the guys that use their legs a lot, I do get worried about the hamstring stuff that goes on with speed guys. So, but he is a manager's dream, to your point. If you had to put him in there pinch hit, or just put him in the bunt, or pinch run, steal a base, I don't think we have a better defender in the outfield. He's just so valuable in this ball club.
Can you possibly give us any insight into who might start pitching tonight, or if it'll be kind of the opener situation, what y'all may be thinking?
Yeah, I'll tell you, I don't know if it's out there yet, but, we'll break it with you guys. Right now our plans are open with Rodriguez. Go ahead and open with him, and, we got some bulk guys here now. So anyway, between Bradford, Owen White, we may have a roster move today too. So I can't say anything about that till I talk to CY about it. But so that's the plan right now.
You gave us some breaking news, so we'll take it.
Thank you. We appreciate it, Boach.
Now again, that's in lead. So but that's what we're looking at right now.
Are you hoping with Evaldi kind of missing this start that keeps him fresh and ready to go for the rest of the season?
Right. And that's why we're doing this. And, it'd be easy to say, hey, let's go ahead and pitch him here. But, you get to, I say this so many times, point of diminishing return on these guys. You overuse them, then, man, it takes forever to get them back. So we just think it's time for him to get this break.
And then I have a football question for you, Boach, because we're leaving to cover the Cowboys training camp after this show is over. Do you have a favorite football team or a favorite player when you were growing up?
Yeah, I do. I grew up, I spent my, later years in school, junior high and high school in Melbourne, Florida, which is about 3 hours north of Miami. So I grew up a Dolphin fan, very big Larry Zonka fan. I'm Hungarian. He's Hungarian. I don't know why I got attached to him, but he was just a bull. And you needed 2 yards. That was like a guarantee with him. But so that's what I grew up a fan of. And of course, they battled the Cowboys quite a bit.
Well, and to go along with that, we got the potential to go see the Dodgers on Sunday, and then a potential to go see the Rangers and the Padres, because we're kind of somewhere in between. Which trip do you think we should make?
What now? See the Dodgers. You've already seen the Dodgers. I'm
good
sorry.
point.
Yeah, very good. Yeah, we gotta go see Rangers Padres. That's right. There you go. Good job, Boach. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, no, it's always good to catch a Ranger game, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
It really is, and it's always good to catch up with you. Thank you very much for the time, good sir.
Okay, guys, good talking with you. Y'all have a good day.
All right, there you go. First of all, he's delightful to talk with. But secondly, a couple of bits of news coming out of that is Adolis, they're going to find out, but he might be able to go today. And then kind of going, it sounds like more the opener route with Yuri Rodriguez taking the start today.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. He's going to kind of have a bullpen day, it sounds like. But maybe the guy after Rodriguez pitches more than 2 or 3 innings.
Yep.
So
we're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Hey, guess what? This guy's still the worst. Plus Taylor Swift next on The Fan.
Jones under center. Play fake. Half roll to the right. Being chased. Deep ball. Oh, he's got Zay Jones all alone. At the 20, at the 10. Kelvin Joseph finally caught him, but after he carried him into the end zone. Joseph beaten like a drum.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. I know Mike's hyped up for that right now.
I fought the law and the law won. Remember that game?
I remember that next day for sure.
You remember it the wrong way. You think Trevor Lawrence intercepted the pass and took it back for a touchdown.
Yep. T-Law.
That's not real.
T-Law destroyed the Cowboys.
Right now, it's tough. And you know what? We can't argue because the Cowboys lost that game.
We can't argue that Trevor Lawrence did not catch that and run it back for a touchdown.
What good is that, though? Because his response is, you fought T-Law and T-Law won.
Yeah,
I guess you did that. You had T-Law in there.
Let's go around the entire NFL and dip it in some gridiron gravy.
Sounds like Kevin wanted to rewrite that song for a long time.
You better give me something here, Mike. I just sang a song for you. Okay.
Dip that sunshine in Jacksonville.
All right. So we mentioned yesterday the top 100 players list that the players vote on themselves for the upcoming NFL season. We mentioned that DeMarcus Lawrence was 99. But here is 100 through 99. Devontae Smith, DeMarcus Lawrence.
Did you say 100 through 99?
Excuse me, 100 through 90. I did. And that's the end.
There it is. Here's
Next
the two guys.
is 100 through 91. My apologies. Devontae Smith, DeMarcus Lawrence, Tristan Wirfs, Harrison Smith. At 96, Trevor Lawrence. We're going to get back to that in
Way
1 second.
too low.
We're going to get back to that in a second. Jamal Williams, your boy at 94, Terry McLaurin. Eric Kendricks, Marlon Humphrey, and then Dalvin Cook is number 91. Now, of all those people on the list, there were a lot of folks on social media that thought that Trevor Lawrence was too low.
He's a top 10 quarterback in the NFL now.
Yeah.
Now, look, is he top 5? No, I won't put him in top 5. But I do think that he has a great chance to crack the top 5 quarterbacks in the NFL after this season is over. One is nothing of his fault. He's going against 3 rookie quarterbacks in his own division. There's a good chance he goes 6-0. And I mean, when you
put
throw
him in the 60s,
would I? Yeah, I would probably wherever I get to, wherever you kind of put Dak Prescott. I think he's right around Dak Prescott. I mean, I can see ranking Dak Prescott higher because he has more of a track record. He's had 2 good years in a row for Dak Prescott, where Trevor Lawrence has had 1 good year, 1 bad year, his rookie year, 1 good year.
Yeah.
It's interesting how quick I'd love to know where Justin Herbert was last year.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I will check on that. I don't
Because when you throw for 318 yards, 4 touchdowns, and an interception against the Dallas Cowboys and put up 40 points all by yourself.
Okay, that didn't happen. I will say this though.
Well, he did score 40.
As much as like you saying people were upset about it, other players being upset about it was the thing that caught my eye, because that's people that are like, no, we have the respect for this dude that he deserves.
Now, today the Saints announced that they had signed Jimmy Graham to a 1-year deal. How long has it been since you thought about Jimmy Graham, the tight end? 4 years?
I don't know.
It feels like it's been a while. Okay.
Feels like he was like in his prime when Tony Gonzalez was playing.
Yes.
Too.
All right.
Was he in the same draft with David LaFleur?
I don't think.
Well, Tony Gonzalez was. So
he was that next generation that changed the tight end position a lot. They thought they would change the money on it, but I guess it was Kelsey that eventually did
He's
that.
36.
36. That's it.
I would have been sure he was 45. All right. We're gonna bring it down just a little bit. I feel like we have to. This is just one of the dumber things I've ever heard, and I am shocked that he thought this is
Trevor Lawrence intercepted a pass and took. Okay,
this is actually worse.
It says, yep. Trevor Lawrence snatched the ball inches from the ground and raced the other way. I think I read that correctly. Or it says Rashawn Jenkins. I'm not sure.
This is Deshaun Watson.
Heard of him.
This is Deshaun Watson. This is a bold move he's about to pull here. We're going to play all the audio that we've got in cuts number 7 here, but listen to him talk about what's happened to him and how people are missing the real story.
You know, when I was a young kid, I didn't think of the NFL. I didn't know I was going to make it out of high school. My mom being sick and having tongue cancer and not being able to eat solid food ever again. Not having a father figure in my life ever. Probably 27 years, I've been seeing him 4 times. Different stuff like that is things that people don't really get to hear about. Especially the last few years being, the media directing and narrating something else. It's been kind of overshadowed. So having an opportunity to tell that story in front of those guys and look their teammates in their eyes and be able to touch them and let them know how, why I am who I am, is definitely powerful.
This is stupid. This is stupid for a variety of reasons. Especially last year, it's been the media directing and narrating something else. No, it wasn't. It was the actual court cases that were going on. The arbiter for the NFL said they believe there are 3 accounts of sexual assault that he was guilty of. And even if you're like, I don't believe that, fine. I don't know what to tell you. But they could only suspend him the amount that they already suspended him. I hear you about the dad thing. My dad took off when I was 5. I hardly ever saw him for the rest of my life until he needed me because nobody else wanted to be there. I hear you on that. I do. But let's not pretend that your dad not being there is the only reason that any of that stuff happened and the only reason anybody covered it because of the media. That is stupid. And that completely disrespects anybody else involved with this. That is just such an asinine statement.
I don't disagree with you on that at all. I am more curious. I can't match your energy on that because you were prepared for a good rant there. But I will say I am interested in his backstory a little more. And that is something because I'm one of those people that thinks that we are products of environment, and
I can see that
does aid in a lot of decision making. But I also agree with you have to take ownership of things that you did.
And I think that's what bothers me. First of all, I think the media, sometimes that's true.
So
but
easy
a lot
to be
of times it's just such a lazy narrative. And I'm part of the media. I was so on Deshaun Watson's side when he got drafted. I was like, this kid is freaking awesome. When he went, pick 10?
Yeah.
I thought, that's too low. This kid's awesome. And then his very first check that he got as a pro, he split it up with 3 workers from the Texans who had been affected by the hurricane.
Yeah.
And I thought, man, this dude is freaking awesome. I was all for him. And I'm with you. Certain things in your past affect your life and the decisions you make. I totally agree with that. But when he says, no one's talked about my story, that's because of you and what happened in the last 2 or 3 years.
He's he's done a pretty good job of staying away from it all for a long time and keeping it at arm's distance from him. I mean, even whenever there were people at games that were like, we're not watching you as to be happy, and there were people protesting, he was still able to keep that away from himself a lot. And that's fascinating to me.
No, he really was. And I think I would have loved it more. And I'm sure he couldn't give 2 craps about what I think. I would have loved it even more if he said, or I would have loved it if he said something to the effect of, I understand why the narrative has been this for the last couple of years, but I also want to try to tell my teammates who I am as a man, I get all of that. But when you're like, oh, people don't get to hear about it because of the media, it's stupid. Stupid, stupid. All right, real quick, did you see the Saquon Barkley deal that the Giants did get worked out?
Yeah, bonus.
Exactly. So the potential bonus of $900,000. So
he's not even
I
making
thought it was
$1
million.
That's his signing bonus. But
Okay.
he does get that immediately, but he was always going to get that money.
He's not making $1 million a game.
Yeah.
And that, to me, is wild considering how important he's going to be to their game plan on a weekly basis.
He'll
whether
make
or not
$1 million
they
a
win.
game.
If he meets the bonuses?
No, he'll be hurt for 4 to 6 games.
Okay.
Wow.
You know what, Mike?
I did not anticipate
Might be the smartest move. Play really well for a few games and then be like, check collected. See y'all later.
Well, no, he always gets hurt too. I guarantee you, against the Cowboys,
gosh.
he'll suffer an injury. He'll sprain an ankle or roll a foot or break a bone in his little pinky that it does matter. Like, he can't play anymore, but every time I watch him against the Cowboys, he gets hurt.
So he gets the $10.1 million fully guaranteed, which is what the franchise tag would have been. And that's where a signing bonus comes in. It's part of that. And then he can earn up to $11 million. So that's an extra $900,000. That's split up with incentives in 3 categories: 1,350 rushing yards and a playoff berth, 11 touchdowns, and 65 receptions. So it's split up among those statistical categories. And I mean, it's probably the best he can do because of the franchise tag and all the things that come along with it.
Can I take a package of crackers on the airplane?
Yeah.
All right.
At 1 o'clock, you want to talk hot dogs?
Sounds good to me.
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the Dallas Cowboys welcome to training camp presser. We will have it live for you right here in your home of the Rangers and the Cowboys. 105.3 The Fan.
They are 3 lifelong DFW guys talking sports. fan studio secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We will hear from Jerry Jones and the Cowboys Collective coming up in just a little bit as they are ready for Cowboys training camp. But I realized I went off on a rant in the last segment, and I didn't get to bring up the Taylor Swift football story that I know Corey will care about.
She's playing football?
She is not playing football.
She's the Monday Night Football singer girl.
Did you see that Levi's Stadium, home of the 49ers, changed one of their policies for Taylor Swift?
I'm afraid of which policy this is.
Which policy do you think it is?
Bathrooms, it feels like.
It's the bracelet policy.
Okay.
Is Levi's Stadium really had a policy that banned attendees from wearing bracelets in the stadium.
Oh, because of the lights thing that she's doing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that's part of it.
Okay.
But also, it is well known to me after reading this article. I did not know this beforehand, that Taylor Swift concerts are a great place for people to share and trade friendship bracelets.
Yeah.
And so the Swifties were outraged at the potential of not being able to take these bracelets into the stadium. So Levi's Stadium put out a tweet or an X or whatever we're calling it now, and they said it will be allowed for Taylor Swift.
I will add this to I've just, you know how I watch TikTok, Kevin?
I do.
Millie Bobby Brown
from Stranger Things
was at the concert. There've been a lot of famous people at this Eras tour. I mean, just Aaron Rodgers, Josh Allen, like lots of famous
Taylor
people
Swift.
are showing up to this stuff.
Yeah, Taylor Swift.
My wife's still upset that I didn't get her ticket. So like this could be
Austin Reeves there?
This could be the one that breaks everything though. But it was her fault. The situation though is like I was watching this. There was one girl walking down the aisle in front of Millie Bobby Brown, and she was like, "Can we?" And they exchanged bracelets, and I thought that was awesome. Like, and she was like, "Which one do you want?" She let her choose it and everything, and that is
somebody
really
tried
cool.
to trade me for that one afterwards. I'd be like, hell
no. And so like that is a really cool thing. And then maybe, I don't know, maybe down the road you look up and you see her wearing your bracelet, you know, that you gave to her.
Yeah.
And so that is, I appreciate that. That's why. Do you know why they don't let people wear bracelets? Is it?
I do not.
Good question.
That is a good question. I will investigate that next.
Right.
But also, what do you think about this? I've told you that I'm skeptical when people say they're hacked. Jordan Addison has come up with a new reason for speeding or for an issue that I had not heard before. So we talked about this last week. He was going 140
way fast
in a 55. And he has now said that he was rushing to get home because there was an emergency with his dog.
Okay.
I will give him credit for uniqueness with this. I've not heard this explanation before.
Smart to use the dog. People are real sympathetic to dogs.
People love dogs. Do you think, A, to Reggie's point, this was a smart excuse, or B, is he telling the truth?
I mean, I need to know more of this story because dog emergency is kind of unique, like what was happening.
Dog grabbed the hose, pulled it in through the doggy door, was flooding the house.
You've been watching TikTok too, huh?
Nope.
Did that happen?
I saw that on TikTok
Oh, really?
recently. Yeah.
Oh,
but and it filled up the whole house, dude. I can see that being an emergency you got to get home for. 140, not sure. But it is definitely an emergency. My cousin Kevin lived in New Mexico, and he was a rattlesnake and like a lizard hunter. And he would sell these lizards to some places.
What's that pay?
Huh?
What's that pay?
Yeah. Yes, exactly.
What?
And
sounds like his answer was not a lot.
Okay.
It was tons of money. Tons of money, dude. Yeah. Overseas, they would buy these lizards for a lot of money.
Wow.
Anyway, so he's chasing a lizard out in the mountains of New Mexico, Carlsbad, New Mexico, and one ran into a hole. And he reached into said hole to grab that lizard out, and a rattlesnake bit him on the hand. And so his wife, who is actually my cousin, had to drive. She said she was driving 140 to
Wait, they're both your cousin?
Well, she was my cousin. It was her husband.
Okay.
So that makes sense. And she was driving 140 in New Mexico to get to the hospital. So, because she was like, we did the best we could there. And Kevin, like, that's I feel like a good excuse, for driving that fast on the road as I'm trying to get this dude to the hospital.
You could probably, like the dog thing, I don't know if you could explain that correctly or show them. You could probably show your arm or whatever, the rattlesnake
Do you even
bite.
pull over? Do you pull if the cops are chasing you and you're driving with somebody who's suffered a rattlesnake bite?
Yes.
Do you just
I pull
hang
over.
my hand out the window and say, follow me? I just like, hey, keep going with us. There's a really important thing going on. But oh man, there was a moment where dude it's a weird style, dude.
Okay, I've got an update for you, and I think you're going to love this. It's about the Arch Manning card.
Yeah, $30,000 is where it was the last I saw, and you said raise that price to $30,000.02.
Because Arch Manning gets none of that money. Because all of the proceeds, and that just makes me so happy.
Well, he signed an NIL deal with Panini.
Yeah.
And then signed this card, and now the proceeds are going where?
St. David's Healthcare and St. David's Foundation in Austin. And he was talking about how awesome it was to get his first trading card, and that's super cool. But then he goes, I want my first trading card to benefit the larger community that is special. Helping children live healthy and fulfilling lives is something that's always been important to me. So, sure, he could have gotten the money, and I'm sure whatever the case is, but he's like, let's auction it off and give all the money to the children's hospital and stuff.
Thanks, man.
That's awesome.
That's fantastic. That is really that's quality stuff right there.
Now on the flip
side,
side,
he can donate one of those to us for Peace-a-thon this year. I'd really appreciate that. So, Arch, I challenge you.
That is a great point.
In your face, Quinn Ewers.
Quinn Ewers, yeah, is from around here.
Uh-huh.
So let's get Quinn Ewers.
Quinn Ewers takes all the money for himself.
Are we ready? We are ready to go with the Dallas Cowboys. Welcome to Training Camp Presser right here on 105.3 The Fan.
About this time, I will call on you. First of all, we just want to welcome everybody back to Cowboys training camp here in Oxnard. And just a couple of reminders real quick. As you know, something that we started last year about this time. I will call on you if you can then provide your name, your outlet. It'd be greatly appreciated. And again, just give me a little flag and then I'll get to you as best we can. And then immediately following the press conference, we'll meet with everybody. We want to go through some of the details, some of the mechanics, and a couple of changes regarding practice access, and we'll do that back here in the tent as soon as we're done. Sound good? All right. We'll start off. We'll go right to questions. So, David Moore, why don't you start us off, please?
Yeah. Jerry, before we ask you about the status of Zach Martin and some other things, can you start with a big picture of, you really have been reluctant to call this team a Super Bowl contender over the last decade or so, but after these back-to-back winning seasons and what you've done, do you believe this team is best positioned to contend for a Super Bowl in a long time?
Well, I certainly think and came to camp with the idea in mind that if we can have the kind of camp we want to have, that we've got a team that can compete for the top spot. And that's, I don't want to understate that for sure. There's a lot of work to be done because we're going to play a lot of young players. But I think that when you weigh it, you weigh where we've evolved over the last 3 years with our defense. You look at some of the talent we've got, look at Dak. When I look at all those things, I think we've got a chance to be a contender.
Clarence?
Getting back to Zach Martin, are you expecting to be here? Where are you guys at that negotiation? And were you surprised he's taking this stand?
I'm just not going to discuss anything about any of our players' agreements. But we certainly have great communication with, frankly, everybody. And so not necessarily any surprises at all, but we won't be discussing any of the football business aspect of this thing with any public comments.
I didn't do that first.
I appreciate that, Clarence.
I don't want to get in trouble. But do you expect him to be able to start a camp? Can you please say that?
Again, I don't want to get into, I don't know that my expectations, I know that would give you some indication, but we've got everything as we start camp today, and where we are, there are no nothing to concern me about anything to do we're doing with contractual situations.
We got Pat.
Mike, Pat Doney, NBC5. Can you talk about just how good of a player Zach Martin is and what he provides to this team and what you've seen over the last few years?
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, nothing's changed as far as how we feel about Dak and the love that we have, or excuse me, Zach. Apologize, but no, I mean he's a great player. He's one of our team leaders, and there's nothing but love for him, and so that part hasn't changed. I think, as Jerry's already addressed it, I mean this is a business situation, and that's where it is.
John.
Yeah, I'm sure the Athletic. Jerry, why do you think that you guys weren't able to get something done with Tony Pollard, and why is maybe the franchise tag worked best for him in that running back position?
Well, actually, I think the franchise tag, when I think of it, probably fit that situation really well. So I think it does its job. When I look at the entire team and the makeup of what you have to do with the allocated dollars that you've got, it's a distribution process. If one player gets $1, the other one doesn't get it. And so you distribute it as best you can. And in this particular case, I think it worked well for Tony. That's a lot of money. And I think it's going to help make it work for us to put this team together this year.
Todd.
Jerry, Todd Archer of the ESPN. Your thoughts on the new ownership group in Washington and what they'll mean to the league?
The group is outstanding. Josh is very competent. They've passed every test as far as they want to. They want to win, and they want to build a great franchise when they've put it on the line the way they have. It's an outstanding group. It is really an exemplary way of putting together the financial aspect of buying a team, and they've got a lot of interested people through their investment, but they made their investment because they were fans either of the Washington team or they were fans of sport or football. So it's to me, it's a great way to put an ownership structure together for the NFL. They particularly, I don't want to slight the individual qualifications of everybody involved there. And so they'll be a formidable group, and I'm proud for the fans of Washington.
Okay.
Jerry, it seems like the last few years you all have really stressed younger players. You mentioned younger players being a big part of this roster. But does it feel like maybe there was a little bit more of an all-in feel this offseason with the additions specifically of Gilmore and Cooks, that you really went out to try to bring in some big stars to build upon what you had the last few years?
Well, I like the way Steven says it when he says putting a roster together is not only a year-round, 24-hour-a-day job, but it comes from a lot of different directions. Not only the occurrence of when you can make those decisions and the time of the year, whether it's the draft, whether it's free agency, whether it's at training camp. We brought in our returner Turpin last year at training camp. We brought in our safety at training camp. So if you really look at it, it never stops. It's evolving. You got to look at it all the time. And the good news is that to help to the roster, help to win a game, comes from all of those areas, not just the first-round draft pick or just the really notable free agent. It comes from across the board. It takes a lot of people to play this game. That's reflected in how the talent gets put together. To me, I'm really proud of the way that we put this roster together. Now, all of that has to result in first downs and touchdowns.
Back to David.
Mike, how do you feel with where you are, what you've been able to establish with the culture here since you've been here, and just from the talent perspective on both sides of the ball and special teams? Where do you feel you are going into this season from where you project?
I mean, to give you a comparable, I think it's definitely the best of the 4 years. I think that, when you just building up what Jerry talked about with the draft and younger players and the development in how we're able to integrate our young players. We played, I don't know what the statistics are, but I'm sure we're up there 1 or 2 in the league is playing young players the last particularly 2 to 3 years. So, so that part is I feel really strong about, because I've always felt that bridging the gap between the veteran players and the younger players is critical in your opportunity that you're building towards winning a championship. So, and this is such a perfect time of year for us, because this is the purest football opportunity that we'll have as a football team, and we have an incredible training facility to have it in. So, but no, I feel great about our culture. I had a chance to have dinner last night with the leadership council, and just so impressed with our leadership group in the veteran, just the things that that's on their mind and where they are, and just really not only the respect they have for one another across the ball, offense and defense, but really the love that they have and the connection or they have with the rookie class. And they told me they felt this was the best rookie class of the last 3, and I kind of laughed because I said, well, you said that last year too. So I mean, so I think that's a pretty good indicator of how they feel about the locker room culture. So I feel like it's very strong. Nick.
Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com. This question is for Coach McCarthy. Are there anybody that you expect to start camp on the pup list?
Well, we're having a mobility workout right now that's going on. So once all the information comes in, we'll get that figured out. Ed
Werder, ESPN. I have a question for Mike, but start with Jerry. Jerry, what was the evolution of the process of deciding that Mike would be calling his own play, something that in recent history the head coach has not done?
You've got a couple of assumptions in that question, which is, it has to do with Mike. Mike not only has the head coaching, I'm going to call it walk-around head coaching skills, the overall management attribute, and the experience to go with it, but he also is very apt at really right into the area of the quarterback, the offense, the blocking schemes, and we're just at a point as we have evolved, and I think we have evolved over the last 2 or 3 years, that it was not so much about what Kellen wasn't, it was about what Mike is. And so I think that we gain on it. I think we give ourselves a better chance if Mike has that kind of emphasis. I'm going to let him explain to you what that kind of emphasis is, not me, since he's sitting right here. But the point is that it was just an asset that we had that we needed to use, that frankly, when he initially joined the Cowboys, it looked better for Kellen to be involved more in those areas, but it has evolved to this particular point. So it was really something that I know I felt, Stephen felt, we all felt would improve our chances to win this year.
Sure.
Given that role you now have and the changes you're making on offense, how does that affect how you'll rep guys out here and how you might use them in preseason?
How we'll rep the players and use them in preseason?
Differently to get them more comfortable with what you're doing?
I don't. To me, it's different every year. It's because you have changes in your personnel. There's goals that you're trying to hit throughout training camp. Obviously we're going to be in an install phase for the first, 9 days, 9 practice days. So we need to go through that, because that's really the foundation of your menus that you carry into the season. But I would say how we start preparing for Jacksonville and the preseason games, that will be a little different, because anytime you make a change in the play caller or the coordinator, it's just going to be different. I mean, it's if you look at our time here, 2020. We went about it a certain way offensively, but we had a philosophy shift after 2020. We needed to run the ball more. So 21 and 22 to me is the vision of how I see the offense playing. So it's important for us to build off of what we accomplished the last 2 years, but our personnel is a little different too. So you got to factor that in. I don't think it's going to play differently in how we rep them, because just how camp goes too factors into that. So I mean, how much is Tyron Smith going to practice? So I mean, there's so many variables in that. So to give you an answer of how it's going to be different, to me, it's always different each year.
DallasCowboys.com. In terms of that running back position, is there something that you're looking for with the group that you have in that position to build Ezekiel Elliott role, or are you just kind of looking to see who stands out most?
No, I don't look at them trying to fill Zeke's role. I mean Zeke's a special football player. I mean, he's a primary ball distribution focal point for us, and long before I got here, and definitely the last 3 years. So how those opportunities are distributed, we'll answer that as we get into the games. So yeah, this is not a this guy gets Zeke's touches. That's not the format. It's really how we're going to utilize the whole perimeter group.
Patrick.
Gentlemen, Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com. This question is for all three, but primarily Jerry, Steve, personnel guys. From a kicker competition standpoint, you guys brought back Vizcaino, signed Aubrey. Are you guys looking to add a third body to that, or are you going to play it more like last year, where you had Garrett Bay and Howard going against each other, and then you brought in Maher when you didn't like all that competition?
Yeah. Okay, I got it. I'm having a little trouble hearing you there. All options are open. I think what we've got in camp has the potential to be the answer. And so it's not something that we're waiting on every day to try to come up with something additive there. Let's see what we got. Let's see how they practice. Let's see how we get comfortable with what they're doing. So what you see is the adjustment that would have been the answer to if we'd have been sitting here at the end of last season saying, we're going to relook at this kicker situation. Well, you're looking at it. And then what comes up, we will see. Now, competition's competition. And if all of a sudden we see some true competition, which means we see a way to do it better, then we'll go that route. It's that fluid right now.
I've got a question for Mike and Jerry. First, Jerry, you talk about a sense of urgency every year. It's 28 years since last Super Bowl. Where's your sense of urgency now?
Well, did you ask where is this urgency coming from?
Yours to win now.
Yeah. There's too much that you have to put out here, and it really always has been. There was a sense of urgency in 1989, my reference point of just having gotten to be a part of the NFL and be a part of the Cowboys. But I've never thought there was time to slough off, and not that urgency means not sloughing off. But I think that when I look at where we are with Dak, when I look at where we are with Tyron Smith, when I see and what I've experienced on players that have played great for the Cowboys that aren't here today, we need to get it done now while we got them. And I think that's healthy for everybody. I think that's the way my competition is structured. My competition, the Cowboys competition. And so that causes you to really pop up in the morning and be ready to gnaw a leg off. And I think that's in and of itself. I've often said that just getting to be a part of this thing, the NFL, the Cowboys, be around these guys, be around you. I've often said that made me something I wouldn't have been had I not been here. I might not have been as aggressive or as urgent. So I'm very urgent. And if aggressive is a part of that, that's a part of it. And I am proud that I'm as excited and got the health to be that way.
You told us before that the way to break through in the playoffs is to repeatedly get there. You got there the past 2 years. Is this team primed to break through this year?
Breakthrough is.
Take the next step in play.
Definitely. I mean, we all think so. Yeah. I mean, I feel really good about where we are. But at the end of the day, not to do the coach speak drill here. I mean, it's just not. It is a process. I mean, training camp's very important. We love what we accomplished in player acquisition throughout the spring, and more importantly, now that these guys have been here, the way they fit in. I can't say enough about Brandon and Gilmore. The way I'm just visiting with those guys yesterday. So, the consistency is. If you want to bang the door down, you got to be on the front porch. Every single time. So I think we definitely have established that, and it's about winning the championship. And I don't shy away from that at all. And everybody today should feel that they can win the championship. They may not talk about it, but we feel very strongly about who we are as a team, and we look forward to all the challenges and the adversity that's going to come. Every year it comes at you a little different. Patterns sometimes are the same. But that's what it takes to win in this league, and that's the beauty of it. I mean, urgency is always there. I can't believe how fast it's gone. I can't believe this is year 4 already, and I think it's just the reality of it is how important every day is. How important every opportunity is. And this, as I said already, this is the purest opportunity for us, purest football opportunity that we have of the year. And our training camp in 21 was good. 22 was better. Our goal is to have a better camp than last year. And last year was a hell of a camp. This weather's important. These facilities are outstanding. I mean, we're making improvements. So you talk about urgency. Just look at the efficiency and how this operation has improved each and every year. I know since I've been here, and that's all about getting better. So and our players see that and they feel that. And they trust our process. They trust the way they're trained. And that just gives us more consistency in the area of performance. So yeah, I feel great about our football team.
Let me add this. All you got to do is look at the people who aren't here, whether players, coaches, GMs, owners. All you got to do is look back for me over 30-something years and add up the ones that aren't here. And that'll make you feel lucky to get to be here. And there have been some great people come through here, and they've had some great lives of being a part of this thing. But if that doesn't make you count your... be thankful for being able to be here and wake up and be here to Oxnard and be a part of this camp and getting better and opening up against the Giants. Nothing will, and it's a motivational thing.
Mike Leslie, WFA, for Jerry as well as Steve. Your team has been one of a few teams at the center of the conversation about the running back position over the course of this offseason, deciding to move on from Zeke Elliott's contract, not signing from Pollard to a long-term deal, keeping him on franchise tag. Where do you feel the running back position is right now in this league in terms of how it is valued, and how has your opinion on how to value the position changed in the last 3 or 4 years?
You want me to start?
Yeah.
Well, I think first of all, our league evolves, and Mike and I were just talking about it, in the room before we came out here, and this is a quarterback-driven league now, and obviously throwing the ball is a big part of this game. You get down to the 2 minute, you got to be able to throw the ball. It used to be 20 years ago, it was revolved around a running back. The running back may have been more important than the quarterback. Obviously, this franchise has had some of the best running backs, in the league. When you look at Tony Dorsett, you look at Emmitt Smith, you look at Zeke Elliott. We've had, great running backs here and great respect for that position. I will say this about Tony. We offered Tony a long-term deal. the same holds true for tight end. We offered Schultz a long-term deal, and we didn't agree. The reason you don't agree is they want more and you want to pay a little bit less, and you agree to disagree, and then they go on and they play under the tag. That's obviously Tony signed his tag, and he's going to do that, and certainly Dalton Schultz made that decision, and that's part of the negotiation and part of the system that's in place. It's a free market out there. There are mechanisms in place that allow teams to hold a player a year called the franchise tag, and we certainly utilize that, but nothing but respect for the running backs. We've had, as I said, we've had some of the great ones and paid them at the top of the market, and certainly we tried to make a deal with Tony. It wasn't something that worked for either one of us, so we're going to play under the tag this year and respect that, and we'll see where we end up going forward. I don't think he can hear you.
Excuse me, I'm having
a little louder. Have anything to add?
No, I don't have anything to add there. I think Stephen said it best. We lost a few years back. We lost a running back. He went to Tennessee, I think. Yeah. But my point is that you have to. There's no free lunch. You have to weigh the impact to the team on every decision that you make, and the system will cause it to evolve. And the system has gotten more relative to the budgets that you have. It's gotten more quarterback friendly and less running back friendly. That isn't just the Cowboys, that's the game as it is today. That's what you get into. I've never met any player at any level when it comes to the finances that wasn't happy when he looks back that he took the money. I've never met one. And when he looks back on what that meant relative to everything else, we're all fortunate to be a part of this game. And so my point is, it has to have a system that you can put a team and maintain a team. And those are the systems that are in place in the NFL.
Joe Trahan, WFAA TV. Jerry, this one's for you. You're coming off this back-to-back success, the kind of which you haven't seen in 27 years. But I think you would probably agree that the NFL is a more year-to-year proposition than it's been in several years. So as the head of this organization, how do you make sure that everyone below you understands that so that you don't miss out on this prime opportunity that you have in front of you?
Well, what you usually hear me say, especially on opening day like this, philosophizing a little bit, what you usually hear me say is alive and well. These guys get real tired, especially this one right here, of me getting in that ear and going over some of these concepts that we're talking about right here. I'd like to think that they would tell you that I'm real good about hearing their concepts coming back, and will be pretty patient and be pretty receptive to their concepts coming back too. And so that's what makes it work. You mentioned one thing, but I really believe this, whether I act like it or not. I don't believe anybody's under me. We're all laying the best we've got. We're all emptying our bucket. And so all we have to give is what's in our bucket. Now, some people have it in an intellectual way. Some people have it in a physical way. Some people may have it in a financial way. As long as everybody's emptying their bucket, we're all equal. It's all we got is what's in our bucket.
To them that it has to happen every day.
Well, I think that a part of the advantage of doing what we get to do is that it's sports. It's football. We all had, you did, we all had a choice to go sell insurance, or we all had a choice to go build houses, or we all had a choice to do some other things. We've really chosen, and that's our brotherhood, we've chosen to spend our life in the excitement and the conversation and rubbing elbows with Mike McCarthy and rubbing elbows with Steven and people like that. We've chosen that. I've been old enough that I've had a couple of other areas that I got to spend some time in, a couple of other lives, if you will. I like this one right here. This is the one I chose and one I like. That's why it's great to be with you guys today.
All right, last two. David?
Stephen, do you like, and a quick follow-up after that, Stephen, do you like where you are from a cap management standpoint for the intermediate right now and for what you need to do going into the future? And do you feel ideally you would like to get one of these long-term deals done going into the season to kind of keep that leverage?
Yeah, I actually feel really good about where we are, not only in the intermediate but also the long term. I think our contracts are all structured in a good way, and we're very motivated to sign these young guys. That's certainly why you hope to have success, and I think we have had success drafting, in terms of the young players that we kind of got coming up, whether it's a Diggs or a Lamb or a Micah or a Steele or whoever may be coming up. And we're constantly in communication. I feel like we've got great rapport with agents. I don't think we're, and the representatives. I think we're always in communication with them. Certainly, all these guys are represented because the money is so big by top-of-the-line folks. And so you just continue to grind and look for windows and opportunities to get these things done. As I mentioned, there's only one franchise tag, and you only get to use it on one guy, and then the market decides the rest. But certainly it'd be a big plus if we could look up here and get one or two of these guys signed to longer term deals. And we've always got our eye on the ball and what that's going to mean, and projecting out what we think the cap's going to be. I mean, we keep constant, salary cap sheets going out 3 years, this year plus 2 more, and what that's going to look like and what that's going to feel like. But overall, I think we're in a great situation, and certainly that can change if the great opportunity presents itself. We certainly had some opportunities this year to trade for a Gilmore and a Cooks, and on things that were team friendly, not only from a resource standpoint, a draft pick standpoint, but a cap standpoint as well. And we were able to get those deals done, and you make exceptions. And that's why you have your cap in a situation so that you can say, okay, we're going to do that. This is the right thing to do, and may compromise us a year from now, 2 years from now, but that's the right thing to do for this team this year, is to go out, and add guys like a Gilmore, like a Cooks, and give us the opportunity to really improve our football team.
Kind of going on your last answer, that you touched on this a little bit, but we know you probably have about 20 more training camps left in you, but are you getting a little more sentimental as each year passes when you're here, because what this experience is, and like you say, is who you get to deal with and those relations, and just seeing it kind of build?
Yeah, yes. I appreciate the nuance of driving in and getting my room out here. I think this is about 10, 11 years in that room. It looks less than my college dorm at the time, but it feels good to be in there. Now I go out the back door and sleep up here at the Biltmore, but other than that, we're in good shape.
That's a fine.
Out the back door.
Y'all are great.
Before we head to the last question, I just want to say a word to a long time, really part of the fabric of our media and the Cowboys, Brad Sham. Brad Sham has had a heck of an offseason, including recently, for a number of different things and ways. And I just want to say it's great to have you here, and glad that you have gotten through just a heck of a process. And we're happy that you're okay and you're here. Thank you, Brad. Yeah.
Me too.
All righty, Todd. No? Well, Clarence, you have the privilege of wrapping it up here, buddy.
I hate to be that guy to ask a football question. Have you decided, this for Mike, How do you plan to start an offensive line, start camp? Will Tyler be at guard? Will he be at left tackle? What is the plan up front?
Well, we're going to build off what we did in the off-season program. So we'll start the way we finished. Were you paying attention the last time you were out there? All right. Well, look at your notes. So that's how we're going to start. That's how we're going to start. So.
All righty. Thank you, everybody, and we'll meet.
He gets in that Mike likes it. Let's only have a 30-minute press conference where usually they're an hour 15.
You know, Mike, you've always said that Jerry is susceptible to change. You know, that he's not stuck in his ways. You've always
he's the Rocky
that.
Balboa of ownerships and general managers.
I'm not sure what that means.
It means if I can change and you can change,
then we can all
change.
All right, I like that. And if you can believe in dinosaurs,
they'll believe in you.
Yeah.
Which leads us into Mike likes it.
All right, guys. Wasn't prepared for this one at all because I thought for sure Jerry was going to talk until the sun went down.
We can break down what he said for the next 15 minutes.
Please don't. All right. So I want to talk about a show that I've been watching with my wife, but I haven't completed the show yet. But I believe you two guys have.
Yes.
And you haven't talked a lot about this show on the air yet, The Bear.
The Bear.
Show's awesome.
Yeah, it is awesome.
So it's a great show.
Kevin suggested it to me a couple years when it first came out. He was like, "Have you seen it?" And I was like, "No, not yet." And I started it, and then I had anxiety, and it was great.
So my daughter asked me this question, and you probably follow television way more than I do. She's like, there has to be a season 3. Is there going to be a season 3?
Yes.
Yeah. They just finished season 2.
But that show is uber popular for Hulu. So there'll be a season.
Next question. With all the striking going on where we're going to in Los Angeles.
Oh, crap.
I've been told that things aren't like, so you have Oppenheimer, you have Barbie. I know that The Bear isn't the #1 show in the world, but I do know it's very popular. People told us to watch it. I heard you guys talking about it before. So Sue and I started watching it. It's a very good show, but are we going to get a lull here pretty soon where there's going to be nothing coming out on Netflix, nothing coming out on Hulu, nothing coming out at the movie theaters? Because nobody's working?
Yes, you are definitely going to see that lull. And some of the seasons that we're already filming. By the way, I think
just get AI to write everything, right?
And you know what? That is an interesting point. That is a really interesting point. But you might see shortened seasons for seasons that we're already filming. That's what we saw a while back when they had the writer's strike. I remember like Friday Night Lights and other shows just curbed off their season. I just saw, it's not official that The Bears renewed for season 3, but but it set a record on Hulu for the most streams ever for original production that they put together.
All right.
So you can rest assured there will be another one. You probably aren't renewing stuff at this moment, though. You know what I'm saying? But there'll be another season.
So I'm not going to give anything away on the show. It is about a restaurant in Chicago, and it's about family, and it's about the work environment in restaurants, the big-time ones, the small-time ones. It's been really fun. And one of the books I've downloaded for this trip is now the Coach K book, because in season 2, one of the cooks, her father gave her the Coach K book. And I believe this was because I was looking at the book last night. It was published in 2016. So it's not a brand new Coach K book, but for the most part, obviously it's right before he retires for the most part. And it's just about leadership and life skills, plus a lot of basketball in there too, through basketball. But so I'm actually really interested to get into this Coach K book during this trip, just to it seems like a good leadership book.
You think once you get done with the book, then you'll follow a Coach K rabbit hole and go watch a bunch of old games and YouTube clips and all sorts of stuff?
Yeah.
I don't know. I do know. I mean, it's weird. I guess from the kind of Danny Ferry days, if you're not old enough, Danny Ferry was before Christian Laettner. He was the super stud at Duke before Christian Laettner.
They lost to Never Nervous Purvisell.
Yeah, and then they got beat by UNLV by 7 million points.
And then they beat them the next year.
But that was with Christian Laettner and stuff, right? I mean, I think Laettner was on the team, but he was a freshman when they lost.
Laettner was on the team, and they got Grant Hill for that rematch.
Right.
When UNLV was undefeated.
And Grant Hill. You're talking about Grant Hill. What about Lancaster's own Thomas Hill?
Sure.
Hey,
Thomas Hill obviously has an important part in Duke lore as well.
So anyways, I'm kind of through that show. I'm going to now listen to / read Does it always sound weird? Because I don't read books that much. I listen to books. If I say I'm going to listen to a book, do people I've asked this question before to be like,
I'm glad that you brought that up because my wife asked me that as well. And I said, I'm probably not the right person to ask, though. I did bring a book. I'm not sure. I think some people do frown on people who say they read a book when they listen to the audiobook. I don't think they should, but I bet some people do.
Hey, guess what? In the 1300s, they didn't have audiobooks, so you had to read. Right? Did they have a printing press then?
In the 1300s?
Yeah.
Couldn't you even go like to the 1900s?
Yeah, sure. We have options. We have options to listen to books. Let's do it that way. It's fine.
I wonder when the first audiobook happened.
I don't know.
I got you.
Would you guess by the 1960s we had audiobooks? 70s?
No.
80s?
Yes.
Okay. So
1932.
What?
With the establishment of, and he was so confident
it
too.
was when Columbus sailed the ocean.
Yeah, the
blue.
establishment of Columbus and the American Foundation for the Blind, which created recordings of books on vinyl records. Each side held about 15 minutes of speech.
You know, that's a great point. I selfishly only thought about convenience, not necessity thank you for correcting me.
And so tonight, when we land in California, it will be at 6-something.
14.
So we will definitely be in a little bit of traffic.
You think we're going to be early or late?
We'll be 2 minutes early.
Percent chance our flight just gets canceled altogether.
I've decided we're going to Pink's again.
The hot dog place?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so last year it was Bobby Belt, Corey, and I. Kevin decided not to
He didn't
on
wanna
the
go.
trip.
We had baby Noah.
You know,
And
I've
so-
always said, Mike, that you're the most committed to this Oxnard trip. And
He didn't go the year before.
Well, don't worry
Aren't
about
you
that.
the most committed?
Hey, listen, I've always said this about Mike is what I'm trying to point out.
So Pink's is a very famous hot dog stand.
Mm-hmm.
And I was looking at all of their specials. And so I'm excited I want to try more hot dogs than I can try. You can really only try one, at least for me. I can only eat kind of maybe 2 hot dogs, but with all the stuff they put on it, only 1.
Would y'all consider collaborating and both getting a different hot dog and like splitting it in half?
Cutting it in half?
Yeah.
I don't mind that.
I don't like doing that.
Okay,
Oh.
we're not doing that.
Is it a big place? Because the way you describe the menu sounds like they have 8 million things.
But I might make a
not a
concession
big
for
place.
this point. Yeah, it's not. It's got a nice size patio. It's got
Yeah,
a
you
nice
can-
indoor. But yeah,
You can always eat outside. I've actually looked at Oxnard weather. Now, I know LA's a little bit different. It's warmer in Los Angeles than it is in Oxnard, but the high that we will have in Oxnard for our whole trip will be 76 degrees. I believe one
So
day
great.
that we're there,
Awesome.
the high will be 76. Most of the days we're there, the high will be 71 to 73 degrees. Low will be about 60.
I always feel guilty telling Adrian that I'm going to go out there and she's back here with 100-degree heat.
Well,
If you're lucky.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
and what do you say about Adrian when she's in heat?
What the hell, dude?
I don't know. You kind of.
What is wrong with you?
You said that you won't be in heat and she will be in heat and you feel sorry for her.
Well, because it's warm, you know, because it's hot and I don't want her to be hot without me and I don't want to be too cool without her, if that makes sense.
Oh my gosh. So have you only been to this place one time?
One time.
then?
Last year was
and
the
you
only
loved
time.
it?
I thought it was really cool, and there's also another place that I always want to try, but I think it'll be closed
Is
when
that
we get
donut
there.
shop?
That huge donut, that kind of the Bart Simpson show. I know
Yeah.
that they kind of you know make a play off of
That's
the
like
big
Randy's,
donut. I think it is Randy's.
Well, and they have one like that in Texas. It's Round Rock Donut, which has this
The Texas Giant Donut or whatever? Yeah, it's
is
incredible.
Freaking enormous. And me and my son got one on a road trip. It was really good.
All right, so
It is Randy's Donuts, by the way.
Is it open? What time?
I don't
do
know.
they-
We need to look it up and see if we can go there too. But
And I need you to not be
They're
mad.
open 24 hours.
Oh. I need you to not
Donut
be
dog.
mad when I get a hot dog that's just like fairly run
I
of the mill.
understand.
And I need you to punch him in the face whenever he does stuff
Oh
like
my
that.
goodness.
I mean, I guess we could cut off a bite of mine just so you can try a bite. So if you're like, oh, I don't like it, you can spit it out and you didn't waste money or whatever.
Yeah, have a little taste of Mike's.
Okay. So the other thing that I'm interested in right now, as I have a minute to get this in, is I'm really interested in trade deadline stuff, as the Rangers are probably scouring around, making tons of phone calls. Teams are calling them, seeing who they can get from their farm system. But it's interesting that I'm reading about Ohtani, and they're talking about the Reds and the Brewers and the Orioles possibly trading for Ohtani.
The Orioles kind of makes sense to me because they have plenty of ammunition. I don't know if it's ammunition they want to use, and clearly their team's really good.
Yeah, so I guess I feel like the Rangers are in a better state because we see the Rangers, they've spent on Seager, they've spent on Simeon, they spent on Evaldi's not a huge contract, but it's still a bigger contract. Nathaniel, Nathan Evaldi, they spent money on. John Gray, they spent money on. They've spent money. They even are paying $19 million on a one-year contract to Martin Perez. So sometimes when I look at Ohtani getting traded somewhere, I just have this feeling like they would still kind of want to sign that guy.
Sure.
Like the Rangers wanted to sign Cliff Lee after trading for him. He just decided not to sign with the Rangers. But it's like the Reds, I can't imagine the Reds getting into the bidding war, or the Brewers or the Orioles.
They might, because I have it on good authority. I just heard no one who ever took the money regretted it. You heard that in the presser, right?
There were other parts to it that I don't think I heard, because I don't want to be like, hey, this drug money that we found that Colombian drug lord, he doesn't know about. Did you take that money and not regret it?
He meant in a contract.
Okay, so that's what I'm talking about.
We'll talk about it more. I'm going to get to the C block here, but I'm starting to not fall out of love with Ohtani. I would love for him to be a Texas Ranger. It'd be amazing. But if it does take 4 or 5 somewhat premium prospects to get, but I can trade 3 okay prospects and 2 premium prospects for 2 or 3 relievers, for a starting pitcher. Like, I don't know. Does it make it's starting to make more sense to me that it doesn't matter if you have Ohtani. If you don't have 4 relievers that can put up zeros for you, I kind of like, it'll cost less to add more quantity to this team.
You know what, Mike? I got a bonus for you. Because the Cowboys so often take away from you, today they giveth. We can have a couple more minutes for this conversation, and I have a question for you.
Okay.
Do you think, and I know there's a lot that goes into this, whoever signs Ohtani long term, do you think they'll regret it?
Financially, no.
He won't.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
I do think a little bit of team building.
Okay.
They could, because I think that he's going to get an 8-year deal. I don't think he'll get 10, but I think he'll get 8.
And you think it's going to be 8 for about 500, give or take?
Yes, $500 million to possibly $560 million.
Okay.
I do think he can get to $70 million a year.
Okay. Wow.
But I think teams will look at those last 3 or 4 years and he'll just be a hitter.
Okay.
Yeah. And the other thing too, I know I'm repeating myself from yesterday, but I'm just starting to wonder, as he's slowing down as a pitcher right now in July, and there could be a lot going into it, but it makes me wonder, what type of pitcher are you getting for the rest of this season?
Is there a go to this more than anything that you look at by being able to tell that a pitcher is slowing down? And what I mean is, we've talked in the past, you can't just look at a box score and say, well, he was on or he was off.
Right.
And I told you the other day, you've seen a spike in the home runs that Ohtani gives up. Is it exit velocity off the bat? Is it whip, home runs? Like, what is the big, or do you just have to see the stuff and you're like,
I think that's why you send scouts to watch him, to try to get, because what if he is Yu Darvish? And what I mean by that is, this is just too much on him. Him in the media every day. I don't know that he's been a guy that's been watched forever for his career, but it's different this time. It's not about what he's accomplishing on the field. It's who is he going to be playing for next week.
Yeah.
And that bugs a lot of people. Two people that it crushed Mike Minor. He couldn't get a person out in July. And then the Rangers couldn't trade him because he couldn't effectively pitch. So all the teams looking at him going, I can't trade for this guy. Like, he can't get big league hitters out now for almost a month. Same thing with Yu Darvish. And I'm wondering, if Ohtani does get traded, Does he? Because Darvish pretty quickly was pitching well for the Dodgers after he left here. Mike Minor didn't get traded, so you can't use him as an example. But, you just wonder, is Ohtani going to go back to being really good on the mound after this pressure of what team are you going to play for? But then he will have that pressure again that you're on a playoff team. Can you carry this? This is the first time on there. And then you're still going to be a free agent, so everybody's going to wonder, are you going to stay with this team? Do you want to stay with this team? And so there's going to still be a lot on Ohtani's plate when it comes to the off-field stuff because of his free agency.
For the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
I will give Mike even more time for Mike likes it as he gets more. Mike, what do you want to talk about next?
Your wife's?
Well, all right. So coming up next, we will talk about the modern running back and how that works out. Next, The Fan.
This
Yes, Friday. Which Friday, July 28th, 1994, was the day that Kenny Rogers pitched the perfect game. Guess who made a diving catch and the last out in that game?
Otis Nixon.
Nope, it was rookie Rusty Greer who made a diving catch to preserve the perfecto and then got the final out.
So do you feel like maybe Kenny Rogers gets a little too much credit?
Yeah, I mean, what did he do? What did he do?
I wonder how many perfect games there was no tough plays ever.
Yeah. Those lazy ground balls. And
They're all strikeouts. It was like he did all the work today. Or how many perfect games where it was like he didn't get a single strikeout. Everybody else made plays to
I
end
would
the
say
game.
that's impossible.
You think
there's no way a perfect game has ever happened without a strike?
So would you give?
I'd be inclined to agree with
Would
that.
you give the defense a perfect game if that was the case? Though, would you be like they played a perfect game? The pitcher was there though.
You know what? Probably not.
To your point, I wonder. That's a good trivia question that we won't figure out right now. What's the least amount of strikeouts in a perfect game? Because that does put more pressure on your defense. If let's just say you had 5 strikeouts out of your 27 outs.
Over under 4.5.
I would say over.
Okay.
I just don't think. I think if people are making that much contact, they're going to find a hole. They're going to find a Texas leaguer. Like they're going to find an unfortunate hit in that situation. So my guess would be 8 would be the lowest amount of strikeouts in a 9-inning game.
Okay.
I don't know about the 9 inning, but I do have this information.
Well, you can't throw a perfect game in anything.
3 pitchers have thrown. Oh, this is no hitters. Never mind.
Yeah, no hitters I think are a little different, but still, a no hitter probably over under 4.5 would be good. But perfect.
There is one. 3 pitchers have thrown no hitters with no strikeouts. By the way,
wow.
One in
like
1912, one in
that doesn't
1923,
count.
one in 73.
Oh,
So-
that does count. Who was it?
That was Ken Holtzman, 1973. This perfect game, though, and this was 1908.
Sad, I don't know who that is.
Addie Joss
Threw a perfect game with just 3 strikeouts on 74 pitches in
What inning?
1908.
I mean, what year?
1908, yeah. So,
1908 doesn't count.
Okay, so
what is the year that it starts counting?
Oh gosh.
Because
I know this isn't fair to Lou Gehrig and Babe Ruth and all those great hitters, but I would say after World War II.
Okay, that's fine. That's
the other thing
absolutely
too
fine.
is about after World War II, we started adding black people into the sport.
That
So I know
changes it.
that. I mean, that added a whole new. I know that it wasn't an influx of hey, Jackie Robinson is here and everybody's here, but I do think that you started getting more of the best players in the country and then a little bit in the world. And then when you look at the history of the ball, the bats that they were using, nothing. I mean, Babe Ruth is still considered somewhat the greatest player of all time, but I think in these accomplishments, you know, I don't know. I'm probably wrong. Probably some old geezer probably thinks, you know, I'm not giving enough hype to the 1920s, but I get it, man. There were great players back then, but
Corey, I haven't counted them all up. I haven't counted them all up because there's too many right now. But the answer to your question is there's lots.
A lot of Ranger fans out there. That's good.
Ranger
And
fans.
yes, I did see somebody said, "Are you guys sure you're not getting pranked again?" I got this from very high up in the Ranger.
And what do they mean
organization.
again? When's the first time we were going to
Yeah,
get
that didn't really
successfully
work
pranked?
out. We sniffed that one out. And since then, Bobby has tried to give us lots of food. So, all right.
That's true.
877-881-1053. Out of all the current running backs, which running back is the model for the modern running back? And I was very surprised not surprised by Reggie's answer. I kind of agreed a lot with Reggie's answer.
Did this spring to mind because of the conversations about, you know, the devaluation of the running back and everything like that?
Yeah, because and also one of the things that Lee Steinberg said is the running backs are going to have to figure out how to show statistical evidence that they are a factor in the blocking game. That's how they will raise their value, is because this is a passing league. If you're protecting the quarterback, then you are valuable. If you can't, you're more valuable than other players if you can protect the quarterback as a running back. So that's one of the things that Jerry Jones talked about constantly with Zeke, right? Oh, don't forget about the power that he runs through that line with.
Uh-huh.
And he blocks great for the quarterback. We got to protect
Yeah.
that. And we're like, well, but shouldn't your offensive line do that? But the ability to do that, Lee Steinberg says, is if you can prove it, is valuable. So that's an interesting person. You look at the list right now, the best running backs out there, and you're seeing Nick Chubb, who is not the current model for running back.
Yeah.
The dude doesn't love to catch the football. They very rarely throw him the football. Why? Because the dude can run for 5 yards almost every single play. And that's a big deal, right? That's a huge factor for them. They're like, we know that this dude can run the ball, but not everybody has the offensive line they have. And not everybody has what they are building, what they've built in Cleveland. Not everybody has Nick Chubb either. They also, Derrick Henry.
I mean, I think that other part's probably fair to say. You can tell, though, Reggie, that was a mistake. That was a legitimate mistake. But I would be inclined to agree with that other statement as well.
You're talking about Bavetta, the referee?
Otherwise, we wouldn't need Blue Chew. Think about this for a second.
I will.
The Derrick Henry is, everybody looks at him and goes, he's the best, right? When he's on the field, he's the best. But is he what you consider what the NFL wants as the modern NFL running back? I'm just kind of interested in what everybody's approach is on what they think the modern running back is.
Kevin, I'm going to bring two guys to mind, but yet one of them didn't last very long. I think he's out of the league for now, but Le'Veon Bell. To me, when I saw he could go run slants and snatch the ball out of the air with his hands and look almost like a real receiver, which I think he was one of the first guys that running back receiver, he would catch 80 plus balls, and they weren't just outlets. They weren't just a screen play or a dump off. He would run a route and beat you on a route. And then I do think of Christian McCaffrey, but he gets hurt a lot. Le'Veon Bell's not a great example of running backs that last long. He lasted 5 years and his career was over. And Christian McCaffrey went 3 good years, and then after 3 years, it's just injury after injury.
See, and this is the problem that I run into as well, because I also have 2 names, but one of them falls prey to the exact same thing that Mike just said. I swear I'm not doing a bit. Do you look at the first 4 years of Ezekiel Elliott, and that's your prototypical running back, because he blocks. He absolutely blocked for the passer. And then you saw in the 3rd and 4th year, he could be a threat catching the ball. And if you're concerned about longevity, then I might throw it over to and wonder how you feel about Austin Eckler. Because
interesting.
Austin Eckler is somebody who, he is a running back, but he catches a ton of passes, but you can also count on him to finish your drive.
Yeah.
I know he's not going to be, I don't even know if he's ever run for 1,000 yards, but so he's not going to be that guy. But if you need to finish off a drive via your running back, he can run the ball in, but he can also catch a ton of passes.
Go ahead, Mike.
Well, I have something to just throw to you guys as a question. Corey, it's your C block. You answer this first. Do you think in the next 10 years, it might take 10 years, do you think teams are going to look at DK Metcalfs and Deebo Samuels and go, that's our running back?
Man, that's interesting.
That's what we want as our running back, because the way Deebo does it is different. And then I think DK Metcalf has a body was it Montgomery who used to do it for the Packers way back when? Am I right?
Ty Montgomery?
Yeah,
he
right?
was smaller, but yeah.
But they took wide receivers and they're like, you're going to carry the ball a little bit. And I'm just wondering if you look at bigger receivers and go, I'm actually going to make them running backs.
Yeah, and I mean, to your point, you just saw it with Arthur Smith, who had Derrick Henry before, but he goes to the Falcons and immediately is like, I need a big guy that's fast that can carry the ball. Cordero Patterson, you're now a running back for us. You're a starter.
Yeah.
You're going to be our main guy, and for fantasy people who luckily snagged that dude out of nowhere, it turned out huge for them because he was putting up great numbers. That's a very interesting thing, because when it comes to looking at yards per carry for receivers, it's pretty good. And obviously there's an element of surprise and whatnot that goes along with that. But those guys, the CeeDee Lamb type guys, and Carter can attest to this for sure, our Carter, not my Carter, that CeeDee Lamb was at his best at OU whenever he was given the space like a running back. As a receiver, he was really good too. but they put him in screen situations. They'd have all sorts of places where he would find space. And that's what that's ultimately what you want with your running back. You could probably ask Mike Martz how he ran Marshall Faulk, and you're like, hey, did Marshall Faulk, was he in tight situations ever? No, he was underneath because Torrey Holt and Isaac Bruce were burning down the field, creating space for him.
And I know he wasn't the very first running back who could catch the ball so proficiently, but do you view Marshall Faulk, I'm really glad that you brought him up, as like the pivot point where people were like more and more moved to that style? Or do you think the running back style still kind of stayed the same for a while? And
yeah, I think the majority of teams still were kind of there, but they were trying to figure out how do we get a Marshall Faulk? Do we have the playbook to have a Marshall Faulk?
I just wonder how tough it is for colleges to want to go there, because that's where you're getting your crop of guys from. And if you can run the ball well in high school, watching like for example, a Duncanville versus Galena Park North Shore, they're in the friggin' championship every game against. They'll have really good running backs, but they're not catching the ball very much. They're literally handing the ball off to them, a little bit more old school. Now, I know that there's way more passing in high school than there ever has been, but then you get to college, and I'm just thinking of Bijan Robinson, right? He was the top running back in this draft. I don't have his stats pulled up. You're going to have to help me here if you watched a lot of UT football. How many times was he running routes?
Oh, he caught the ball.
Was he running routes or was he outlets? There's a big difference.
I thought it was the second one. When I watch him, he reminds me more of Marshall Faulk than I know. Brada said Barry Sanders, but I was like, oh man, he does a lot of things.
And Faulk would run real routes.
Yeah, he did.
And that's the one thing about Le'Veon Bell,
and Saquon Barkley. Like, I was just watching the Vikings game. They love to line Saquon Barkley up in the slot or out at wide at receiver, but they don't love to pay him. I think Jamal Charles is kind of, LT is a very good example too, but Jamal Charles was the one that I was like, he's not your prototypical running back. Dude's lightning fast, but he's undersized, which, injuries did happen to him. But that dude, Andy Reid, was like, anytime I can get the ball in that dude's hands, I'm trying to.
Because you brought this up, I'm really interested. Like, I'm here for the Bijan Robinson hype. I thought he was freaking awesome in college, but I'm really interested to see how Jahmyr Gibbs plays out, because you've already heard discussions about how they look at Christian McCarthy. Almost. As the prototype of Christian McCaffrey, as the prototype of what they would like Gibbs to be. Yeah. And we were talking about that being maybe your next evolution of Faulk or however you see it. So I'm interested to see what happens with Gibbs. But Bijan Robinson is awesome, and I'm excited to see him play.
Reggie, I asked this question in the conference room maybe yesterday morning. Do you remember your answer to this question? The ideal modern-day running back?
Tony Pollard.
And I think Reggie's, people will say, hey, there goes Homer Corey again. The reason that...
Is that why you had me answer it?
No, yeah, actually it is.
Fantastic.
And also, it was your answer the other day. I think you're on. I think you're dead on with that. The dude you want, I think their idea... Now, Jerry has said, I'll run a running back into the ground. And I'm doing a very bad Jerry impression right now. But he said, I'll run them into the ground. But I think the ideal now is lots of touches for a variety of people all over the field. And if my running back can get 15 to 17 touches, maybe 20 total with the air.
Yeah.
But I don't want to overuse him. But what I want is to get explosive plays out of the running back. That's what they want the most. Nobody wants, and we'll talk about this more, Kevin, I think tomorrow.
Yes.
Nobody wants the Plano Senior High School 2 yards in a cloud of dust.
Right.
They want explosive plays. And I did an extensive study on Zeke's rookie year on the Cowboys getting at least 12 yards. That was what we called their splash play. You can go, I think it's on the internet somewhere. If they got 12 yards on any given drive, the Cowboys were going to score.
On a specific play.
On any play.
Yeah.
On any play, or on any drive, if they got 12 yards one time, they were 84% going to score a touchdown. And I think the number was even higher for just points in general. And so that's what they want. They want explosive big plays. That's why speed comes out of it now. And so much more, and that's why you see a variety of these McCaffreys. They don't want to run them between the tackles as much anymore. They want to be able to use them in space.
Do you need the blocking element then when it comes to Tony Pollard? Like, I think you saw some progress on that, but that was one of the things that Steinberg brought up is, do you still need to see better honed blocking ability from Tony Pollard?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, and not saying that what I watched last year was just miserable, but it wasn't as I always
know
hate
you're giving
trying to
it
compare
away
to Emmitt Smith and Zeke.
If it's 3rd and 8, why don't you just put your offensive guard back there?
To be another blocker?
Yeah, if you're now, I get it, man. 3rd and 2, 3rd and 3. I get like, hey, we're gonna play action, or we're gonna try to hit a quick route here and get a first down. But if it's 3rd and 8, why do you have a running back there to block? Why wouldn't you put another blocker? Why wouldn't you just add a 6th offensive lineman?
In some ways, I think it's because football is now trending to where you want to be able to disguise what you're going to. You want to be able to do a few different things out of what you show.
Yeah.
You show an extra lineman, and that pretty clearly tells what you're going to do.
You're probably not throwing to that extra lineman. So now that linebacker or safety has to do something different, or gets to do something different.
I don't know if that's like the entirety of the answer, but that's the first thing that comes to mind for sure when you ask that question.
Yeah. And I understand you're trying to block for the guy, but disguising. And if all hell breaks loose, what's my last option? Throw it to the running back. I mean, that's Kirk Cousins' favorite option is throw it to the running back.
You liked him now.
Hey, listen, I can still dig on the
I wonder if quarterbacks would rather have an outlet running back or 2 extra seconds on 3rd and 8.
That's a great question for Dak.
That is a great question for Dak.
Who's getting Dak when we're out there this year? Because last year, Chiafalo and Wolchuk had a great conversation with him, along with Broadus and Gavin, but they were having the conversation regarding Wolchuk's dating life, and that was a lot of fun.
Oh, yeah, he's got updates.
Yeah, so I wonder if we go back with them.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, noted hater of baseball fun, Jeff Fry gets destroyed. And which baseball player...
My friend.
I know, but he did.
Let's see.
Which baseball player most celebrated their home runs? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
NC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is also brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen, and Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
Rangers, when they were here back in mid-April, took 2 out of 3 as Young hits one high into the air. Deep left field, sailing toward the Crawford boxes, and it is gone. A good half dozen rows up into said boxes for Josh Young, his 20th home run of the year. He gives a little wave to the Rangers bullpen, I believe, out in left center as he has given Texas a 2-0 lead.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. Tonight, Rangers, Astros, game 2 of that series. 7:10 first pitch, 6:30 pregame right here on 105.3 The Fan.
And Bochy broke the news here. Yuri Rodriguez will be starting the game as an opener, and then they'll go from there. Most likely, Cody Bradford will then come into the game, but he did not confirm that. You have Owen White available, too, for multiple innings.
Now, I know he's your friend, so I'm going to ask a question.
Okay.
And see what
I don't know. I honestly have no idea what Jeff Fry said or who crushed him for what.
Do you think that Jeff Fry is a noted hater of baseball fun and celebration?
In a way, yes.
Okay. All right. So we have common ground to start from. So there's a home run that Perfect Game, I first saw Perfect Game USA put out the tweet. And it's of Manny Ramirez's son, Lucas Ramirez, hitting a walk-off, right? And so he definitely hits it. He drops the bat. He walks slow, and then he fist pumps, and, he just stands there and stares at it and is walking very slow. But he's pumped up, and he's excited. His whole team loses it. It's walk-off. They're all there ready to party and everything like that. Jeff Fry quote tweeted that. Thanks at MLB for encouraging kids to act foolishly on a baseball field. I'm sure this young man has a bright future, but I played against his dad, who was a great hitter, and I never saw him do this. So he got...
Did you play with Manny?
No, Manny was with Cleveland when I was coming up. So he was there in spring training with us. I can't remember. He might have come to Akron when I was in Akron. That's AA for a rehab stint. So I might have in 99. I think he might have came down and played with us for a couple games rehabbing. But that's my with Manny situation.
Now, it was his pinned tweet. It no longer is Jeff Fry's pinned tweet. And I think that's partially because a lot of people thought this was a really dumb opinion because Manny Ramirez is a very well-known celebrator of his own home runs and triumphs. So 10 hours after Jeff Fry posted this, it had 1,800 likes. That's a lot of dang likes. It also had 3,100 comments, mostly negative, and 1,900 quote tweets. Most of them are negative. The very first response to his tweet said, "Cry more."
Oh, God.
And that had 10.6 thousand likes.
Oh, no.
And that's 6 times as many likes as Fry's original tweet. That is what the kids call getting ratioed.
Okay, that's what I've learned about this, Kevin. I've learned, is ratioed good or bad?
It's bad.
It's often bad. It means that the ratio of people commenting compared to likes or retweets, which could be reasonably accepted as positive responses, is not good. It's not one you want.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I'm trying to look now and to see if he just pulled
Did people put highlights of Manny celebrating?
Yes. There were all kinds of, and there was, of course, the one where I think he's still standing at home plate and just points up in the air after he drops his bat. And that was the issue. It's not, I know the thing that Jeff runs into sometimes is there's a lot of people who disagree with his notion about what is allowed as fun and what is too far in baseball. This one, all of the comments were, you could not have picked a worse guy to reference than saying, I played against and with your father, and he didn't do this. And then there's just meme after meme, photo after photo of Manny Ramirez celebrating his own triumph.
I will say with Jeff, I love him. I don't agree with everything he disagrees with, right? There was one the other day that I saw where I think a kid made a really good defensive play. It won the tournament or won the game. And the kids decided to like point at the other dugout and like,
crotch chop.
Chop and like, yeah. And I'm like, I get it. We're just like, dude, great play. Celebrate your teammates' play. Celebrate with your teammates. You don't have to look into the other dugout or run at the other dugout. And I'm like, I agree with stuff like that. I tell my kids at times. One time my kid walked and he like stared at the pitcher like after walking down to first. And I'm like, hey, and I was like, you don't need to do that. Like, look at your bench, like try to fire up your teammates on the bench, but don't stare at the pitcher, like you've just won the battle because you drew a walk there.
Yeah.
Like you wouldn't like that if you were on the mound, right? Because then I would tell you that's okay. The next time that kid comes up, drill him in the ribs as hard as you can and then see if he can breathe and walk to first base. He made it to first base again, didn't he?
Oh, yeah. Throw it right at him.
Now,
and that's the way I was brought up. That's the way I still believe in the game, part of it. And I know they're like, that's not the way the game's played, this and that.
But it seems like you've evolved to a certain extent.
Hey man, I like the whole Batista home run against the Rangers. Now looking back at it, and I've said this for years now, I'm like, I totally get why he threw the bat in the air.
Sure.
And I totally get that.
I hated it.
But it was against our team. At the time, people weren't celebrating like that, the way that Batista celebrated that. Now, that's a very small celebration in a game 5 of a determining game to toss your bat up in the air while standing at home watching your home run. So I get celebrating. I get certain things. There's certain things that do irk me. The other day when Marcus Stroman was warming up in the outfield before the game, had his hat on backwards and his shirt was untucked. I'm like, dude, you're just doing this to just tick off people. You're not doing this because this makes you feel good or anything. Like, I can't warm up without my jersey, untucked. Because you're about to go into the game. Your jersey does have to be tucked in. It is a rule that you have to tuck in your jersey during the game. You're just doing this just to tick off like people like Jeff Fry.
Sure. And some of these responses are truly humorous. Here's over a minute of Manny Ramirez pimping his home runs. And then another person said, the best part about this is it's his dad is Manny Ramirez, and then they show the picture of him dropping the bat. And then another person who is clearly like on Jeff Fry's side in general said, my brother in Christ, he starts undoing his batting gloves immediately. So like
I don't know if that means that they're on his side. That's just a thing that people have come to start saying.
Oh, okay. So they're not just both. Okay.
Not necessarily.
Okay. All right. Fair point. Thank you for educating me on that. And then Manny Ramirez would never pimp a home run is one of the most hilarious notions I've ever read. So my question to go along with this is for y'all, whether it's somebody you played with, played against, or just people watching baseball in general, is there somebody that jumps to mind as a celebrator or over celebrator? Because obviously we think of Jose Batista, but like you just brought up, probably for very good reason.
I mean, right now, the show that Chapman puts on, and I know it's just a look, but it looks like he's always, I guess he's finishing on to his right, but it looks like he's always looking at their dugout.
I'll tell you a guy who was celebrating before celebrating was in vogue was Lima time. Jose Lima.
Oh, yeah.
Now he's passed away, but I remember like when he was with the Astros, I can remember him with the Astros. I'm sure there were a couple other teams that he was celebrating quite a bit with, but I thought, there was the Lima time where he was really celebrating on the mound when people really weren't doing that now. Like, I mean, Marcus Stroman is a big celebrator of himself, which irks me at times, but if the Rangers got him, I'm fine with getting him.
Yeah.
Like, I think that he's a good pitcher. He's a good starting pitcher. And at times he does things that I guess you can celebrate yourself.
Was there ever, at any level, somebody who you remember did hit the home run off of you that you, like, vividly were like, I remember your stupid celebration, and maybe we'll cross paths again, maybe we won't?
No.
Okay. Because nobody hit home runs off of
Well,
you.
no, tons of people hit home runs off of me.
Oh.
Name
I mean,
one.
Barry Bonds celebrated the most, but I get
that
it.
makes
Like,
sense. Yeah,
I'm not going to be
yeah.
like, I can't believe, way to show me up, Barry, by breaking the all-time home run record. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, I remember there was a dude in AAA that I was really irked at, but I was in the stands. And he tossed his bat and pimped it. And I was like, dude, let's drill him next time. Like, come on, guys. Like, what are we doing as a staff? Like, if he wants to celebrate himself, let's celebrate him getting to first base and seeing if he can breathe when we drill him in the ribs.
Yeah.
You know, so
was Flash Gordon?
He is a little bit of a celebrator, but I don't think anything super special.
Yeah, I'm trying to go back in my mind.
I think it's silly when we see guys score touchdowns and they're down by 21 with 6 minutes to go, and you're just like, I mean, I get it. I mean, you're all about yourself. To me, you show who you're about in those situations. You show that you really don't care about the score. You don't care about the team. You care about you. So I think I think as a person, I think I learn more about the player when they over celebrate in a losing situation.
Kevin, have you seen the Brock Purdy update?
Oh no.
Evidently, according to Ari Merov, you like that guy?
I know who that is. Yeah.
He's been cleared for the start of training camp and will have no restrictions after undergoing off-season elbow surgery. I mean, we can hope the same for DeGrom. He won't start on the PUP list.
Okay.
And he beat the timeline, is ready to go. And also, Duke Manyweather did put out that somebody asked him to compare Larry Allen and Zach Martin, and he said there's Hannah, there's Zach Martin, and there's Larry Allen, and that's the gold standard for that position. So I just thought that was interesting that he's putting two of the Cowboys guards, but two of them as the best.
Yeah, we should just keep drafting guards then. Turns out pretty awesome for us.
We drafted that Tyler Smith guy.
Yeah, that's right. And
we're not sure if he's a guard or tackle, though, right?
We Cowboys are not sure.
We know he's both, and we're rocking with that.
Okay.
Yeah. Why would you want to play him at left tackle where he did pretty well position flex? We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's
I can't wait to
chat
be there
with those fellas from the G-Rag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
All right.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. When you value real independence, you own it. At Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, shop new Silverados with once a year July 4th savings. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com, but hurry, the best models will sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. It is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
We are terrific, Hagee. How are you?
Awesome. I love hearing that. I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. Now, since we're all traveling at some point today, I was curious your overall maybe travel do's and don'ts, or things that agitate you when others do them, or perhaps things you do that agitate folks.
You know, I was just talking with Wolchuk about it on my way in, and you know, one of the things that always happens to me, and I don't know why, is I get worked up on moving day. Like, there's so much stuff, the stress starts compounding, and I'm out of my car, and I'm just like, my jaw is clenched right as I'm walking into the airport. So I would say that's a don't.
Okay.
And what you want to do is try to focus on relaxing. You know,
is that because one little thing could potentially set you off otherwise?
Yes, there's a lot of things that are going to set me off. I don't need to walk in already half cocked like Bill Burr.
Yeah.
And I don't need to walk in that airport on an 8 out of 10.
Yeah.
You need to start as close to a 1 as possible.
The packing is a pain in the rear. I had a faulty bag. I had to go on my way up to the station. It just wouldn't, like, I couldn't close it. I'm trying to bring my soda products. I think it's just too small. So I had to then stop at the parents' house. They had a bigger bag. I switched it. I just chucked everything in there. That's a pain. And then American, no disrespect, they're bleeping me today. I don't know what it is. Brian got me on this TSA pre-check deal. I haven't had any issue with it, but right now it's not showing up. All my information's in there. We're going to have to chat with them when we get up there.
That's why I don't do TSA. There's too much other stuff that could, jam me up. And Brian is so detail-oriented that it's not going to jam him up. But a guy like Wolchuk, a guy like me, we're going to be like, what, man? Because we're leaving little loose ends. So going into the TSA world, it sounds good. I'm not organized enough for it. It's going to end up causing me more headache on traveling day.
I just end up I always end up leaving myself very little margin for error, because
in terms of time or packing.
Yeah, just like time, packing, the whole thing. Like I've been anticipating this, and then it all laps upon me this morning, and I'm like scrambling around, and then wifey's like, "Well, we got to get our good quality family time in before you go," and I'm like, "But I got to get ready to go. How am I supposed to get ready to go if I can't get ready to go?" And so it was just a challenge,
Deep,
so that became really, really tough. So just, I think getting ahead of things. Maybe if I started the packing process 48 hours ago, I wouldn't have ran into the last ditch effort to make clear amends before I leave my wife and kids for 10 days.
Y'all checking a bag?
Well, we might have to now because Baradas broke his.
Yeah, same situation. My really bag I've used for a long time, the handle on it, I can't get it to
go down. Yeah.
Use a hammer. Use a mallet.
I know, but I don't want to be pulling it and all of a sudden I don't have a hammer or a mallet standing there in the jet bridge.
That makes sense.
So,
very valid.
Yeah, I had to go to a bigger bag. And this is now, fortunately, I have priority on bags. So, and I've got us 3 on priority on bags. If
Shout
you
out to
have
Brian
to
for
check.
that. This TSA pre, we're grinding my gears.
We are literally the dead last group. We're a group that I didn't even know existed.
9?
Or group 9.
I didn't even know that existed on American Airlines.
Yeah, we rallied and got in group 4 is what we did.
Talk about a rally right there. That's nice.
So we all got in the exit rows too, which is another rally.
Bad though. We're only going to have to wait an extra hour for our bags.
In LA.
Well, they did a pretty good job in Orlando.
I will say this though. If you're group 9, you check that bag. Go ahead and check it. You're not going to find space in the top of that plane.
I know, but if you take it with you, you don't have to pay the $25 that they charge you to check a bag.
Yeah, we'll let them check it for me.
Yeah, they could check. Yeah, they could check it at the door.
I think
for
it's
sure.
going to be too big. I'm just going to say I didn't know. I wanted to try and just shove it in the crevice.
Yeah, let's see if it fits. Kevin, one of the things that has become my favorite new thing on airplane travel is since there's three of us, because most people, like, they have their earbuds in, they're looking at their phones, they're not paying attention to anybody.
Their neck pillow.
Yeah, or the neck pillow. But
mine.
The three of us will sit in a little triangle across from each other and start talking. And then all of a sudden, it's like people want to be in on the conversation. You can see them like kind of perk their ears up, and not necessarily that they're Tolos, but they want to talk back. They want to be in on the conversation. They want to ask questions. And some of them are Tolos. And I think, was it a couple of years ago, Mike, you had, it was Blake Bevan's aunt.
Yeah.
Was just like, she wanted to tell Mike everything about
It was a fun
baseball.
conversation.
It was
in
very
the
interesting.
waiting area.
Yeah.
To me, though, nothing will ever top that guy who sat in between us, who was newly divorced. We usually take the window and aisle seat. There's a guy who sat in between us, and the second we hit the ground, he like flips on his Wi-Fi and everything like that. He starts scrolling through Twitter. Not Twitter.
Tinder.
Grindr. Yes, thank you.
Email.
Tinder. And
Sounded like it was going in a grinding direction.
we didn't have one conversation on the plane. I did not talk to him one time on the plane. And he goes, "You ever been on Tinder, man?" And he's like talking to both of us. And I go, "No." And he goes, "It's wild out there." Like, he goes, "I got divorced. I don't know. It was like 6 to 12 months ago." And he goes, "I just been hopping on Tinder, and man, things that you thought used to be like from porn, that's just a regular thing for these people." He's just going on and on. Never met this person.
Conversations are great.
Never had a conversation with this person in my life, and he was ready to share.
I think some people just let their guard down when they know, like, they're never going to see you again. Like,
Okay.
It doesn't matter whatever perception you have of them doesn't matter. They can be whoever they want right now. They can get stuff off their chest if they need to.
Yeah, and you can be there for them. Yeah.
Your shoulder to cry on.
Okay, I mean, it was interesting to hear. I was like, "Sorry about your divorce," and he goes, "Nah, it's been great."
Yeah, I bet.
And he goes, "Do you have any idea?" And, like, he went into much more detail that is probably not radio friendly.
Kevin, one time I got on a plane. It was an emergency visit to Cleveland to go see Lucy. And I'm like last person on the plane because it was one of those emergency things. And I got let on the list, on the waiting list. They were like, "We have one seat left." And I was like, "Awesome." So I go and I sit down, and I'm sitting in between these two people, and I'm just like focused. I'm ready to get up to Cleveland, and a cup passes in front of me. And I was like, "What was that?" And it was a woman that passed her drink to the man across next to me.
Okay.
And I was like, "Hey, y'all know each other?" And they're like, "Yeah, this is our honeymoon." And I was like, "Do y'all want to sit next to each other?" And the guy goes, "Not at all." And I was like, "Oh my gosh." He was like, we're along for the ride. You stay right there. We'll be fine the whole trip.
You think that marriage worked out?
I don't know. I have no clue.
Okay, so about 3 years ago, my funniest story is. Sorry, was that story over?
Go ahead.
No,
Go ahead. I'm just glad I started the story time.
This just jogged my memory. As we're taking off, this lady stands up and takes her pants off.
What?
Okay.
What?
So I'm in the aisle row on the right side. She's in a 2-seater situation. I think somehow we were first class. Maybe got us first class.
That's when we were flying. Yeah, we were on the business
Okay, yeah, we're in
class.
business class.
Yeah.
So anyway, this lady, and I thought was her husband, she gets up and takes her pants off. She never put her seatbelt on. She had a dog, and she was just kind of hanging out. And yeah, she takes her pants off, and there she was. I mean, she had a really nice backside. She had a nice butt, nice pair of panties. No, they were full backed, and some kind of style. I don't know, but it was really odd to me.
Some booty shorts?
And then
I've never seen it before.
as we're getting off the flight, she starts talking to me, and I'm like, "This is weird." And then her husband starts talking to me, and I'm like, "Are these guys like swingers or something?"
Oh my god!
She starts asking me about the book that I'm reading, and she's like, "Yeah, I'd like more information on that. Can I get your number?"
What?
So as we're driving up to Oxnard, she's like, "Well, yeah, me and my husband are wondering, what you're up to. Maybe we could get together and talk more about this." And I'm like, probably not. We're going up to Oxnard. I'm going to do a Cowboys training camp. And she's like, "Well, what are you doing for the rest of tonight?" And I'm like, "You got to be freaking kidding me, lady!"
They were trying to get that pipe.
I know. It was really weird too.
Holy moly!
Was she pants on when you were talking to her that whole time?
Yes.
Okay.
As it was preparing to land, she stood up and put her pants back on. Got another look at her butt.
Was it
I don't know if they were married or together.
For the shirt off or the pants off?
That's how I'm flying today.
Let's go. Yeah, just stand up and take your pants off.
I gotta go, Kevin. I'll see you later. Bye.
See ya.
I think we'd get some complaints if we did that, but there were no complaints for me that day.
What do y'all got coming up on the program?
Probably solid 7 out of 10. I was like, man, maybe I still got it a little bit.
So if it weren't for your social
you.
situation and her situation, do you think maybe?
Maybe for the trip, maybe for the time I was there.
Yeah.
G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30. Cowboys Twitter at 2:20, and we'll recap the disappointment of last night's Rangers game and where we go from here right out of the gates here in just a sec.
Okay, looking forward to it. Looking forward to seeing
Breaking
you.
Cowboys news once again as well.
Oh,
Yeah.
looking forward to seeing you gentlemen in a different state tomorrow. So roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here with Derek Holland on 105.3 The Fan.
What state do you want to see them in? Like drunk or high or
California?
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's where we're gonna go. It's in a different state.
Good night, Kevin.
DFW's number one. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, hour one, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. General at your service. At ease. There's Brian Broaddus, the former Cowboy scout, NFL executive. Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup over there at Master Control. You do have Woolchuck and Chiafalo. And Carter Freeman back there coordinating your video at 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. It's travel day for three of us. Broaddus, Woolchuck, Chiafalo, headed to Oxnard, California at the conclusion of tonight's show. Woolchuck will reroute to Vegas to rendezvous with Lucius Alexander to cover Spence versus Crawford Radio Row during Friday's show live from the MGM. That's going to be awesome. And Friday morning, I will join y'all at Cowboys training camp. I have an early one. I'm going to touch down in LA at like 7:35.
Ooh, wow.
Yeah, we're going to be moving out there early in the morning. So it's a huge week of sports and a huge time of the year. Rangers and Cowboys camp getting underway and all this, and the big fight coming up this weekend. We are very excited to talk about it here with you for 4.5 hours. Rangers-Astros game 2 tonight. Yes, it is Cowboys training camp week, though, and that's going to be the top story. Quite excited to get out there. And we have Zach Martin not showing up. Probably not surprised still at this point. I guess my point of surprise would be if he didn't play in a game. And I'm not that worried about him not being there because I think he knows his position and his body so well at this point that if he just has a week or two to get ready, he'll be prepared to be an all-pro level. That's my assumption, and I'm not going to spend too much time thinking about it or losing sleep over it until we get to the regular season. He's still not here.
As long as he shows up, I'm all right. As long as he's there week 1 against the Giants, I'm okay with this because I think you're right. I agree with everything you said. Zach Martin's a veteran. He's one of the best. He knows exactly what he needs to do to be ready for the season. You do have a new offensive line coach, but even that, I think you'll be just fine, especially on the right side if they keep him and Terrence Steele together. He knows the two that he's playing next to with Biotish and Steele. So I'm not worried about Martin actually missing practices as long as he's there week 1 against the Giants, or else I'm very nervous.
Broaddus, Chief.
I was kind of hoping he would be there and doing the thing where he's off to the side and they're working something out. But maybe that's not the case. I'm really not worried about it, though, either. I don't imagine that he's going to retire and have to give up a bunch of money by doing that, pay back money. So he's going to be playing, and you'd love to have him there as soon as possible for sure. But maybe it's good for some of these other young dudes to get some run. At these different positions.
I guess it would be Josh Ball sitting down there.
I can't wait to see Josh Ball
at right guard. So it leaves something to be desired for sure as far as the talent drop off. But I think that's a good point, Chief. Like, it gives you an opportunity to get these other guys some more serious reps. And here's Jerry Jones on the tennis courts. This was after their press conferencing, mentioning as the Zach Martin news broke. Here we go.
Doesn't affect our plans. I'm not affecting our plans.
So you feel good that he'll be here when he needs to be?
I'm just not letting that affect our plans. And we have our, again, I don't want to get into what we're doing here, but are not doing. I just want to say that he's in our plans.
Right.
I don't want to diminish anything here about his not being here today or not being here today. It's just something that we don't need to discuss, and I don't need to discuss for the benefit of all of us.
Okay, so my takeaway from that is it's a very sensitive situation, and Jerry Jones doesn't know what to say about it. He's like, he's in our plans. I'm not going to say I feel good about it, but he's in our plans, and I don't want to diminish anything about his holdout, so it's a sensitive situation. And I bet behind closed doors, they're taking it pretty seriously. Like, we're going to have a negotiation with the agent here and try to get something figured out. He doesn't want to say anything to damage that relationship at this point because of how sensitive it is. That's my read on that. You could be critical of Jerry and be like, dear God, stop mumbling and say something. What the hell? But I think he's in a very tough situation right now and doesn't want to say something that might impact it.
It's pretty shocking when Jerry is at a loss for words, right?
Yeah.
He doesn't have something to say. So I don't know. Maybe there's some frustration there, or they just really don't have an update on it. But again, I'm fingers crossed about the situation, because if you don't have Zach Martin, I think that it's really, really going to impact your season in a negative way. I have doubts about how this offensive line is going to come together. I don't think Josh Ball can play. I think that's a dude that's probably not going to make your roster. So we'll see about a Farniak, maybe an Adoga, how these guys look. But it would be concerning if it turns out to be serious. But at least, hey, we know he's in their plans.
I thought Jerry. I mean, if you would think he'd be kind of coming out and be like, "Oh no, we're gonna get this thing's gonna get done." Like you'd think he'd be talking about it very positive, because that's everything that he's always about, the positivity. Oh, this thing's gonna get done. Like, I'm not worried about it. And maybe they are playing a little bit more hardball with him.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Like, hey, we have a deal. It's news to us if you don't want to honor this contract that we did a number of years ago to give you the security of long-term wealth.
Isn't that weird? Like, Zach Martin's the guy that you want to start doing that with. This has never been a team that it seemed like really does play hardball. Zeke, they're like, all right, we'll go ahead.
Yeah, but this contract ain't up. This is rare that the Cowboys are approached like this. A deal that's not up, the guy's like, it's not enough money.
If there's anybody
you should have done a 4-year deal, not a 6 then.
I hear you, but the Cowboys are just one of those teams that seems like they cater to their players. They'll go ahead and make things right. Zach Martin's the one guy out of everyone that you could have done this with that I don't think you should.
Well, I hope the Cowboys end up doing it like Saquon Barkley's deal that he got done with the Giants today, where they just added like $1 million in incentives. It's like a 10% increase if you have a really good year. I think that's, maybe they'll do a little bit more for Zach Martin, or maybe they won't. It'll be really interesting because of how many other contracts that are of high importance that are hanging in the balance right now. We have a number of guys who are coming up for their second contracts. You're halfway through your second, decide you want a third already. Bro, it's a little out of order for us right now.
Okay, I think the sensibility of all of us would take this news if we were Mozzie Smith. It's like, yes, I don't have to deal with that bleep hole for at least the first few days. I can get my feet under me.
Yeah.
But the competitor that Mozzie is we got a sausage finger up in the air. We go to Walter.
What's going on, Martin?
We have breaking news.
Yes.
It's not Zach Martin.
Damn. Oh.
It is, Eric, you might want to earmuffs here, son. Earmuffs. The Dallas Cowboys and two-time Pro Bowl cornerback Trayvon Diggs are finalizing a 5-year,
let's go,
$97 million contract extension.
Nice.
According to sources, this is from Tom Pelissero. We've got Adam Schefter. This is confirmed. This is verified. He's 24 years old. Trayvon Diggs is going to be a Cowboy. 5-year, $97 million extension. Big-time deal for Trayvon.
Kind of thought that was going to be the toughest one of the bunch. That's the one that maybe they had a little bit more of a pressure to have to do because they didn't have the 5th-year option. Steven was talking about potentially only using one franchise tag. And, the question was asked, I think Mike Leslie asked about contracts today and, how do you feel about your situation with your cat? And Stephen Jones was talking about he liked the order he had. And so, yeah, good for them because that was the one to me that felt like that how much was he going to ask for as a relation to the other defensive backs, the other corners?
And we just heard late last week that the sides, according to Dez, were far apart. He's not trying to hit him over the head. They're not trying to be fair. I thought it could play it a long time too, Brian.
Yeah.
Maybe what you were saying is why they elected to do this first. Hey, let's get this out of the way. Other things can fall in place.
I just feel like, though, that to me, the one that was going to be the most difficult was him, and just because. Him and his, him and his brother. I mean, they're very outspoken. They're very much like, the whole thing with him the other day, talking about his Madden rating and all that. He's very sensitive to things. And so, good for the Cowboys and, good for those guys of, getting that one done, but
not having it drag out.
Yeah. I just
play out in the media. It can get uncomfortable.
It could get way uncomfortable. I mean, that was the one I was worried about because of what he might have thought about himself. And, it sounds like it's a pretty good deal for the Cowboys.
Well, yeah, and they apparently think high of him as well because he is now a top 5 paid corner in the game at just under $19.5 million. So congratulations to Trayvon Diggs and all of his fans. Now we go over to Eric Chiafalo, a man who had been on record saying he would not have given him the extension.
That's right, and I would say for at least this year, it's not the worst contract on their books. So I guess that's good. They are paying a running back like $11 million this year.
Yeah, true. And I mean, at least they didn't end up resetting the market. He's not the highest paid corner.
I think that's the big thing, right there.
No doubt. I think that overall this is a fair deal. He's getting $21.25 million, and with a signing bonus, the deal can be worth up to $104 million with incentives. So he is one of the highest paid corners in the league, but he's not the highest paid. So I think all in all, a good deal. But hopefully Trayvon Diggs becomes a more willing tackler.
$21 million signing bonus. I just can't imagine what I would go do.
Fat checks, man.
Man, for real.
I gotta have a killer house, at a vacation spot, and I gotta have another killer house like in the mountains, so I can go up there like in the summer when it's like 82 degrees and there's a river running through it.
Okay, so you're thinking you got to have your summer home and your winter home.
That's
Those
right.
are like the first two. Yeah. Is that more important than the in-season, wherever, the in-season home?
Yeah, I think the in-season home, I'm just in one of these nice suburbs.
Right.
Maybe I'm going a little bit farther north from Frisco so I can get a bigger lot. Like I want like an acre plus lot there in my suburb with my 5,000 square foot home, something like that, or next to some nice schools or next to a nice private or charter school that I want to send my kids to when they get there. But what would you do? What would you be thinking?
No, I think that's the move.
Yeah.
I think the home situation first and foremost.
We got to get into real estate, long-term investing.
Yeah. Am I getting land somewhere?
Sure.
Am I looking to build something right now?
Multiple
Either
properties.
way, I think property management is going to be part of the conversation.
But you got to throw a hell of a party. You got to go on a hell of a vacation. Maybe a little bit of a world tour, if you will. And we're making plans for that like around February 15th right now. We're going to start it south of the equator, maybe in Australia, get some of that good. There'll be summer down there.
Mm-hmm.
We'll get some of their good Australian weather and just, make our way through Asia and Europe and stuff like that. We'll be back for OTAs, guys.
94 said they'd be looking for the girl who took her pants off on the plane.
Yeah.
Dude, you're going for the 10 out of 10s, not the 7s anymore.
That's right.
That's true.
right.
You got the bag.
The Cowboys are working out corner Josh Butler. He played for the Michigan Panthers in the USFL. Cowboys have 89 players under contract as they head into the first practice of training camp on Wednesday. Okay. John Lynch tells reporters Brock Purdy ready to go for the 49ers won't be placed on PUP, which means he'll start on the field for practice. That's a report from Ian Rappaport. And that's surprising, isn't it? I mean, that was a very significant injury in the NFC title game in late January. So congrats to Brock Purdy and the 49ers. Looks like they have a little bit of clarity at quarterback, but they also got Mr. Sam Darnold there and Trey Lance.
Yeah, I checked with some people that would know that situation, and they said, yeah, he's clear and ready to go. So he's not going to end up on the PUP.
Rangers and Astros tonight after an intense slugfest last night ended in epic disappointment. Chapman's going to have a game like that every now and then, and you just hope it doesn't happen in a postseason series. Spees takes the L. Just a horrible night for the Rangers bullpen. Not a great night for John Gray. Went 7, gave up 6. And now, the deadline's sitting out there. And if that Dodger series didn't give you clarity, boy, last night sure did, right? Because when Chapman falters, you don't have anybody to pick him up that you can rely on. The momentum had shifted, and for the way that it ended, it was one of the most heart-wrenching. We had a ton of those like in late April and early May, and with the deadline sitting 7 days away, I'm willing to overpay right now, Wolchuk.
I am too, and they didn't have anybody else to go to. They'd used all their other arms. You're hoping Chapman keeps things going so you can just eventually go to Will Smith, and you basically have the thought, okay, do you just put Will Smith out there in the 9th to try and get you to extra innings, and then you're going to have to go to one of the rookie arms like Spees, or do you trot the rookie out there in hopes that he gets it done so you have Will Smith for extras? Well, Spees wasn't able to get it done, and it was a big kick in the gonads last night, especially the way your bats battled back and you were able to retake the lead 3 different times.
So John Morosi reported today the Orioles and Diamondbacks checked in on Ohtani. Still no decision from the Angels. Astros are getting healthier. They're looking to trade an outfielder for a pitcher. A big leaguer for big leaguer type of trade is the story down there in Houston. Yeah, incredible back and forth last night. It was a really fun game. I wish more baseball games could have that much back and forth and that much action on the bases, but just end in more Ranger wins. 214 says Diggs contract, Jones family once again overpays for a player. I don't know. They say that's not even a complete player. Let's see how many tackles he misses. I think he's close enough to a complete player, and you get the ability to have the interceptions that he does, the big play ability. He's not the perfect 10 out of 10, but I don't know any corners that are. There's usually corners that have something, whether it's Deion Sanders not tackling or, Trayvon Diggs being too boom or bust. But does anybody in the room share that opinion that that's too much to give up for Trayvon Diggs, Brian? Too high a percentage of your salary cap?
No, to me, man, I think that he's a guy that has a chance to improve. And I know that the interceptions were down. I just feel like, to me, he's going to have a year, I believe, where we are going to see him defend more balls. I think now the thing that maybe since this is behind him now with the contract situation, he could go out there and play. But I think you're going to see him defend more passes. I think you're going to see him to be around tackling more. There were some games where he actually did tackle. That Cincinnati game, 3rd and 4th down, got him off the field.
He's shown the ability
to do that, and I want to believe that with the ball coming his direction, that he will do a better job of stepping up. But like I said, man, these corners, I really do like what they went out and what they've tried to do. Going out and making the trade. And then, getting Bland and the development of Bland. I think they got 3 really, really good corners. And I think in this league, you have to. And the price of doing this is not cheap.
Yeah.
And I would say, if you put Diggs in the group of the guys that are up there at the top, he's probably not the top 2 or 3. But maybe he's somewhere in the
4
next
to 6.
next in the 4 to 6,
and that's exactly where they're paying him. I mean, he's making $19.4 million a year. That's tied for Marshawn Lattimore for the 5th highest paid corner in football.
Yeah,
I think it's a very fair deal.
Great contract for both parties. I think 214. When would you get the car? Well, I'd get 2. I'd get a Ferrari and I would get a Lamborghini. Getting 2 trucks, the Sierra AT4, the big rugged outdoor one.
AT4s are sweet.
And then the F-150 Shelby,
Oh.
Wifey probably needs an
Shelby,
Escalade,
bro.
to carry everybody. Yeah, but I think you want 4 or 5 at least, if you're getting a $21 million signing bonus, something like that, probably pretty set there in the vehicle department. You don't want to, overdo it too much unless you got oil money, and then you can. Okay, when we come back, G-Bag Nation, we do have the G-Bag of the day coming up at 2:30. We'll do a little bit Cowboys Twitter, top takeaways from the press conference with the Jones boys and McCarthy. That's next right here on The Fan.
100,000.
3 says, Gavin, save the money on the Lambo and the Rari and get you one of the new Corvettes and send it down to Hennessy for a tune-up. I do love the new Corvette. I do, but I couldn't imagine being a millionaire or a billionaire and not having either a Lambo or a Ferrari. I'd also have the Corvette, just to race them side by side with the Lambo and the Ferrari, see how it stacks up. Be having a lot of fun games there with the fast vehicles. On race courses, of course. I built me a race course for it in the backyard. Trayvon has signed 5 at 97. Congrats to everybody involved we were talking about. I think 21.5 is a signing bonus. I was giving my thoughts on what I would do with it. So congrats to the Cowboys. That's a good deal for them and to Diggs. And that's just one fewer deal that we got to talk about several times. So it's good that that's done now for at least a half decade. Segment here is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel. Free consultation, truckwreck.com, 214-817-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. I do wonder if those Corvettes could actually compete against a Ferrari and a Lamborghini. That'd be pretty cool if they can, but I'd have my doubts, Brian.
They do in the series we run in IMSA. It's a different classification.
It's totally customized, right?
Yeah,
all the suspension,
all that. Yeah, everything is customized. But we run. Our series runs with those other endurance cars, and there's Corvettes, there's Lamborghinis. Ferrari, matter of fact, has done a really nice job with their. They're in the higher end of the racing series and stuff like that.
Ford's not around anymore?
There's some Ford stuff that we do. Yeah, absolutely.
Jerry said at the opening of the presser, I think we've got a chance to be a contender. Mike said, is the team ready to take the next step? We all think so. I feel really good about where we are, but at the end of the day, it's a process. Training camp's important. We love what we've accomplished. So there was some measured optimism about, this team being able to take the next step. I'm in Mike Bassick's camp. I don't know if this team is special, but I know the rest of the NFC is down. And that might be the biggest reason that those kind of things might be true. With the offensive line, McCarthy said they're going to start camp the way they finished the spring. So that's Tyron Smith at left tackle and Tyler Smith at left guard. We're assuming Josh Ball at right guard now with Zach Martin, sitting out for now, right? Or do you have anything else on that, Brian? Do you like to add?
Yeah, I don't know with Josh Ball. Did we Farniak?
Yeah, Ball and Farniak.
So I'll have both of them. It'll depend on. I think Farniak would go over to left whenever they took Tyron out. So in the pressure, they said that they'd start camp the way that they ended the mini camps.
They
so
sure did.
Tyron and Tyler.
That's right.
And then whenever Tyron moves out, right? Did you just say that? Sorry, I was dealing with some stuff over here.
It's okay.
Whenever Tyron,
I'm trying to pay tuition too.
You'll have Farniak and Josh Ball basically in there as the ones. It would be my guess for a lot of camp.
So then Idoga's not the guy then. I thought Idoga would get some run here.
I kind of feel like that Idoga is a lot like Jones and others, the running back that is this
just kind of here.
Is this
in case of emergency?
In case of emergency.
Happy to be here.
Yeah.
No, break glass.
We got a veteran. We got 2 veterans inside this glass case. If none of the young guys pop up,
it's weird. I don't really know what their plan is for Idoga because they had him taking some tackle reps as well. He might bounce back and forth.
Well, what he is when you play preseason games, you want a veteran guy in there when you're trying to evaluate.
That makes sense.
The other players, the quarterbacks and stuff.
Jerry and McCarthy calling plays. It wasn't about what Kellen wasn't. It's about what Mike is. That's just silly spin, Jer. On a kicker, all the options are open. What we got in camp has the potential to be the answer, said Jer Bear. Here's some Mike McCarthy. It's definitely the best of the 4 years as far as the culture. Apparently, he had dinner last night with the Leadership Council, and they told me they felt this is the best rookie class of the 3 years. I kind of laughed and said, you said that last year, too. I think the rookie class is a huge story, though, because if you get a bumper crop of rookies to plug into what is already a great system, especially the overshown, the linebacker, then it could reestablish what the floor and the ceiling of this team is.
Yeah, and I think part of what he was alluding to there as well was just like the kind of the mindset and the temperament of these players, and when you talk about building the culture and having those guys that you working extremely hard kind of thing, I think there was like some intangibles involved with some of the things that they were talking about with this rookie class. But yeah, that'll certainly go a long way. I do wonder, thinking about the Diggs thing. I mean, does that ruffle any type of Zach Martin feathers at all? Does Zach Martin look at that and go, okay, so you guys are getting deals done right now?
Yeah, I just want to believe that I didn't feel like that they could get all $7 million. I know I've said this. I said it on Love of the Star. Just talking to people, I kind of felt like that if they could find $2-3 million here or $2-3 million there, that would more than make up, that they would say, okay, here, listen, this is where we're at right now.
Pretty good compromise there.
Yeah, I mean, we're trying to get halfway to you. I can't give you all 7, but maybe I could get, to the point where, we could give you half of that.
Yeah.
And I felt like that's something that they were working. When you made the announcement, when you were talking about it, I was like, oh, here we have an announcement. I kind of felt like, oh, well, maybe they got something done with Zach. I just want to believe that, I don't think he wants to sit out a whole training camp, and I don't think he wants to sit out a season. And I just don't see that. But, heck, it's day one. We'll see what happens. I don't know.
The line is mostly turned over. These aren't his guys that he's been in the game with. I think there's something to that. But I don't think it would annoy Zach if I'm in his shoes, because I know they've been working on this with Trayvon. I just put this in their lap somewhat recently.
I just, it's not one of those things where it's the same position kind of a thing.
Yeah, that matters. Yeah. It's time now for the G-Bag of the day. Into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucius.
Yeah. If I had 20 mil to throw on some cars, I'm going to the Barrett Jackson auction.
Absolutely.
100%. Getting straight classics. All my cars be from the 60s. All black, murdered out. Look like the Munsters coming down your street with me and my family rolling through.
That would be pretty cool.
All that bass coming from them cars.
Yeah.
From them 60s. And the Camaro, the Lincoln Continental with the suicide doors.
Yeah.
Yeah. What they say about the Ferraris and Lambos. Ferraris what you drive when you want to be the man. A Lambo's what you drive when you are the man.
Okay. Maybe I'll skip the Ferrari then.
I've always liked the Gelatos. Lamborghini Gelato. Oh my God, that is a beautiful car. You can get it for like a 90 right now.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, we talking like, 90 ain't no bucks, but you can get it for 90 right now.
I kind of feel like, that Shelby Cobra is something I've always kind of looked at.
Those are pretty sick.
I like the ones that just idle like that, like a boat.
Yeah, just like a boat, yeah.
Oh, I love that. Let's see. The dude that rips a fart during the interrogation of the police is our winner. As soon as they said, no, the gun is on you, all his nerves released.
You had no knowledge. I had no knowledge of anything about that gun. Anything.
You own any guns?
No.
Do you know him to own any guns?
I mean, it's up to him, bro.
Listen, bro. No, it's not up to him because you're being charged with it right now. That's why we're bringing you here to talk to you about it.
Oh, I'm getting charged with it. Yeah. Excuse me.
Yeah, man.
Nah, I don't know why I'm being charged.
I would have mad at the detective for laughing while I'm being charged with something. I'm fighting out of fear right now. It's a defense mechanism.
I don't think I'd have been able to hold it, though. I don't think I'd have been able to keep my professionalism as one of those officers. I would have probably started laughing.
I would have giggled.
Yeah.
For sure. I might ask him if he needed some toilet paper, too.
Just bring it.
Yeah, man.
Don't do that in my orange jumpsuit.
Gosh, I think I can hear a slight whistle as he might be trying to say "excuse me" a few more times. Yeah, run it back. Can you hear the?
Yeah. That's why we're bringing you here to talk to you about it.
Oh, I'm getting charged with it. Yeah. Excuse me.
Yeah, man.
Nah, I don't know why I'm being charged.
He starts to say sorry like 3 or 4 more times. He's pump faking.
Yeah, he thought it was gonna be one of the little silent ones. He leaned up a little bit, and that little plastic seats that the cops have
held that note.
Yeah.
Thought it was over.
Yeah, the damn trumpet.
Man, that's a Hall of Fame fart right there.
Let's see. How about this man right here? Stopped a armed kid from breaking into his home. Kid had the gun pulled, was getting into the house. My man came back. Now he had a big piece too. All right, so now these two kids, there's a man and a kid holding a gun at each other, having a full conversation. Kid came over here to rob this man's house. Man, so you're not gonna rob my house, but I can see it in your eyes. This ain't what you want to do.
All you got to do is talk to me, dog. What's wrong, man? What's wrong?
lot of things going on. All right, you got to put that down, though, so we can talk. And let's talk about what you got going on. I promise you. Bro, I ain't going to call the police or nothing. But you got to talk to me, all right? You can't do it like this. Let's just talk, bro. You want to make some money? Let's talk about making some money. All right? All right? This ain't the life you want to live, bro. Come talk to me. I'm putting mine down now. Come on in. Come talk to me, man. My brother, man. All right, my little brother. Let's talk about your little brother in the house, dog. Let's get from out here. All right.
Wow. Hopefully that's a turning point for the guy.
Yeah. It's not like he's trying to raise some money for his little brother from what some situations his little brother's in. Could be health, could be, legal, could be whatever.
Yeah.
But I'm glad my man was like, look, I can see it in your eyes. This ain't what you want to do. Let's figure it out. Yeah. He ever bought a lawnmower? You see all these houses around me?
Yeah, come on.
They all need cutting. Let me show you something. There's another way, my man.
That's like that Oregon football player. Remember that story like 5 years ago? He ran into the kid in the high school. I think this was in Portland, who was getting ready to shoot up the school.
Jeez.
He's like, bro, what are you doing?
What are you doing?
Kid hands in the gun, and they're hugging in the hall.
Oh, yeah.
And
I
it's
do
just
remember
like,
that. Yeah.
I forgot all about that.
Man, if you have the presence of mind and like the courage, I guess, it takes incredible courage to try to make a move like that. But man, it's inspiring.
Yeah. Let's go to the University of North Carolina at Charlotte. The 49ers.
49ers.
Carter sent me this. He thought it was hilarious, and so did I. There's a coach. He wasn't feeling the media at the media day because they have his team predicted to be last in all statistical categories, right? So they only asked him 3 questions during the media day, and he was like, oh, that's all y'all got for me? Okay.
Any other questions for Coach? That's it? 3 questions? Maybe that's because you have us ranked last. That's all what you think of us. So we get that message. Thank you.
That's some bulletin board material. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Bulletin board right there, bro.
Yeah.
Y'all better get a bowl game this year.
We're about to go on a run.
Man, there's nothing like being doubted,
Yeah, it feels good sometimes, bro.
Yeah. Wakes you up.
Yeah. And the fake love, too, gets you, too. Like, oh, what is all this fake love about?
Yeah. I knew you guys were going to a bowl game.
What's going on? Yeah. The
You
fake
picked us
love
to finish
gets you,
last.
too.
I read the names.
Because there's some slight in that, too. There's some shade in that, too. Let's see what else we got. All right, let's go back to my man Chad and JT. They visited the Pasadena City Council. They have something for the government because they're afraid of AI as well. They have a plan for AI, though, and it benefits everybody. Oh, by the way, my aunt calls it the A in the eye. You heard about the A in the eye? Here we go.
What up, Council? I'm here to discuss artificial intelligence. AI is going to take all of our jobs and render us useless. And I, for one, am stoked. I hate jobs. I had a job once, and everyone there talked in weird voices. AI is going to 86 all of that.
Hi, how you doing?
But we'll still need money. That is why I'm asking the government to step up and make sure we're breaded. We are proposing a small payment plan or small PP of 10G a month for every citizen.
Let's go.
So we can party and look hot and enjoy our free time. Now, we can't afford to just sit back and have AI bust through and not have a plan. We got to make sure people have food and houses so we can party and rage in peace. So instruct AI to pay all of us, and then you dudes can retire gracefully before you get replaced, and we'll see you at the beach. The bonfires will be epic. Everybody will be hot. Martin Luther King.
What?
Thank you.
What happened at the end?
Martin Luther King.
What kind of dismount? I was with you to the dismount.
He was,
I was
to the
confused.
very
I was like,
end.
wait, what? All right. Hey, whatever gets us free and us paid.
It's outstanding. There, maybe he thought he was going to get extra credit for that. I'm not sure, but there was a planet like that in The Mandalorian. Looked pretty sweet. You remember that? You watched The Mandalorian?
Yeah. Just everybody cashing out, partying,
Yeah,
looking
you
hot.
had robots doing all your work, and you're just kind of chilling.
Yeah.
Maybe
They're
you're
like
going to go for a
bartending
happy
and everything
hour.
for you.
That's the move, isn't it?
I think so.
We got to program these things.
That's what they do. Yeah, we're the robots, though. That's what they do, but we're the robots. Facts. These are the facts. Yeah. They call themselves industries and companies and stuff like that, but they're really just people. It's a whole board. that controls us like robots. They're listening to me right now laughing like, there's nothing you can do about it though, son.
Yeah. We got you.
I will drown you with money. All right.
You just poked my third eye, Lucius.
Man, that was real.
Third eye poked.
That was good. Man farts when he gets charged. That's your two-time champ. Man stops kid from breaking into Challenger. So is the UNC Charlotte situation. Coach was not feeling the media. Got motivated. And Chad and
So
JT.
y'all got 3 questions? Okay.
At the city council.
I could have stayed in bed.
I feel like any of these could win. I'll go with Chad and JT just for the whole combo. Chief, who do you like?
I'm going to rock with the champ.
Okay, we're tied at 1, Lucius.
Y'all like BB King?
Yeah.
Love BB King.
Hey! That's Lucille talking right there.
Yeah.
That's Lucille.
Yeah.
Why can't you be real, Lucille? Oh, I'm going with the dude that ripped the fart. His nerves told on him. Is it your gun? I'm pretty sure it's probably your gun, son.
Excuse me. You're charging me with it?
It's like his Pinocchio nose.
Yeah.
You can't lie without farting.
Where you been, Jay? You smell. Yup, you lying.
Wolchuk.
Yeah, I'm going with the champ.
Brought us.
Champ, please.
By a score of 4-1. You're still your G-Bag of the Day champion. 3 days now. It's the man who farted when he was informed that he's being charged. Okay, Krusty's Corner's coming up next, sir. Where are we going with that?
Yeah, an authority on your Dallas Cowboys has predicted a 53-man roster. Let's see how close he really is. We'll do that next.
Yes, sir.
The Fan and our free Odyssey app.
When you value real independence, you own it. At Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, shop new Silverados with once-a-year July 4th savings. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. But hurry, the best models will sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Thank you, Lucius. Here it's time now for Krusty's Corner. Here he is, King of the Krusties, Ryan Broaddus.
You guys ever done trying to do like a million things while you're on air and it's not all working out for you?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
It's the worst feeling.
Been scammed as a result. Don't open up any email attachments.
Oh, no. Is that what happened there?
It was one of the times I got scammed. Yeah, I was trying to do too many things at once while working.
I'm in a situation right now where I will say this, though. While Lucius was working there and doing a great job, I was paying tuition at the University of Texas because my son determined today was the day that we needed to pay tuition for what we barely made it, by the way.
He
procrastinated so much.
Oh, geez.
That Dad was scrambling during Lucius's great segment. And I was listening, but I was trying to pay Texas money at the same time.
Watching dollars fly out of your bank account.
Watch dollars fly out, and then also though, trying to figure out what's wrong with Schoonmaker. That we were.
Yeah, he's on the non-football injury list. He missed the majority of the spring. This is being a little concerning for me when it comes to your expectations for a rookie tight end. We saw that happen with Tolbert. He missed time. He did not have a good rookie season. I think you should lower the expectations right now for Schoonmaker and the impact he's going to have.
Yeah, I was chalking him up to being pretty much just a blocker. And he's got a track record of being in games, getting hurt, and leaving them. And then not being able to finish his pro day, and then having the OTA stuff. This is a perpetual issue, and I'm just seeing this, but I had no idea. Do you guys know how many seasons he had at Michigan where he received the football for more than 165 yards?
I think it's just one.
It's one season. He had one season where he had 418 yards. It was obviously last year. He had 3 touchdowns with that. Otherwise, you're talking about 54 yards and 165 yards for his season totals. While a Wolverine.
Yeah, I think he played 14 games 2 years ago, 12 games this year. That's more of a product of the offense than it is on him. But yeah, I hear you. I definitely think that he was going to make his money as a blocker.
I felt like that Michigan did him no favors. I didn't feel like that their scheme really helped him in watching him on tape. I will say this though, their offensive line won the Joe Moore Award, which is Joe Moore's a famous offensive line coach, Notre Dame and all that. And their offensive line won the award, and he was part of that. The blocking, the point of attack stuff. If you watch Blake Corum and those guys run the ball, they run the ball behind them and behind him. And when I was watching him play, I'm like, okay, there's the blocking aspect of it.
Sure.
And then you watch the receiving aspect of it, and you're going, okay. I think there's a little bit more there. They're not really using him to the advantage that they probably could.
We saw with Micah Parsons, the Cowboys were good at finding something the guy could do that he hadn't done in college. Yeah. Generally, how much do you trust scouts to say, hey, the university, the scheme wasn't asking him to do this, but he could do this great? It's Jim Harbaugh's a good coach, Brian.
Yeah, and do you see where he's getting suspended, by the way, for 4 games? What was up with that? Something going on there. But
he lied to people.
I just kind of feel like that if you watch Michigan's offense, it just doesn't – it seems like to me that it doesn't take advantage of – like I say, his stuff was underneath and, the drags and the hooks and the little sideline
They should have got him running in the seam.
Yeah, I think that there was, let's be honest with you too. When they drafted Mozzie Smith, Will McClay talked about having to do something with Mozzie Smith's stance. Yes. Having to adjust him and maybe help him a little bit more, his stance makes him too narrow. He can't move out of a narrow stance. And so there's sometimes where I guarantee at Penn State, if they knew that Micah Parsons was as damn good a pass rusher, we would have seen that a lot more on tape. We would have seen him okay, well, not just a blitzer, but we would have seen him rushing the passer. He'd have been an absolute terror rushing the passer in college football.
I just hope it doesn't end up where they drafted the injured guy who is just
you know what?
not even on the field very much. Non-football injury is interesting. Like, what did he do? Did he slip? Was he playing basketball?
The foot is what they said. I couldn't get any more out of that.
Well, and it just seems as though from the Cowboys, the rookies that just haven't been able to participate in the offseason, they haven't really been able to translate that into a positive first season. So for him, I'm just not going to expect much.
Well, this is where I have the like OGs, with Jalen Tolbert last year when Jalen didn't, all of a sudden he's not, from the jump, he's not doing OTA stuff. The guy's going to miss some practice. I mean, come on, can't have that. You need this guy to play. All right, Todd Archer, he's going to 53-man this thing. He's got 2 quarterbacks on the roster. He doesn't think that he says he thinks Will Grier will benefit from the 3rd quarterback rule. But for this particular exercise, he's going with 2 quarterbacks. 4 running backs, by the way, Tony Pollard, Ronald Jones making this team, Malik Davis, and Deuce Vaughn. So, any thoughts about I think Ronald Jones is kind of like...
I think that's a close call.
I think Hunter Lipke is the guy that could bounce him right off this roster.
I think Hunter Lipke is going to make this team.
We don't want Ron Jones to make it.
Yeah, I think that Hunter Lipke is the guy. And it's funny because Todd was there for all those practices and stuff like that. That he saw how much they were using Hunter Lipke. So I'd be real surprised if he doesn't make it over Ronald Jones. 5 wide receivers. Cowboys are always one of these teams that keeps way too many wide receivers. But he's got to keep in 5. CeeDee Lamb, Michael Gallup, Brandon Cooks, Jalen Tolbert, Simi Fehoko.
Yeah.
Simi Fehoko.
I just
that means Turpin is off.
Unlike recent seasons where you did have guys like Cedric Wilson and Noah Brown in your 4, 5, 6 spots, and you also had young guys you wanted to keep around, I just don't see the bodies this year to force them into a conversation. I don't see the quality.
4 tight ends: Jake Ferguson, Hendershot, Schoonmaker, Sean McEwen. Yeah, I think they go 3 there. I don't think McEwen makes this team, especially if you're keeping Lipke. You know what I'm saying? You could use him as a him as a blocker.
But I guess if Schoonmaker isn't healthy, maybe he does until Schoonmaker can come back. It just saves a spot for him.
I guess.
Schoon got beat up in college. A lot of snaps.
I just don't see. I just don't see this guy.
Sure.
Sean McEwen. I just don't. Offensive line: Tyron Smith, Tyler Smith, Tyler Biadasz, Zach Martin, Terrence Steele, Adoga, Waletzko, Farniak, and Awesome Richards.
Yep, I like that.
No ball
That
there?
would be my guess.
No ball.
I'll be stunned if Josh Ball makes
About time.
I just don't think that guy can play football.
10 defensive linemen: DeMarcus Lawrence, Osa Odighizuwa, Mozzie Smith, Dorrance Armstrong, Jonathan Hankins, Dante Fowler. I think that's a question mark. Neville Gallimore, I think that's a question mark.
Huge.
Sam Williams, Chauncey Golston, and Junior Fehoko. I think he's got 2 questionables there with Fowler and Gallimore myself making this football team. I think they're bubble dudes myself.
Fowler's interesting. I wonder if DQ just fights for him. If he's just like a DQ.
It's
guy.
hard. It's hard to put offense and defensive linemen on the street because you can't find these guys.
Who's number 11 and 12 on that list? Who's getting cut?
Bohanna.
Yeah, Bohanna.
Which makes sense. Bohanna, and especially now that you have Hankins and Mozzie. I'm trying to think of who else we have.
Well, this guy's like not Sweat, but our kid Wheat from Mississippi State.
Oh,
guys like that.
Yeah. Well, and then
the kid from Florida A&M
kid, and I think the Florida A&M kid could make this team.
Yep, myself. Linebackers: Parsons, Van Der Esch, Clark, Cox, Overshown. That's 5.
Wow,
right there. I think that keep an eye on Jabril Cox. I don't think if Jabril Cox plays well enough, he could be a bubble guy. We talked about that yesterday, but I kind of feel like they need him to play well. Cornerbacks: Diggs, Gilmore, Bland, Lewis, Scott, Eric Scott. He's got him making the team, and Nashawn Wright as well. That means Kelvin Joseph's off this football team. And then the safeties: Curse, Wilson, Hooker, and McQuamu. So he's got McQuamu playing the safety.
Sounds like a pretty dang good roster to me, Brian.
Marquise Bell either there. That's a good special teams player.
That is a really good special teams player there. So we will see how it goes when it's all said and done.
There it is, the corner of Krusty, every afternoon at 2:40 in the G-Bag Nation. Coming up at 3:20, the Rangers Player Show will be taking off. We have pitcher Brock Burke joining us coming up at 3:20. Time next for the NFL News of the Day, though. Wolchuk, what do you have in mind?
Edelnut doing his Belichick impression. We got several signings across the league in the year of the throwback jerseys. That's next.
Miss any show segments? Tisk, tisk, tisk. But for fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We are 20 minutes away from the Rangers player show. Brock Burke is going to join us. The reliever got good numbers and enjoying a second successful season here with the Rangers. So Brock Burke coming up in 20. Here's Wolchuk with the NFL news of the day, buddy.
So much. Zach Martin did not report to Cowboys camp. If you missed it, Trayvon Diggs did indeed get an extension with the Cowboys. It is a 5-year, $97 million contract extension. He's getting $19.4 million a year. That's tied for Marshawn Lattimore for 5th highest in the NFL. So he didn't reset the market. I think all in all, to get that thing under 20, big win for the Cowboys. He gets $21.25 million as a signing bonus, and with incentives, deal could be worth up to $104 million for Trayvon Diggs. So big news there. Stephen Jones did say in the Cowboys press conference earlier during the KMC Masterpiece at about noonish, if you want to rewind that on the Odyssey app, he felt good about the salary cap, not only now, but in the future as well. I'm sure he had an inkling that thing was already done, so that's part of him feeling good about it as well. We also got the news that Jordan Lewis will begin camp on the physically unable to perform list. The surprise is rookie tight end Luke Schoonmaker, who missed the bulk of spring as he's been working back from plantar fasciitis issues. He's going to start on the non-football injury list. I know you've been trying to ask around, Brian. I mean, do we have any word on what this could be yet?
Foot.
It's still the foot?
It's just the foot.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't
Nothing
know.
else?
I mean, it's nothing like I don't know if it's. I think it's something he was dealing with in OTAs and minicamps.
It's just the plantar fasciitis stuff.
That's exactly
so
what
that's
it
a
is.
bummer. Not going to have Scooney there until, I mean, who knows when. But the good news is Terrence Steele has been cleared for the start of camp. So Terrence Steele, hopefully we see him manning that right side at right tackle, and he's good to go. I mean, every day, Brian, when we were going in there to do the draft show during the offseason, Terrence Steele and Tony Pollard, to his credit, constantly working with Britt Brown with those umbilical cords out there, the resistance bands.
Yeah, Terrence Steele, quite a player. Congrats to him.
He's a favorite of yours, man. He's a Gavin Dawson guy.
And
Scout Gavin got him, right?
Well, we'll see. But yeah, the last 2 years I've taken a look at him, and I've only been impressed with his running abilities. So that's nice. But really, congrats to him to be able to come back from such a significant injury in a short period of time. Him and Brock Purdy to be debuting in camp, not on PUP, is pretty exceptional.
Yeah, big news. Good segue there. That's why you're a pro. 49ers, Brock Purdy, he's cleared from the elbow, but Nick Bosa not expected to practice because he wants a new contract as well. So Zach Martin, Nick Bosa, the two biggest names right now outside of course, the running backs. Josh Jacobs not at camp either. But Saquon Barkley is, because he got a 1-year deal done with incentives up to $11 million. I mean, whoop-de-doo. Apparently there's also reports of the Giants now were trying to trade him this offseason, which nobody knew about until today, apparently. But no team wanted to acquire Saquon Barkley.
Back to Bosa for a second. Would you be down to not have Zach Martin this year if you knew that the Niners would also not have Bosa?
No.
I think I would.
I would not.
I think I'd be willing to not have Zach Martin to know that the Niners will not have. I mean, it's a premier edge rusher. It's maybe in some people's minds the best edge rusher in the league. We're talking about a guard.
You could have
as great as he is.
You could have Otani or you can have Bosa on your team. Which one do you want?
If you had to pick,
Otani. Yeah, I want the Cowboys to have their best offensive lineman.
You want to pick one. You can only pick one.
I say this tongue in cheek with all respect for our history with San Francisco, but I'll take my Micah Parsons and just hope that Nick Bosa doesn't have the best of seasons for one reason or another.
Maybe that one does end up. I hope Zach Martin gets done and Bosa maybe sits out. Maybe he just says, you know what?
I think it'd be a good idea for Bosa. I think it'd be a good business decision. I think it'd be good for him to let that body rest up a little bit. Yeah, health. Like he's a guy that's perpetually banged up.
Yeah.
Like I think this could be a good season off, and like the Niners defense will suffer, and he'll parlay that into a huge deal.
I think that's a big win there. Now, apparently the Netflix season quarterback, the show.
Nobody wants to do it.
Yeah, it's not nobody, but we have had a couple quarterbacks that we're finding out have been approached for season 2. One is Justin Fields. He said, no, thank you. He's not interested in being on season 2. Apparently, Matthew Stafford, Highland Park's own, was also asked to be on season 1, and he declined. Maybe that's why we ended up getting a Marcus Mariota.
That's good self-awareness for Matthew Stafford to turn that down. He knew that season was not going to be much of a season. He knew that elbow was a problem.
Yes, and Justin Fields has done this before. He's done the Netflix show bit when he was in high school with QB1 Beyond the Lights. It's the first time I got to know who Justin Fields was, and I thought he was great on that show, but maybe he just decided that's a distraction. I don't want to deal with that again.
Perhaps. Maybe he had, an experience that he doesn't want to have again in regards to the TV thing, or it was like, hey, I was willing to do it whenever I was at the height of what my sport was, which was high school football. I was the man. I haven't really established myself as like a super beast quarterback. I got crap to handle maybe in some years down the line if he become like he's still more of a runner than he is anything, even though he's a quarterback. So maybe that's part of it.
I kind of wonder if it's one of those things, where if I was him, I would probably go on and you would get a real good understanding of the crap he has to deal with just to play in the NFL. Just like
getting the body right.
Well, no, his lack of skill players. Him running around. Him standing there like after a game thinking, I rushed for 300 and something yards. I threw for another 250, and we just took a big L today. I think it would paint a really. I think people have fallen in love with Kirk Cousins a little bit. Because of what he's done in the quarter.
All kinds of love.
Yeah,
You're right.
everybody's like, man, this is not a bad dude.
No doubt.
Yeah, everybody's kind of like they were kind of like, what that guy, whatever, But now I think he's kind of painted himself in a better light.
We had a signing today for a player that I completely forgot was even in the league, and I guess he technically wasn't last year. Jimmy Graham. Jimmy Graham, the former tight end, is reuniting with the New Orleans Saints on a one-year deal. He has not played since 2021 when he was with the Chicago Bears.
Could this be a retiring thing?
Could
he be signing like a one-day contract?
It's a full-on.
Yeah, they would have talked about it.
You could do that. You could do the one-day
deal. Did you get butt crack there?
No,
this is real.
NFL.com. This isn't a butt cracking deal. This is official.
Yeah, I
first-hand source.
I was driving in today, and I was blown away when I heard KNC mention this. I'm like, okay, how old is Jimmy Graham? I believe they informed us all that he's like 36. I think he's 36.
36.
Of course, I'm pretty sure that's what KNC said. We could obviously Google it, but like he's definitely been out of the 36. League for a couple of years. Last we heard of him,
like, why? Yeah,
didn't he get hit? Didn't he get hit by a car the last we heard of him? The last
maybe
Jimmy
that's
Graham
why he missed last year.
Story we discussed. I'm pretty sure he might have been on his bike or something.
That was a receiver at the Eagles.
Yes, he was biking, hit by a car.
To me, it's interesting.
That was just in May. So apparently the injuries sustained weren't that bad because he's back in the league.
I know Greg Knapp, a coach, got killed. He got hit by a car riding his bike.
That's tragic.
I don't ride bikes on the streets that much anymore
he got killed.
Too many stories. Yeah, too many stories.
Who was our Eagles wide receiver that got hit? He was
AJ Brown.
Brown was in a charity event.
Yeah,
driving around.
That was a little bit like I don't think that one was as big of a deal. I think Jimmy Graham actually got hit decently.
Had a gnarly leg wound, according to TMZ.
Well, I'm glad he's okay. Now he's back in the NFL. The Raiders have signed Marcus Peters as well. He's 30 years old. He's going to be in the silver and black next year. He's got 32 career interceptions, 42 total takeaways. We'll see if Marcus Peters and the Raiders end up making that thing work out. He's really just been bouncing around the league, but Marcus Peters is one of those guys, maybe kind of like a Trayvon Diggs. He's kind of boom or bust in a sense. Certainly gets a ton of interceptions, but he will give up some big plays.
You don't want him to choke you because that's something he's done before.
He's a choke?
Well, yeah. He choked his coach at the University of Washington. Remember
that's
that?
why he got kicked out.
Yeah, he got kicked out
that was not good.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's kind of been a difficult
during
guy
a game, all of a sudden.
It was bad on the sidelines there. It was not good. Yeah. Teddy Two Gloves, he's visiting with the Detroit Lions because Malik Hooker, they're not going to rush back. He's going to start on the pup as well. They might need a backup there for Jared Goff, so maybe Teddy Bridgewater ends up signing with the Lions as he's in there.
Is he terrible as a backup?
No, as a backup, he's fine.
You're happy.
See, that's what I'm saying.
Dude.
Why did the Saints just kind of tank the year and let, like Andy Dalton play when you could have won some more games?
Teddy Bridgewater will take you to the playoffs.
He was in Miami. Bridgewater was in Miami last season.
Yeah, tell us what you saw.
It was Jameis Winston.
I'm thinking Jameis Winston.
It was 2 years ago.
But yeah, a couple years. Yeah, but why? I mean, why would you not play with Jameis Winston? I think Jameis Winston and Bridgewater and those guys are capable of winning games.
100%.
Yeah, but there's people around the league that consider Andy Dalton a Hall of Famer.
For TCU.
Whatever.
Did you guys see that quote from his running back, Miles Sanders?
Yeah, it's just being a good teammate.
No, but that's taking being a good teammate to being like a little bit patronizing.
Maybe he
almost.
gave him a little bit of a gift. I
That
don't
is
know.
patronizing. Yeah.
But, yeah,
And we got a
all know
Hall of
that-
Famer, Andy Dalton, which is great for our rookie first. And it's like even Andy's going, dog.
You got to keep it a half degree from believable. Just toe that line a little bit more. You can't go 3 steps past believable.
Yeah.
Supporting your guys.
Tell them you got like a borderline Pro Bowler at one point. I think that's
won a lot of games in this league.
Yeah, guy has been around for a while.
He's a 10-win
I
guy.
wish some of these guys would be just real honest. He goes, "Hey, we have no chance with this dude at
Andy
quarterback."
Dalton's ass.
Yeah.
For a
Yeah, no
day, he
chance.
was the starter at minicamp. Then we saw Bryce Young, even though he's really short.
We saw what Jefferson did to our guy up there in Minnesota. He said he didn't put him in his top 5 quarterbacks.
That's right.
And then Cousins has to come out and go, well, I got to earn his trust. And I got to, I'm like, there you go.
I like that.
There you go.
He literally says, we got a very, very good young quarterback that's being mentored by a very, very good quarterback, a future Hall of Famer, Andy Dalton, who I have a lot of respect for. Wow. Maybe that's just a good bit, but those are legit words. He put that on record.
Back, man. Speaking of the Vikings, you brought up Justin Jefferson. This happened yesterday during our show. I don't think we were able to mention it, but Jordan Addison, we talked about how he got caught by a state trooper going 140 miles per hour at 3
Pretty impressive.
a.m. Apparently, it was due to a dog emergency. That's what he told the state trooper, that his dog was having an emergency at home and he had to get back. So I don't know if you guys think that makes it better at all, but I think we're all.
My buddy's dog started having a seizure one day, and I called him. He was at work, and he was racing home.
Dude, that's terrible. My sister's dog used to have seizures as well.
It's scary.
She would catch it like on the cameras.
Yeah.
It is terrifying. I mean, there's nothing. Oh, man, it's so sad to watch.
I think you'd have to hope that, you have some sort of evidence that was the case.
Sure.
And maybe the law would give you a bit of a pass. But it's like, can we keep it under 110? Like 140 is insane to be going that fast. That's either like the police or running from the police, or you're on an official racetrack at 140. I think the fastest I ever went was a $120, the Ford Escort GT, about 1997.
There you go.
Running from Seattle to Portland. That was very irresponsible. Young people
Very
do stupid
irresponsible.
things.
How dare you do that?
Yeah.
Think of others. Mark Murphy.
I'm surprised the motor held up. I really am.
Me too. Yeah, probably should have blown up, started smoking a little bit. Mark Murphy told the Green Bay Packers shareholders during their state of address, they asked about Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
He said, we're going to bring him back and retire his number at the appropriate time. And then there was some applause from the crowd. But he said, we don't have a lot of retired jerseys, but number 12 will certainly be one of them. There's only 6 numbers retired by the Packers, so expect number 12 to be the next. So I guess whenever
Johnny
he's done
Blood
playing with the
McNally is
Jets,
one of those numbers.
we'll have Aaron Rodgers up there as the retired jersey, which it
Zeke
should be.
Bartkowski used to wear 12 way back in the day.
It's a good number.
It is.
Aaron Rodgers keeps getting the Sam Bradford treatment with the way he looks in his Jets uniform.
The way that they're taking pictures is like today, the picture that came out, and you have, I think it's David Bakhtiari is making fun of him, his old Packers teammate. He's wearing a helmet that's like 3 sizes too big for him.
I think he's done that over the last couple of years.
Has
It feels like
Aaron
his helmet's
lost a
been getting
lot of
bigger.
weight?
Is that like a Rodgers thing?
I don't know if he's getting smaller.
Cut his hair.
If his helmet's getting bigger, but people are alleging that Aaron Rodgers looks like someone like disguised as Aaron Rodgers for like Halloween, like they're in an Aaron Rodgers football player costume.
I kind
but
of
it's
feel
actually
like
him in the Jets uniform.
Like he's doing a lot of his mushrooming and he's not eating. Kind of.
So
a
he's
thing.
doing too much detoxing.
He's getting too skinny for the helmet.
He's getting
the ayahuasca. I mean, you're just clearing the pipes.
Yeah.
Constantly.
Like, you gotta get some carbs in there.
I teased this yesterday, but Julian Edelman with the New Heights boys, he does a pretty good limited fake Randy Moss. Here is his limited fake impression of his former head coach, Bill Belichick.
Personnel groups.
Dude, your impersonation of him is classic.
Look, you asshole. You know what I'm saying? Look, assholes. Look, you asshole. He always says like. Yeah. Like, we're not on this program, all right? I don't care where you're from, what school you went to. Just shut the up. God. I love it. In a funny way. This isn't like in Alabama where you played Louisiana Lafayette Tech of institution for like your third week game. Okay, this is the National Football League. You'll hear like a receiver or some guy on a team, and he'll say like, we'd be disappointed if we didn't go to the Super Bowl this year. He goes, Super Bowl? It's March. How about we just get better? Red gloves over here. I mean, me and Ernie can see that from the press box. Bill picks up the phone. He goes, "Yeah, I don't know what you're going to play. You're a good football player. See you tomorrow." I was like, "Oh, thanks, Bill." I was so terrified of that dude because he would always quiz everyone. He'd go like, "Hey, Edelman, who's 72 on the wall in rookie camp?" I go, "I don't know, Coach." He goes, "That's Matt Light. The guy's only played 9 years, has 3 Super Bowls. He's sitting there next week. I'd appreciate it if he knew his name." Like, I'm like,
that's awesome.
Edelnut, the gift that keeps on giving, man.
Yeah.
Belichick seems like he's probably hilarious.
Salute. We need more of that if he's got it.
Man, I'll go down the files there. Let's wrap up with all the throwback uniforms, man. We're getting them all back. We talked about the Houston Oilers throwbacks the Titans are going to wear. The Jets revealed a legacy white throwback uniform. So it's the old school Jet helmet, the green that spells out the Jets on the side, and then it's white with green trim. They look okay. The Falcons are bringing back their iconic red helmets, which I like a lot. But then the Colts are doing this new Indiana night uniform
that dumb.
Everyone's roasting them for that.
All blue uniform with the matte black helmet.
Yeah. And then they got Alec Pierce to go ahead and rep it for him, who I don't think a lot of the NFL knows.
No, they don't.
817 says, too funny. A Ford Escort GT was my first car, and I see right about the same time, 97, I was taking over 100 on the freeways. Yeah. I don't even think it was a turbo. It was just a crappy 4-cylinder and like an Escort with like a hood scoop and like a tail, little wing on it, and they gave it a paint job. It was such a piece of crap. Something happened in a cylinder on mine, and I traded it in and got like $1,200 for it when I bought my first van. When my dog broke his leg, I was going 115 down Highway 80 to the animal hospital, says the 469. And the 806, I think it's impressive that you got the Escort GT to 120 miles an hour. That's a nice job, General. Yeah, I was pretty impressed with it. I thought it was pretty bitchin'. Last night, I'm sitting there trying to get in a couple of games of Warzone about 8:30. My phone rings, and it's the fiance wife, and she says, "Honey, you got to come out here right now. The go-kart's about to blow up."
Oh, no.
And I'm like, "Oh, no, that sucks." We got a little Polaris 150 for Abby. She cruises around the neighborhood, picks up her friends in and stuff like that. And so I go out there, and there was a bad smell. She's like, "You didn't see it smoking when I was coming down the driveway?" And, she was taking Remy for a ride, so she was, pretty scared. And I said, "Okay, well, let's see what's going on here." And I could smell it, and I get down and I put it in gear, and I hit the gas, and I'm like, "Honey, the damn emergency brake is on."
Yeah.
Oh. She's trying to drive around the neighborhood with the emergency brake on. She couldn't get it over 10 miles an hour. The wheels are locking up, and it smells. Rangers Rookie of the Year from 2020-22. Brock Burke set to join you next. It's the Rangers Player Show here on 105.3 The Fan. Missed the breaking news earlier. Trayvon Diggs signed a new deal with the Cowboys, $5.97. So congrats to him and the team. He's basically the fourth highest paid cornerback in the NFL now. And they can move on to other stuff with the press conference starting today in Oxnard and practice starting tomorrow. We're all over it here on your home of the Cowboys and your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. It is time for the Rangers Player Show here in the nation. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation. 214-333-3333 or go online to truckwreck.com as Brock Burke's going to join us. And guys, I don't want to go too hard on this, especially when he's about to join us. But I don't know why Brock Burke doesn't have a bigger role on this team. You look at his numbers.
Tell me about it.
They should be putting him in like higher situations, more situations. Because the per inning numbers are great. The ERA, the WHIP, it's all there. And I think
the walks.
When you look at this Rangers bullpen, I think we need to definitely be including him in the name of guys that we trust. He was the Rangers' best rookie in 2022, put together a good season. And, here in 2023, he's following it up with the same amount of walks and hits per innings pitched, very similar ERA, and a guy that I think you can rely on pretty good. Yeah. And he's going to join us coming out of Colorado area here at a high school. He was drafted. Rangers picked him up a couple of years back in one of their better trades. A lot going on in the world of sports today, though, including the Rangers and Astros coming up at 6:30 and the Bronnie James cardiac event at practice that has gone viral, and it's maybe the top story right now in the national or international sports scene. He was in ICU at one point. The son of LeBron, Bronnie James, practicing with USC, which he will be in the fall in class and then play for the USC basketball team. The ultimate tragedy averted for the James family. Has to be an incredible relief that their son is okay, and now we'll be patient and see what else is to come in his career. It could be a blessing if you find out there's some part of the heart that needs to be repaired or fixed or something like that, so we can continue on with the career. But we shall wait and see. As it is time now for the Rangers Player Show, brought to you by the Junior Rangers and by Oatly Oat Milk Soft Serve. Try it. You might even like it. As Brock Burke joins us now right here on 105.3 The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How you doing?
Good. How are you guys?
We are great. We were just talking about how how much success you're having, and these numbers are great. So congrats on that. How you feeling out there?
Thank you. Feeling good. Finally kind of gotten a little stretch where it started to feel really good and just trying to keep it going.
Did you think you had it last night? Great 1-2-3, by the way, in the eighth inning. How were you feeling when you walked off that mound there? What a dramatic game against Houston. Unfortunate you didn't get the result. That's just the way it goes, huh?
Yeah, it's definitely a tough way to lose the game, but I mean it's always good to have a good inning in Houston, especially against Houston and being the rivalry and all, and it gets loud in there. So to be able to quiet them for an inning is always good.
Have you felt that the rivalry is just way more revamped this year with both teams being so good? It used to be Houston was kind of, we know a World Series contender. We were struggling there. But this year, man, this is fun with both teams jockeying for first place.
Yeah, no, this is really fun. Obviously, last year it seemed like every time they kind of just beat us because they were a little better than us. And this year it definitely seems like we are better than them and play very good games every single time. And none of them are blowouts. They're always very close games and very competitive games. So they're definitely fun to come. And I'm sure we'll be facing them and one more time this year and then hopefully another time in the postseason. So.
Gavin mentioned when you walked off the mound last night, and I was reading an athletic article about the best mounds in all of Major League Baseball. It wasn't something I necessarily thought about, but as a pitcher, what makes a good pitching mound, and is there a mound that you like to pitch on more than others across the sport?
I don't know. For a reliever, it's a little different. For everyone, it's a little different. Some people like taller mounds. Some people like shorter mounds. I'm always a fan of a taller mound, but I mean, any mound that isn't completely destroyed by the time you get in is always a good mound. A lot of those starters like to do some funky things with digging holes in certain spots. And anytime it's a clean mound and I can be on the third base side of the mound without a giant hole, I'm happy.
Brock, as I was doing some research for this, and I don't even know if this interview and stuff, that you have a history of sleepwalking. Is that something you deal with?
Yeah, I deal with it. It's gotten a little better as I've gotten older and older, but I mean, I still definitely deal with it from time to time, and sometimes it's worse than others. It's normally the first place or first time I'm in a new place, like first day in a hotel in Houston, first day at a hotel in San Diego, wherever we happen to go. I tend to act up a little bit, but I only really ever find out what stories I do. And when my fiance's there, I normally am asleep the whole time, so I don't really know what I do. So
have we ever walked outside? And because I have the same condition at times. Me too. I ended up outside one time, and my father's, "What are you doing?" And then you turn around and you're like, "Oh, I did it again," kind of a thing.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah, exactly. But is there any time where you kind of felt like, "Oh, geez, I went a little too far here"?
Yeah, definitely. There's definitely been some times. I thankfully have never locked myself out of. That's my biggest fear is locking myself out of the hotel room and sitting there in my boxers in the hall. But no, definitely growing up, it was a lot worse. I grew up in Colorado, and plenty of times I woke up out in the woods. Obviously, we lived in the woods, but I woke up out in the woods, 100 feet away from the house, or the bottom of the steps, or bottom of a little hill with scars on my knees that I don't really know what they're from, just good stuff like that.
Did you ever walk out there in the snow and you're like, oh, my feet, I feel it kind of thing? Would that wake? Is that what?
Yeah, I mean, normally it takes a lot for me to feel something. I don't ever remember any snow incidents, but I do remember waking up. We used to live on the side of a mountain, and kind of woke up at bottom of the stairs that went down the mountain with my knee bleeding. I'm like, I wonder what I'm doing out here. So it was a little freaky to wake up outside. But.
It's Brock Burke here with you. I was going to suggest maybe, going to sleep in clothes that you would feel comfortable being in public in. You know what I'm saying? Not naked.
It would be smart, but no, I just can't sleep without. I mean, I'm so used to sleeping one way, and I normally do a pretty good job of bolting the door closed on the road and sticking something on the door. So, if I happen to go near the door, try to escape, I'll wake up or not be able to get out. But.
So you mentioned being living out there in the woods and the mountains. That's Colorado, right? That's where you grew up.
Yep, Evergreen, Colorado.
And does that mean you're like an outdoorsman at all, or and a Broncos fan, or tell us a little bit about other interest than baseball? Being from Colorado, what all comes with that?
Yeah, I would say every single weekend, me and my dad were there hunting or fishing somewhere on a lake or a mountain up in Colorado, and then obviously skiing and snowboarding when we could, until baseball got a little more serious. It's probably the one thing I miss the most is probably being up there in the mountains and being able to do that. My fiance's family still goes there, so every time they go skiing, I just kind of sit and hang out and ask them how their day's going. So that's always something I do miss and enjoyed growing up doing.
Now, is that a choice, or is that contractual? Like you can't ski?
It's definitely contractual, and I mean, from time to time they'll come back like, "Oh, my knee's killing me," or "Oh, I think my fiance's mom blew out her knee last year." I'm like, "Yeah, it's just not worth it."
Any other team sports, or was it always baseball?
I mean, I grew up until high school playing all basketball, football, baseball, and then started certain sports didn't work out too well, and just kind of stuck with baseball, with what I was probably the best at, and just kept going from there.
Do you ever walk in the clubhouse, look at Aroldis Chapman, and think, man, maybe football might have been a good spot for you?
Yeah, he's a very large human being, and we're definitely glad to have him. And watching him in the weight room is something else. I've always been a big weight room guy, and ever since he came in there, I feel like a very little man in there. So.
All right, now you've opened this thing up, because Eric's going to ask you about 7 weight room questions here, so get ready.
What was your first impression of Chapman overall, though? I mean, was it just the sheer size of how large this human being is?
It was the pecs, bro.
Yeah, I mean, definitely when he first walked in and he had a baggy sweatshirt on and some shorts, I'm like, oh, he's not that big. And then I think he was a couple lockers down, and he took his shirt off. I'm like, oh my God, he's huge. And I mean, he's ginormous guy, all muscle, and does weightlifting routine of a bodybuilder. So it's impressive to watch.
Now is he
working out almost every day?
Is he shirtless in the weight room?
No, he doesn't take it that far. Okay. But he doesn't need a shirt off to tell how big he is, for sure. So.
Okay. So now Eric's going to ask you the next question. I'm predicting here is him or Garcia. Who looks better with their shirt off?
Boom. You nailed it.
I don't know. They're both ripped. I mean, Adolis and him are the same guy, except for Chapman's, 6 inches taller, 5 inches taller, however much taller he is. I mean, they're both just ginormous human beings.
Now, what's the most impressive thing you've seen him do in the weight room? Anything jump out?
I was watching him bench press 250 like it was nothing, just repping it out. I mean, his pictures, you never see that. I think that's the first time I've ever seen a pitcher bench press, and he was just crushing it like it was nothing. So an incline bench press with 2 plates. I mean, he was doing this all on the same day, like back to back to back to back. All chest. He'll do all chest one day, all back one day, all legs one day.
Just an animal.
And then just keep rotating.
And you're an animal too. We saw you in the clubhouse during spring training. I mean, you're getting those push-ups in.
Yeah, I get push-ups in occasionally, but not like him. I can push up my own weight, not that much. So
you get a little intimidated around Chapman, sort of the same way you probably do around Sandler, right? Just big and intimidating.
Around Santa?
Jared Sandler. I said Sandler.
Oh, Sandler. I think you said Santa.
No.
Jared's a big guy. He definitely spends a lot of time in the weight room for sure.
Yeah,
maybe not as much in the cardio area, but definitely in the weight room.
Let him know, Brock. Speaking of Sandler, you went to the University of Oregon. Sandler is planning our annual college football trip. It's USC at Oregon. Do you have any tips for us as we take on Eugene?
I was a commit to Oregon. I never actually went to Oregon. I get a official visit there, and I would definitely, if I could recommend one thing, is do not go there in the winter because it's a very dark and rainy place. But when I did my official visit, it was like early in the fall, and it was beautiful. So I think it's time to go for sure.
Like November, you think we'll be okay?
Yeah, October, November, I would say would be perfect.
Appreciate you, Brock. You're the man, and best of luck to you. Give him hell. We'll be pulling for you.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
There he goes. Brock Burke, Rangers pitcher right here on 105.3 The Fan. Yeah, just prepare for a little bit of rain and 45 degrees and gray skies there that day. But
bail on the trip.
Staying to be rocking, and they say it never rains at Autzen, Brian.
It never rains at Autzen, even though you need to bring your rain suit. For being on with us today, Brock's going to get him some wings from Pluckers, a $100 gift certificate. We've got 8 of those Pluckers locations here in the DFW area, and I'm sure he will find one to enjoy some wings.
Shoot, yeah. That was great. Thank you, Brock. Thank you, Rangers, for setting it up. Again, brought to you by the Junior Rangers and Oatly Oat Milk Soft Serve. That sounds delicious. I was just listening to that commercial. Sports Hodgepodge coming up next, Chief. Where are we going with that?
Let's get more into the Bronnie situation, and reports say this is the most likely Ranger to be traded. Who's that? Next, right here in the Nation.
When you value real independence, you own it. At Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, shop new Silverados with once-a-year July 4th savings. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. But hurry, the best models will sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find the roads.
Thank you, Lucius. Time now for Sports Hodgepodge. Cowboys headlines coming up at 4 o'clock. Right now, here's the Chief.
A parent's worst nightmare. That's what happened to LeBron James and his wife yesterday when his son Bronnie, who is USC All-American, collapsed on the court during, I guess they were just having some practice, and he had a cardiac arrest. So he gets rushed to the ICU. The USC staff is pretty remarkable with the way they were able to get him where he needed to be in a good enough to condition to be able to get out of the ICU as quickly as possible. And apparently it's the second time in the last year that they've basically had to save a player's life. They had a cardiac arrest situation with another player sometime last year, and the USC medical staff was able to swoop in and get that thing handled in appropriate fashion. So same goes for Bronnie, but just a super weird random. When I got that update on my phone, I'm like, my gosh, this doesn't
stunning.
really make sense.
Yeah, and luckily, shortly thereafter, you got the update that he was out of ICU and all that. But yeah, cardiac arrest is terrifying. It's when the heart actually stops. It's different than a heart attack, and you can have serious brain damage in 5 minutes. So you got to get the CPR going and the medical attention very, very quickly, and you can die in 7 minutes from this. So it was really a near-death experience there for Bronnie and the James family yesterday.
I'm surprised that if he has maybe a heart condition, that they didn't get it in his physical before they started camp. I don't know. Is this a situation where maybe he was just working out on his own? Because they usually give players physicals.
Yeah, but a lot of the heart conditions aren't caught until these guys are in the NBA. Like two local guys, LaMarcus Aldridge, heart condition 2006, rookie year with the Portland Trailblazers. Chris Bosh, 7th year in the league with the Miami Heat. Heart thing comes up, career has to end. For LaMarcus, luckily, it was like a ventral thing or something that could be corrected with a quick procedure.
I just thought in a physical that they could, that do EKGs and things like that to kind of, oh wait, he has a regular heartbeat, or he skips beats, or this is a possibility. I mean, you do these trainers, the men and women that do this stuff, they're so good at these jobs. The shame of it all, though, is that some of these athletic programs don't have that kind of care. Some schools just don't have the finances to have, like a USC is going to have
all the resources.
They're going to have all the resources, and there's
sure.
some schools that don't have that, and that's
they're going to have to make some raise the standard on some of this stuff.
Because, like I say, we've seen some football games like last year, and I know that with the historically black colleges, that one of the schools didn't have enough trainers.
The DeMar Hamlin thing speaks for itself.
Yeah, well, they didn't have enough. They couldn't pay for enough trainers, to work with the football team, and they were still going out there and practice and stuff. Man, you can't do that. But something needs to be done so that doesn't happen. Something monetarily needs to be taken care of. Just for these reasons alone, right here. Mm-hmm. Saving someone's life on the athletic field.
Yeah. USC now twice in the last 13 months playing the role of hero, really, and saving two athletes' lives. And the latest is LeBron James' son, Bronnie Jr. So very, very interesting. A lot of people talking about the vaccine and those side effects, and I think there is certainly good reason to at least ponder whether or not that had anything to do with it, because you're starting to see, it feels like we're seeing more of this across the sports world. Soccer players, high school, college, you're seeing people falling over in a way in regards to the heart that I was not really accustomed to, up until this last year or two, where it's like, okay, I don't know. What are the side effects here?
I see that, and I wonder, is this hey, you had an 8.6 magnitude earthquake in Japan yesterday. Today there's a 2.5 in China, so the 2.5 wouldn't have been reported. Now it's being reported. And the reason I say that is I want to know, right? I mean, I got the vaccine. The reason I did, I made the decision for myself. I was more worried about the virus than the possible vaccine side effects. My age, my history of health. I didn't want to die from the virus, so I took the vaccine. I want to know. So I keep Googling it when stories like this come up because there's so much social media activity that says, it's the vax. And the text is all, it's the vax. There's no numbers that suggest it. Athletes have been having cardiac arrests at a rate of about 1 in 50,000 for decades. We have heart defects. So I'm looking for that factual data. Maybe the mainstream media is not generating it for me, but the only other media is politicized on that side of the spectrum. That side of the spectrum says we have the science, we have the evidence, this is clear. I can't find that in any news outlet that's not already leaning strongly in that direction. And if anybody has that link, I'd love to read that story, if there's anything we can do. But and then the other thing is the myocarditis, which is the side effect of the vaccine.
Yes.
It's also a side effect of COVID. So did you get the myocarditis from COVID? Did you get it from the vaccine? Is it possible to get it from the vaccine? These are things we don't know.
Right.
So I think it's a great time to be curious. I'm definitely not opposed to the idea that something in the vaccine could be horrible for us because it's happened before. It's happened, either by accident or on purpose. I think it's a time to be asking more questions than drawing battle lines and saying, no, I know this as a fact. I think if the vaccine wasn't the right decision for you, you're probably feeling pretty good about it right now,
Yeah.
But I don't know that it means that people with the vaccine are at a higher risk of suffering from some of that. I know that's why everybody wants us to talk about it. So boom.
Yeah.
We're talking about it. That's my honest thought.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what to, I'd probably be doing if I had gotten the vax, I'd be more interested in reading up on it and trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
Because I'd be concerned about, okay, am I still able to exercise at the same level? Not that I'm doing anything close to what these actual athletes are doing, but do I need to be careful with how high I'm getting my heart rate or something? I don't know. But had I gotten the vax, I'd probably be all up in this trying to figure out what the heck is going on, dude, because this feels weird.
Yeah,
it
it
feels
does.
weird.
It does. And I do believe the pharmaceutical industry would get the cover of media. I do believe that. I'm not burying my head in the sand at all.
It's hard to trust anybody.
If they screwed up and they're leading to people dying, I do believe that there are portions of the mainstream media that would not blow the whistle on that. But I can't just take the side that was screaming against the vaccine from the day it was released. Because I think they have confirmation bias. I think these stories come out and they're like, well, see, could you have an actual doctor look at it and say, hey, this came from the vaccine, right?
As long as it's not Dr. Fauci, I'm cool.
Right? Yes.
Any other doctor other than him.
I was thinking of another basketball player. Gavin, you'll remember this one. I think Lucius probably as well, with Hank Gathers.
Yeah. Loyola Merriman.
Yeah, and he was, matter of fact, he started his career at USC. So it's kind of weird,
Something in the water.
But yeah, he had an abnormal heartbeat they identified. They put him on medication and he got worse. His playing got worse, so they backed it up. And then as they took the medication away from him, then he lost his life in that tournament, out there the second time. He had collapsed one time and then collapsed a second time.
Jeez.
So that just shows you that.
Yeah, I wonder what the recourse is here in terms of a guy like Bronnie, who clearly has a large basketball future ahead of him. How much do you need to? How many boxes do you have to check off before you're like, okay, you can resume?
Yeah, I think to me, if you're in a situation right there where they need to run him through a battery of tests.
Oh yeah,
to figure out exactly what did we miss or what did we not see the first time around.
Yeah, no doubt.
And not that it's about basketball right now, but if you're Bronnie, it's that is such a scare right now that it's like, dude, if I got to step away. I love my basketball future and this basketball game. I've had a great career and a great experience, but nothing, even trying to pursue your dad's footsteps is not worth putting your life in order. So hopefully everything works out well for him. Mm-hmm. Cowboys headlines, including Tank back in the top 100. What other Cowboys belong with him? It's next. G-Back Nation of the Fan.
We have your latest Dallas Stars offseason news on Spits and Suds. Available on the Odyssey app or wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bosch Power Tools.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. You know who we don't hear from very often? The owner and the president of the Cincinnati Bengals. Then again, as one of my listeners said to me today, we don't want to hear from him. Well, man, I think we all know how the cap works, but thank you very much for the kindergarten.
DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. Hour 3, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Let's hit the C note here. The Cowboys news of the evening. You had the Jerry, Steve, and Mike press conference earlier. We will be live in Oxnard, California tomorrow. All of the shows will be, and we have special guests joining us throughout the day. Tony Pollard going to join Sean and RJ. There he is, number 20, running back for the Cowboys on Sean and RJ tomorrow. Kevon Turpin, KNC Masterpiece appearance from Kayvon tomorrow. And Mozzie Smith, the rookie out of Michigan, will be joining us in the G-Bag Nation, the afternoon dry portion of your broadcast day tomorrow, live from Oxnard, California, here in the nation. Now, just so we're clear, it's going to be Broadus, Wolchuk, and Chiafalo traveling to Oxnard tonight. I will join them Friday early morning. Nice enough for a second consecutive year. These guys are in management nice enough to let me stay home for an additional 48 hours to have Abby's birthday.
Happy birthday, but if you really are a fan of Gavin Dawson's, check him Saturday as he's the host of the round table.
Oh, it'll be Dawson and Company?
Dawson and Company, yes.
I think, did we get the imaging? Courts. I thought we got Gavi and Company for the imaging.
That would be more accurate. I'd appreciate it if they did that. I hope they did.
Okay, I have a question. Are Lucius and I supposed to be part of this because we're going to be inebriated?
Hell no. No, you have fun. You're in Vegas.
No, we don't need a cross-faded Wolchuk.
No, that's fine.
I mean, if you wanted to swing by and
we
tee up.
As soon as you said no, that's all I needed to hear. Lucius and I are going to be, who knows, doing what?
Yeah, you're going to be feeling
sleeping. You'll be sleeping.
You're going to be feeling
in preparation for the night.
Yeah, I'm recovering for the previous.
I expect the same Instagram live video that we received from Bruce Brown in Vegas post Nuggets championship when he was mother bleeping Jokic. I don't know if it's going to be Wolchuk mother bleeping Lucius or if it's Lucius mother bleeping Wolchuk for just getting him absolutely hammered.
What have I got myself into? I didn't know, Lucius, for the longest time. We had Wolchuk as an intern. I didn't know this man was such a party animal. You know?
Yeah.
I thought he was
Late
like
bloomer.
I thought he was like the quiet, nerdy kid.
I was.
I did.
Yeah, already is.
I sold it well, but I was very quiet.
You can party your balls off, though. You might be one of the greatest partiers to ever grace these halls.
That means a lot.
Short of Grego, by quite a ways, I'm sure. Hopefully
contractually,
not. Yes. But pretty impressive. And Chief, for more on that, we go back to you.
Well, I was just going to say, I think it's actually Gavi and Friends.
Okay, Gavi and Friends.
Not Gavi and Company. It's going to be Gavi and Friends on Saturday.
Yeah, I think I'm going to be on 1 to 5 Texas time. I don't know. But we're going to do a roundtable. We're going to have a hell of a time.
Yes, we are.
Yeah. I asked him if I could stay back and spend a couple of days, and they said, sure. If you host a roundtable on Saturday for 4 hours, I said, dude, that's the easiest deal I've ever made. Yeah. You got to put it right there, partner.
You won that negotiation, sir.
I think so. Yeah, I'm stoked.
I always side with the player.
Okay, I'm sorry. About that second or third hour, I could see you just like getting really pissed off at everybody.
Well, if I do, it'll be good. It'll be good for the listeners.
That's what I'm saying.
I think it'll be good.
This is actually a good conversation. Who would be the best person for Gavi to have a fight with?
On air?
Like I think it'd be Hagee. I think a Hagee-Gavi fight would be pretty classic.
Ooh, two intellectuals just going at it.
I kind of feel like
I'll sign up for it.
Go back old school like him and like maybe get Bassick involved.
Or Mickey walks by. He just sits down.
So Gavin could see Mickey walking by and it kind of gets him in that mode again. You know, it takes him. As Jerry Jeff Walker said, I got to carry myself back to that place.
I don't know if I could ever argue with Mike that seriously, though, because it's just too funny to troll him once he gets worked up.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and he always sees the smile cracking in my face as he's getting madder and madder at me, so it doesn't work.
You know that Mike is going to come in with like, got to do show, what?
Oh, he ain't gonna be there
Saturday. What?
He's wearing his T-Law jersey and the Chiefs hat.
What are we doing? Why do I have to do this?
Hell?
What the way? And then Gavin's going to be asking him questions. He goes, I don't know. I don't know.
You think I want to be here, Mike?
Yeah. Well, hey, Mike, what do you think? I don't know.
You're treating us like a couple of B words.
Or he will sarcastically act like he really knows, you know, and he will lean into like, no, we're definitely winning the Super Bowl. I just got off the practice field, and what I just saw was a team that's going to be hoisting the Lombardi in 7 months.
Who knows what Mike you could get? We could get edible Mike. We really could.
Dude,
I
want edible Mike.
We could get edible Mike on the air.
Him talking about trying the edibles in Colorado for the first time, I was interning for that.
Yeah.
That was gold.
That was one of my favorite pranks that the station ever did when they made it seem like he was like, it was against company policy or something.
Yeah, Spittle brought him and was like,
played it good.
Yeah. Hey, we understand you were experimenting with cannabis products in Colorado. We just want to make sure that's not something we encourage here at the station.
Here, we're going to need you to pee into this cup real quick.
But yeah, we do have Cowboys news, and we're excited to be in Oxnard tomorrow, and we're excited that DeMarcus Lawrence is back inside the top 100, Wolchuk.
Yes, he is. So the 2023 NFL Top 100 debuted last night, and it will continue throughout the rest of the week. But DeMarcus Lawrence coming in at number 99. It's the first time he's made this list in a couple of years. And the last ranking was in 2019. He was number 45, so he makes his triumphant return to the countdown. He had 65 tackles, 6 sacks, 3 forced fumbles, a couple of fumble recoveries, played in every game last season after only making 7 appearances in 2021 due to injury. It's his third career appearance on the top 100. He made it in 18, 19, and now at number 99. You think that's fair, being 99?
I think it's the fact that we had him as our, our weekly guest.
I think you're right.
That kind of
the G-bag bump is real.
Catapulted him to that lofty standings, I think.
Dalvin Cook also made an appearance in this. He dropped 60 spots from last year.
Wow. Ooh, yeah. That I'm surprised he's still on that list. But this is player votes.
It is.
They don't
this is
have
PR
the same criteria.
votes is what this is.
I think Tank might be the most underrated player that we've seen for the Cowboys in forever.
I agree.
I mean, you could go back and pick out some other guys. Like Anthony Spencer was really underappreciated, and maybe that's the best comp. But I think Tank's better than what Anthony Spencer was.
Yeah,
he's had a longer career than Anthony Spencer.
Back-to-back. Remember the thing with Anthony Spencer, the back-to-back franchise tags?
Mm-hmm.
And then then the next year he got his knee hurt, and he was just never the same guy.
Knee microfracture.
Yeah, never the same.
It was tough, but for a while there, it was Tank. It was Tank and a bunch of dudes on this defense for a long time. I'm just wondering, what other Cowboys are gonna be unveiled on this list over the next couple of 2-3 weeks?
Yeah, I mean, does Dak make it? Where is he? CD, I'm sure will be on it.
Yes.
We know Tony Pollard is because they released a little bit of a tease for this, and Pollard was one of the videos that we got to see clips of players talking about Tony Pollard. So
Trayvon Diggs with his new deal.
I'd assume Diggs is on it, and then how high, Mike is in the top 10, I'm sure.
Yes.
It's just how high will Micah be?
Zach Martin's in there?
I'd hope Zach Martin would be in there. After that, I think
could Micah be in the top
Gilmore?
5?
Yes, Stephon Gilmore could make it. Yeah,
he will.
Micah could definitely be in the top 5. The question is just do they go quarterback heavy? I don't know, but I think Micah could easily be in the top 5.
Was Mahomes the number 1 guy last year?
Yeah, and he should be again this year.
Yeah.
Okay, it is the G-Bag Nation C-Note here, Cowboys News of the Evening, bouncing around the room here, getting you headlines and storylines, and I believe Eric Chiafalo has the details on the first NFL coach to be fired. We have updated odds. Who's it going to be, Chief?
Yes, we do. Shout out to Bet Online, and shout out to our good buddy Jimmy Shapiro for sending this over.
Jimmy's a good dude.
He's a great dude. He really is. He's always on his P's and Q's. He's sending information at a rapid rate, and the information I just received is the odds for the first NFL head coach to be fired. Who has the best odds? Whose seat's the hottest, according to Vegas?
I'm going to say that my buddy in Chicago is probably looking at
Eberflus, really?
Yeah, Matt Eberflus.
Eberflus is actually sitting decently pretty at 14-1. There's about 6 or 7 coaches ahead of him that are more likely to be fired.
How about my buddy with the Commanders, Ron Rivera?
Ron Riverboat. He is sitting at third. He's got the third best odds to be the first NFL head coach fired at 7-1.
I think this is this has Todd Bowles' name all over it.
Todd Bowles.
Oh, Todd Bowles is a great poll.
Todd Bowles is second at 6-1. There's only one other coach with a hotter seat, according to Vegas, than Todd Bowles.
Dennis Allen?
Dennis Allen.
Dennis Allen's right behind Riverboat Ron. You guys have, let's see, you guys have 3 of the top 4.
Stefanski?
You don't have number 1. Stefanski sitting right outside with Allen. You have 4 of the top 5. You don't have
how about our guy
number
with the
1.
Raiders?
Oh, Brandon Staley.
How about our guy with the Raiders? Let's see here. Brandon Staley is pretty kind of in the middle of the pack.
What the heck?
Josh McDaniels is sitting 6th. You guys don't know who the coach is.
Out of Glen Rose, Texas, Dan the Man Campbell.
Man Campbell is sitting pretty good, actually. He's behind Brandon Staley.
See,
20-1.
Vegas made a big mistake.
You guessed
there.
McDaniels.
That's
already,
good
didn't
money
you?
right there. That's good value.
There's no way they'd fire that guy in Tennessee.
Is it Gannon?
Is it Gannon? Jonathan Gannon.
He just
That's a
started.
good one. No, but he's
going to get fired.
He's 40-1. Yeah, but you're talking about the first coach fired. Like,
All
you're
right.
not going to pull the plug
Robert
super.
Saleh. They start 0-6 or something with Aaron Rodgers.
No, he's just ahead of Gannon at 33-1. I
is
can't
going
believe
on?
you guys can't figure out the coach with the hottest seat, man. This thing should be so obvious.
DeMeco Ryans.
No.
Green Bay.
He's sitting pretty. Green Bay's coach. Okay. You were so close on that one.
Is it McCarthy?
It's LaFleur. LaFleur is no, he's good. He's outside of the top 10 in terms of
Belichick.
odds. Belichick, I was wondering where Belichick was going to be. Now remember, this is first coach to be fired. Like, Belichick's not going to get the treatment of being fired in the middle of the season.
All right, give me Vrabel.
It's McCarthy, boys.
That's just not
Mike
gonna
McCarthy,
happen.
5-1. He has the best odds at being the first NFL head coach fired, according to Vegas.
That would be the worst bet you could make.
I think so too.
I think
What are
it's
the odds?
terrible.
5-1.
What are we basing this off of? The defense is top 3, the offense is
What
top
day,
5. How's he
what
going
day
to
are
get
you in
fired?
Vegas?
Can we have some
27 to the 30th. You want me to put some money on this for you?
I'm interested.
Hey,
First head coach fired.
I'm just
I need
kidding.
50-1 to make a wager on that.
okay. How
And then I
bad
put
does the
$5
season have to
on
be?
it.
What was Wade Phillips 1-7, and they
Yeah.
came.
Yeah.
And it was because they played on Sunday Night Football, and it was an embarrassment of a game.
Green Bay, right? They
Yeah,
got
like
beat 40
41-7 or something.
That thing had been building too.
It was building.
Yeah.
I mean, you had Mike Jenkins pulling up. He doesn't want to tackle Brandon Jacobs. Like,
Yeah.
It was an embarrassing season.
And shout out to Trayvon Diggs for doing his due diligence, looking back into the history of great Dallas Cowboys and, taking pieces of their game. And
Even Trayvon was not
he
that
clearly
obvious.
studied Mike Jenkins a little bit.
He did.
But the Cowboys have only changed coaches mid-season once.
And that was it.
You have a great offense, great defense, great defensive coordinator. This is ridiculous clickbait. And it's pretending like Mike McCarthy didn't have 12 great
Are you
years
saying
in Green
like
Bay.
Are you saying like this gambling house is clickbaiting us?
Well, I do
They're
think
clickbaiting.
they throw out.
They're robbing Cowboys fans.
Or maybe they're just looking for money to come in on McCarthy because nobody was betting on it.
Perhaps. I mean, they're looking for suckers.
So this
they're
weekend.
trying to capitalize on
Yeah,
some
Ryan
sucker
Broaddus
bets,
gives me
you know?
50 to
They do
throw
that with the
down
Cowboys
on
all the time. Like,
Yeah.
Bijan Robinson, bet on him to be a Cowboy in the draft. And it's like, no, he went 7th overall. There was no chance he was going to be a Cowboy.
That might actually be victimizing the Cowboy hater, that just wants to be like, oh, these guys suck. They're not going to be good. Of course, the Cowboys are going to stink.
Yeah,
and
Eagle fans are all over this.
Yeah.
McCarthy 5-1.
Well, it
right
continues the offseason of McCarthy bashing.
Yeah.
He's in the 20s or lower in all of these
22
lists.
and 26.
And now he's the coach that's most likely to get fired in season. The league's basically saying this guy stinks.
Look, when I look at him, I don't see an NFL coach either. When I hear him talk, I'm like, man, this guy would not inspire me. But after 15 years and only missing the playoffs twice, and one of them when Dak was broken, you go 4-1 last year with Cooper Rush.
Yeah.
There's stuff I want to be better.
Oh no, yeah,
But-
I don't think you're wrong about that.
Okay,
It's weird.
And then let me finish up here with just a little bit of a tweet off Cowboys Twitter. Your guy Joey Ikes, who's a longtime Cowboys blogger and active member, he pointed out something from the Cowboys media guide. Says it's always a treasure trove of info. For example, the Cowboys have a coach on their staff who spent 2 seasons working for Pro Football Focus, 3 years writing for Over the Cap, and his job title includes game management. This is Ryan Feder, Feder. He's been with the Cowboys for a couple of years now, but been a lot of analytical news around the Cowboys hires for their coaching staff this offseason. This guy's been on board for multiple years already and has a long history. That's just another reason to believe they are heavily leaning into analytics for roster building, game model building, and more. Maybe they'll even become a leader in the industry in that department again. Okay, it's time now for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420. Buddy, where are we going with that?
Well, we're flying out after the show today. We've already had delays at the airport for the morning show. What are the top 10 worst things about airplane travel? That's next on The Fan.
Quality sports takes with laughs along the way.
Sounds like a show to me.
You're rolling with the
Top 10. Segment is brought to you by the Frankels. Yeah, life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been hurt in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel. Free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com. Now, here he is with his top 10. Zach with an H, the Woolly Bully.
Oh, we're getting ready to go to Oxnard, and we've had a lot of fun. Of course, last year was a blast. I can't wait to get back out there this year. But as we fly out, I was having issues with the TSA pre-check. I found a way to get that resolved. I'm okay right now. I'm looking fine.
You're a master preer.
Yeah, I'm a master preer. I had to just go online and do it. The app wasn't working, so I had to go online, re-put in the information. Now it's working. Morning show's flight got delayed. They're boozing it up at the airport. Do we think Bobby makes it onto the flight?
Oh, yes.
Stumbling, bumbling. And
I think the question is, will he be immediately kicked off for being too loud? Boy. He'll get a warning. I don't know how aware he is.
The question is, will that person next to him just...
Oh, they're going to lose their mind.
Will they look at him and,
Please go to sleep, sir.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to get audio while we're out and about. I'll start Friday night, but we got to bring the Tolos in here to the steakhouse experience with Belt.
A hammered belt where he's just...
Hammered belt and Hurricane Jane.
When everybody's just like, turn his mic down, turn his mic down.
Yeah. No, that's just his voice.
Like, that's just his,
How about though, when Wolchuk's birthday the other day, like, you guys all picked that outdoor venue.
That was
with
Bobby.
With the loud music and immediately I go, why did you guys pick this place? Oh, it was Bobby. And Bobby immediately turns to me and starts yelling at me. Just like, I'm like, well, wait a minute. Like, if we were inside, like, the band is playing, he's yelling, he's louder than he normally is. And I'm like going, gosh, who picked this place?
I was just going to meet up with some friends out in the Grandscape area. Bobby had an awesome setup with the Tolos, and it was great getting to hang out with them. But, yeah, it ended up being an outside venue where we were just screaming at each other so we could hear.
Screaming at each other is what we were doing, yeah.
That's the worst.
And Bobby was happy to be doing it, too.
Yeah, he got to be someplace where everybody had to yell as loud as he does.
Yes, maybe that was actually
that's concert volume.
Yep,
Yeah.
it was.
That's a really good point.
Give Bobby Bell 3 drinks. He's on concert volume, even if he's at a dang church.
Yeah, dude, you actually need that loud band in the background.
So I've got the top 10 worst things about flying and just air travel in general. Do you guys have one that just annoys you more than others? We have the 814. Number one's got to be stuck on the runway for hours, which I think the morning show might be dealing with right now as we speak. Boss just came in and said, no, they're not too happy. It is what it is. I mean, these things happen. I got delayed at the airport. I had to deal with a bunch of delays last week coming home from Orlando. That happened. Flight cancellations. I don't know if there's one thing that stands out to you more than the others.
Then they can't give you clear answers there either. I don't know if they're intentionally being dishonest or they're just confused themselves, but I don't like being strung along like just another hour because I'm always worried there that the flight attendants or the pilots are going to time out, have to go to the hotel, and the flight's going to be canceled. It's happened to me twice. Ooh. Okay? They keep pushing you back, and then they say, oh, we don't have enough hours in our day available. So that one jams me pretty hard, but here's one that's underrated, Wolchuk. Ooh. If you got to sit in the back, the smell around the bathrooms.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oh, that door is opening. Somebody just took a massive, thing in there, and you're within 4 or 5 rows of those back bathrooms. You're getting too much of a whiff.
I've actually not experienced that before.
It's horrible.
I've sat in the back
Very
before.
fortunate.
It's troubling. But I'm like, am I in a worse situation for having to sit here, or is that guy in a worse situation for having that going on inside of him at a time like this? I don't think that guy wants to be wedged in like some level of like half of the size of a phone booth trying to, be in his comfort zone. There's no way to be in your comfort zone.
Boy, that's
a
good
nightmare,
perspective, Chief.
Because that's my fear.
Yeah.
I had that fear every time. Every time I'm woofing down some food in the airport pre-plane, I'm going,
oh, and you're constantly
how bad of a decision.
You're
Which will be in a
constantly
few hours.
eating. Yeah.
I don't know if I would. I would try to hold it so hard.
I hold. I've never done it. I mean, I've gone on one of these long flights to South Africa.
Hold.
Hold.
Well, you guys have never had a pizza sandwich.
Yeah.
In the airport.
You never
That's what
had
that
a
means.
pizza
My biggest problem is there's people that try to put things like everything they own in the overhead.
Okay, well, that's about to be me.
Yeah. I mean, when you can look at your bag and look at the space and you
should be able to eyeball that thing.
You should be able to eyeball that thing. And
I will say that's my least favorite moment where I have to take my bag and put it up, and I know there's a ton of people behind me waiting, and I'm trying to finagle. The angles are weird. It's not
the wheels
it's not
catch,
the easiest thing in the world.
Something gets in the way.
It's a pressurized moment.
Somebody's bag is in the way. In the minute you touch somebody else's stuff to move around, you are now the bad guy on the plane.
You get a bunch of heads turning,
a lot of
eyeballs.
A lot of whipping around there like, okay, why are you touching my stuff?
I just want to be the guy that isn't stressed at all in that situation, Chief. Because when I get up, I'm grabbing that bag and I'm gone in 3 seconds. Some folks will take a smooth 45 seconds, and it's not even stressing them at all.
Yeah.
They're like, I'm holding up 40 people. This is fine.
I'm envious of that.
I'm just taking my time and life's easy.
Have you experienced?
You see that guy at the checkout at the grocery store?
They don't listen. They don't listen. They're like, no, you need to change it. Turn it the other way.
Yeah.
He
I'm
just
good.
keeps doing the same
just
thing.
putting my bag here.
How about
Life's
the person that puts
Got
their
nowhere to
bag
be.
like 5 rows behind where they're sitting?
Oh, and now they're working.
They got to go back and get it.
Now they immediately turn and then they head back upstream.
Yeah.
And they don't ask for help. They just want to get to their bag, and now they're banging the bag off your shoulder as you're sitting there, kind of a thing. But you immediately, if you're putting your bag like 5-6 rows behind you, just wait.
Yeah, you have to wait it out.
You have to wait it out. There's nothing you can't, by what you just did.
Yeah.
You have
signed up.
You have signed up to when row 38 leaves, you can now get your bag and walk off that plane.
That's right.
Yeah.
And then there are the people that stand up immediately, even in the back of the plane. They're just standing.
When you pay for Wi-Fi, still doesn't work. You pay for the good Wi-Fi, still doesn't work. That's $9 you ain't getting back.
You pay for it, and then they tell you, the Wi-Fi isn't available. Well, I'm not getting my money back, am I?
I don't buy it. I'm not on long enough flights to feel like I need to buy it. I'm like, I can go a 2-3 hour flight. Here's a book. I'll act like I'm reading it, and then I'll fall asleep.
And some of the complimentary stuff's gotten pretty good. LA, do you have something that just really annoys you?
Just other than getting naked to get into the terminal.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's about it.
Yeah,
or maybe when your gate is like the last one in the terminal, so you have to walk the whole damn terminal to get to your gate.
Yeah.
That's probably about it.
Yeah, it's annoying. Number 10 is when anyone near you has to use their barf bag. You guys experience that?
Never,
I have never had
Only
to
me.
deal with somebody with
I did as a child. I got like bad flight anxiety. I had it for a little period, and I upchucked on a flight to Atlanta.
Had a nasty flu in 1988. I wanted to get to Phoenix, Arizona to watch my brother play in the regionals in the soccer tournament. And I got on that plane with a massive flu and threw up. Luckily, Michael Thompson's mom, Nancy, who is an angel, was there to assist me for the flight.
She sounds like a smoke.
Number 9. Number 9 is paying an insanely high rate for tickets, and you don't even get a bag of peanuts, pretzels, no kind of food at all. On the flight.
I will say this: if it keeps others who have no business flying
off the flight, I'm all for it.
By the way, a buddy of mine hit me over the weekend to this cool website called going.com that like emails you cheap flights.
Ooh.
Like, cheap flights are available, but you don't know. Wouldn't it be cool to get an email every day? Hey, here's the cheapest flights out of DFW and Love.
Dude, Lucius might be on that that email subscriber.
That's how we're going to do vacations. Like, we don't know where we're going. We're just waiting for the cheapest flights.
Pretty awesome.
Well, $100? Am I going to Spain? Am I going to Mexico? I don't know.
Okay,
Going somewhere.
But how many people you travel with? 4 or 5?
We got 4 now.
4. Okay. See, that's a little dangerous to me. 4, trying to find four seats on cheap flights and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I kind of feel like that you get squeezed on that a little bit.
I agree with you, and that's why I like to do a group of 3 and then an individual for me. Yeah.
Here you go, honey. You take the kids.
So fiance wife's fending for herself back there in the back.
Well, usually I'm in the next row, so I can help in the case of emergency.
Sometimes
she
there's
prefers it that way. She doesn't trust me.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well,
works for both of us.
Number 8 is when there's a last-minute gate change. And you have to run through the airport like a maniac to make that gate.
Yeah.
Like the opposite side of the terminal.
That's what Lucius was talking about.
Absolutely. 7, the person who brings stinky food onto the plane.
Yes.
There should be a law against that, by the way. There should be. You should not allowed to be bringing fish products on a plane. I'm sorry.
Yeah, they shouldn't be sold to the airport.
Yeah,
like
you can't bring sushi or fish taco. Any fish product cannot be brought on that plane. I'm sorry.
Number 6 is, and this is, we're all going to sit next to each other. But if you're sitting next to a rando, I don't know how you guys go about this, but the neighbor that aggressively just claims the armrest. This is mine.
Yeah.
There's not even a debate.
Yeah.
There's got to be some sort of an agreement. Like, I'm going to take it for a while. You got it for a while. You're up. I'm down. We're going halvesies. There's got to be some sort of a compromise. And that I think is really the next frontier for airlines. How do you tackle the fact that there might be a super strong guy who's taking 25% of my seat? Like, what do we do there?
Well, and that was honorable mention. Like somebody who just does not properly fit in these seats.
Yeah.
They need to be sitting in the bigger seats, maybe in first class, business class. And we got that text in quite a bit. I mean, there might have been some fat shaming.
I suffered spinal damage. I don't even want to say fat, strong, whatever. It's just a body type.
Just a big boy.
You're bigger than the seat.
Or gal.
Yeah. Maybe you're Shaq and you're in shape, but you're in half my seat now, sir. I want a discount.
Absolutely. I agree with you. Number 5, the passenger who boards the plane
sit on your lap.
sick, then sneezes and coughs the whole flight.
Yeah.
And now we're all worried. We're breathing the same air.
Yep.
You can't be getting on sick
Gosh
like
dang
that
it.
anymore. Not today's.
Number 4, paying a crazy price to fly and then paying an additional price for your freaking bags.
That's the move now, isn't it? Isn't that how they're going about it for the most part?
You got to give at least one free suitcase for every passenger.
There was an airline that was going to charge you to go to the bathroom. We were talking about going to the to the restroom. There's an airline because they figured that they could, if people then wouldn't do it, then they could just take out the facility and then add more seats. Is what they were thinking.
Wow.
But they were thinking, like, I think it was Ryanair that was talking about doing that. This, like, listen, we're going to charge you to go to the bathroom on these planes.
Would you like to buy a Depends, sir?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's your best option.
214 people that are taking their shoes off on the plane.
Yeah.
That's gross.
Oh, you can't be doing the barefoot thing.
No.
I'll slip my shoes off occasionally.
Well, if you got socks
if you're keeping them under the chair, but if you're making them...
He's not. He's putting them up on the seat. Haven't you watched him do radio? He takes his feet and puts them across the desk over here.
He does, but there's a distance.
You have your water and your little meal over there, and he doesn't give a damn. He's got his feet like 2 inches away from your
basically
plate.
rubbing you.
Yeah.
He doesn't care.
Number 3 is the parents who don't stop their kid kicking your seat the entire flight.
That is terrifying to travel with kids.
That's all.
Or they're
I don't want to be that guy.
They're up grabbing
I
the
don't
back
want to
of
be
the
that
seat.
guy.
Yeah.
And it's embarrassing as a parent. I always feel for the parent in that situation, but at some point you got to step in and be like, this isn't okay.
Some of those parents aren't aware enough, I am highly aware My kid's going to be annoying. I'm busting my ass to reduce it.
Yeah.
So I think parents can see that. If you're working your hardest, I'll give my kid like 10 seconds to cry. If she goes in 11th second, we're going to the bathroom.
Right.
We ain't going to sit there and cry.
Yeah.
We're
going to nip this in the bud.
I tell you, the Sony, the noise canceling things, best investment you could ever make
For
if you're
sure.
traveling.
Yeah.
You could just turn those things, and there's a lot of things you can eliminate. A lot of things you can eliminate sound-wise if you got those things.
Absolutely.
It's worth the investment.
Does
it
it
really
pass
is.
the Bobby Belt test of sound elimination?
Maybe we'll have to do a scientific test on that.
Oh, I'll have these on today because I don't want to listen to Eric talk to me the whole time.
Number 2 is when you board a plane only to sit on the runway for 2 more hours with no air conditioning.
Yeah.
And then number 1, of course, is the security check.
I think they're doing a pretty good job keeping that thing moving these days.
I think it's more so other people don't know what the hell's going on.
That could be annoying. If you're in a hurry, and they're jamming you up. Yeah.
That's why we're doing TSA pre, Brian.
I'll tell you what, I do appreciate the people on the ground, the TSA folks, that will yell commands. Take off your shoes. Take off the belt. Put your computer in the,
separate tray.
They're yelling instructions.
Yeah.
And like, if people don't follow that, you're like, well, can't you hear?
Mm-hmm.
She just told you what to damn do.
Yeah.
I've said that before.
Sometimes I'm just so tired and I'm zoned out and I'm like walking through with my shoes on. The guy's yelling at me. I'm like, I don't know what happened there, sir.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I'm in a bad spot.
A lot of texts about people tooting on the plane. I think that's a proven thing that people do toot more.
Oh, yes, because very few of them you can hear. You can
Just
really
starts to
push
smell.
across some real boomers and the buzz of the plane will kind of cancel it out. It's kind of like noise canceling for farts up there.
Are you one that will go out of your way to claim it and sort of acknowledge that was you on an airplane? Like, well, Chuck, I think you do a good job in real life settings to just kind of,
That's just me.
You own up on that. But on an airplane, do you own up on that?
I will always accept responsibility for my actions. But you guys know that I'm trying to be a better person. That was my New Year's resolution. I'm trying to fart less in public.
Yeah, and we appreciate that.
You've done a decent job.
Thank
Keep
you,
that
Wolchuk.
going tonight, by the way.
I got you.
There he is, his top 10. Now, when we come back, Chief, I'm not exactly sure what this segment has in store for us. The Queen of Chaos?
Yeah, it looks like the Queen of Chaos has actually seen the light, believe it or not. And we have the single worst business decision in American history. That's next.
Well, I do want to tell you about D&M Leasing before we do anything else. I love my new truck. I've had it for almost a week now, and I want to thank D&M Leasing and salute them for the 10th easy lease of my life. The easy lease is, the Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Coming up at 5 o'clock, we are going to give you highlights from Jerry, Steve, and Mike. The State of the Cowboys address was earlier today here on The Fan, and a lot of stories updated. So a lot of the latest on the Cowboys coming up at 5 o'clock. Here's Chief with the Queen of Chaos.
Yes, we will get to the Queen here momentarily. I did want to point out Duke Manyweather on Twitter, who is the offensive line guru guy, who is sort of the coach of offensive linemen who's not attached to any team. He just he works these guys out, puts them through stuff throughout the offseason, trains them and things like that. And one of his guys is Tyler Biadasz, and he tweeted out that Biadasz has had a great offseason, seen him take some big jumps in many areas, but specifically his lateral agility. Says it's now up there with guys like Teron Armstead and Rashawn Slater in terms of like how they can actually track things. So just saw that and I was like, all right, well, that's good news on our guy Biadasz. That's
exciting, man. I'm a big Tyler Biadasz fan. He was the most improved player on the team last year, week to week. You saw growth from him.
We talked to him last spring when they were making the announcement about the World Cup coming to North Texas. He was one of the Cowboys that was there downtown Dallas and said, dude, I've been working so hard. I took like 3 days off to go visit my friends in Wisconsin on a long weekend, but I worked out there. And for it to be happening like a second season in a row is, I think, one of the most exciting things we've heard this offseason.
Very exciting.
Yeah. That was the interview. The Wisconsin man who knows his way around a farm, he confirmed to us that you can, in fact, milk anything with nipples.
It's true.
So that was pretty sweet. You also had Kyle Shanahan today talking about Deebo Samuel and how he's been preparing so hard for this upcoming season. Kyle Shanahan was quoted as saying, "Never had a grown man send me so many pictures of himself with his shirt off, but he looks good." So apparently Deebo Samuel was flexing to his coach quite literally in photos all throughout the offseason, like just proving how hard he's working.
He felt like that he let the team down after signing that extension.
Yeah, he said his season last year was ass, my dude.
Yeah.
I think that's a direct quote, actually.
I mean, if I had Deebo's physique, I don't know that I'd ever put a shirt on. I think any picture would just be like shirtless.
I would lead the league in shirtless photos sent.
If I wanted to go formal, I'd just put on a tie.
You're pretty up there.
The old bow tie with no shirt.
Yeah,
that's a vibe.
That's
dude.
a good look.
You can pull that off. Maybe if you just have like a cut off vest with it, it's open, so it's like you technically have something on, but
that'd be it.
And then you rock that with the bow tie there. I think that is a pretty good look.
I like it.
When was the last time you sent a shirtless picture? 877-881-1053. I am curious. It brought us a shake in his head like last night, obviously.
What?
I'm just curious because if Deebo Samuel is sending his coach that, all throughout. I mean, Kyle Shanahan is saying I've never had anyone, a grown man, send me shirtless photos as much as Deebo did this summer. And this is a guy who's friends, with Chris Sims.
There's nothing better than those actors that are like, they're my age and they're like in France or whatever, walking on the beach, and they just look terrible, but they go ahead and they're walking without a shirt
in
on.
a Speedo.
Yeah, well, I don't
with like a 40-pound boiler on their stomach.
Jack Nicholson is the guy who does that. He's got no bleeps. He doesn't care. Elon Musk is another one. He's like, I know I look patently terrible, but I don't care.
Does that every once in a while. Like they get really big, and then they just.
But he's always got a smoke with him.
That's what I'm saying, though. It's hilarious.
124 because that's his cutoff.
Yeah,
right?
It's always hilarious to see these guys. It's like, did they not know they're getting their picture taken? Guess not, right? If you were, you'd be like me and you'd wear a shirt.
They do. They know what's going to happen. They just don't care. These are true alphas that don't care. They got the money, the respect, everything else that they don't care how they look at this point.
There was a study done once. What age is the most confident in their body? And you would think it'd be in their 20s. It's actually in their 70s.
It's got to be.
They just stopped caring.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Awesome. Yeah, makes sense.
Well, if you go, like, say, to France and those places with those dudes walking around with the Speedos on, like you're talking about, they don't care. I'm like, okay.
That'd be embarrassing.
That would be embarrassing.
Yeah. That's something America's got right.
Yeah.
If you don't look good naked, don't go around naked, please.
Yeah.
Yeah. The 14-year-old girls with the fat stomachs and the half shirts need to get that through their heads, by the way. There's a Mike Leach special for you.
The worst business decision ever comes courtesy of Matt Damon. I don't know if you guys saw this story. Matt Damon apparently was offered to be the lead. He turned down James Cameron's Avatar. He could have been the lead man in that, and he would have also received 10% of the box office back end.
Oh no!
And this is the highest grossing movie of all time, $2.9 billion worldwide. Matt Damon turned down this opportunity to be the lead in Avatar, and it would have paid out over $250 million.
Crap. That's a serious.
He's doing all right?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I mean,
but still, that's a lot of money.
It ain't like that clown that gave up. What was it like? He sold his shares in Apple, or for $500 or something.
The early.
The guy had
days.
stocks and he gave them up.
He did screw up.
And he, that right there is enough to.
I bet Sam Worthington is pumped. He wouldn't be having no career if it weren't for that. Because he's the one who started Avatar. Yeah, that's the only thing that he's really done. Sam Worthington, exactly.
Right? Okay. Yeah, he was kind of an anonymous actor, so it was a good break for him. I bet for Matt Damon, it just wasn't an interesting enough movie. Like, the special effects were incredible. I enjoyed the movie, but it was kind of basic acting.
I agree.
Well,
I don't know if it made a statement on why he turned it down, but it wasn't critically acclaimed for its plot or anything like that.
Well,
there was some cool symbolism in there, but that's about it.
The fact that they probably offered him a percentage.
Yeah, 10% of box office.
Yeah, they're probably like, hey, listen, we'll give you a certain percentage of this thing. He's probably like, nah, I don't think it's going to be any damn good.
Yeah, ends up being the highest grosser of all time.
Yeah.
Meet Rihanna Brock. She's more commonly known as the Queen of Chaos.
I'm trying to figure out which one of her mugshots is actually the best mugshot.
Well, there's 11 to choose from.
That's what I'm saying.
Miss Rihanna Brock, she was a Kentucky sorority girl, and for a few years there, she was just
Eastern Kentucky.
Yeah, Eastern Kentucky.
Yeah.
She went to Eastern Kentucky, and then she treated life like it was Grand Theft Auto, and she just became a high level criminal. But only high level enough to just get caught, I guess, every time. This girl was, and she's like a pretty blonde sorority girl, and in all of her mugshots, she's just
colors.
Smiling.
She's got different hair colors.
Yeah, she turned blonde about halfway through the mugshots.
Yeah, and she realized that she has to take better pictures. Is what she has to do.
Well,
better, but her pictures are good.
She was arrested 11 times in 3 years at Eastern Kentucky, where she was caught. I mean, she got thrown in for anything ranging from stalking, contempt of court, shoplifting, stealing a car, stealing firearms, evading police, to
she was stealing guns like every other month there for a while.
Yeah, this girl was no joke. And she's on Mugshotties. Like, if you follow that on Instagram, where they take like pretty girls who have been arrested.
Yeah.
She's been on there 11 times, obviously. One of them looks so much like Jane Slater that Jane felt obligated that she needed to tweet out the photo of this girl and say, hey, folks, this is not me. For all of you contacting, saying,
I think Jane wishes it was her. Jane probably is like, I could have a good mugshot like that.
Yeah, I'm sure she would.
This gal's got nothing on Jane from 15 years ago.
No question about it. But now we have the update on Miss Brock.
15 years?
5 years ago.
No, wait. You said 15.
I think even right now.
Explain
this
yourself.
This is a gal in her early 20s.
Well,
I think Jane's aged like a fine wine.
How old's Jane?
She went to see Barbie the other day.
I think she's gotten better with age.
Jane's amazing.
Lord knows, though, good news.
But I think Gavin's got a crush over there.
Good news for the Queen of Chaos.
15 years.
She's now officially sober.
Is she?
And she's found God. So according to her social media, she's back and better than ever.
And thank goodness there's organized religion for people like this. This is like the Josh Hamilton Born Again. Like, my life was a train wreck. I got no hope unless I can get to church on Sunday morning, Sunday night, Wednesday, and have like a group of church people rolling with me constantly.
Yeah, gonna need some of that discipleship.
That's how it's what's called. Josh Hamilton stayed on that game for a good 5 or 6 years, put together a good big league career, and got out. Then went straight back to the chaos.
Yeah, dude. Hopefully she can stay out of it.
Best of luck to Brock, a.k.a. Jane Slater 2.0. Maybe we'll see her on the NFL Network here.
Maybe we will.
In a couple years. She's got
she can be a stunt double for
She's got
Jane.
the chops.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Can we still dump that? What Jerry
that
Jones,
better?
what Jerry, Stephen, and Mike.
15 years ago.
I know. HR wants to talk to me now, and we're back right here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Nighttime on The Fan means Rangers baseball. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 4, G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. General at your service, at ease. There's Brian Broaddus, the former Cowboy scout and NFL executive.
Yeah, I've done some Scouts Eye stuff on this Rayanne Brock, this lady,
Queen of Chaos.
the Queen of Chaos. It seems like in 2 different pictures, she's got an orange shirt that she enjoys getting arrested in.
Oh, yeah?
Like the same. I think it's...
That's like a go-out shirt?
It's like a go-out shirt. When she's wearing this orange shirt, she's going to jail.
She's going to go big.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, if you look at the pictures, you kind of look... if you can kind of, connect the dots.
I could see that.
She's got this orange shirt she loves getting thrown in jail in.
There's some outfits that only, appeal to you when you're about to go out when you're already 3 or 4 drinks in. And maybe a little something else in.
Yeah.
And you're like, now I'm really feeling myself.
Mm-hmm.
And those kinds of nights can end in disaster. Yeah. Especially if you're
mugshot kind of night.
Cracking them early evening before. Yeah, it's a mugshot night. And fitting that it's in orange.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For her prison.
She gets it. She knows what she's doing.
You know, the best serial criminals usually have their little the little Easter eggs that they drop, and hers was just hiding in plain sight. I got this shirt on Like the local police department should know I'm about to tear bleep up tonight.
Yeah.
You guys were too dumb. Took them 11 times to figure it out. When she wears the orange shirt, she's stealing cars and firearms.
Who's booking her this time?
And it really is uncanny how much she does look like Jane Slater. But as I made clear in the previous segment, she's got nothing on Jane.
Yeah, just a less hot version.
Yeah. Okay, so Cowboys owner Jerry Jones, his son Steven, and head coach Mike McCarthy held a press conference to open up training camp this afternoon. Right here on 105 through the Fan, and then came back and did some additional media as we got the news that Zach Martin did not arrive at Cowboys practice. So Jerry talked about that as well, and really didn't give you much. So we're just in a wait and see situation right now with Zach Martin. But as far as the quotables from the press conference, I thought we could run across some of the headlines here. I see the Cowboys as clearly the third best team in the conference right now. Quote, I think we've got a chance to be a contender is what Jerry said. Mike said, I think so. I think we're ready to take the next step. I feel really good about where we are, but at the end of the day, it's a process, and training camp's important. Then he went into coach speak and stuff like that. But how ready do you think they are to take the next step after finally making the playoffs 2 years in a row, guys?
I feel like it's the most complete team that Dak's probably ever played on. I think that it's Coach McCarthy's most complete team since he's been here without question. So I don't know. That's a tough one for me to answer because I've been a fan of this team my entire life. I just haven't been able to see them break through that door and finally get past the second round. I think that they can easily get back there. I don't know that there's anything. I think they are ready. I think things need to fall into place to maybe help them out. I mean, we talked about that yesterday, Brian. Like, you do need to have some luck kind of go your way when it comes to matchups. Maybe a team gets upset. They might need to make sure that they need to win the division. That's what they have to do. Number one is win the division, set yourself up to maybe get a bye with that one seed if possible, but at least play at home to where you don't have to play all 3 games on the road. That's the first step, and then I'll kind of become more of a believer.
I'm with you. I think winning the division is the first step, and that's going to come down to a combination of which rookie class plays the best, and maybe you give the Eagles a little advantage there in probabilities, and then which team stays healthiest. And I think Cowboys get the edge there. They have a team that has really managed to stay healthy over the next 5 or 6 years. So I kind of see it as a close to a coin flip in the division, but I have to favor Philly and San Francisco because of the quality at the offensive line. I think those teams have addressed both lines of scrimmage, and the Cowboys are trying to go cheap at offensive line, and I think there's a price to be paid for that ultimately. That's why I can't quite believe in them taking the next step. I think it's a similar step as last year, Chief.
Yeah, and I wonder about the Niners and how their offensive line comes together because they did lose a McGlinchey, and they've had to cut a couple of corners because of some of these big-time players that they brought in. That's one of the things I'm crossing my fingers on is that they just can't quite figure it out on the offensive line, but it's Shanahan. Those guys just always figure it out. Like, that's one of the things where he can probably cut a corner on his offensive line because he himself with his play design and his coaching can make up for it. But that's going to be something I'm interested in seeing when it comes to the Niners for sure. But I just it's wide open. It's there for the taking. It should be one of those years where like, yeah, why not us? Like the competition across the conference is not quite there, and you've got a really, really, really good team. And so can you overcome some of the things in these big moments that you haven't been able to over the last few years? And I wonder if you will end up regretting that 10 million, double digits of millions that you're giving to your running back. Could that money have been allocated better elsewhere for your roster, maybe for your offensive line? And could you have drafted a running back earlier on? Maybe it ends up being Deuce Vaughn. Maybe you got a stud there. But would you have been better off taking that $10 million and getting 1 or 2 more starters anywhere else on your team at more premium positions than what you got in your running back that might end up getting hurt again anyway?
Well, I'd rather have a second-round running back than Scooney right now, as the news is he's going to start camp on NFI. Apparently, is that plantar fasciitis? Is that still
that's what he's been dealing
what kept
with.
him out of OTAs?
Yeah, they're talking about his foot.
So we've been doing treatment on that thing for 2 months.
Yeah,
and it's not good right now, and that's a little concerning because they really need him to open up the running game. Like, I think you made a good point, and maybe check me a little bit, that on paper, the Cowboys' offensive line is better than San Francisco's right now. Effectively, San Francisco runs it, I think, more consistently and better. But
yeah, we just assume that the Niners have a good line. Realistically, they've got Trent Williams. The rest of the line's kind of
Yeah.
But they have a coach that makes up for it. And the question is, do you? You have one defensively for sure. Do you have an offensive coach that can make up for some of your deficiencies on your roster. Because offensively, you got a couple of those. And as the season goes on, you'll probably have a few more just based on some guys falling and dropping. How do you overcome that? How do you help your team when your roster isn't quite where it needs to be? We've seen Dan Quinn do a ton of that. Is McCarthy and Schottenheimer the guys to do it? Kellen Moore certainly wasn't. Linehan, Garrett, they certainly weren't. Shanahan is. McSex is. Some of these guys are. Do you have one of those? I think that's a huge thing. Sirianni's proven I think he might have a little bit of that. He might have a little bit. Now, granted, he's working with a borderline perfect roster.
Yeah, I mean,
but still, he's getting the most out of them. He's the guy who's forward thinking enough to piss off the rest of the league with the way he does his 3rd and 4th and shorts. Yeah. Like he's at least got something where it's like, I'm going to pioneer a little bit here and make things a little bit easier on my offense. I don't have to dial up a crazy play on 3rd and short, 4th and short. I got the go ahead play right here.
I think Doug Peterson,
little things like that.
Doug Peterson, what he did with Jacksonville is a great example of that. There's no question. They need some of these guys that they've drafted and have been trying to develop. They want to stress we're drafting and developing. All right. Well, how's Matt Waletzko go? How's Matt Farniok go? Some of these guys they have spent picks on, granted later in the draft. Can they do anything? Can they become something?
Did Diggs get a new contract? Asked the 817. Yes, he did. 5-97. 972. Not enough yet. We still have Trash Scott. Wow, I hadn't heard that one. That's brutal, man. Good quarterback. I look more at the front office not completing the roster. I think Dak's definitely good enough. If freaking Brock Purdy's in that thing, or one step from it.
I wonder if he's paying respect when he calls him Trash Scott for being the guy that picks up the trash and throws it away, remember?
That's good clarification. Stephen Jones on the current state of the running back position. Did you see today Saquon Barkley? They came to an agreement. It's a little bit more money with incentives, but Steve said our league evolves. It's a quarterback-driven league now. He added they offered Pollard a long-term deal, but the two sides just could not come to an agreement. What do you know about Saquon Barkley, though, Brian? How'd that come together?
Yeah, I was talking to some people in the league today about that, and they were basically saying he caved. That, here he gets on that conference call or that Zoom call with all those other running backs and talks about, hey, how are ways that we can hold this thing together and all that, or maybe get some advancements to get better contracts. And he just basically, they said this guy caved. He signed the tender. He got a signing bonus of a couple $1 million, and he gets another opportunity to earn another $1 million in some incentives. So he basically took
but it's 10% more if he has a really good year.
Yeah. That's what he did. He got an extra $2 million up front, which, it normally doesn't happen that way. It's, usually when you get the tag, there's very few
17
times.
Game checks.
Yeah. I think that Edrin James was the last one that got that kind of extra little bit for running back position, with the tag and then getting some extra money on top of that.
But dude, it's $10.1 million. Whether you're on the tag or this deal, it's the same amount of cash.
Yeah.
He's just getting a little bit more up front. I think he really caved, but it's not necessarily caving. It's, capitulating to what the market is.
But he was the one guy that was leading the charge about we're all getting worked.
Yeah.
He was the guy that was standing up there. It kind of very similar to what the PGA Tour and with Live Golf. And all of a sudden we're fighting you, you're fighting you. And then all of a sudden it's like, whoa, now we're with you.
Yeah.
I mean, he was a guy that was very outspoken. He's the one that said, F my teammates, F the coaches. He goes, that's not the kind of guy I am. I mean, he was pretty adamant about, not liking the situation at all. And then he gave it up.
I mean, so expectations are the beginning of suffering, right? And what you want in life. Like right now, if you didn't have a cell phone and an AC, you'd be like, oh my gosh, I'm living the worst life in America. If you go back a couple hundred years earlier, it's like no AC, no cell phone. You'd be totally equipped to live a very pleasant life, right? But it's your expectation of these added things that create that kind of suffering. So if I'm a running back right now, I have to reframe $10 million per year in my head. This is a blessing. This is huge. Are you kidding me? In today's era, there's a thing called the franchise tag, and I don't have to do like 3 years at 18. They'll just give me 1 in 10. This is awesome, and I think, maybe some of the guys are coming around to that idea that I'm getting $10 million a year to play running back and then try to make the most of it from there, because there is no other shoe to fall. You can't win this negotiation. It's just being in denial, right? So I think Saquon did the right thing, and the running backs are doing the right thing. Fight it as hard as you can right up until the time is time to go to camp, and then you have to take the best deal on the table.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you might sit out a year and cost yourself the $10 million.
Definitely.
Yeah, you can't do that.
And big picture for the league, I wonder if they care enough to try and figure this out to where these running backs can have a little bit better of an opportunity to capitalize on their dollars. I wonder if they would remove the franchise tag from running backs, or would other positions be like, well, crap, why am I still getting tagged if the running backs aren't?
Yeah.
Would the
Or even
NFL,
owners.
do you think the NFL wants an 18th game bad enough that at some point when they get back to the drawing board, they could maybe, would they remove the franchise tag from all positions to get an 18th game?
No, Stephen Jones and Jerry Jones today were talking about having that, to have that handy. They look at that right now as they're going to have to use that potentially. I mean, they got Diggs done. Great for them. Great for Diggs. Not coming out and saying I needed to be the highest paid guy. He was right in Stephen Jones' wheelhouse. He says, okay, fine, put me in the top 5. Put me in the top 5 on the paid corners. That's right in Stephen Jones' wheelhouse right there. He's not resetting the market. He feels like, hey, I won this thing. I didn't have to pay him $23 million. I had to pay him $19 million. So there's nothing. Stephen Jones, him and Jerry were talking about the running back situation today. That's not going away. Stephen talked about the quarterbacks are the way to go. That's it. Maybe 10, 15 years ago, we running backs were the premium thing you had to have. And Stephen says that's not the case anymore.
Yeah, it's become a passing game, and it's not just the quarterbacks. It's all positions that revolve around the passing game that are taking the overwhelming majority of cap space. Coach Mike on the roster entering his 4th season, definitely the best of the 4 years. Spoke specifically about the playing time and experience they've been able to get for younger players here. I feel great about our culture as well. So that is where the Cowboys are coming out of today's State of the Cowboys address. If you want to go back and listen to it in its entirety, Jerry, Steve, and Mike, it came on about 12:15 there during the KNC Masterpiece today, and you can go back and listen to any segment that you missed there with the Odyssey app. Okay, it is time now to hit the expressway. We got 35 minutes of uninterrupted sports content. We got Scooney. You got Terrence Steele news, Trayvon Diggs news, and Zach Martin as well. Those are the 4 big Cowboy storylines on day one. We'll take a look at the rest of the league, though, and the rest of the world of sports with you next. Then get into LA Live right here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat Window Nation.